The world has entered an ice age, heralding an apocalyptic era where temperatures plummet to -70 degrees. Surface water has frozen, electrical networks have collapsed, and mutated Arctic creatures such as polar bears and colossal wolves have begun to prey upon humanity. A staggering 95% of the global population has perished. The protagonist, Zhang Yi, is reborn 1 month prior to this frozen apocalypse, setting forth on a fervent mission to hoard supplies and convert his home into a fully enclosed sanctuary. Survivors, desperate for resources, have formed a marauder alliance, making Zhang Yi's refuge their target. Throughout his struggle for survival, he gradually unravels a harrowing truth. Humanity had been chosen by an alien civilization as cosmic janitors, tasked with eradicating lesser life forms, with the Ice Age serving as humanity's ultimate trial. Chapter 1. After the apocalypse, I was reborn. Pain, excruciating pain, an indelible agony permeated Zhang Yi's entire being. This was not merely a sensation, but a stark reality unfolding before him. At that moment, he found himself mercilessly trampled by friends and neighbors he once trusted and aided, fists and makeshift weapons raining down upon him. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, they disregarded his past kindness and turned on him with unrelenting ferocity. In his final moments, he caught a glimpse of his cherished goddess, Feng Yuqing, standing amidst the crowd, her expression pitiful as she cried out, "It was I who urged him to open the door. You must share the supplies with me." This very woman had deceived him into opening the door, leading to his demise. Zhang Yi gazed at her, his eyes brimming with hatred and regret. He could only blame himself for being too naive and kind-hearted, allowing himself to become a stepping stone for others in this bleak world. How he wished he could have a second chance. This time, he would not show mercy to anyone. He would live solely for himself. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Yet, in the next moment, he jolted awake, sitting upright on his sofa. The hellish scenes he had just experienced, and the torment felt all too real. Breathing heavily, Zhang Yi quickly became drenched in sweat. Regaining his composure, he surveyed his surroundings. This place was familiar. It was his own home. The comfortable air temperature struck him as peculiar, for in December of the year 2050, Blue Star faced a global Cambrian storm triggered by a supernova explosion 500,000 light-years away. Temperatures plummeted worldwide, with Tianhai City, where Zhang Yi resided, experiencing daily lows of -60 to 70 degrees. A month-long blizzard buried the entire city. Reports indicated that in northern Huagua, temperatures plummeted to a terrifying -100 degrees, with the ground completely entombed in ice and snow. Mass extinction swept across various species, with over 95% of humanity succumbing to this calamity. Zhang Yi stood up and retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator, greedily downing more than half of it. Despite its frigid temperature, to him, this water was akin to ambrosia. In the apocalypse, the only means to obtain water was to venture outside, braving the extreme cold to dig snow and melt it. Such tasks could easily lead to death by frostbite. After quenching his thirst, Zhang Yi glanced at his phone. The date read November 12th. There remained a full month before the apocalypse would unfold. It seems I have been reborn. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, quickly grasping the situation. The experiences of that month could not have been mere dreams, especially the pain of dismemberment felt far too real. With newfound clarity, Zhang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for this second chance. At the same time, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He remembered those who had betrayed him all too clearly. In this life, he would survive fiercely, showing no compassion to those wretched beings. Moreover, he would ensure their retribution once he secured his own safety. However, his immediate concern was how to thrive in the impending apocalypse that would arrive in a month. Zhang Yi's living conditions were relatively decent. His parents had passed away early, leaving him a spacious 120-square-meter apartment in Tianhai City, along with savings exceeding 2 million yuan on ample fortune in ordinary times. Yet, with the onset of the apocalypse, the world would face a severe shortage of resources. His current funds would not last long. After all, survival required a vast array of supplies. With the opportunity to prepare in advance, Zhang Yi not only aimed to survive, but also desired a life of a certain quality, balancing sustenance and entertainment otherwise. Prolonged hardship would surely lead to mental collapse. Additionally, weaponry was essential for his safety and for exacting revenge on his neighbors. At that moment, a flicker of white light appeared before Zhang Yi. Believing his right, I might be playing tricks, he rubbed it. Suddenly, a peculiar thought surged in his mind. It seemed that this white light was an intrinsic part of him, and his consciousness was drawn into it. Upon entering, he discovered an immense, boundless white space. The area was vast, consisting solely of expansive emptiness. Is this an alternate dimension? It appears that my rebirth has granted me some extraordinary abilities. That a surge of joy coursed through Zhang Yi. It seemed that exposure to gamma rays had mutated his body, endowing him with supernatural powers. With this expansive space, he could store a plethora of resources for the apocalypse. Yet, he was eager to ascertain the limits of this space and whether there were restrictions on the objects he could store. He began with smaller items like teacups and basins, easily placing them inside. Next, he attempted to store larger appliances, televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, computers, air conditioners, and vacuum cleaners. The white space welcomed all these items, absorbing them effortlessly. Moreover, with a mere thought, Zhang Yi could retrieve them from the space. However, objects that were subjected to powerful external forces or were not singularly existing proved difficult to store. For instance, attempting to extract a floorboard from the ground yielded no response. This alternate space seems to have many rules. I shall need to explore them gradually. Nevertheless, this vast storage capacity alone allows me to amass a tremendous quantity of resources. Licking his lips, Zhang Yi conceived an audacious plan. Zhang Yi worked as a supervisor at a Walmart warehouse in southern China. As the world's largest supermarket, Walmart boasted an extensive inventory. It operated 3 colossal warehouses in Huaguo, central, southern, and northern China. The southern warehouse, completed in 2040, measured 1,500 meters in length and 720 meters in width, encompassing over 1 million square meters, making it the largest warehouse in the world. It had been hailed as the 8th wonder of the world by the president of Walmart's Greater China region. While the world officially recognizes only 7 wonders, this self-proclaimed 8th wonder boasted an unparalleled scale and storage capacity, capable of supplying the needs of millions across several cities for a week. This meant that if Zhang Yi could entirely empty the resources of one warehouse and transfer them to his own space, he would not only secure a lifetime's worth of supplies but could survive for 10 lifetimes without running out. Most crucially, Walmart maintained stringent quality control, ensuring that the warehouse contained no subpar, generic products, whether it be food, daily necessities, or luxury goods. They all belonged to reputable and esteemed brands. That if Zhang Yi could empty out a Walmart warehouse, he would not only be devoid of worries regarding supplies in the face of impending doom, but he could also lead a life of utmost indulgence. As the warehouse supervisor, Zhang Yi possessed an intimate familiarity with every shelf, surveillance device, and staff schedule within the facility. Depleting the warehouse would undoubtedly pose no challenge for him. Having resolved in his heart, Zhang Yi felt a significant lightness within. That moment, a protest emanated from his stomach. He placed a hand on his belly and glanced at the Huangmin chicken rice he had purchased. Contemplating for a moment, he ultimately chuckled and shook his head, opting to forego the takeout. With the apocalypse merely a month away, I must savor all the delectable treats while I still can. Otherwise, there will be no opportunity left. Why should I be so miserly with myself? Having endured a month of cold and hunger, he now yearned desperately for some warm and delightful food. What purpose does money serve? Once the world meets its end, currency will merely transform into worthless paper. It is far better to spend it all now than to let it go to waste. With a carefree turn, Zhang Yi prepared to seek out an upscale restaurant he had previously been reluctant to visit, ready to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Chapter 2. The White Lotus. Zhang Yi stepped out of his home, greeted by a serene scene that brimmed with the joys and comforts of life. Many parents frolicked with their children in the community square, their faces adorned with blissful smiles. Yet, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that in a month's time, all of this would dissipate into nothingness. He hastened his steps out of the neighborhood, soon arriving at a Michelin 3-star restaurant nearby. A meal there would cost no less than 5,000 or 6,000. In the past, Zhang Yi had always refrained from dining there. However, now he felt no hesitation. Having been reborn, he deemed it essential to celebrate this new lease on life. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhang Yi chose a window-side table and ordered every dish from the most expensive section of the menu, accompanied by a bottle of To Lafite red wine. This extravagant selection amounted to a staggering 50,000 yuan. Even the waitstaff regarded him with a knowing glint in their eyes, suspecting him to be a wealthy heir. After all, who but the affluent could afford such lavish meals? Zhang Yi paid no mind to their speculations. Once the table was laden with exquisite dishes, he began to indulge voraciously. Perhaps the memories of 6 months spent in a frozen apocalypse heightened his emotions, as he found himself nearly moved to tears by the sumptuous flavors before him. His manner of eating grew somewhat ferocious, drawing murmurs from the surrounding diners. Yet, he remained unfazed. In the face of impending doom, people had once knelt in reverence for a mere packet of instant noodles. At that time, all civilization and morality would disintegrate into thin air. While Zhang Yi savored his meal, a woman paused outside the window. She was adorned with flowing hair, an exquisite visage, and donned Gucci high heels, her arm draped casually over an LV handbag. This woman was none other than Fang Yuqing, the one who had caused Zhang Yi's demise in his previous life. Beside her was her close friend, Li Kaini, as they strolled past the Michelin-starred restaurant. Both could not help but steal glances inside, their hearts yearning for such opulence. Alas, their finances did not permit such indulgences, but that did not deter them from assessing the possibilities within. To their astonishment, Fang Yuqing spotted Zhang Yi within, seated before a grand feast. "Is that Zhang Yi? How could he afford to dine here?" she exclaimed in surprise. Li Kainin, equally taken aback, covered her mouth and remarked, "So, Zhang Yi is actually wealthy?" With a hint of envy, she cast a sidelong glance at Fang Yuqing and added, "You're quite fortunate, Yuqing. That persistent admirer of yours is, apparently, an invisible rich heir. Just look at that spread, easily worth 50 or 60,000. Who but the affluent could dine on such delicacies?" Li Kainin's tone was tinged with jealousy, for she knew Zhang Yi had pursued Fang Yuqing for 2.5 years. Yet, Fang Yuqing had always kept him at arm's length, never outright rejecting him, but not accepting him either. A thorough gold digger. She had long believed she could marry a refined rich heir and live as a mistress of leisure. However, she was reluctant to part with Zhang Yi, a modest man with a home and car in Tianhai City, and thus had kept him as a backup option. Her principle regarding backups was simple: do not initiate. Do not refuse, do not take responsibility. Seeing Zhang Yi indulge in a lavish meal alone sparked doubt in Fang Yuqing's mind. Could it be that Zhang Yi was, in fact, an undiscovered wealthy heir? She propped her chin on her hand, pondering this notion. The more she considered it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, were there not tales of individuals who, despite their wealth, feigned ordinariness in search of true love? Fang Yuqing found herself believing her own thoughts, her eyes lighting up with excitement. If this were true, it would save her considerable effort. After all, Zhang Yi had long pursued her, and she felt that a mere nod from her would prompt him to propose. Li Kainin, ever the opportunist, urged, "Yuqing, let us go inside and find Zhang Yi." Her eyes were drawn to the sumptuous feast laid out before him. This was a Michelin 3-star restaurant, the likes of which an ordinary person might never experience in a lifetime. Fang Yuqing hesitated, then shook her head. That wouldn't be appropriate. It might give him the impression that I'm a materialistic woman. Let us wait outside, pretending to run into him by chance. She was no fool. She would not lower her stature for a mere meal. Even if Zhang Yi were indeed wealthy, she intended to maintain her goddess-like demeanor. Only then, should they end up together, could she effectively control him and keep him as her devoted admirer. Thus, the two women concealed themselves not far from the restaurant, awaiting Zhang Yi's departure. After over an hour of indulgence, Zhang Yi, with a satisfied pat on his round belly, felt elated. The taste of a Michelin 3-star meal was, in truth, rather ordinary, yet to one who had recently emerged from the desolation of a wasteland, it was a culinary delight that stirred the soul. This was a test of the storage capacity of the otherworldly space, ensuring no complications arose in the future. After all, having endured hunger like that of the icebound giant wolf, he could not afford any unforeseen mishaps. Zhang Yi settled the bill with delight, stepping out of the restaurant to the warm smiles of the waitstaff. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, "Zhang Yi, what a coincidence." Turning around, he was met with the sight of Fang Yuqing and Li Kainin. Fang Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ear, deliberately exposing her fair neck and rosy earlobes. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Such tactics were classic maneuvers of a green tea princess, aimed at making a man's heart flutter. Fang Yuqing, the quintessential green tea white lotus, was well versed in this art. However, Zhang Yi was no longer the naive admirer he once was. Just a short while ago, this woman had orchestrated his demise in a most cruel manner, even intending to break his ribs to brew soup. With this thought, Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. After all, the apocalypse was nigh. Killing her would pose no repercussions. Should he take her life? Fang Yuqing, sensing the weight of his stare, felt a chill run down her spine, nervously asking, "Zhang Yi, what is wrong with you?" Zhang Yi quickly masked his expression, replying nonchalantly. Nothing, I mistook you for someone else. He suddenly reconsidered. Letting this woman perish so easily would be too lenient. Moreover, acting on his murderous impulses now would likely attract legal repercussions. Zhang Yi had no desire to find himself incarcerated when the apocalypse arrived. With a strategic mindset, he realized he had ample time to prepare. Armed with memories from his past life, he possessed countless ways to ensure her suffering. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to deal with her at present. The paramount concern was to establish the safest sanctuary, allowing him to navigate the impending apocalypse with security and comfort. Chapter 3. Stockpiling. Zhang Yi maintained a notably indifferent demeanor towards Fang Yuqing. Both Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan sensed the unusual tension, yet mistakenly assumed that Zhang Yi was an unassuming scion of wealth. Rather than being perturbed by his cold attitude, they approached him with renewed enthusiasm. What of a wealthy individual having a bit of temperament? It simply exudes charm. Ah, Zhang Yi, were you dining in this establishment? Lin Kainan feigned nonchalance as she inquired. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow slightly. This woman was no better than the other, sharing the same dubious character as Fang Yuqing. She had played a part in the misfortune he had endured, contributing to the predicament that nearly cost him his life. Yes, he replied curtly. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan hurriedly fell and stepped beside him. Zhang Yi, where are you headed? Fang Yuqing asked with a gentle smile. To the supermarket. Zhang Yi's voice remained icy, laced with a hint of impatience. Were it not for his desire to allow her a taste of the despair that awaited in the apocalypse, he would have relished the idea of ending her existence right then. Fang Yuqing shot Lin Kainan a knowing glance and quickly added, what a coincidence. We were just planning to pick up a few items as well. It's on our way. At that moment, Zhang Yi grasped the situation. They had likely spotted him dining at a Michelin 3-star restaurant, leading them to mistakenly believe he was an affluent heir. Their sudden enthusiasm towards him made sense now. He chose not to engage further and strode directly towards the supermarket. Yet their assumptions only solidified. After all, who else would behave so lavishly? As they walked alongside him, Fang Yuqing drew closer, occasionally reaching out to brush against him. When Zhang Yi glanced her way, she would feign shyness, turning her head away, her cheeks flushed with false modesty. Zhang Yi scoffed inwardly at her antics. A true actress, you would surely win an Oscar if you pursued a film career. Upon entering the supermarket, he pushed a cart deep into the aisles, with Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan eagerly following suit. Zhang Yi, were you dining with someone special? Fang Yuqing inquired with a smile. As he approached the food section, Zhang Yi replied coldly, is it not acceptable for me to eat alone? Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up as she hurriedly exclaimed, oh, that's not what I meant. I merely thought the items here were rather pricey. I assumed you were treating someone. Lin Kainan could not help but interject. Zhang Yi, your monthly salary is just over 10,000, right? This meal would consume half of your wages. It was then that Fang Yuqing shot Lin Kainan a fierce glare. Idiot, how could you ask such a question? The cardinal rule of a top-tier gold digger is to discuss emotions with the wealthy and finances with the impoverished. Realizing her blunder, Lin Kainan quickly attempted to amend her statement. Haha, I was just joking. We're all good friends here. Money is truly of no concern. Zhang Yi, however, paid them no mind. He wandered into the food aisle, marveling at the array of products as if he had entered a treasure trove. In his previous life, he had experienced the agony of surviving on a single packet of instant noodles for 2 days. Hence, his craving for sustenance was boundless. Without hesitation, he began to fill his cart with an assortment of goods, sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and various condiments, much to the astonishment of Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan. Zhang Yi, why are you purchasing so much food? Are you planning to go camping? Lin Kainan asked, her skepticism evident. Fang Yuqing shared her doubts, but, recalling the extravagant Michelin meal, hesitated to abandon her notion of Zhang Yi as a wealthy heir. She approached him with feigned eagerness. Do you need any assistance? With free labor at his disposal, Zhang Yi saw no reason not to take advantage of it. Moreover, seeing Fang Yuqing's disingenuous smile ignited a spark of revenge within him. He had a month to prepare for the impending apocalypse, and crafting a perfect sanctuary to ensure his safety was far from an arduous task. As for supplies, he could procure them from the Walmart warehouse. This strategy would guarantee his absolute safety and comfort during the apocalypse. Perhaps he could let Fang Yuqing in on his secret of stockpiling supplies, allowing her to come to him, desperate and pleading when the time came. As for the risk of her revealing his plans, potentially attracting the attention of those insufferable neighbors, he had that covered as well. As long as his safe house was adequately fortified, he need not fear an assault. He could effectively turn the tables on those bothersome neighbors. The thought of their frantic frustration powerless against him, brought a twisted smile to Zhang Yi's lips. Yes, this was indeed a viable option. Should it prove feasible, he would proceed with this plan. If not, he could retreat to the wilderness and construct a hidden refuge. With a smirk, he declared. Then you shall assist me in pushing the cart. Fang Yuqing promptly nodded in agreement. Despite their lingering suspicion, they complied with his request. Zhang Yi purchased a significant amount of storable food, including instant noodles, sausages, cured meats, and canned goods. He even used a separate cart for fresh meat, fruits, vegetables, and live fish, wishing to test whether his unique space had any special effects on the preservation of perishables. 3 carts brimmed with supplies. And Zhang Yi assigned the cart laden with beef, lamb, and canned goods to the 2 women, ensuring it weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds. Leaving them sweating profusely, Fang Yuqing complained, pouting, Zhang Yi, how many people could possibly consume all this? Are you planning something without telling me? Zhang Yi chuckled coldly. The unexpected can always occur. What if the world were to end one day? I'm merely stocking up to survive. His words were grounded in truth. Yet few would believe them. This had been validated by a certain Dr. Li in the past. Fang Yuqing dismissed his statement as a joke, laughing heartily. Oh, if you don't want to share, that's fine. Why make such a jest? Her eyes brimmed with expectation, hinting at her desire for Zhang Yi to invite her back to the Michelin restaurant. Zhang Yi smirked slightly. All right, but I'm quite busy lately. Perhaps next month. Fang Yuqing beamed. That sounds wonderful. It's a promise. Lin Kaining eagerly chimed in. Yes, yes. Let us all go together. Thrilled at the prospect of a lavish meal merely for assisting with the cart, she was overjoyed. Observing Lin Kainen's lack of awareness, Fang Yuqing shot her another glare. Though Lin Kaining feigned ignorance, Zhang Yi proceeded to the checkout, where his purchases totaled over 10,000. He paid without batting an eye. In the apocalypse, these supplies would be worth at least several tens of thousands, if not deemed priceless. After all, during such times, no amount of money could guarantee a meal. Given the volume of his purchases, the supermarket readily allowed him to borrow the carts. With free labor at hand, he saw no reason not to utilize it. Despite the 2 women continually expressing their fatigue, the promise of a sumptuous meal reignited their enthusiasm. Chapter 4. Ordering 500 banquets from a 5-star hotel along the way. Many neighbors witnessed the scene and couldn't help but engage in discussion. Zhang Yi was now indifferent to being discovered hoarding supplies. After all, these 2 green tea drinkers were already aware of his shopping activities. The news could no longer be concealed. If his sole desire were to preserve his life, he could easily liquidate all his assets and retreat to a desolate place to construct an impregnable fortress. However, how could he avenge the neighbors who had brutally torn him apart in his previous life? Unless he eliminated those individuals, the torment in his heart would never dissipate. Thus, one of his strategies for the impending apocalypse was to remain in this community and exact revenge on all who owed him, albeit in a manner more ruthless than before. Of course, this plan hinged on the security company's ability to create an unassailable sanctuary for him. Otherwise, he would have to prepare a contingency plan, building an underground refuge in an isolated area. Zhang Yi observed the neighbors around him, cheerfully speculating on the purpose of the supplies he had purchased. He could already envision the apocalyptic scenario where these neighbors would attempt to storm his home to seize his belongings. All of this he had experienced firsthand. Yet, he was not afraid, for in this life, he would be well prepared. He intended to make those people see his bounty, yet be unable to touch it, leaving them seething with frustration. Zhang Yi and Fang Yuqing resided in an apartment building. As Zhang Yi worked in warehouse management at Walmart, neighbors often relied on him to procure discounted items. Thus, he was well known in the community. Upon seeing the cart filled with food, including fresh beef and lamb, he felt a pang of temptation. With so much, you won't be able to consume it all. Why not share some with the neighbors? Suggested Aunt Lin, who worked on the homeowners committee. She often flaunted her minor authority in the community, frequently bossing others around as if she were their leader. In the past, she had often asked Zhang Yi to purchase cheap discounted goods for her, displaying a greedy disposition. Furthermore, in his previous life, she had harassed him for food. Yet, when all the neighbors rushed to Zhang Yi's home to rob him, she did nothing to stop them. Instead, she exhibited more vigor than the younger crowd. Aunt Lin's eyes turned to Zhang Yi, her smile wide as she said, "Little Zhang, it seems these are goods from your warehouse. How about sharing a bit with Aunt Lin?" As she spoke, her grandson, Xiaohu, had already climbed onto a cart and reached for a box of chocolate. Despite his small stature, his gaze was sharp. That box of imported chocolates sold for over 200 at the supermarket. He coldly remarked to Aunt Lin, "Sorry, but I'm keeping these for myself. With the apocalypse looming, he could hardly muster the energy for pleasantries. Aunt Lin's expression shifted dramatically, her anger palpable at Zhang Yi's blatant disregard for her authority. Particularly, her grandson, Xiaohu, began to wail, demanding the chocolate back. He pointed at Zhang Yi, scowling. "You bad guy, give me back my chocolate, or I'll beat you up." Zhang Yi regarded him coldly, stating in a low voice, "Say one more word, and I'll slap you." Xiaohu was taken aback, bursting into tears and throwing a tantrum on the ground. Aunt Lin rushed to comfort her grandson while furiously scolding Zhang Yi, "You're a grown man. How can you stoop to arguing with a child? It's just a box of chocolate. What is wrong with giving it to the child?" Zhang Yi smirked slightly. In this age of mobile payments, transactions were exceedingly convenient. "I've said it's for me. If you want some, go buy it at the supermarket." Zhang Yi scoffed, then beckoned Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning to leave. As they walked away, Aunt Lin's shouts of anger echoed behind them. Zhang Yi paid no mind. Aunt Lin's son and daughter-in-law worked outside, leaving her to look after her grandson alone. Typically, the old woman would buy just enough groceries for a day. Hence, once the apocalypse struck, their supplies would deplete first. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had shown them kindness, but this time, without his assistance. It would be a miracle if the unethical old woman and her mischievous grandson could survive even 10 days. Zhang Yi had no intention of squabbling with the dead. It was that he was heartless. Rather, when that day arrived, everyone would struggle to fend for themselves. The survival of others was naturally a matter for later consideration. "Zhang Yi, don't forget to treat us." Fang Yuqing playfully winked at him. However, upon witnessing this, Zhang Yi felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He offered a perfunctory response. The two women had initially intended to stay longer, seeking clues about Zhang Yi's hidden wealth. However, seeing his disinterest in hosting them, they decided to depart. Once they left, Zhang Yi opened his spatial storage and tucked the supplies away, preparing to observe whether there would be any changes to the items stored within. After completing this task, night had fallen. Zhang Yi did not hasten to rest. Instead, he took out paper and pen to meticulously plan the preparations for the forthcoming month. Though he often exhibited a lackadaisical demeanor, the instinct to survive could ignite remarkable potential in a person. To live comfortably during the apocalypse, the first challenge was securing food, which was relatively straightforward. Besides his regular purchases, he could retrieve other items from the warehouse. However, this required careful investigation, and he needed to collect the supplies a few days before the apocalypse to avoid drawing attention. Being caught would lead to dire consequences. Zhang Yi jotted down the word food in his notebook, marking it with a check. Next was heating. Once the apocalypse struck, energy supplies would dwindle, and air conditioning would soon become unfeasible. Thus, the simplest method must be employed. A fireplace was the prime choice. The principles of a fireplace and a heated bed were similar, relying on primitive methods for warmth. In Europe, people endured the harsh winter temperatures using such means. This would necessitate a complete renovation of his home, ideally with added insulation. Reflecting on renovations, Zhang Yi recalled how his home had been forcibly entered in his previous life, causing a tightening in his chest. He needed to transform his residence into an impenetrable steel fortress. This required the installation of thick steel plates or alloy materials, capable of withstanding typical explosive attacks. Once the apocalypse arrived, individuals would resort to any means for survival. Hence, he had to be thoroughly prepared. He would not gamble with his safety. Having tasted death once, he had no desire to experience it again. The issue of a safe house was also resolvable. Tianhai City had security companies specializing in protection for the elite, including services for constructing secure residences. Zhang Yi recalled news from his previous life about a wealthy individual who had built a super fortress capable of withstanding attacks from small-scale weaponry. Following that, he needed to address medical supplies. He must prevent falling ill without access to treatment. Walmart's warehouse contained many common medications for treating minor ailments like colds and fevers, but these were far from sufficient. The Cambrian storm would last at least several decades, necessitating comprehensive preparations. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had established a decent network in Tianhai City. As a warehouse manager, he was acquainted with personnel from hospital supply chains. As long as he could offer a substantial sum, he could procure any medication he desired. With these issues resolved, Zhang Yi tapped his pen against the notebook. There remains but one final issue to resolve. His gaze sharpened. That issue pertains to weaponry. As the apocalypse descends and humanity falters, battles over resources erupt with alarming frequency. Life has become as expendable as mere grass. To survive, one must possess sufficient firepower. Zhang Yi is not a master of combat, Yet even the most skilled fighter can be vulnerable to a mere kitchen knife. The key lies in securing weapons that are formidable enough to eliminate such concerns. Obtaining a machete, crowbar, and hatchet is relatively straightforward. There are also avenues for acquiring bows, air guns, and compound bows. However, the most formidable weapon remains the American katana, a rare item that can only be procured through the black market in this country. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, acknowledging that this particular dilemma cannot be resolved just yet. Nevertheless, he has a month's time. With sufficient funds, solutions should present themselves. He devoted 3 hours to devising a flawless plan before indulging in a refreshing hot shower and sinking into the comfort of his bed, drifting off to sleep. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi rose from his bed. He had not enjoyed a restful night, having awakened several times due to haunting nightmares. Upon regaining consciousness and realizing he was still nestled in the warmth and comfort of his own home, he let out a profound sigh of relief. To prevent a recurrence of his previous misfortunes, Zhang Yi resolved to make meticulous preparations. After getting out of bed, he prepared himself a hearty breakfast. Subsequently, he accessed to examine the state of the supplies he had stored within. To his delight, the meat, fruits, and vegetables he had placed there overnight remained entirely unaltered. While the meat showed no immediate signs of deterioration, fruits and vegetables typically spoil after a night. However, those he had stored in appeared as fresh as the day they were purchased. It dawned on him that his existed independently from the world, perhaps subject to different temporal rules. Time might flow more slowly there, or even remain static. This revelation was nothing short of extraordinary. It meant he could freely store a variety of items without concern. Nevertheless, upon inspecting the fish he had placed inside, he discovered they had perished. Remarkably, even in death, they exhibited no signs of decay. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Zhang Yi began to discern some of the rules governing the use of them. It appeared that living creatures could not be kept there, or if placed within, could not survive for long. It seemed his aspiration to inhabit this space was rather impractical. However, this was not a significant issue. The vast expanse of the could hardly compare to the comfort of his own home. As long as he could store items there, he felt content. With this thought in mind, a multitude of ideas flooded Zhang Yi's mind. If he could preserve fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits, what about prepared dishes? Although he possessed culinary skills, he acknowledged that he fell short compared to a professional chef. Relying solely on his own cooking would eventually become monotonous. Therefore, Zhang Yi promptly made a call to Hongfu Tianxia, the largest 5-star hotel in Tianai City. This hotel offered takeout, and he was particularly fond of their exquisite cuisine. "Hello. This is Hongfu Tianxia Hotel. How may I assist you?" the operator inquired. Zhang Yi immediately responded, "I am hosting a gathering at my home and require a grand banquet spanning 3 days and nights. I need to reserve 500 tables of food." The operator on the other end was taken aback. Preparing 500 tables of food would take an extensive amount of time, and as a 5-star establishment, their most affordable banquet package started at $3,000 to $4,000 per table. That amounted to over $1 million. The attendant, hesitant to make decisions, quickly replied, "Please hold for a moment while I consult with our manager." After a brief interval, another individual answered the call. "Good day, sir. I am Chending Fong, the manager of Hongfu Hotel. May I ask how you would like to be addressed?" Chapter 5. The Loan for Profit. The manager was taken aback. Such a situation had never arisen since the hotel opened. However, with such a substantial order, they certainly had to accept it. "Mr. Zhang, for 500 banquet tables. It would amount to over $1 million. If you require it, we will prepare everything immediately, but we need a deposit of 200,000 up front," he replied. Zhang Yi responded, "That's not a problem. Please send me your bank account details, and I will transfer the funds." With money in hand, matters could be handled more efficiently, and the manager readily agreed, adding Zhang Yi as a friend and sending him the bank account information. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi transferred the 200,000. Once the manager confirmed the deposit had been received, he promptly began instructing various departments. Hurry. We've landed a big order. Procurement. Expedite the supplies, and the kitchen should not take any other delivery orders for now. We must prepare the 500 banquet tables requested within a day." Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi couldn't help but lament. Although the money would become useless in a month, it was still essential for making purchases at present. In his possession were around 2 million, a sum inherited from his parents, along with his savings. Losing half of it was somewhat painful. Yet, he quickly reassured himself that it was a good thing. Many people clutched large sums of money that eventually turned into worthless paper. Not everyone had the opportunity to spend their money wisely. However, there were still many other expenses to consider. He needed to devise a way to acquire more funds. Zhang Yi's attention turned to his house. This residence was situated in the central area of Tianhai City, boasting an area of 120 square meters, built a decade ago. According to current market rates, each square meter was worth over 40,000. Thus, the house was valued at over 5 million. Aha, I can take out a mortgage. That would provide me with the capital I need. Zhang Yi chuckled to himself, relishing the thought of borrowing money that he wouldn't have to repay. He promptly left his home and drove to the bank to apply for a loan. On the way, he received a message from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi. I'm so bored this weekend. I wish I had someone to hang out with. Zhang Yi glanced at the message and tossed his phone aside. Upon arriving at the bank, he commenced the loan application process. Due to the substantial amount requested, his complete documentation, and the fact that the house was fully paid for, the loan was approved swiftly. However, the bank granted him only 4 million. Zhang Yi didn't haggle. It was free money after all, and he had no time to negotiate with the bank. After signing the documents, the funds were promptly deposited into his account. Now, after spending over 1 million on the banquet, he still had around 5 million left. That should suffice for renovating the house. However, he still needed to purchase a large quantity of pharmaceuticals and weapons, which might not be enough. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, contemplating how to secure more funds. At that moment, a young man with dyed hair, noticing Zhang Yi deep in thought, approached him with a gleam in his eye. Hey, buddy. Are you in need of cash? Zhang Yi looked up at the young man. Who are you? The young man's smile widened as he lowered his voice, asking, Are you in need of money? Is the bank refusing to lend to you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi realized the man was likely a loan shark. An idea sparked in his mind. He sighed and feigned a troubled expression, saying, Yes, my family's business urgently requires capital for turnover, but the bank. As he trailed off, deliberately displaying a perplexed demeanor, the young man seemed to understand instantly. Anyone capable of borrowing from a bank wouldn't turn to loan sharks. He said, Indeed, banks are quite strict these days. There are so many regulations, and the processing speed is slow. However, if you urgently need money, I can help you. Zhang Yi regarded the young man with caution. You? Can you really help? I need several million. The young man's eyes lit up at the mention of a significant deal. He pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our company specializes in rescuing people in financial distress. If you need money, you can count on us. Zhang Yi glanced at the card, which read Duo Loan Financial Services Company, Limited. The young man introduced himself as Hu Minghua, a business manager. This is negotiable. Our company is quite powerful and is dedicated to assisting those in need of funds. With a look of eager anticipation, Zhang Yi nodded and followed Hu Minghua to their office. The so-called company was situated in a remote office building. Upon entering, Hu Minghua led Zhang Yi to the office of their boss, the owner of the lending company, a burly man dressed in an expensive Benny Liu suit, appeared to be striving to create an image of a legitimate business, though a hint of menace lingered in his demeanor, a reflection of his years of struggle in the industry. Hu Minghua introduced Zhang Yi to the boss, who was named Chen Xiong. Upon seeing Zhang Yi, Chen Xiong greeted him with a smile and gestured for him to take a seat. Mr. Zhang, how much would you like to borrow? As expected from a loan shark company, the conversation was straightforward and blunt. Such companies, being inherently unregulated, had fewer restrictions and possessed various means to ensure repayment. Showing no concern about defaults, Zhang Yi replied, I wish to borrow 5 million. Chen Xiong's brow furrowed slightly. Oh, that's not a small sum. However, Mr. Zhang, I must inform you that our interest rates are quite high, so be prepared for that. Hu Minghua chimed in. Mr. Zhang's business urgently requires funds for turnover. Once the business stabilizes, repaying the loan will be swift, won't it? Their synchronized remarks did not escape Zhang Yi's notice. Feigning urgency, he said, Yes, I can repay quickly. If the interest is high, so be it, as long as you can lend me the money. Chapter 6. Constructing a premier safe house. A smile graced Chen Xiong's face. That's good. Our interest rate is 4. If you borrow 5 million, you must repay 7 million. Therefore, you must first issue me a promissory note for 7 million. Additionally, you must provide collateral of sufficient value, be it a house, factory, or car. Zhang Yi feigned hesitation for a moment before resolutely producing the property deed from his person. This is the deed I used to secure a loan at the bank, and it's conveniently with me. This property is valued at over 5 million. Surely it suffices as collateral. I also have a 300,000 Mercedes. Should I fail to repay, you may take that as well. After verifying the details of Zhang Yi's property, Chen Xiong felt a deeper satisfaction, for according to current market prices, that property could fetch at least 5 million. Adding a vehicle, this venture would undoubtedly yield profits. However, Chen Xiong still feigned dissatisfaction. Mr. Zhang, this property is worth at most 4 to 5 million. To extract 5 million from me, I would incur a loss. Zhang Yi, his expression one of shock and urgency, exclaimed, Boss Chen, you must help me. I urgently need the funds. If you can transfer the money today, I only require 5 million. Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua exchanged glances, amusement dancing in their eyes. Their business model thrived on exploiting desperation. The more urgently someone needed money, the more they would bleed them dry. Absolutely not. This deal isn't worth it, Chen Xiong replied. After some haggling, they finally settled on 4 million. However, Zhang Yi insisted that the money must be deposited into his account today. Despite their unscrupulous nature, the lending company was remarkably efficient, a rare advantage over traditional banks. Once the contract was signed, Zhang Yi's account swiftly reflected the 4 million cash. He chuckled inwardly, feeling somewhat self-deprecating. With a beaming smile, he exited with his funds. Once he departed, laughter erupted from Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua in the office. Haha. This transaction was astonishingly simple. That fool really walked away with 4 million. Chen Xiong boasted, we stand to make at least 2 to 3 million from this deal. Our performance this month is secure. Leaning against the desk, Hu Minghua remarked, Boss, with how readily he signed. Do you think there's something wrong with that property? Chen Xiong, holding the property deed, replied with a grin, the deed is authentic. There are no issues. As long as the house is his, he cannot escape. With the property deed and the 7 million debt in hand, we will surely find a way to acquire that house. Moreover, we have numerous methods to thoroughly drain Zhang Yi dry. Chen Xiong squinted, elegantly sipping his coffee. If necessary, we could reach out to several offshore institutions to see what valuable assets he might have to sell. We never engage in losing transactions. Zhang Yi joyfully departed the lending company, believing them to be benevolent benefactors, generously providing him with funds to spend. From this point onward, he and Chen Xiong, along with Hu Minghua, would have no further interactions. In fact, it was highly probable that they would all perish in the impending apocalyptic cold wave a month later. Zhang Yi now possessed approximately 9 million in capital, ample for executing his plans. After all, he could utilize a deposit-based payment method for any purchases he intended to make. Endowing his 9 million with the purchasing power of tens of millions, there was no need to acquire more money. Otherwise, Zhang Yi would not hesitate to exploit various online lending platforms further. Driving his vehicle, Zhang Yi arrived at the renowned Zhanlong Security Company in Tianhai City. Zhanlong is one of the largest security firms in Huaguo, specializing in providing security services for the wealthy elite and celebrities. Occasionally, even high-ranking officials would enlist their aid. Zhang Yi sought out Zhanlong because he had heard that they had constructed a billion-dollar safe house for the son of a wealthy tycoon in Jiangnan province in his previous life. It was said that this family, which had risen to wealth through real estate, continued to live extravagantly amidst the apocalypse, thanks in no small part to the safe house created by Zhanlong. Upon arriving at Zhanlong, Zhang Yi explained his purpose at the front desk, and shortly thereafter, a representative from the business department escorted him to a lounge. The female receptionist brought him freshly brewed coffee. Soon, a burly man with a buzz cut entered the room, dressed in a black suit that gave off an intimidating aura, as if it might burst at any moment. However, one could not deny that seeing such a figure instilled a sense of security in clients. Good day, sir. My name is Wu Huiren, the manager of the business department. How may we assist you? The man inquired, taking a seat beside Zhang Yi. After sipping his coffee, Zhang Yi replied, I require you to construct a safe house for me, one of the highest caliber, capable of withstanding an apocalypse. Wu Huiren's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing this request. While such words might sound absurd to others, they were no laughing matter for Zhanlong. The wealthiest and most powerful individuals are often the most fearful of death. Long ago, some affluent individuals abroad had spent hundreds of millions to create doomsday shelters. In recent years, many wealthy individuals worldwide began to emulate this practice. Some were genuinely fearful of large-scale natural disasters, while others simply sought to bolster their sense of security due to the numerous enemies they accumulated. Thus, Zhanlong's doomsday safe houses emerged to meet this market demand. Upon learning of Zhang Yi's intention to construct a doomsday-level safe house, Wu Huiren became exceptionally courteous. Such lucrative contracts were rare for them. Mr. Zhang, Zhanlong is a world-class security company. We will certainly meet your requirements. Zhang Yi then inquired, if I request you to entirely renovate a property on the 24th floor, would you be able to do so? Wu Huairan's expression turned curious. Typically, safe houses were standalone villas or underground shelters. Rarely did wealthy individuals opt for safe houses within apartments. However, if a client made a request, their company would certainly accommodate it. With a confident smile, Wu Huairan responded, that is certainly within our capabilities. Zhanlong is a top-tier security company. With our expertise, we can fulfill your request. Upon hearing Wu Huairan's assurance, Zhang Yi formulated a plan. He would transform his own house into a safe house. His choice to remain was driven by a desire to witness the downfall of those who had wronged him. Wu Huairan produced a tablet and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our services are entirely customizable. You can select the offerings you require, with corresponding pricing available. In this information age, communication has never been easier. Zhang Yi accepted the tablet and began meticulously sifting through the array of services. It was evident that a professional company like Zhanlong could accommodate nearly any request, provided the funds were sufficient, ranging from constructing safe houses underground to underwater. However, these projects are progressing too slowly for Zhang Yi, as he has only 1 month to accomplish them. Chapter 7. Acquiring equipment. After perusing the comprehensive introduction to the safe house, Zhang Yi promptly selected his desired services. The first item on his list was comprehensive reinforcement of the entire house, involving a complete overhaul of the building materials. The walls, ceilings, and floors would be replaced with 200 millimeters thick alloy, entirely supplanting the original structures. This aerospace-grade material is remarkably lightweight, weighing only 1/3 of steel. Yet its strength surpasses that of high-grade steel by tenfold. Utilizing this material to construct the safe house would allow it to seamlessly integrate into the building where Zhang Yi resided, without any concerns regarding structural overload. The windows would be outfitted with the finest bulletproof glass available in the world today. Furthermore, the ventilation system would be upgraded to include air filtration capabilities, rendering it impossible for any harmful gases to infiltrate from the outside. Lastly, a comprehensive monitoring system would be installed, ensuring meticulous surveillance of both the interior and exterior of the property, leaving no blind spots. The doors would be replaced with heavy-duty vault doors, constructed from materials comparable to those used in bank safes, making it exceedingly difficult to breach, even with explosives. In short, Zhang Yi's sole requirement was to transform his home into an impregnable fortress. After finalizing his selections, Zhang Yi handed the computer over to Wu Huairan. Upon reviewing the details, Wu Huairan's eyes widened in astonishment. A mere 120 square meter residence had been designed to resemble a fortified bastion, with the addition of weaponry. This is indeed a fortress, Wu Huairan murmured. Hearing this, a glint flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. Oh, so you have some knowledge of fortifications? Wu Huairan chuckled. I once worked as a mercenary abroad, so I am quite well versed in military armaments. An idea sparked in Zhang Yi's mind. He lowered his voice and asked Wu Huairan, do you have any means to procure firearms? These words rendered Wu Huairan's expression grave. In Hua, the possession of firearms by private individuals is strictly prohibited. Mr. Zhang, you must understand that, in principle, such items are not permitted for personal ownership, he replied quietly. Have you encountered some formidable adversaries that instill such fear in you? Zhang Yi seized the moment. Indeed, I have offended some dangerous individuals who are quite ruthless and armed. I was contemplating whether I could obtain some firearms for self-defense. Otherwise, I would be left hiding in my home, a rather untenable situation. Wu Huairan chuckled lightly. Mr. Zhang, I fear I cannot assist you with such matters. We are a legitimate company. However, from the look in Wu Huairan's eyes, Zhang Yi discerned that he was not incapable of procuring firearms. Rather, he was reluctant to wade into murky waters. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and addressed Wu Huairan. The safe house project will cost over 8 million. If I encounter further issues, it would not bode well for your company. He fixed his gaze on Wu Huairan, articulating each word deliberately. I merely seek a means of self-defense. If you can assist me in this endeavor, I assure you, I will not treat you unfairly. Wu Huairan remained silent, furrowing his brow as he weighed the situation. He certainly had connections, yet he was wary of Zhang Yi's background and did not wish to make hasty introductions. Wu Huairan appeared indecisive, but Zhang Yi did not press too hard. Firearms require careful handling. Very well, I shall await your news. By the way, I am in urgent need of this safe house. Please expedite the process, Zhang Yi urged. Wu Huairan replied, we can have it ready within a maximum of half a month. After their discussion, Zhang Yi signed the contract and paid a deposit of 1 million yuan. As for the remaining balance, he chuckled inwardly. believing he would never have the opportunity to settle it. After departing from the Zhanglong security company, Zhang Yi's accommodation issues were essentially resolved. Liu Yang operated a hunting ground in Tianhai City, having leased several hundred acres of land stocked with various harmless small animals for recreational hunting. He possessed many legally acquired bows, crossbows, and air guns. Zhang Yi had visited previously and had Liu Yang's contact information. He called to request a substantial order, offering to pay a premium. Liu Yang, being a businessman and knowing Zhang Yi could also assist him on occasion, readily agreed. Brother Zhang, what do you intend to do with so many weapons? They are only suitable for hunting or personal use. You cannot use them to harm others. Liu Yang inquired with a smile, yet his tone bore a hint of caution. After all, the items were being sold from his hands, and should Zhang Yi misuse them, Liu Yang could find himself in trouble. Naturally, someone who could operate a hunting ground in Tianhai City possessed a certain background. Yet he had no intention of risking his own status for the sake of an ordinary friend. Zhang Yi laughed heartily, fabricating a casual excuse. You're overthinking. I'm planning a hunting trip to an African wildlife park with a few friends, so I need some extra gear. Liu Yang exclaimed in admiration. Oh, brother Zhang, you certainly know how to have fun. But be cautious. Africa has its fair share of lions and hyenas. Indeed. So, when can you have the items ready for me? Zhang Yi pressed, knowing that time was of the essence and he could not afford any delays. He ordered 5 precision steel crossbows, 3 high-end compound bows, and 300 arrows and bolts each. Additionally, he acquired 2 finely crafted hunting knives, forged from Damascus steel, renowned for their durability and sharpness. It would take significant effort to damage them unless subjected to prolonged abuse against hard surfaces. Such tools would serve perfectly for self-defense. All these items filled the trunk to the brim. Gazing at the impressive array of equipment, Zhang Yi felt a profound sense of security wash over him. As these were procured through legitimate channels, and having previously obtained a hunting license for leisure, he was not concerned about police inquiries. Zhang Yi then ventured out to indulge in a delightful hot pot meal at Haidaleo. Realizing he would have to prepare his own meals in the future, he decided to place an order for hot pot-based seasoning. The staff at Haidaleo were taken aback, fearing Zhang Yi might be an adversarial businessman attempting to disrupt their operations. Fortunately, the staff's excellent service prevented any immediate confrontation. Eventually, the restaurant manager approached, inquiring about Zhang Yi's intentions, and subsequently accepted the order under the condition of cash payment to mitigate any risks of sabotage from a rival. Zhang Yi readily complied, paying over 1 million yuan on the spot. His generous expenditure left the manager beaming, even offering an additional 500 servings as a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 8. Gradual arrival of supplies. As for the food supplies, everything can be directly retrieved from the Walmart warehouse when the time comes. The only exception is the hot pot base, which is not something that can be sold. Even the packaged hot pot ingredients available in the market are vastly inferior compared to those served in restaurants. Otherwise, there would be no customers eager to dine on hot pot in the establishments. Mr. Zhang, we have prepared the 500 banquet tables you ordered. Are you available to receive them now? Yes, please deliver them. This abundance of banquet tables will suffice for 2 to 3 years of dining. With 8 or 9 million still at hand, he spends money without a hint of remorse. Rather, he is eager to expend it all. Consequently, he placed orders with several prominent restaurants in Tianhai City, requesting each to send him 100 tables. The 8 major cuisines, including Western cuisine, amounted to several thousand tables ordered. This effectively secured his meals for half a lifetime. Shortly thereafter, the catering vehicles from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel arrived at the entrance of the Yuelu community. A grand procession of 20 to 30 vehicles blocked the road, leaving the neighbors and the community astounded. Uncle Yu, the security guard, hurried over to inquire about the purpose of their visit. The hotel manager explained the situation, but Uncle Yu insisted that only residents could be allowed entry, considering the scale of the operation and the uncertainty of what was inside the vehicles. He could not permit them to pass lightly for the safety of the community. The hotel manager had no choice but to call Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi descended and arrived at the community entrance, where a crowd had gathered, including neighbors from the apartment building and the onlookers Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainin. Zhang Yi approached Uncle Yu with a smile, saying, Uncle Yu, these are the catering deliveries for me. Please let them in. Uncle Yu was taken aback. Catering? What could you possibly be ordering that requires so many vehicles? The surrounding neighbors were equally astonished upon learning it was catering. Goodness, there must be at least a few hundred tables. Where will he put them? Could it be that Zhang Yi is hosting a banquet? Perhaps he is getting married? But a few hundred tables is quite daunting. Make no mistake, that is Hong Fu Tianxia, a 5-star hotel. Ordering several hundred tables there must cost at least 100,000. My goodness, a single banquet could run into hundreds of thousands. Zhang Yi truly is a person of hidden wealth. The neighbors buzzed with speculation. Their gazes towards Zhang Yi now laced with admiration and awe. Fang Yuqing, witnessing this scene, pressed her lips together, solidifying her determination to win Zhang Yi over. She approached him with a smile, asking, Zhang Yi, what has been keeping your family busy lately? You've purchased so much. Zhang Yi ignored her and instead offered a cigarette to Uncle Yu. Upon seeing the resident had arrived, Uncle Yu opened the barrier, allowing the hotel's fleet to enter the community. Zhang Yi led the way for them. Although he chose not to engage with Fang Yuqing, she seemed unfazed. Walking alongside him, chattering away. Is there something in your family you can't share with me? Aren't we good friends? I hope to know more about you. Don't treat me as an outsider. Zhang Yi cast her a deep glance and replied with a cold smile, all of this is for my boss. The last time we dined at the Western restaurant, it was his treat. With a sigh, he added, oh, if only I were that wealthy. Fang Yuqing's expression shifted immediately. You're not joking, are you? Zhang Yi shrugged. Why would I deceive you? We've known each other for years. You're aware of my situation. My parents have passed away, and I merely manage a warehouse. I have no money. His explanation left Fang Yuqing's countenance fluctuating between disbelief and realization. She had indeed suspected he might be a rich second generation, as one would presume a family engaged in substantial business. However, Zhang Yi's admission of not being affluent clarified her doubts. She subtly distanced herself from Zhang Yi, smoothing her hair, and with a polite smile said, regardless of whether you are wealthy or not, we are still best friends, aren't we? I am not a materialistic woman. The emphasis she placed on the word friends was unmistakable. Those who play the green tea role never go to extremes, for they still need backup and admirers to serve them. Zhang Yi smirked and chose not to respond further. Meanwhile, the staff from Hong Fu Tianxia began transporting the exquisite meals to the location Zhang Yi had specified. Zhang Yi, well liked in his community, borrowed a small storage area in the underground garage for the food. Although the quantity of 500 tables was substantial, once packed in meal boxes, it did not appear overly extravagant. The food Zhang Yi ordered consisted of the finest delicacies: abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, Australian lobster, truffles, caviar, everything imaginable. The transportation of the grand feast into the storage area took a while, but Zhang Yi instructed them to continue moving the items in. Once the workers departed, he discreetly stored all the food within his spatial realm. While others may have found his behavior peculiar in a busy world, few had the time to concern themselves with the affairs of an unrelated individual. Thus, whether from neighbors or hotel staff, any murmurs were merely casual remarks, with no one truly invested in the matter. Before long, all 500 tables of food were safely tucked away in Zhang Yi's spatial realm. Later that evening, Zhang Yi received a call from Wu Huiran, the manager of Zhanlong Company. Wu informed Zhang Yi that they were ready to proceed with the construction of his safe house and inquired when he would be available to commence the work. Zhang Yi promptly replied that they could come by tomorrow. He planned to temporarily relocate to the hotel. After discussing the safe house, Zhang Yi awaited further communication from Wu Huiran. He had another significant matter to discuss with him: the procurement of the equality device. After a moment's hesitation, Wu lowered his voice and said, if you truly require this, I can recommend a contact. However, it might be somewhat expensive. Zhang Yi nodded, fully aware of this aspect. However, money was no longer a concern for him. As long as the quality was assured, it was not an issue. Wu Huiran replied with ease, very well. I will facilitate a recommendation for you. I will inform you of the transaction location in 3 days. Chapter 9. The super warehouse having secured a means to procure firearms. Zhang Yi felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. In this apocalyptic era, possessing such a tool provided immense confidence, whether facing human adversaries or otherworldly threats. The following day, Zhang Yi meticulously organized essential items into his personal storage space. As he prepared to convert his home into a secure refuge, he opted for temporary accommodation at a hotel. Early in the morning, 3 black vans entered the Yulu community. A contingent of workers clad in uniforms from the Battle Dragon Company disembarked and began measuring the dimensions of Zhang Yi's residence. Many curious neighbors observed this unusual scene, wondering what had come over Zhang Yi lately. Had he perhaps taken some strange medication? Just the other day, one colleague chuckled, recalling how he had seen Zhang Yi purchasing 3 carts full of groceries. It almost seems as if he believes the apocalypse is nigh, hoarding all that food. What a waste if it expires. They laughed, speculating about his mental state. Even Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning regarded Zhang Yi with skepticism, pondering whether he had lost his wits. Lin Canning suddenly exclaimed, "Now it all makes sense. No wonder he dined at that Michelin 3-star restaurant the other day. He must have gone mad." Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy. What on earth is Zhang Yi up to? She wondered. Lin Canning voiced her concern. "He promised to treat us to a grand feast. Surely he hasn't forgotten?" She had been eagerly anticipating a meal at the Michelin establishment. Fang Yuqing scoffed. "Let us not kid ourselves. Given his recent erratic behavior, even if he invites me, I wouldn't go. Imagine the embarrassment if anyone were to see us dining with him." She had aspirations of securing a wealthy partner and could not afford to tarnish her reputation. Upon hearing this, Lin Canning felt a pang of disappointment but ultimately acquiesced, resigning herself to the situation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi remained unfazed by the gossip of his neighbors. In a month's time, they would come to realize who the true fool was. He departed his home and drove to the Walmart warehouse. It was Monday, a workday, and he intended to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the premises in preparation for his plans. The Walmart warehouse was situated in the economic development zone on the outskirts of Tianhai City. Due to the relatively low land prices, it hosted numerous warehouses belonging to large corporations, including pharmaceutical companies. Upon arriving, Zhang Yi clocked in for work as the warehouse supervisor. He was intimately familiar with every inch of the facility, from the layout of the shelves to the intricate details of stock. Typically, he found the monotony of this place tedious. However, today, the sight of the colossal warehouses brimming with goods worth billions ignited an exhilarating thrill within him. Soon, these resources would become vital to his survival in the impending apocalypse. As the central warehouse for Walmart in South China, its inventory was beyond anyone's wildest imagination. With tens of thousands of bottles of soda alone, the warehouse spanned over 1 million square feet, overflowing with a wide array of essentials, from food and clothing to hardware and tools. There were even vehicles, drones, diesel generators, and barrels of gasoline. In essence, anything permissible for sale in a supermarket could be found here. Having worked at Walmart for years, Zhang Yi was acutely aware of the contents of each shelf, as well as the scheduling and the locations of the surveillance cameras. Despite the stringent security measures, his knowledge of the vulnerabilities allowed him to incapacitate the entire monitoring system within 10 minutes. He could then utilize his spatial capabilities to seize all the goods within. However, Zhang Yi was in no rush to act. Time was on his side, and he wished to avoid alarming anyone. After surveying the warehouse, he made his way to the neighboring ruining pharmaceutical company warehouse. Familiar with the staff due to their shared workplace, Zhang Yi sought out a manager named Zhou Hairan. In large corporations, it was not uncommon for individuals to exploit their positions for personal gain. Zhou Hairan, whose brother-in-law was the vice president of Ruining Group, had a history of pilfering medications to sell. After a casual conversation, Zhang Yi hinted at his objective, hoping to acquire a few boxes of critical medicines. Initially cautious, Zhou Hairan's demeanor shifted upon hearing Zhang Yi's offer to pay double the market price for the drugs. Unable to resist, they ultimately struck a deal for 5 large boxes of medicine at 3 million. For an average person, that amount would suffice for a lifetime. With the acquisition of the medicines, Zhang Yi was nearly prepared for the forthcoming catastrophe. With less than a month until the predicted downfall, he felt little inclination to continue working. His amiable nature and good rapport with the manager facilitated an easy approval for his leave, despite its rather unusual timing. He awaited the arrival of his purchased supplies and the completion of his safe haven. As he exited the manager's office, he spotted Fang Yuqing at the coffee machine, her posture suggestive as she poured herself a drink. It was hard to deny that she possessed an allure that drew attention, her movements attracting the admiration of several young men nearby. One such man, Zhou Peng, beamed as he invited Fang Yuqing to a concert by Jay Chou. Flaunting the tickets in his hand, Zhang Yi recognized Zhou Peng, as they lived in the same community, and he was acutely aware of his unwavering infatuation with Fang Yuqing. In his previous life, Zhou Peng had played a role in Zhang Yi's downfall. Chapter 10. Confronting the obsequious Zhou Peng was lavishing attention on Fang Yuqing beside him. Yet it was evident that she held no interest in a man of his ilk. In terms of financial standing, Zhou Peng was significantly inferior to Zhang Yi, even lacking home ownership, residing instead in a rental. Nevertheless, Fang Yuqing maintained her cheerful demeanor as she replied, "Thank you, Zhou Peng. However, I happen to have plans with friends that night." What a pity. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Zhou Peng's face. He had spent an entire month's salary on those 2 concert tickets, hoping to seize the opportunity to confess his feelings to Fang Yuqing, only to see his hopes dashed. Zhang Yi, observing this scene, could not help but smirk with a hint of mockery. He was well aware that Zhou Ping, the sycophant, would ultimately reap no rewards from his efforts. However, amidst his dismay, Zhou Ping's gaze fell upon Zhang Yi, whose face was adorned with a smile, and his frustration flared. To divert his embarrassment, he approached Zhang Yi, exclaiming, "Zhang Yi, your actions are quite unbecoming. A grown man, relying on a woman to help you move? Aren't you ashamed? Yuqing has been complaining about her back pain today. I hope you refrain from troubling her in the future." Zhang Yi cast a sidelong glance at Fang Yuqing. Realizing that she had spread the word about the incident, Fang Yuqing feigned innocence, saying, "It's nothing, really. His health isn't in jeopardy. He just can't handle heavy lifting and seems to have strained his back." As she spoke, she pinched her waist and grimaced in mock pain. In an effort to showcase his masculinity before Fang Yuqing, Zhou Ping boldly pointed at Zhang Yi, declaring, "You should give Yuqing 500 yuan for her medical expenses right away." To his surprise, Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he shot back, "She offered to help me. I did not solicit her assistance. And who do you think you are? Barking orders at me? Do you genuinely believe you hold any authority here?" Zhang Yi's vehement rebuke left both Zhou Ping and Fang Yuqing momentarily stunned. Zhou Ping, a mere clerk in the warehouse, possessed neither power nor influence. His audacity to reprimand Zhang Yi stemmed from the latter's generally amiable nature, which typically shunned conflict. However, witnessing Zhang Yi's genuine anger, Zhou Ping felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. "Why are you yelling?" he stammered. "I was merely discussing it with you." Zhang Yi scoffed and turned away, uninterested in further dialogue. To him, everyone else appeared as mere shadows in a month. He anticipated that 99 of those around him would fall victim to the impending apocalypse. Why waste words on the living dead? After Zhang Yi departed, Zhou Ping sidled up to Fang Yuqing, whispering, "Yuqing, I told you Zhang Yi is not a good person. You should keep your distance from him." Fang Yuqing frowned, puzzled. In recent days, Zhang Yi seemed to have undergone a transformation, no longer greeting her warmly or seeking her out for evening conversations. Something was amiss. Later, Zhang Yi concluded his workday and drove to a 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, specifically the Hongfu Tianxia, where he had made a reservation. Upon learning of his arrival, the hotel manager greeted him with a broad smile and promptly arranged for his accommodations. The cost for a night in such opulence exceeded 1,000 yuan. Yet Zhang Yi felt no remorse. With several million yuan at his disposal, he would only consider it wasteful if he failed to spend it. That evening, unexpectedly, Fang Yuqing reached out to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, I passed by your place today and saw that renovations were underway." Zhang Yi smirked, replying, "Yes, indeed." Fang Yuqing continued, "You seem rather peculiar lately, stockpiling goods and renovating your house. Is something about to happen?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, despite her cunning. Fang Yuqing was not lacking in intelligence. It seemed his recent odd behaviors had caught her attention. Nevertheless, he dismissed her concerns. The opinions of others held no significance for him now. "It's nothing." On the other end of the line, Fang Yuqing felt a pang of discomfort at Zhang Yi's indifferent tone. Over the past 2 years, he had treated her with great kindness, always checking in on her and finding various excuses to chat every night. However, his demeanor had changed dramatically, leaving her feeling unsettled. While she could feign disinterest in Zhang Yi, she could not bear the thought of him losing interest in her. To her, it symbolized the escape of a prized fish from her pond. Although Zhang Yi was not a wealthy heir, he was a respectable member of the middle class, and she still saw potential for a future with him. Fang Yuqing picked up her phone once more, sending another message. "It feels like our communication has dwindled recently, leaving me feeling somewhat lonely." Biting her lip, she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Nearby, her roommate Lin Caning, overhearing Fang Yuqing's lament, approached with a playful smile. "Zhang Yi has been acting strangely lately. Who knows why he is stockpiling food and drinks and booking so many banquets at hotels? It seems as though he anticipates a shortage of supplies." Fang Yuqing's brow furrowed slightly at this remark. "Ningning, do you think something might actually happen? Could Zhang Yi have received some sort of warning, prompting him to stockpile?" Lin Caning paused, then burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. "Yuqing, are you out of your mind? If something were truly imminent, the authorities would surely notify us. We should simply go about our lives. If we end up hoarding supplies, others will think we are fools." Fang Yuqing, hearing this, chuckled self-deprecatingly. "You have a point." Zhang Yi spent several days in his luxurious hotel suite, neglecting to venture out. During this time, he focused on acquiring banquet supplies from various hotels, while also practicing the use of a compound bow and crossbow in his room. Fortunately, he had a solid foundation in hunting, achieving remarkable accuracy within a 15-meter range. with the aid of professional-grade equipment. Even an ordinary individual could shoot arrows that rivaled those of ancient archers. Not only could he defend against humans, but he could also inflict significant damage upon wild boars, wolves, and large dogs. Chapter 11. The completion of the safe house 3 days later, under Wu Huairan's guidance. Zhang Yi successfully acquired 2 firearms and 100 rounds of ammunition. Although the price was somewhat steep, Zhang Yi felt no disdain whatsoever. With these weighty possessions in hand, he felt a renewed sense of security amidst the apocalypse. He also concluded a transaction with Zhou Huairan, obtaining 5 boxes of premium imported pharmaceuticals. A week passed, and Wu Huairan called Zhang Yi to inform him that the safe house had been constructed according to his specifications. Wu Huairan personally accompanied Zhang Yi to inspect the premises. Upon entering his home, Zhang Yi could not help but be taken aback. The Zhanlong Company truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier security firm in the country. Their speed and quality of construction were beyond reproach. The entire house had been reinforced with 200 millimeters thick alloy plates, and from the outside, it appeared unchanged. Wu Huairan patiently explained every detail to Zhang Yi. The ventilation system was military-grade, capable of filtering any harmful gases, thus preventing potential gas attacks from the outside. Furthermore, the entire heating system had been redone using specialized materials from the Arctic Scientific Research Institute. In addition to the fireplace constructed per Zhang Yi's request, it could also insulate against 99.5 of thermal loss. At this point, Wu Huairan flashed Zhang Yi a mysterious smile. To ensure Zhang Yi's safety, a comprehensive surveillance system had been installed throughout the building, featuring 300 cameras that allowed him to monitor every floor. Zhang Yi, overwhelmed by this information, found himself at a loss for words, only able to marvel at the privileges wealth could afford, enabling access to services beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. He stepped onto the balcony, which had been transformed into a vast floor-to-ceiling window. Wu Huairan explained that the window was constructed from bulletproof and blast-resistant materials, even sturdier than the 200 millimeters alloy plates. Moreover, it facilitated natural lighting and necessary external observation. Zhang Yi was exceedingly satisfied with the safe house. Unless faced with an army wielding heavy weaponry, no one could forcibly invade his home. Even if the entire building were to collapse, it was unlikely that his room would sustain any damage. "I am very pleased with the safe house you have constructed," Zhang Yi said with a smile to Wu Huairan. Wu Huairan beamed back, producing documents for Zhang Yi to sign, and stated, "If there are no issues, please settle the remaining payment within 3 months." Zhang Yi nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. However, he had no intention of actually paying the final balance. The thought of having secured a safe house valued at nearly 10 million for merely a 1 million deposit was exhilarating. Reclining on the sofa, Zhang Yi surveyed his nearly perfect safe house. However, after some contemplation, he realized he had overlooked a crucial element, the source of life itself, water. He slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget something so vital?" After the onset of the Ice Age apocalypse, although he could procure water by chiseling through ice, the outside temperatures would likely plummet to -60 or 70 degrees, and venturing out would entail significant risk. Zhang Yi could not allow such a grave oversight to exist in his sanctuary. After giving it some thought, he placed an order through a delivery platform for 100 large water storage barrels, each capable of holding 500 cubic meters of water, ample supply for several years. The delivery service proved efficient, and within a few hours, the courier arrived at his door. Zhang Yi approached the community entrance and asked Uncle Yu, the security guard, to grant the courier access. Upon witnessing Zhang Yi's purchase of such peculiar items, the surrounding neighbors began to chatter amongst themselves. Is Zhang Yi a bit off his rocker? One wondered. Every day he buys the strangest things. Just the other day, I saw a bunch of people carrying steel plates at least 10 centimeters thick from his house. Haha, maybe he has lost his mind trying to create a safe house like in the movies. Another chimed in. I've seen videos of wealthy people abroad doing similar things. Isn't he just being overly paranoid? Now he's buying a mountain of water barrels. Does he think Tianhai City will run out of water? Haha. Faced with the neighbor's derisive remarks, Zhang Yi could not be bothered to engage in debate. He merely chuckled inwardly, knowing that when the Ice Age apocalypse arrived, they would come to realize how foolish they had been. He had no interest in explaining himself to these individuals, as they would only view him as a fool. Disregarding his sound advice, they might even twist his words and accuse him of spreading rumors, ultimately leading to his arrest. Uncle Yu, the security guard, was engaged in conversation with Old Man Tang, but upon noticing Zhang Yi, he walked over with genuine concern, asking, "Young Zhang, What are you planning to do with all those water barrels? If you need assistance, feel free to ask. I'll lend you a hand. Zhang Yi regarded the well-meaning Uncle Yu with a sense of gratitude. A retired soldier with no children. Uncle Yu had diligently served as a security guard in the community for over a decade. In his past life, he had selflessly donated his last food supplies to save a starving mother and daughter, ultimately leading to his own demise from hunger. He was one of the rare beacons of humanity Zhang Yi encountered in the apocalypse. Thus, Zhang Yi replied to Uncle Yu, this year's temperatures are quite anomalous. I have insider information that this winter will be particularly harsh. To be on the safe side, you should stock up on food and water as well, lest prices soar later. Uncle Yu, who shared a cordial relationship with Zhang Yi, recognized him as a kind-hearted young man. Given that older individuals often possess a heightened sense of concern, Uncle Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing Zhang Yi's warning. Is that true? Is the information reliable? Zhang Yi nodded affirmatively. Look, I've prepared so much already. You might want to stock up on instant noodles and bottled water. There's no harm in having extra. Uncle Yu nodded in agreement. Living alone, he typically kept some instant noodles and sausages on hand for convenience. Since Zhang Yi had brought it to his attention, he resolved to purchase more whenever he could. Better to be safe than sorry, especially since those items could be stored without issue. However, Old Man Tang, overhearing the conversation, approached Zhang Yi and cautioned, Young Zhang, you must be careful not to spread such talk. Our society is peaceful and stable. How could there be a shortage of supplies? Speaking like this could lead to you being reported for spreading rumors, and you might end up in some serious trouble. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes but chose not to engage further. He had already shared his concerns. Whether they chose to believe him was entirely up to them. Chapter 12. Emptying a warehouse worth billions, Zhang Yi instructed the delivery man to transport 100 colossal water barrels to the warehouse. Upon returning home, he commenced opening every faucet, filling the barrels with water. At this pace, he anticipated that all 100 barrels would be filled within a week. Days passed, and Zhang Yi remained industrious, dining daily at the finest restaurants, procuring copious meals from premium establishments to store in his alternate space. In addition, he visited the shooting range in Tian'ai City every day to practice archery and firearms, diligently honing his skills. While transforming himself into a martial arts expert within a month seemed unrealistic, possessing a crossbow and firearms, along with a fully fortified metal safe house, would render him unafraid of any impending peril. Naturally, such actions did not go unnoticed, yet those around him regarded Zhang Yi as a source of amusement, believing he had lost his sanity and mocking him in private. Even Fang Yuqing deliberately distanced herself from him, unwilling to engage in conversation. Time continued to elapse, and soon over 20 days had passed, with the apocalypse looming ominously. Zhang Yi had amassed a vast array of supplies, including food, weaponry, and heating equipment. However, this accumulation did not provide him with sufficient security. He resolved to seize the massive Walmart warehouse. Obtaining its immense resources would ensure a lifetime of provisions. He refrained from waiting until the last day. Recalling a detail from his previous life, he had vaguely learned that the higher-ups had received advance notice of the impending gamma radiation. Thus, they had already begun discreetly relocating substantial quantities of essential goods before the general populace noticed. Zhang Yi dared not gamble. He had to act preemptively. Furthermore, considering this logic, even if Walmart's supplies vanished, the anxious elite would lack the capacity to investigate thoroughly, affording Zhang Yi a suitable buffer period. While the Walmart warehouse was staffed around the clock, the nighttime crew consisted of only 10 personnel. Zhang Yi decided upon a straightforward yet audacious method. He would introduce sleeping pills into their tea. With only 3 days remaining before the apocalypse, he was unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered. As these individuals were familiar to him, Zhang Yi executed his plan with ease. Once the sedatives took effect and the staff fell into a deep slumber, he proceeded to the surveillance room and disabled all cameras in the warehouse. He was intimately acquainted with the layout, envisioning every corner even with his eyes closed. Coupled with countless rehearsals in his mind, his execution was remarkably efficient. After completing these preparations, he donned oversized shoes and gloves, swiftly making his way to the warehouse. Gazing upon the vast structure before him, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and commenced collecting supplies. With a mere thought, any shelf his right eye scanned would materialize in his alternate space. He first approached the beverage section, where countless tons of bottled water, drinks, and alcohol, including numerous fine wines and spirits, were stored. Without discrimination, he filled his warehouse with every item. In no time, thousands of cubic meters of beverages vanished completely. Next, he turned to the fuel section. which housed an abundance of smokeless coal and barrels of gasoline and alcohol, household supplies meant for storage or outdoor excursions. The quantity of smokeless coal alone exceeded 10,000 boxes. Not to mention the solid alcohol and gasoline. Zhang Yi realized he could use these resources for centuries without exhausting them. Without a second thought, he hoarded all these supplies, employing his extensive knowledge of warehousing to allocate designated areas within his alternate space for easier access. The third step led him to the food section, where the quantity was even more staggering, amounting to tens of thousands of tons. Several warehouses were crammed full, resembling small mountains. Canned goods, prepackaged roasted chickens and ducks, puffed snacks, instant meals, and gourmet treats, enough to last him a lifetime. Zhang Yi marveled at the bounty, taking whatever was available without hesitation. After securing the food, he approached the sports equipment section. Essential for his safe house, exercise equipment was crucial for maintaining health and, when necessary, preserving life. Despite the limited space in his safe house, he felt no qualms about taking everything available since his alternate space was limitless. Among the items were particularly effective tools, such as baseball bats and fencing swords, excellent as weapons. During his collection, Zhang Yi stumbled upon specialized gear, including skiing and mountaineering equipment, featuring professional winter clothing capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -100 degrees. These were the latest technological advancements of 2050. His eyes gleamed with excitement. These would be the pinnacle of cold weather gear once the icy apocalypse arrived. Without hesitation, he gathered dozens of top-tier winter outfits and sleeping bags from the warehouse. 2 hours later, Zhang Yi had entirely emptied the sprawling Walmart warehouse, which covered over 1 million square meters. After surveying the vast emptiness, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Now, even in the face of a frigid ice age, he was confident he could survive comfortably. He then sipped some of the sedative-laced tea and succumbed to a deep slumber at his desk. Uncertain how much time had passed, he was abruptly awakened by urgent shaking. Supervisor! Supervisor! Something terrible has happened. Wake up! Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes, gazing in confusion at his colleagues. What is going on? A warehouse employee trembled as he pointed towards the storage area. It's unbelievable. Our warehouse has been completely emptied. What? Zhang Yi exclaimed in astonishment, rising from his seat and feigning surprise as he entered the warehouse, where he was met with an utterly barren sight. Deep down, he knew precisely what had transpired. Yet he feigned weakness, stammering, "What on earth happened? Where have all the supplies gone?" The surrounding employees appeared equally tense. Indeed, the value of the supplies here must be in the billions. Even with large trucks, it would take days to transport it all. How could it vanish in the blink of an eye? They chose to remain silent about their recent slumber, as it was common for night shift workers to steal a brief nap. We cannot resolve this bizarre situation. It's best to notify the higher-ups. Though anxious, the staff felt little fear. Given the magnitude of the incident, they bore little responsibility. After all, the entire warehouse's worth of supplies had vanished in a mere 2 hours, clearly beyond their capabilities. Earning only a few thousand in monthly wages, they had no reason to jeopardize their jobs for the company. Thus, with Zhang Yi's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement, leaving the mess for the higher authorities to address. Immediately, Zhang Yi telephoned the warehouse manager to apprise him of the situation. Upon hearing the news, the manager was utterly dumbfounded, even suspecting that Zhang Yi was jesting with him. Chapter 13. The onset of the Ice Age. Zhang Yi emptied the entire warehouse of Walmart's South China division. Goods worth hundreds of billions vanished into his alternate space. He feigned ignorance and promptly reported the incident to Walmart's upper management. Soon, the news spread throughout the higher echelons of Walmart's South China region. A throng of executives, utterly astonished, rushed to the scene and called the police. Tom Watson, the general manager of the South China warehouse, was left pale as snow upon seeing the desolate warehouse. "Oh my God, how am I supposed to explain this to headquarters?" It was said that this was a directive from the upper echelons of the rice country, with ships dispatched to arrive at Tianhai port imminently. Everything was in shambles. On the other hand, Zhang Yi remained unfazed about the exposure of his actions. After all, the disappearance of an entire warehouse's worth of goods in merely 2 hours was inconceivable. Even if the police launched a full investigation, they would struggle to uncover the truth in such a short time. Moreover, since Walmart was a foreign enterprise and not a state-owned enterprise, the intensity of the investigation would naturally be less rigorous. Nevertheless, he still pretended to be anxious and fearful, cooperating with the police inquiry. The police, too, harbored doubts about the situation. They reviewed the surveillance footage from inside and outside the warehouse. Although the internal cameras had been disabled, it was implausible to steal millions of cubic meters of goods without leaving any trace. However, upon examining the footage around the warehouse, they found no evidence of any vehicles passing by. This meant that the goods worth hundreds of billions had either vanished into thin air or that Walmart was engaging in a scheme of self-theft. Logically, the latter seemed far more plausible. Unless supernatural phenomena occurred, it was impossible to explain how such a vast quantity of goods could disappear in 2 hours. As for Zhang Yi and the other ordinary employees, they did raise some suspicion. However, the illogical nature of the goods' disappearance meant that even if internal staff were implicated, it was not the primary issue, given that Walmart was a foreign entity without any official ties to Wagwa. The investigation proceeded at a sluggish pace due to the enormity of the case. Fearing international repercussions, the police played a game of bureaucratic ping-pong regarding the investigation. To ascertain the truth, it would be difficult to resolve the matter in less than 3 days, and likely even 3 months would not suffice. Zhang Yi was ordered not to leave Tianhai City for the time being and was required to cooperate with both the police and Walmart's internal investigation. Today was December 10th, just 2 days before the Ice Age would commence. In the days to come, he only needed to remain at home, avoiding the outside world, and he would be set to enjoy a victorious future, contemplating the hundreds of billions worth of essential supplies in his alternate space. Zhang Yi felt a profound sense of security. He slumbered until evening, only to awaken to news broadcasts detailing the theft at Walmart's South China warehouse. The sheer volume of goods stolen and the bizarre nature of the incident garnered widespread media attention across the nation. Such a vast warehouse could not have been emptied in mere hours without internal collusion. It was highly likely that Walmart's upper management orchestrated the theft to claim insurance. After all, millions of cubic meters of goods could not be transported in a single night, even with large trucks. Zhang Yi smirked, knowing that the truth would remain undiscovered until the apocalypse arrived. For the next 2 days, he stayed within the confines of his home, acutely aware that time was running out for the world. For safety's sake, he refrained from leaving his room. During this period, police and investigators from Walmart headquarters summoned him for questioning, although they suspected something was amiss with Zhang Yi's behavior that night. The short duration of the investigation and lack of concrete evidence meant they could not detain him. During this time, a few acquaintances contacted Zhang Yi, inquiring about the inside story, but he deftly deflected their questions. Ultimately, December 12th arrived. Gamma rays passed through the blue planet at 2 in the morning, their fleeting presence bringing catastrophic consequences to the world. Zhang Yi had sealed off his room hours in advance, and the fireplace was already ablaze. He knew that soon, as energy sources dwindled, air conditioning and heating systems would fail completely. At 2 o'clock, he sat on the sofa by the grand window, holding a bottle of beer, his gaze fixed on the outside world. Suddenly, a glimmer of white light appeared on the horizon, though it was the dead of night. The earth was illuminated as if it were dusk. Yet this brightness lasted only a fleeting 2 seconds before fading into darkness. Most people had already succumbed to sleep, unaware of this momentary transformation. However, Zhang Yi, understanding its significance, felt a chill run down his spine. He gulped down his beer, the refreshing taste of Budweiser offering a semblance of calm. Zhang Yi tossed a few more premium logs into the fireplace. Within minutes, snowflakes began to fall thickly from the sky. Initially, they were the size of fingernails, but in less than 2 minutes, they transformed into a heavy snowfall. The wind outside began to howl, and the snow intensified, becoming terrifyingly dense. The entire city was suddenly engulfed in a blanket of snow. This was the power of nature. When it decided to change, it gave no warning. Zhang Yi's heart began to race. Although his meticulously crafted safe house was flawless, his previous experience with an ice apocalypse made him anxious. He questioned whether the 8 million shelter could withstand the forthcoming extreme cold. However, as the flames roared in the fireplace, the indoor temperature rose to a comfortable warmth, almost uncomfortably hot. Zhang Yi glanced at the thermometer. It read 32.6 degrees. Outside, the relentless snow had completely buried the city. He felt a measure of relief and reduced the amount of charcoal, as the high temperature indoors was becoming uncomfortable. Zhang Yi did not rush to sleep. He wished to observe the unfolding changes. As for resting, he had ample time for that, especially since he no longer had to work. Within half an hour, the balcony was already thickly blanketed with snow. Zhang Yi checked his phone for news, discovering that reports of the sudden temperature drop had inundated the internet. The online community was rife with complaints, with netizens lamenting the premature arrival of winter, expressing dismay that they had not prepared adequate winter clothing. This cursed weather, How could it plummet to below 10 degrees? They exclaimed. Tomorrow the roads will likely be frozen solid. How can we go to work? Yet some expressed delight. With such heavy snowfall, they would have a day off from work. Haha. Especially those from the south, who excitedly shared photos with the snow, proclaiming they had never seen such a snowfall before. Zhang Yi shook his head. This was merely the beginning. The heavy snow would likely persist for at least 3 more months, and temperatures would continue to plummet. Soon enough, they would no longer be in such high spirits to enjoy the snow. Chapter 14. In the depths of extreme cold, I gaze amusedly at the tumult outside as the Ice Age unfolds. In the southern city of Tianhai, a heavy snowfall blanketed the landscape, igniting a flurry of discussions online. Some lamented the sudden onslaught of winter, while others expressed relief at its arrival. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this snowstorm and the accompanying plunge in temperature were not fleeting phenomena. Rather, they would persist and intensify, ultimately culminating in a calamity that none could withstand. At this moment, Zhang Yi reclined on his sofa at home, luxuriating in the warmth of his safe haven, where the temperature lingered comfortably above 20 degrees Celsius. He savored a chilled Budweiser, relishing the tranquility. Abruptly, his phone chimed, drawing his attention to a lively chat among his contacts. The conversation encompassed former classmates, fellow enthusiasts, and residents of his community. My goodness, how did it snow so heavily all of a sudden? The weather forecast didn't even mention anything. One message exclaimed, I was jolted awake in the dead of night. I must turn on the air conditioning immediately. Another chimed in, our old air conditioning unit is utterly ineffective. It's getting colder by the minute. I haven't even bought my winter clothes yet. How long will this frigid weather last? The group buzzed with a cacophony of thoughts and emotions. Zhang Yi, however, was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary situation. Stifling a yawn, he decided against further engagement. He returned to his cozy bed, drawing the soft velvet duvet over himself, and comfortably closed his eyes. His bed was a sumptuous piece, procured from a Walmart warehouse, particularly the mattress, which was rumored to be akin to that of a certain celebrity, valued at $3 million. Outside, the snow fell like feathers amidst the howling winds, while inside, the fireplace crackled with a warm blaze, creating a delightful ambience. In such a serene environment, Zhang Yi soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Zhang Yi was awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was a call from the ever-innocent Fang Yuqing. Disturbed from a pleasant dream, Zhang Yi's mood was understandably sour. He answered the call, brusquely inquiring, what is it so early in the morning? Taken aback by Zhang Yi's frosty tone, Fang Yuqing quickly regained her composure and replied, Zhang Yi, it's freezing outside. Did you stockpile supplies because you anticipated this drastic temperature drop? Her voice trembled slightly, as if she were struggling to endure something. Zhang Yi smirked at her words, recognizing her tendency to seek him out for trivial matters. He lazily remarked, I merely heard it mentioned by a friend. But I didn't expect it to be this severe. As he threw off his covers, he was greeted by the stifling warmth of his room, which made him break into a light sweat. Slipping on his slippers, he made his way to the floor-to-ceiling window, where a familiar sight caught his eye, causing him to pause. The heavy snowfall had completely engulfed the city. The streets and roadside bushes were nowhere to be seen. Only the vague outlines of buildings remained, with many ground floors nearly submerged. The snow continued to fall, thick flakes descending relentlessly without a hint of respite. On the other end of the line, Fang Yuqing continued. No wonder you stocked up on so many supplies. You should have informed me about this, Zhang Yi. Now I'm freezing. Zhang Yi frowned, astonished that she had the audacity to complain. He abruptly ended the call and tossed his phone aside. Subsequently, he indulged in a soothing hot shower. Extracting a prime cut of A5 Wagyu from his stock, he prepared a breakfast of steak paired with pasta. As he enjoyed his meal, he turned on the television. Given the recent temperature drop, there had been no power outages yet, allowing him to watch the news. Even if the power were to fail, Zhang Yi was well prepared with various backup power sources, dozens of generators, and ample gasoline. His energy reserves could last for 300 years without issue. He tuned into the morning news channel, knowing full well, as a reborn individual, the state of the outside world. Nevertheless, observing the unfolding situation served as a form of amusement. The anchors, clad in heavy down jackets, reported from the studio. It was noteworthy that such a facility, usually well equipped with central heating and prioritized for power supply, required anchors to wear winter gear, indicating that the temperature had plummeted beyond the system's capacity to maintain warmth. The female anchor addressed the camera with a steady tone, stating, last night, A wave of frigid air swept across the globe, causing severe temperature fluctuations. The drop in temperatures has reached between 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. The meteorological department is currently investigating the cause of this cold front. In the following days, we urge everyone to stay warm and avoid frostbite. If possible, refrain from going outside. The authorities will address the situation appropriately, and we implore everyone not to panic. Avoid spreading rumors and refrain from hoarding supplies. This snow disaster will soon pass. Hearing her words, Zhang Yi scoffed. With the onset of a new ice age, survival would hinge upon one's own resourcefulness. Idly staying indoors would surely lead to an early demise. The television displayed that the outdoor temperature in Tianhai City had plummeted to a staggering minus 65 degrees. Just yesterday, the maximum temperature had been a comfortable 15 degrees, indicating a sudden drop of 80 degrees. Zhang Yi shrugged. Such a drastic drop mirrored the conditions of his previous life. Yet, in his pajamas, sipping red wine while relishing his steak and pasta, he felt utterly insulated from the cold. After all, his safe house, crafted with an investment of 8 million, was designed for optimal insulation, ensuring that the internal temperature remained stable. At that moment, his phone rang again. Intrigued, he was eager to discover what his neighbors, who had previously mocked him, were discussing. The first message he noticed was from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, why did you suddenly hang up on me? The snow is so heavy that I can't go out. Didn't you stock up on food? Could you lend me some? I'll return it once the snow disaster passes. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a cold smile creeping across his face. Fang Yuqing, though seemingly innocent, was quite shrewd. Recognizing that in such adverse weather, food would become exceedingly scarce, she was unwilling to brave the extreme cold of minus 60 or 70 degrees to procure supplies and sought to obtain food from Zhang Yi instead. However, he was well aware that this ice age would persist for an extended period, and he had no intention of sharing his provisions with her. In his past life, he had been deceived by this so-called innocent flower, sharing his food with her, only to find himself betrayed, nearly losing his life to her greed. Now, he found amusement in toying with her, envisioning her demise. With a smirk of mockery, he responded to Fang Yuqing. You should have said so earlier. My supplies are nearly depleted. Look, I just cooked a steak this morning. He then took a selfie with himself, the steak, and the red wine, deliberately including his pajama-clad figure before sending it to Fang Yuqing. Chapter 15. The White Lotus demands resources. At this moment, Fang Yuqing was curled up in her rented room, tightly wrapping 2 blankets around herself. Though the air conditioning was set to a sweltering 40 degrees, the indoor temperature barely reached 0. She trembled from the cold, feeling as if icy winds were seeping into her blankets. Upon receiving the photos sent by Zhang Yi, her eyes widened in disbelief. How could he be so comfortable in such frigid weather, dressed in a thin nightgown while relishing steak and sipping red wine? It was perplexing. They resided in the same building, yet it felt as if they inhabited entirely different worlds. The sight of the delectable steak and the exquisite bottle of wine made her mouth water. As a connoisseur of high-end goods, she recognized that the steak Zhang Yi was enjoying was undoubtedly top-grade Wagyu beef. Moreover, the French red wine beside him was certainly of a prestigious vintage, worth at least 20 to 30,000. While she was freezing, Zhang Yi basked in comfort, igniting a fierce jealousy within her. She quickly sent him a message expressing her envy. How wonderful it would be to indulge in steak and red wine. She believed her hints were unmistakably clear. Given Zhang Yi's previous demeanor, he would surely take the initiative to bring her some steak and wine. However, upon reading her message, Zhang Yi simply laughed, treating her like a past admirer. If you want it, just go buy it at the supermarket, he replied. Fang Yuqing's expression instantly stiffened. Was this not an absurd suggestion? With the temperature outside plummeting to minus 6 or 7 degrees, any exposed skin risked frostbite. How could he make such an unreasonable demand of her, a delicate girl? Through gritted teeth, Fang Yuqing retorted, Zhang Yi, you are truly no gentleman. You fail to seize such a fine opportunity to impress me. At that moment, she still held on to some pride. Although she longed for steak and fine wine, in her eyes, Zhang Yi was merely a fish in her pond. She believed that this snowstorm would soon pass, thus she maintained her lofty goddess image, refraining from directly asking Zhang Yi for food. Zhang Yi chose to ignore her, instead turning his attention to other chat groups, eager to witness the unfolding drama. In the neighborhood owners group, he stumbled upon Aunt Lin from the residence committee urging everyone to remain calm and stay indoors. Do not panic, everyone. This is merely a sudden drop in temperature. It will pass in 2 or 3 days. Please refrain from hoarding supplies and trust our officials. The residence committee will assist everyone in enduring this snowstorm. Follow directives and do not cause trouble for the authorities. Some residents voiced their dissent. With such heavy snowfall, who knows when it will end? It's difficult to go out. Shouldn't we stock up on supplies? Aunt Lynn's tone grew stern. What are you doing? This only adds to our troubles. Hoarding supplies will only inflate prices, and everyone will end up paying exorbitant rates for food. If I catch anyone stockpiling, I won't hesitate to report them for disturbing public order. Zhang Yi smirked at Aunt Lynn's authoritative tone in the group. Today marked the first day of the Ice Age, and despite the bitter cold outside, the supermarket shelves remained largely stocked. While venturing out in such weather posed a risk of frostbite, it also presented an opportunity to gather essential supplies. Unfortunately, Aunt Lynn's threats had instilled a sense of complacency in many, dissuading them from buying groceries. At that moment, Aunt Lynn's attention abruptly shifted to Zhang Yi. She tagged him in the group, saying, "Xiao Zhang, you have hoarded quite a bit before. Now that the snowstorm is severe, you must not become a negative example. Stay home these days, and if I catch you out buying anything again, don't blame Aunt Lynn for being unyielding." Zhang Yi's expression darkened. This old woman had held a grudge since he refused her demands for supplies last time. Now, she seized the opportunity to take a jab at him. Yet, to Zhang Yi, this residence committee member was of no consequence. His question resonated with many others who shared his discontent with Aunt Lynn's remarks, but hesitated to voice their opinions due to her committee status. With Zhang Yi leading, others began to speak up. "Yes, if you won't let us stockpile supplies. What will happen when we run short on food? Can you bear that responsibility?" Seeing the crowd rally against her, Aunt Lynn grew anxious, her disdain for Zhang Yi intensifying. How dare he openly challenge her in the group, undermining her authority? Rest assured, the residence committee will responsibly inform everyone that there will be no shortage of supplies. This snowstorm will pass swiftly, and you, Zhang Yi, do not incite unrest during this time. Such behavior is unlawful. Zhang Yi burst into laughter. Even in such dire circumstances, this old woman still clung to her dwindling power, attempting to assert her authority. It was utterly laughable. "Oh dear, I cannot bear such a heavy crown. Rest assured, it's too cold outside for me to venture out. You all do as you see fit." He had already stockpiled enough supplies, rendering any trips to the supermarket unnecessary. Yet those who believed Aunt Lynn's words would soon face dire consequences. Zhang Yi lamented the impending doom. He knew many would freeze or starve. However, some deserved their fate, such as the neighbors who had caused him trouble in his past life. Regardless of their outcomes, Zhang Yi had resolved to survive at all costs. The fates of others were of no concern to him. Chapter 16. Aunt Lynn's Revenge. Zhang Yi's direct retort. Zhang Yi lounged on the sofa, yawning with ennui. While others endured hunger and the biting cold, he reveled in a comfort that felt akin to paradise. His home boasted an impeccable insulation system and an inexhaustible supply of fuel, ensuring his sanctuary remained at a perpetually pleasant temperature throughout the seasons. His only obligation was to embrace joy each day. Due to the extreme cold, numerous live streams had been suspended. After all, even his favorite female streamers could hardly bear dancing in tank tops amid frigid temperatures plummeting to 60 or 70 degrees below zero, or even beyond 100. Should anyone dare to do so, Zhang Yi would undoubtedly applaud their audacity. He opened his alternate space, revealing a plethora of gaming consoles and AAA titles, hundreds of pristine, unopened PS5s, Switches, and Xboxes lined the shelves, alongside tens of thousands of game cartridges. Selecting the latest PS5, he connected it to his massive 100-inch Sony television and commenced gaming. His choice was the newly released AAA action game, Bayonetta 3. Nearby lay other enticing titles such as Elden Ring, The Witcher 3, and Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. If he wished to pass the time, they were splendid options. For those seeking a more extensive gameplay experience, titles like Civilization and Cities, Skylines awaited him, offering hours of immersive entertainment. He no longer needed to concern himself with work or social niceties. This existence surpassed even that of the pre-apocalyptic world. Dressed in pajamas, Zhang Yi indulged in snacks while losing himself in the virtual realm. However, his phone soon chimed, disrupting his reverie. Upon glancing at the screen, he discovered that the insufferable Aunt Lynn from the neighborhood committee had tagged him in a group message. "Zhang Yi, the roads outside are blocked by heavy snow. Please come out with your tools to help clear the snow." Her tone was commanding. Zhang Yi noted that she was rallying others to assist, but few responded. To his surprise, she had directly summoned him. Peering out the window at the thick blanket of snow, he saw that the entire floor was nearly concealed beneath 3 meters of snow. The idea of clearing it by hand was utterly ludicrous, especially knowing that this snowfall could persist for over 3 months. Attempting to shovel snow now would be futile. Others chimed in agreement, lamenting, "It's over 70 degrees below zero outside. Exposure for even a moment could lead to frostbite. We're not in the Northeast. We lack proper winter gear. How can we go out?" Aunt Lin grew increasingly agitated. "What kind of attitude is this? Clearing the snow isn't just for me. It's for everyone. You young, strong men should be stepping up to serve the community in times of crisis, not shirking responsibility." Her ire was directed at Zhang Yi, the chief dissenting voice. "Zhang Yi, I command you in the name of the neighborhood committee to go out and clear the snow. This is a critical moment. We must unite and heed the organization's directives. Anyone who dares to oppose me is opposing the leadership of the committee. Once the snow disaster is past, there will be consequences." Aunt Lin invoked her position within the committee, rendering the homeowners momentarily silent. Despite their seemingly insignificant authority, these committee members wielded power that affected daily life, causing residents to tread carefully around them. The gathered crowd remained hushed, unwilling to be the scapegoat. Yet, many secretly wished for Zhang Yi to rise against Aunt Lin, to be their voice of dissent. He was acutely aware of their sentiments, and a cold smirk crept upon his lips, filled with disdain for their cowardice. However, he refused to remain silent. Choosing to confront Aunt Lin directly, he scrolled through the chat history, noting that she had tagged only the more pliable young residents, conveniently overlooking those who were troublesome or influential. Zhang Yi seized the opportunity to mock her. Aunt Lin is correct. If this is truly about the community, the committee members should be leading the charge to clear the snow. Moreover, with so many capable individuals in our neighborhood, why have you only called on a select few? Do you think us easy targets? You didn't tag the social elite or the wealthy second-generation members. Are you afraid of them?" The other residents nodded in agreement, their satisfaction palpable. "Zhang Yi truly is our voice of reason," one remarked. "Indeed, why not seek out Chen Jinghao or Su Hao instead?" Everyone knew who Zhang Yi referred to, as they all lived in the same community. For instance, Chen Jinghao from apartment 601 was notorious as a local gang leader with hundreds under his command, while Su Hao from apartment 802 hailed from a prominent family with ties to influential developers and government officials. Aunt Lin had conveniently omitted any mention of these formidable figures. Zhang Yi had laid bare Aunt Lin's cowardice, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Her failure to mention these powerful individuals was a testament to her lack of courage. They would never heed her summons. Such individuals thrived on exploiting the weak. Had Zhang Yi been compliant, Aunt Lin would never have dared to demand his assistance. Feeling her authority undermined, she unleashed a barrage of lengthy voice messages in the group chat. Clearing the snow is a public service, a consideration for everyone. Some individuals are overly fixated on trivial matters, lacking any spirit of selflessness. Such people are a blight on our homeowner group. If you refuse to help, others will step up. Their awareness surpasses yours. Furthermore, I am not showing favoritism. It is unnecessary to tag everyone individually. Please understand and do not misinterpret my intentions. If you continue to defame me, I will have no choice but to involve the authorities. Aunt Lin's justifications only served to exacerbate the situation, especially her threat of involving the police, which elicited laughter from Zhang Yi. The more timid homeowners, frightened by Aunt Lin's words, began to gather their tools to clear the snow. However, Zhang Yi felt no fear. Setting aside her unreasonable behavior, he knew the police would not support her claims. Moreover, did she truly believe that the various social mechanisms were functioning normally? Chapter 17. The cowardly Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi regarded Aunt Lin's words as mere nonsense. However, with nothing better to do, he decided to amuse himself by teasing the old woman. "Oh dear, Aunt Lin, you're quite audacious. If you're so capable, why not summon Chen Jinghao and Su Hao to come downstairs and clear the snow?" He explicitly named them in the group chat, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Chen Jinghao, nicknamed Brother Hao, was a notorious thug known for storming into their home wielding a mountain axe. Su Hao, an arrogant rich second generation, was the first to draw a knife on Zhang Yi. In essence, apart from a handful of decent neighbors, the rest had either participated in Zhang Yi's torment or aided in his robbery. He could easily surmise that after his demise in a past life, each of them had taken a share of his misfortune. Thus, Zhang Yi felt no obligation to spare anyone's feelings, brazenly ripping away their FAAD to discuss them. Aunt Lin's expression changed dramatically as she read the messages on her phone. Zhang Yi's pointed remarks left her in a precarious position. After all, if she backed down now, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule, and her authority would diminish in the future. Reluctantly, she tagged Chen Jinghao and Su Hao in the message. "Dear family members, this community is our home, and clearing the snow is a collective responsibility. I hope those available can bring tools and join in. Moments later, a message from Chen Jinghao. User ID 25602 appeared, punctuated by a series of question marks. Clear snow? Are you blind? Can't you see the heavy snow falling outside? Is your brain malfunctioning? If you dare tag me again, I'll make you regret it. His tirade against Aunt Lin was harsh and merciless, prompting laughter among the other homeowners in the group. Aunt Lin had mistakenly thought herself significant, while in reality, they dismissed her entirely. A mere member of the neighborhood committee held little sway over these hardened individuals. Su Hao also chimed in with a voice message. Why should I care about clearing snow? I don't need to go to work. I can lounge at home all day. He followed this with a picture of himself nestled under warm blankets, a woman in his arms. This apartment was merely a place for him to keep women, and he felt trapped here by chance. Aunt Lin's request for him to clear snow only reinforced his belief that she was out of her mind. Intimidated by Chen Jinghao's scathing insults, Aunt Lin dared not retort. She was aware of her vulnerability against genuine threats. However, upon witnessing Su Hao's provocation, she mustered the courage to respond. Regardless, you are a member of the community. Clearing snow is your duty. Su Hao scoffed. Ha! Do you think my monthly property fees are for nothing? Without my money, you committee members would starve. It's laughable how you all think you're in charge. The rich second generations were not to be trifled with. Despite Su Hao's idle lifestyle, he was well acquainted with the ways of the world and did not regard Aunt Lin with any respect. He continued to mock. I owe my current status to my family's influence. How could I be compared to you impoverished souls? Hurry up and clear the snow. You all need to earn your keep. I want to leave this wretched place until the snow is cleared. The homeowners seethed with indignation at Su Hao's arrogant remarks, yet felt powerless to retaliate. After all, his wealth afforded him privileges they could not contest. Though his words were abrasive, they were, regrettably, rooted in truth. The ruckus initiated by Chen Jinghao and Su Hao thoroughly dispirited everyone, rendering Aunt Lin's words meaningless, and no one paid her any heed. Aunt Lin was infuriated. But rather than directing her anger at Chen Jinghao and Su Hao, she reserved it for Zhang Yi. She believed she had successfully rallied the homeowners until Zhang Yi, the instigator, disrupted her plans. Thus, she sent Zhang Yi a furious private message. Zhang Yi, are you deliberately trying to thwart me? What exactly do you want? I asked everyone to clear the snow. Do you expect everyone to stay indoors? Now look, no one is willing to cooperate. Are we to remain confined in our homes? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you've come seeking a confrontation? Spare me your pretense. You're nothing but a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Yet here you are, barking at me? You dare to come looking for validation after being humiliated? Let me assure you, I am not easily intimidated. Keep barking, and I'll make you regret it. Zhang Yi had her character pegged perfectly, a spineless individual who only thrived on the fear of others. Indeed, after his vehement words, Aunt Lin was left trembling in fear. As an elderly woman reliant on her committee status for respect, she realized that if someone disregarded her authority, she would be powerless against them. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words, terrified that she might provoke Zhang Yi's wrath. In haste, Aunt Lin blocked Zhang Yi, fearing further insults. Her body trembled, unsure whether from the cold or from fear of Zhang Yi. That scoundrel! What a lunatic! I mustn't provoke him further. Just wait. I'll find ways to make your life miserable. Imagining future scenarios where she would leverage her committee status against Zhang Yi. She envisioned scenarios where she might withhold essential supplies from him or exclude him from community activities. She delighted in the thought of Zhang Yi coming to her in desperation, only to be met with her icy indifference. Aren't you so boastful? Where's your bravado now? Lost in her thoughts, Aunt Lin chuckled to herself, reveling in the satisfaction of her imagined victories. One day, you'll be begging for my mercy. For now, I want to lower myself to your level. With this delusion of triumph, Aunt Lin returned to the group chat, attempting to rally others to brave the cold and clear the snow. Although the community regarded her with disdain, many felt compelled to venture out for work, prompting a few earnest souls to grab tools and face the bitter cold. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yi, just as he had driven Aunt Lin away, trouble was brewing anew. His phone buzzed with a call from none other than Chen Jinghao. It seemed Zhang Yi's earlier remarks had ruffled his feathers, prompting him to call and intimidate Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, harboring resentment towards this scoundrel, narrowed his eyes at the incoming call. He was almost eager for this fool to confront him, as he had no intention of leaving the safety of his current refuge. Thus, Zhang Yi answered the call. Chapter 18. Who fears whom? As soon as the phone connected, a torrent of fierce curses erupted from the other end. Are you looking for death? Who gave you the audacity to mention me in the group? Dare to provoke me, Chen Jinghao? You seem to have a death wish. Chen Jinghao, notorious in Tianhai City as a bully with several hundred followers, had a reputation stained with allegations of homicide. Consequently, all the residents in his neighborhood avoided him, too fearful to provoke his ire. In his quest to establish authority, Chen Jinghao's modus operandi was to ensure that anyone who dared to offend him paid a hefty price. This is the so-called face of a societal figure. Therefore, even though Zhang Yi merely mentioned him in a homeowners group, Chen Jinghao perceived it as a blatant provocation. On the other end of the line, he spat, "You truly seek death. You talk a big game, don't you? How dare you use me as a topic of conversation?" Zhang Yi, however, was not one to coddle him. With a cold chuckle, he retorted, "What are you, a worthless piece of trash? Stop pretending to be tough here. You're nothing but a societal scum, a useless waste. When I call for you, you better respond." With that, Zhang Yi unleashed a torrent of curses. Feeling a profound sense of satisfaction, he had long harbored a deep-seated fury towards the perpetrator who had previously intruded upon his home and caused his demise. On the other end, Chen Jinghao was taken aback by Zhang Yi's audacity to retort. In a fit of rage, he hurled even more vicious insults. Zhang Yi shot back, "You're nothing but a useless waste, merely playing with words, right? Who are you trying to intimidate? Hurry up and eat dirt." After that, Zhang Yi ended the call and blacklisted him. The thought of Chen Jinghao's enraged expression brought Zhang Yi immense pleasure. He approached the television and activated the surveillance cameras. When the Dragon Combat Security Company had designed his safe house, they installed cameras on every floor. Thus, the entire building was under his watchful eye. Zhang Yi gazed at the 6th floor where Chen Jinghao resided, and soon enough, the door to his apartment swung open violently. Dressed in a down jacket and wielding a baseball bat, Chen Jinghao stormed out, exuding an aggressive demeanor. However, the moment he stepped outside, he recoiled from the biting cold. The temperature was plummeting below -70 degrees, and to put on a show, he had only donned a down jacket over a thermal shirt, deliberately leaving the zipper open to flaunt his chest tattoo. The chilling air quickly schooled him. Seeing that the coast was clear, he rubbed his hands together and hurriedly ascended in the elevator. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, lounging on the sofa, unhurriedly retrieved a hand crossbow from beneath the coffee table. This crossbow, designed for hunting, could pierce through the flesh of a 300-kilogram wild boar with a 20-centimeter bolt. As he hummed a tune, he prepared the bolt. Within a range of 15 meters, he was confident that he could hit a target the size of a watermelon without fail. The elevator ascended steadily as Zhang Yi, armed with the loaded crossbow, approached the door. His massive security door featured a shooting aperture positioned 2 meters high. He climbed onto a chair to open the door to the shooting aperture, which could only be accessed from the inside. Aiming the crossbow at the corridor outside, Zhang Yi kept his pistol concealed in his pocket for safety. Even if Chen Jinghao were a titan, today would be his misfortune. Moments later, the sound of the elevator echoed as Chen Jinghao emerged, cursing vehemently. Thanks to the homeowner's group notes, he easily located Zhang Yi's residence. Upon reaching the door, he brandished the baseball bat, shouting, "Zhang Yi, you scoundrel, come out. You were so tough just now. Let us see you face me now." While Chen Jinghao unleashed a barrage of curses, he struck the door with all his might. However, that security door was a formidable 20 centimeters thick, reinforced with bulletproof metal, rendering it far more durable than even some armored vehicles. Naturally, it was beyond Chen Jinghao's capacity to break through. Instead, the impact left his hand aching. Oblivious to the danger lurking behind the door, Chen Jinghao continued to pound away, unaware that he was in the crosshairs of Zhang Yi's crossbow. With a wry smile, Zhang Yi aimed at Chen Jinghao's head. However, after a moment's contemplation, he chose to shift his aim. In this post-apocalyptic scenario, everyone in the building, aside from him, was destined for demise, and Chen Jinghao was no exception. Killing him now would lack excitement. After all, in his previous life, he had been gruesomely devoured by these deranged neighbors. A wicked grin spread across Zhang Yi's face. He would not allow such scum to die easily. With a swift motion, he released the bolt, which sliced through the air with a faint whoosh, striking Chen Jinghao's leg. The hunting-grade bolt pierced cleanly through his calf. Chen Jinghao let out a harrowing scream and collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. In the frigid temperature of over -70 degrees, such a penetrating injury would surely render his leg useless. Moreover, the lack of medical assistance would inevitably lead to infection. Consequently, he was destined to perish in torment and cold. In that moment, Chen Jinghao, writhing in pain, realized he had encountered a truly formidable adversary. Indeed, these ruffians thrived on their fearlessness and recklessness, banking on the docility of the honest folk. However, when faced with someone willing to wield a crossbow, their hearts would quail. Fear coursed through Qin Zhenghao, rendering him paralyzed with terror. He had not even discerned where the bolt had been fired from. After all, he was no demon. Yet, at this moment, his heart was colder than the air around him. The ruthless attack had laid bare the intent to kill. In this society, anyone who dared to shoot a crossbow was not to be trifled with. As he gazed at his grievously injured leg, he discovered that the bolt had completely penetrated his calf. Blood stained half of his pant leg before freezing solid. In such extreme cold, his pain receptors dulled somewhat. But that did not bring Qin Zhenghao any solace. Rather, it filled him with dread. He understood that without treatment, his leg would be rendered useless within half an hour. Chapter 19. A chilling awakening. Qin Zhenghao finally experienced a pang of fear. He retrieved his phone and dialed 120, but the line remained perpetually busy. After 2 long minutes, despair enveloped him. The frigid world outside mirrored his dread, as even the hospital had succumbed to a standstill, despite a few hospitals still operating. The relentless snowfall had rendered any attempt to dispatch an ambulance futile. A man of resolve, Qin Zhenghao, after much hesitation, resolved to perform surgery on himself. At the very least, he needed to extract the arrow lodged within him. Accustomed to brawls, he kept such tools at home. With a knife, he cut open his pant leg, and upon seeing the wound, his complexion turned ashen. The extreme cold had caused the injury to ice over, halting the flow of blood for the moment, but the surrounding flesh had already begun to darken, and sensation in his calf had vanished completely. Despair flooded his heart. He understood that self-rescue was his only option. Fortunately, as a man familiar with the underbelly of society, he pondered briefly before commencing the operation on himself. The numbness induced by the biting cold dulled his pain receptors significantly, allowing him to complete the procedure without anesthetic. However, the excruciating ordeal nearly caused him to lose consciousness, and it was evident that his calf was irrevocably damaged. Lying on the couch, he gasped for breath, consumed by a seething hatred for Zhang Yi, the one who had shot him. Zhang Yi, you little wretch, I will ensure your demise. Qin Zhenghao's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He was not jesting. He was determined to end Zhang Yi's life. Otherwise, how could he continue to survive in Tianhai City? He picked up his phone, but having been blocked by Zhang Yi, he resorted to tagging him in the homeowners group chat. Zhang Yi, you dog, just wait. If I don't eliminate you, Qin Zhenghao will write my name backwards. The homeowners were largely unaware of the unfolding drama, but upon learning that Zhang Yi had offended Qin Zhenghao, they couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Qin Zhenghao was notorious for his ruthlessness. Yet, some individuals were rather thrilled. For instance, Lin Dama, who had previously suffered at Zhang Yi's hands, gleefully remarked, a dog biting a dog is the best scenario. Neither of them is a good person. I hope that ruffian Qin Zhenghao beats Zhang Yi to a pulp for daring to insult me. Meanwhile, Bai Lianhua Fang Yuqing also noticed the chatter in the group. She scoffed, secretly hoping that Qin Zhenghao would give Zhang Yi a well-deserved thrashing. After all, Zhang Yi had treated her with cold indifference, failing to even offer her a simple meal when she desired it. However, no one in the group dared to speak up, fearful that the chaos might spill over into their lives. Zhang Yi, upon reading the messages, erupted into laughter. As long as I remain in my safe haven, 100 Qin Zhenghaos do not intimidate me. He sent a voice message, taunting, who do you think you are? Just a barking dog. Dare to provoke me again, and I'll ensure the other leg meets the same fate. The homeowners were taken aback by Zhang Yi's audacity to confront Qin Zhenghao, especially given that he had injured Qin Zhenghao's leg. Qin Zhenghao gripped his phone tightly, nearly crushing it. Damn Zhang Yi, just wait. I will make you pay. Zhang Yi retorted without hesitation. You think you can threaten me? Come at me. Let us see who meets their end first. It must be said, in this apocalyptic scenario, Zhang Yi had grown remarkably daring. Without the constraints of societal norms and morals, he felt no need to show respect to anyone. It was utterly liberating. On the other hand, Qin Zhenghao was seething with rage. Once back in his abode, he leaned against the air conditioner, gradually regaining some sensation. Yet, the intense pain in his leg caused him to grimace. Movement now required the aid of crutches. After deep contemplation, Qin Zhenghao concluded that eliminating Zhang Yi would not pose a significant challenge. He reasoned that being shot was merely a lapse in vigilance. Now that he was on guard, he could easily summon his underlings to storm Zhang Yi's residence and enact vengeance. With the world outside frozen and hospitals and police stations incapacitated, the timing was ripe for retribution. Without delay, Qin Zhenghao contacted his subordinates, instructing them to bring weapons and assist in dispatching Zhang Yi. Many of his men resided nearby, and upon receiving the order, they armed themselves with machetes, baseball bats, and steel pipes, arriving at Qin Zhenghao's home in a frenzy. Upon witnessing Qin Zhenghao's injury, they clamored to avenge him. Qin Zhenghao coldly stated, "I'll be fine. After a few days, once the snow melts, I'll recuperate at the hospital. But this scoundrel dared to shoot me. Does he not know the consequences? If I do not eliminate him, how can I, Qin Zhenghao, continue to survive?" One of his subordinates eagerly asked, "Boss, tell me his room number, and I will go deal with him right now." Qin Zhenghao nodded. "They reside in 2401. But be cautious. That little wretch is cunning and armed with a crossbow. He ambushed me with it." One of the subordinates brandished a steel pipe and exclaimed, "This guy has no sense of honor. How could he resort to an ambush?" Qin Zhenghao warned, "Be careful when you go. I know he is alone. Just avoid getting shot, break down the door, and take him out." Qin Zhenghao's underlings were reckless. Despite knowing Zhang Yi was armed, they felt a surge of excitement. In this chaotic snowstorm, they had the freedom to unleash their fury without fear of repercussions. The darker sides of their natures were laid bare as they armed themselves and headed toward Zhang Yi's home, intent on breaching his door. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was well aware that Qin Zhenghao would not let this matter rest. However, he felt no trepidation. At home, he was engrossed in a game while simultaneously monitoring the activity in the building via split screen. He observed the approach of Qin Zhenghao's men with keen interest, his table laden with an array of equipment, ready to confront them. Before long, a dozen of Qin Zhenghao's subordinates arrived at Zhang Yi's door, aware of his weaponry. They proceeded cautiously, with some using wooden boards as shields. Upon confirming the absence of immediate threat, they initiated their assault. "Open up. You dare shoot our boss? Today is your day of reckoning. Next year on this day, you shall be commemorated. Open the door." As they hurled insults while pounding on Zhang Yi's door with hammers and iron rods, Zhang Yi continued his game, unfazed. Hearing the commotion outside, he shouted back, "Can't you muster a little more strength? Have you not eaten?" The diminutive Karami, incensed by Zhang Yi's brazen demeanor, escalated their efforts with renewed vigor. However, the security door, forged from 20 centimeters of solid alloy, proved nearly impervious to even minor explosive attempts, let alone their rudimentary methods of battering the door. After laboring for an extended period, they had merely succeeded in leaving a few insignificant white specks on the metallic surface, merely a trifling loss of paint. Not only did they fail to breach the door, but they couldn't even create a dent. The little Karami stood in stunned disbelief. "Goodness, this door is entirely metallic. And so thick, how on earth can we break it down? My word, just how many enemies does this individual possess?" A group of little Karami gazed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's game character had perished once more. Growing increasingly irritated by the cacophony outside, he made his way to the kitchen, connected a hose to the faucet, and then climbed up to the shooting aperture. Oblivious to the impending threat above, the little Karami continued their barking below. With a cold sneer, Zhang Yi turned on the faucet, directing a torrent of water towards them. The deluge surged through the narrow corridor like a torrential downpour, instantly drenching them. Chapter 20. The beginning of a laid-back life. Can you imagine what it feels like to be doused with cold water at a temperature of over -70 degrees? Zhang Yi wielded a large hose and directed a torrent of water towards those small miscreants outside his door. The temperature difference between the indoors and outdoors was around 100 degrees. As the water flowed out, steam billowed from it, but upon hitting the unsuspecting individuals, it quickly froze into ice. In the biting cold, they were all bundled in down jackets and sweaters. The cold water soaked them completely, plunging them into a frigid state, as if they had been thrown into an ice cellar. "Oh my goodness, it's freezing. I'm going to die from the cold. Ah, stop it, stop it." In such dire circumstances, they would rather endure a thorough beating than suffer the torment of the icy deluge. Their lips turned purple from the cold, and some even fainted from the extreme temperature. Instinctively, they scrambled away from Zhang Yi's doorstep. Yet, within mere seconds, they were thoroughly drenched, their clothes frozen stiff before they had a chance to escape in the elevator. Only after they had all fled did Zhang Yi finally turn off the water. Initially, he had planned to teach these troublemakers a lesson with a crossbow. However, the loading process was too slow, and there was a risk of retaliation through the shooting hole. The deluge proved to be far more effective. After being thoroughly soaked, the small miscreants shivered with purple lips, while their companions frantically searched for blankets and sheets to warm themselves. Their clothes were drenched, leaving them as cold as ice. In the room, a dozen individuals scrambled for clothing and blankets. However, due to the sheer number of them, there were not enough supplies to go around. In desperation, a few of the younger men had to strip down and huddle together for warmth. The sight was rather peculiar. Once they regained some semblance of warmth, they trembled as they explained the situation to Chen Zhenghao. That Zhang Yi is despicable. He actually sprayed us with a hose. It was unbearable. They had hammered on his door for quite some time, but to no avail. It only resulted in a bit of paint chipping off. Chen Zhenghao furrowed his brow deeply upon hearing this. He had indeed noticed how sturdy Zhang Yi's door was when he had attempted to break in. It seemed that a frontal assault would be challenging. However, he soon smirked. No matter how fortified his home is, there will always be flaws. Besides, I refuse to believe he can remain cooped up inside forever. You all stay nearby, and as soon as he steps out, take him down, Chen Zhenghao declared fiercely. His subordinates, a band of reckless individuals, shivered but managed to muster cold, menacing smiles. Though they had been frozen to the bone, they still needed to project an image of ferocity. Little did they know, Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving his home. Outside lay a hellish landscape, while his room was akin to paradise. Why would anyone willingly descend from paradise into hell? Although he was aware that these ruffians would not relent, they lacked the capability to invade his sanctuary. And as for venturing outside, Zhang Yi would never make that choice. Even the slightest risk was too great to bear. Content to remain snugly at home, he pondered, why would he choose otherwise? Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window to survey the scene outside. Indeed, he saw someone wielding tools to clear the snow. It appeared to be Uncle Yu, the forthright and dedicated veteran, always the first to leap into action when trouble arose. The young residents downstairs were among those more agreeable in the community, while members of the neighborhood committee, such as Aunt Lin, were conspicuously absent. Faced with snowdrifts towering 2 to 3 meters high, the young men toiled away, but Zhang Yi knew their efforts were futile. Simply clearing a path to the community entrance would take an entire day. But even if they succeeded, what would it matter? The roads outside were completely buried. Such thick snow could only be removed by professional-grade snowplows, which were a rarity in the southern regions. Going outside had become an impossibility. Moreover, in temperatures exceeding -70 degrees, they would be unable to endure for long. With inadequate cold weather gear and their bodies ill-suited to such frigid conditions, the risk of frostbite loomed after merely half an hour outdoors. Zhang Yi shook his head, feeling a twinge of sympathy for these earnest individuals. However, their choices were their own, and he felt no inclination to intervene. For now, everything was irrelevant to him. All he wished for was to live comfortably. As afternoon approached, Zhang Yi felt a pang of hunger and retrieved a sumptuous meal from his spatial storage. It was a simple feast, a plate of Australian lobster, a Wellington steak, 2 Huangshan meat pies, and a bottle of cola. Such culinary delights were abundant in his space. Now that he was confined to his home, his daily routine had become quite leisurely. He slept when tired and ate when hungry, no longer distinguishing between day and night. The heavy snowfall continued unabated outside. Zhang Yi took a moment to glance down at the community building. The patch of ground they had cleared with great effort was quickly buried again by the relentless snow. They likely realized that their strength alone could not contend with nature. Reclining on the sofa in a thermal shirt, with the indoor temperature a comfortable 27 degrees, Zhang Yi observed that many television stations had ceased broadcasting. Only a few provincial channels and CCTV were still airing, featuring official announcements and slogans encouraging the public. At this moment, our attention turned to Xinjiang. The authorities were strategizing and orchestrating a final offensive against the snow disaster. Reports indicated that in the United States, due to inadequate snow disaster prevention measures, 200 million people had been affected, with millions perishing. Meanwhile, our nation's snow disaster developments were deemed manageable, and everything was heading in a positive direction. Citizens were urged not to panic and to trust in the government's capabilities. Zhang Yi shook his head. The magnitude and terror of this snow disaster were beyond human comprehension. Although the authorities were striving to resolve the situation, human strength was woefully inadequate in the face of nature's might. Chapter 21. The White Lotus and Green Tea within the owner group. The incessant chatter of Aunt Lin could still be heard. Have you all seen the news? Our country possesses the strength to effectively tackle this snow disaster. There is no need for alarm. All issues will soon be resolved. If anyone requires supplies, let us extend our help where we can. After all, this snowstorm will pass swiftly, and hoarding provisions is unnecessary. However, 2 days had elapsed, and there were no signs of the snow disaster abating, causing many to grow increasingly anxious. Fang Yuqing sent another message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, are you all right? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, sensing that Fang Yuqing likely believed she had been dealt with by Chen Zhenghao. Nevertheless, he did not think her concern was genuine. I'm perfectly fine. Oh, that's good to hear. Yet, there was a hint of disappointment in Fong Yuqing's heart. Soon after, she continued, we run out of food at home. And I remember you bought quite a bit. Could you spare me some? A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. It was clear that this woman had ulterior motives for seeking him out. He recalled the last time they went grocery shopping together, where Fong Yuqing and Lin Canning also picked up some items. Although they hadn't purchased as much as he had, it was implausible that they could not last 2 days. Oh, that was quite some time ago. I didn't keep any of those items at home. In fact, I don't have much left. Fong Yuqing, however, remained undeterred. Could you at least give me a few packets of instant noodles? You oversee the warehouse. Surely you have enough to spare? Zhang Yi remained resolute. I genuinely have no instant noodles left. Look, this is all I can eat. He took a photo of the lobster and steak on his table and sent it to Fong Yuqing. Upon seeing the image, Fong Yuqing's brows furrowed in anger. What on earth is Zhang Yi thinking? Is he deliberately trying to provoke me? Beside her, her friend Lin Canning poked her head out from under the covers. Due to the chill, the two had shared a bed. Upon spotting the delectable food in the photo, Lin Canning's eyes sparkled with envy. These young ladies rarely cooked. They typically ordered takeout or relied on men to treat them. The recent snowstorm had left them starving, forced to consume instant noodles and canned goods that they usually disliked. Seeing Zhang Yi indulge in lobster and steak filled them with both resentment and envy. They were angry that he feasted alone without considering sending some their way. Lin Canning immediately chimed in with a touch of sarcasm. Wow, Zhang Yi is really overstepping. How could he have such delicious food at home and not think of you? He used to claim he liked you. Humph, I see through his insincerity. Fong Yuqing felt equally displeased. She was aware that Zhang Yi was intentionally provoking her. Yet, she believed he still harbored feelings for her, merely employing this tactic to seek her submission. Foolish. Just a little food, and he thinks he can win me over? Zhang Yi, you are truly naive. Fong Yuqing scoffed internally. As a proud woman, she had to maintain her lofty image. However, gazing at the photo Zhang Yi sent, her longing was unmistakably evident. Lin Canning, understanding her friend's sentiments, suggested, Yuqing, why not propose having dinner with Zhang Yi? But he must provide the food. This way, you can preserve your pride while enjoying the delicious lobster and steak. I am certain he will eagerly agree. Fong Yuqing pondered for a moment, frowning. To her, Zhang Yi was merely a high-quality backup. Although he was handsome and had some wealth, he fell far short of her ideal man. Normally, she would never lower herself to such a degree. Nevertheless, the monotony of instant noodles and canned food had become unbearable. Perhaps she could offer him the opportunity to dine with her. Reluctantly, Fong Yuqing pouted and said, all right then. She picked up her phone and messaged Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, it's been a while since we gathered. Why not come over for dinner tonight? Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yi chuckled. Are you inviting me to dinner? Great. Thank you. His response left Fong Yuqing's face pale with anger, though it might have been due to the cold. She huffed at Lin Canning. This Zhang Yi is utterly ungrateful. I offer him a chance to treat me, and he expects me to foot the bill. Lin Canning was taken aback, seemingly not anticipating that the once persistent Zhang Yi would suddenly become so inconsiderate. How curious. Can a devoted admirer really be so oblivious? Fong Yuqing, furious, tossed her phone aside. I was planning to keep him as my backup, but now his position has been downgraded. I am genuinely angry this time. From now on, I will not utter a single word to him. Even if he comes begging, it will be of no use. Although Lin Canning was tempted by the thought of good food, she added fuel to the fire. Exactly. He should consider his own shortcomings. To pursue you while being so stingy, he deserves to be single for life. The two continued to vent their frustrations about Zhang Yi. During this time, Fong Yuqing picked up her phone, expecting Zhang Yi to send an apologetic message. However, he did not respond at all, further darkening her expression. Meanwhile, Lin Canning entertained a mischievous thought and secretly messaged Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, why are you so foolish? Fong Yuqing is upset. Do you realize how serious this is? Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yi glanced at it habitually. For him, perusing messages from various chat groups had become a source of amusement. What could be more fascinating than human nature amidst despair? Discovering it was Lin Canning who messaged him, Zhang Yi chuckled. A classic good cop, bad cop duo. Aren't you two entertaining? He had long seen through the dynamic of this White Lotus and green tea combination. Typically, Lin Canning was the one to assist Fong Yuqing in maintaining her pure goddess image, subtly hinting for men to shower her with gifts and finances. Chapter 22. The utility of being a backup. Zhang Yi feigned confusion, inquiring, what's the matter? I haven't done anything wrong. Lin Canning retorted, are you foolish? The city is buried under snow, and our supplies are nearly depleted. Sending over some delicacies now would perfectly convey your loyalty to Yu Qing. If I were you, I would send over the finest steaks and lobsters from my kitchen. When Yu Qing is touched, won't that amplify your chances? Zhang Yi envisioned the gluttonous expression on that gold digger's face as he read Lin Kai-ning's message, a sneer escaping him. Such behavior was akin to begging. What was more absurd was the pretense of benevolence. It was as if by offering food, he would be granting them an opportunity. This insincerity made Zhang Yi want to slap them across the face. How despicable. Deciding to toy with these two scheming women, he replied. But we don't have much left at home either. Just enough for myself. Lin Kai-ning frowned immediately, chastising him. Foolish. How many days can this snowstorm last? If you endure hunger for a couple of meals and then win Yu Qing's heart, won't that be worth it? If you can't even part with such trivial supplies, it seems you don't truly care for Yu Qing. Zhang Yi chuckled even more. The duo, one playing the role of the villain and the other the victim, had revealed their intentions clearly. Lin Kai-ning, seeing his nonchalant response, was infuriated. Oh, what does that mean? After all I've said, this is your attitude? Hurry and bring me some food. I want steak and Australian lobster too. A true foodie. Lin Kai-ning had been deprived of decent meals for days and was salivating at the thought of Zhang Yi's lavish dining. She initially intended to use Fang Yuqing's name to swindle Zhang Yi into delivering the delicacies. However, the situation was unfolding contrary to her expectations. That brief nearly shattered her composure. Could it be that he had lost interest in Fang Yuqing? No, that was impossible. He must just be having a moment of foolishness. Angry, Lin Kai-ning sought out Fang Yuqing, embellishing her tale. Of course. She framed her pursuit of Zhang Yi as a means to gather supplies for her friend. Fang Yuqing, with a frosty demeanor, coldly replied, Humph, who is Zhang Yi? Do I know him? Don't mention him in front of me again. For Zhang Yi to regain her favor, he would need to issue a sincere apology for the previous events and make a considerable sacrifice to win her forgiveness. Lin Kai-ning nudged Fang Yuqing, suggesting, This Zhang Yi is hopeless, but don't you have other admirers? Their community housed many colleagues working in warehouses, including other suitors of Fang Yuqing, such as the overly eager Zhou Peng. Fang Yuqing was well aware of whom Lin Kai-ning referred to. She scoffed, dismissing Zhou Peng as unworthy of her attention. Although they both worked at Walmart previously, Zhou Peng had no property in Tianhai City and was still renting. Fang Yuqing merely took advantage of him for minor benefits. Holding no genuine affection, Lin Kai-ning urged, It's freezing outside, and the snow is relentless. We can't go out to shop. Why not make use of him to help us? Fang Yuqing pondered for a moment, realizing Lin Kai-ning had a point. She sent a message to Zhou Peng. To her surprise, within 5 minutes, Zhou Peng appeared at her door, eagerly presenting a backpack filled with food. With a single command from Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng, as if invigorated, brought her only the finest items. He patted his chest, assuring her, Yuqing, whatever you need, just say the word. You know I would do anything for you. Fang Yuqing, for once, smiled at Zhou Peng. Thank you, Zhou Peng. You're wonderful. With a few sweet words. She dismissed him. Huffed. With your demeanor, do you dare to harbor thoughts about me? Dream on. The atmosphere within the building began to shift. The extreme cold made it difficult for the residents of southern Tianhai City to adapt. Even with the air conditioning running, temperatures remained below freezing. They were unaccustomed to stockpiling supplies, and 2 days of being snowbound had left many refrigerators bare. Although Aunt Lin continued to insist that everything would be fine and the snowstorm would pass swiftly, uncertainty lingered in everyone's minds. However, Zhang Yi observed all this with delight. While the world seemed to face an apocalypse, he was exceptionally well prepared, finding his days more comfortable than before the chaos began. He felt like an outsider, quietly watching the unfolding drama. After Zhang Yi had dealt with Chan Zhanghao and his gang, they refrained from troubling him further, knowing his home was not easily breached. Moreover, Chen Zhanghao's leg was severely injured. If he didn't seek medical attention soon, he risked permanent disability. As for the other petty thugs, soaked to the bone, they were now suffering from colds and fevers. Lacking warmth, they would likely succumb to illness before starvation. Zhang Yi spent his time at home playing video games and engaging in online discussions. When bored, he would also work out, taking advantage of the abundant high-quality fitness equipment available. Alternatively, he would peruse various professional books downloaded from the internet, such as the Barefoot Doctor's Manual and Militia Training Manual. Preparedness was key. Possessing such knowledge could one day save his life in an emergency. Outside, the snow fell heavily, obscuring the sky, making it difficult to distinguish day from night. On the morning of the third day, Zhang Yi rose from his bed, cradling a delectable Peking duck, while checking the time. It was almost time. The show was about to begin. Zhang Yi remarked casually, just as the chat group on his phone erupted into chaos. Chapter 23, Water and Power Outage. 3 days after the onset of the apocalypse, the true spectacle began. Zhang Yi anticipated the events of this day, and thus, he spent the entire night awake, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. The occurrence was, in essence, quite simple. The power supply for the entire Ulu community suddenly ceased. Shortly thereafter, the chain reaction from the power outage rendered the water supply company incapable of delivering water. With the water supply system compromised, every household was left without water. This was all within Zhang Yi's expectations. After all, at the onset of the apocalypse, no one could foresee the duration of this extreme cold disaster. The authorities were still striving to manage the situation, seeking to address the snowstorm. Yet, as days passed, it became evident, only on the third day, that this was a dilemma beyond human capabilities. Amidst the freezing temperatures, hydroelectric plants gradually came to a halt. While thermal power plants could not continue operations due to personnel being unable to work. Once all cities across the nation exhausted their stored electricity, power outages became inevitable. At this juncture, it seemed that only a handful of nuclear power stations remained operational. However, the electricity they generated was exclusively allocated for governmental use. The cessation of water and power plunged the lives of ordinary citizens into an abyss of darkness. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had already activated 2 silent generators in advance to provide power for his abode. After completing these preparations, he opened his phone to find multiple messages in various chat groups reading, "Do you have power at home? We have no water or electricity." In such frigid weather, air conditioning was rendered useless, and heaters could not be utilized. How were they to endure such hardships? Why weren't the authorities taking any action? If this continued, it might lead to dire consequences. Zhang Yi silently shook his head. At this moment, the government was overwhelmed and could not attend to everyone's needs. To survive, one could only rely on oneself. He understood that the apocalypse, in its true sense, began today. With the loss of modern society's electricity and food supply, humanity faced the specter of mass mortality. Reflecting on these thoughts, he cast a cautious glance around his home. Upon seeing his warm, secure house, like a fortress, and the endless supplies in the alternate space, a sense of reassurance enveloped him. The community chat group was rife with anxious complaints. Were it not for advanced technology, the batteries of their phones would have succumbed to the cold, rendering them useless. Yet, without power, the phones would eventually become obsolete. How long would the snow continue to fall? The air conditioning was out of commission, and the indoor temperature had plummeted to below 30 degrees. If this persisted, it would truly lead to fatalities. Water supply had ceased. Were they expected to drink melted snow? The food supplies were dwindling, and with the snow blocking their doors, venturing out to the supermarket was not an option. What were they to do? Some began to tag Aunt Lin. "Aunt Lin, didn't you say there was nothing to worry about?" Indeed, it was her reassurances that had deterred many from stockpiling supplies. What now? When will help arrive? Aunt Lin, confronted by the neighbors' inquiries, felt a surge of anxiety and panic. In truth, she was far more frightened than her neighbors. They were oblivious to the impending rescue plans. But through the neighborhood committee, Aunt Lin had received some forewarnings. A blizzard of unprecedented scale was blanketing the entire world. It was rumored to be a once-in-a-lifetime disaster. Perhaps they were on the brink of another mass extinction, an apocalypse. Despite the government's efforts to manage the situation, with a population exceeding 1 billion, it was impossible for them to provide adequate support. Major cities across the nation had already succumbed. Moving forward, survival hinged on self-reliance. It was imperative to stockpile resources, particularly food and heating fuel. She had begun soliciting supplies from house to house, under the auspices of the neighborhood committee. Isn't this harmful? Harmful? If I don't act, our family will freeze or starve within 3 days. I cannot afford to be so considerate. This snowstorm could claim countless lives. Her priority was to ensure her own family's safety. Yes, while we still have some influence, we must gather more supplies. In times like these, survival is paramount. Aunt Lin's gaze was fixed on the messages in the committee group, her body trembling intensely. Though the indoor temperature had plummeted to below 30 degrees, beads of cold sweat still trickled down her forehead. She lay beneath 3 thick blankets, nearly suffocating under their weight, yet dared not lift them. For the room felt like an ice cellar. Aunt Lin's heart sank as she watched her young grandson. She had just spoken with her son and daughter-in-law, who were trapped in a rental unit far from home, their situation scarcely better than hers. "I must protect us both. We must survive." She bit her lip. her eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. After comforting her grandson, she picked up her phone and began addressing the community group. Dear residents, this calamity is but temporary. The weather outside is exceedingly frigid. Water and power outages are to be expected. Rest assured, repair crews are already mobilized. The government has issued a notice stating that during this extraordinary time, our neighborhood committee will oversee the management of the community. I hope everyone will cooperate with our efforts. Should anyone refuse to comply and cause serious consequences, we will involve the police for apprehension and interrogation. Aunt Lynn's words carried a heavy weight. This proclamation sparked intense dissatisfaction among the residents. They had not anticipated that during such a crisis, the committee would not only fail to explain their inadequacies but would also resort to intimidation. Yet, fear loomed in their hearts, and no one dared to voice dissent. Zhang Yi, observing the messages from Aunt Lin with an air of nonchalance, raised an eyebrow and let out a chuckle. He was well aware of her deceit. In a previous life, she had employed such insidious tactics to usurp resources from others. However, he had no intention of exposing her ruse. After all, the fate of his neighbors was of little concern to him. He turned on the television and resumed his gaming. Water and power outages? It mattered not. His storage was brimming with an abundance of backup batteries, generators, and fuel, solid alcohol as well. As for water, he had stockpiled 500 tons of tap water, not to mention several tons of bottled water and beverages in his warehouse. Moreover, when necessary, he could resort to melting snow for water. In summary, whether it be fresh water or energy, he was in no short supply. Chapter 24. The threat from Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi indulged in a video game while savoring imported snacks, relishing a life of comfort. Meanwhile, the city of Tianhai, and indeed over 99% of the world, had succumbed to a debilitating state of water and power outages. The water crisis was somewhat manageable. Those desperate enough could venture out to gather snow for sustenance. However, the power outage was the true torment. Modern individuals possessed delicate constitutions, and enduring temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero was nothing short of life-threatening. Yet, one could hardly blame the authorities, for the majority of power stations were not inoperable. It was simply that workers were unable to reach their posts. The energy supplied by the nuclear and renewable energy plants of the 21st century was woefully inadequate, barely allowing for mobile phone charging or boiling water. The usage of high-power appliances like air conditioners and heaters was utterly out of the question. At this moment, the neighbors were lamenting in the homeowners group, fear prompting them to band together, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Chen Zhenghao, who had previously suffered a broken leg at the hands of Zhang Yi, was now dragging his injured limb, nearly freezing to death at home. Already weakened by his injury, the extreme cold had exacerbated his suffering. His small group of companions fared even worse, though Zhang Yi had merely doused them with a hose. The indoor temperature was now perilously close to matching the frigid outdoors, plummeting to -50 or 60 degrees. Several individuals had begun to run fevers, with the lowest temperature recorded at 39 degrees, and several others surpassing 40. Lacking foresight to stock up on medication, their homes were devoid of ibuprofen, and venturing out to procure medicine in such weather was simply impossible. Thus, they were left to endure their plight. This was the very reason Zhang Yi had refrained from executing them. Allowing them to perish slowly in despair was far more gratifying than a swift demise. Zhang Yi sat on the carpet, utterly engrossed in his game. Outside, the world was a frozen wasteland, with howling winds and heavy snow swirling about. In contrast, his room was a warm oasis at 27 degrees, illuminated and well-stocked with provisions and entertainment. If one were to seek a deficiency, it might be the absence of a woman's company. However, Zhang Yi was no fool easily swayed by carnal desires. Having learned the hard way in his previous life, he prioritized his safety and quality of life above all else. Unless in a situation of absolute security, he would never allow anyone into his sanctuary. In the apocalypse, human nature was an unpredictable variable. He had witnessed firsthand a woman bludgeoning her husband to death over a mere packet of instant noodles. At that moment, Zhang Yi's phone lit up again. Intrigued, he picked it up to discover Aunt Lin had tagged everyone in the homeowners group. The current blizzard had significantly disrupted their lives, and in a bid to help everyone endure this hardship with dignity, the community committee would be collecting supplies from each household for centralized distribution. This directive came from the authorities, and compliance was imperative. Otherwise, any household that acted selfishly and defied the organizational arrangements would face repercussions. One should not assume their capabilities could challenge the organization. Remember, each family harbors its vulnerabilities. Zhang Yi chuckled coldly. This was yet another iteration of the same old ploy. Although Aunt Lin, As a member of the community committee, wielded limited power, she possessed more channels of information than the average person. She must have been aware of the apocalypse's arrival and the paralysis of the authorities in Tianhai. After all, she was merely an elderly woman with a secondary education. Astute individuals could easily discern the flaws in her statements. Even if the authorities were to implement a unified regulation, such a command would never be issued. Nevertheless, with over 50 households residing in their building, some timid souls would inevitably succumb to fear and heed Aunt Lin's words. Zhang Yi had no intention of intervening. He merely wished to observe the unfolding drama. His neighbors were well aware of this. Aunt Lin's attempt to gather supplies from each household would inevitably include his own. Wang Min remarked, "With the snow sealing our doors, we can't possibly venture out. Each household barely has enough to eat. How can you expect us to surrender our provisions for redistribution?" Another homeowner, Sun Jichao, added, "Everyone is struggling. It's not easy to save some food. To confiscate, it is simply excessive." Aunt Lin gritted her teeth, pressing the voice message button with fervor. "The snowstorm will pass soon, so do not worry. We are merely requesting a redistribution of supplies. Many families are without food. Are you truly so selfish? Have you considered your neighbors? Some households have stockpiled resources, while others lack basic necessities. Naturally, those in need will support Aunt Lin. Indeed, we are all neighbors. What is wrong with helping one another in such times? It's just a matter of food and drink. Typically, we can afford it. This is just a temporary situation. This is a directive from the organization. If you do not comply, the consequences are not something everyone can bear." In the WeChat group, two factions began to argue. Zhang Yi remained silent, as did the delicate Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, for their households were still well-stocked. However, given their personalities, they would never relinquish their provisions. Zhang Yi's desire for entertainment was soon interrupted. Although he remained mute, Aunt Lin proactively sent him a private message. "Little Zhang, you work at the warehouse. Surely you have a considerable stock of food and drink at home, right? I recall you purchased 3 truckloads of supplies last time. Now that everyone is in trouble, it's time for you to lend a hand. Rest assured, once the blizzard passes, we will certainly return the favor, and everyone will remember your kindness." Aunt Lin initially sowed fear in the group to manipulate the timid, then began her individual encroachments. If she could deceive even one family, she could gather enough supplies to sustain herself and her grandson for a few more days. And Zhang Yi, the warehouse supervisor at Walmart, had become her prime target. Chapter 25, the harsh rebuke of the old woman. Zhang Yi let out a cold chuckle. In his previous life, he had miscalculated the severity of the snow disaster. Thinking he could bestow a significant favor upon his neighbors, he relinquished some of the supplies he had hoarded. Yet, what was the outcome? Instead of receiving gratitude, he was met with the belief that his household was brimming with resources. Ultimately, he met a gruesome fate, his life extinguished as he was consumed as sustenance. It could be said that the old woman, surnamed Lin, bore her share of responsibility for his demise in that past existence. With a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, he lazily sent a voice message. "How wonderful! Our supplies have also run out. Aunt Lin, when you gather resources, do share a bit with me, will you?" Aunt Lin, incensed, erupted into a tirade within her home. "Bah! Who do you think you're fooling? Your household must be hoarding plenty. Humph! After years of working in the warehouse, I refuse to believe your hands are clean." Her unwavering conviction stemmed from Zhang Yi's previous habit of assisting neighbors and purchasing discounted goods from Walmart's warehouse. Items with damaged packaging and nearing expiration dates were sold at remarkably low prices. As an internal employee, he had priority purchasing rights. Occasionally, the warehouse would distribute such items as employee benefits. With a sullen visage, Aunt Lin ground her teeth, unwilling to relent. She had set her sights on Zhang Yi as a prime target. If she could pry open his lips, she and her daughter could amass a significant stockpile of supplies, enough to sustain them for at least another week. Taking a deep breath, Aunt Lin adopted a tone that was a blend of gentleness and sternness. "Young Zhang, do not jest with me. It is common knowledge that you are the supervisor at Walmart's warehouse. Surely, your household lacks nothing to eat? This is an order from the organization. You must comply. You have contributed to the community, and both the people and the organization will remember your kindness. Be obedient and send the supplies from your home to Aunt Lin. Take the lead." Zhang Yi casually picked up a toothpick to dislodge remnants from his meal of roasted lamb leg from lunch. With a languid tone, he replied, "I'm not deceiving you. We've run out of everything. Even the landlord's house has no surplus food these days. Aunt Lin, do send me a few packs of instant noodles. As a member of the community committee, you should set an example and inspire us all." Seeing that her soft approach had failed, Aunt Lin recognized that a more forceful tone was necessary. Her voice deepened. Zhang, is it impossible to have a civil conversation with you? Do you think I am speaking on a personal level? I represent the organization. Zhang Yi scoffed. Huh? Represent the organization? You truly mistake a feather for a command. You're merely a community worker. Don't even pretend to be a civil servant, let alone a formal employee. You usually just placate those elderly folks. Now you try to put on airs with me? Are you out of your mind? If you have the guts, come at me. I'll be waiting at home. With ruthless candor, Zhang Yi exposed Aunt Lin's true nature. Community workers are merely social workers, lacking formal positions or civil service status. Aunt Lin was merely a runner in the community committee, not even a minor leader. Even if she were a high-ranking official at this juncture, Zhang Yi would remain indifferent to her. After delivering a scathing tirade against Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi decisively hung up and blocked her number. He had no time to indulge the shrill complaints of this harpy. He found no pleasure in engaging in her tirades. This series of actions nearly drove Aunt Lin to the brink of apoplexy. Zhang Yi had repeatedly defied her, metaphorically grinding her face into the dirt. How could she, who fancied herself a leader in the community, tolerate such indignity? Zhang Yi, you wretched being. I truly wish to see you perish, Aunt Lin shouted in exasperation. However, she could only muster a few curses. In truth, she was struggling to protect her own interests and could not afford to take any drastic actions against Zhang Yi. She contemplated expelling Zhang Yi from the homeowners chat group. Yet, upon reflection, such an action would not harm him significantly. She also considered rallying others in the group to collectively condemn Zhang Yi. However, doing so would reveal his refusal to contribute supplies, and if others followed suit, her chances of deception would be thwarted. Regardless of the situation, she found herself powerless against Zhang Yi. The more she pondered, the more her anger and frustration brewed within her. Yet, she had no recourse and could only swallow her grievances. Her immediate priority was to deceive others, to gather their resources before they became aware of the truth. In the following 2 days, through a combination of coaxing and intimidation, Aunt Lin successfully swindled supplies from several households. However, not everyone was gullible. In these dire times, the instinct to prioritize one's own survival had taken hold. Some individuals chose to ignore Aunt Lin entirely, while others, with more fiery tempers, outright chased her away when she came to demand supplies. Those like Qin Zhenghao and Su Hao, known for their formidable reputations, left her lacking the courage even to approach. Zhang Yi observed all these developments through surveillance cameras. Yet he saw no need to intervene in the affairs of others. Since the onset of the snowstorm, it had been 5 days. Typical households would only stockpile food for 3 to 5 days. In their case, due to some residents working at the large warehouse, their supplies were somewhat more plentiful. However, with the extreme cold, the need for fuel and food had led to rapid depletion of resources. As the days passed, a sense of hostility began to permeate the chat group. Initially, the obedient homeowners had awaited rescue from the official organization. But as the scarcity of energy for heating and food took its toll, their mental states began to shift. Particularly those who had been deceived by Aunt Lin and had their supplies taken began to voice their grievances in the group, demanding accountability for the distribution of the resources after they had been appropriated. 25-1 Unit 1502, Lin Chuanxia, Aunt Lin. Did you not promise that the supplies would be distributed uniformly after being taken? Our food has run out. It's been 2 days. Please give us something. Yes. You promised a unified distribution so that everyone would have something to eat. The homeowners clamored, including those who had initially refrained from offering supplies, now eager to partake in the spoils. Aunt Lin saw these messages but had no intention of distributing anything at that moment. Within the entire building, only she and Zhang Yi understood the true nature of the events unfolding. Outside, chaos had ensued. Only with resources could one hope to survive. Without them, one was simply awaiting death. Chapter 26. Black eating black in an instant. The chat group was filled with warm greetings directed at Aunt Lin. However, from the moment she decided to deceive her neighbors, she had long since abandoned any pretense of innocence. She was unconcerned with their scorn. Yet, there were others who had set their sights on the ill-gotten supplies she possessed, such as the notorious Qin Zhenghao. Although 5 days had passed since the apocalypse began, the true state of the world outside remained unknown to the residents, and thus, they had not yet resorted to desperate measures for survival. Qin Zhenghao, as recalled by Zhang Yi, later led a gang that plundered from others, resorting to violence and even murder. However, at this moment, he had not yet resorted to stealing from his neighbors. After all, not all social miscreants were devoid of reason. He possessed a modicum of intelligence. Even Zhang Yi, who had once shot off one of his legs, had not dared to confront him without certainty of victory. Their own supplies were dwindling as well. This type of rogue had no habit of hoarding resources at home. The fridge was stocked with beer, but it had long since frozen. It could not stave off hunger. And to indulge in a drink would require shattering the ice. Aunt Lin's actions, however, caught his attention. She had claimed to be gathering supplies for collective distribution. While he scoffed at her words, it was now evident that she had managed to procure a portion of her neighbor's resources through deception. This provided him with a legitimate reason to seize them. Even if chaos ensued once the snow melted, Aunt Lin would be too guilty to retaliate. Thus, Chen Jinghao picked up his phone and called Aunt Lin. At that moment, Aunt Lin was at home, blissfully munching on cookies with her grandson, Xiaohu. The instant noodles would have to wait until the brief period when they could boil water. Suddenly, the phone rang insistently. "Grandma, it's a call." Xiaohu pointed at the phone. Aunt Lin scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. She assumed it was from those foolish neighbors who had been tricked out of their supplies. She felt no remorse for those simpletons. However, when she answered and saw the caller's name, a flicker of fear crossed her face. Chen Jinghao? What could he want from me? Chen Jinghao was infamous, not only for his numerous underlings, but also for his formidable connections. He was not someone a mere neighborhood committee member could afford to provoke. Upon answering, Chen Jinghao's voice resonated. "Hello, Aunt Lin. You truly possess remarkable skills. Managing to gather everyone's supplies for yourself." The mention of supplies made Aunt Lin immediately alert. She coughed lightly, ahem, as a committee member. "It is my duty to manage resources for everyone." Chen Jinghao sneered derisively. "Perfect. We are currently in dire need of supplies at home. Hurry and deliver them to me." Aunt Lin's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated that this rogue would come to extort her resources. Though she feared Chen Jinghao, she was unwilling to relinquish the supplies she had obtained for the sake of her and her grandson's survival. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "I still need to manage these supplies further. Additionally, some families have yet to contribute, so distribution cannot commence just yet." Chen Jinghao's patience began to wane. This Aunt Lin was truly oblivious to the danger she was in, attempting to brush him off with such excuses. He barked angrily, "You old fool. Do you want to be disrespectful? Surely, you have hoarded those supplies for yourself. Let me make this clear. Either you hand over the goods willingly, or I will come and take them myself." Aunt Lin turned pale with fear, trembling, and at a loss for words. She had always preyed on the weak, but had no idea how to deal with someone like Chen Jinghao. Summoning her courage, she stammered, "What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly." "I'm a committee member." Chen Jinghao laughed even more mockingly. "What nonsense. You truly think you're someone of importance. If you refuse, I will simply come and take it." With that, he hung up. Due to the frigid weather, he had summoned several of his underlings to his home. On one hand, having more people provided warmth. On the other, many had fallen ill after Zhang Yi's icy ambush and needed care. Moreover, Chen Jinghao, despite being a rogue, had some sense. He realized that the situation was deteriorating, prompting him to consolidate his manpower. If the time came, having a group at his disposal would grant him absolute authority. However, with such a crowd, food was a necessity. After ending the call, he rallied his men, and they set off towards Aunt Lin's residence in a formidable throng. Chen Jinghao leaned on a mop as a makeshift cane and wielded a baseball bat, approaching Aunt Lin's door with an intimidating presence. This entire scene was captured by Zhang Yi's surveillance cameras. "Oh, it appears a dog-eat-dog scenario is about to unfold." Zhang Yi chuckled. Nearly 5 days into the apocalypse, and already such an entertaining spectacle was unfolding, with both parties being individuals he despised. Zhang Yi's spirits were elevated. Suddenly, he recalled the foolish neighbors deceived by Aunt Lin. Based on his past memories and understanding of these residents, he knew that even after this incident, more would continue to fall prey to her schemes. It was inevitable. People always clung to hope, and due to millennia of Confucian influence, the citizens of Huagua would instinctively choose to obey someone like Aunt Lin, who represented the neighborhood committee. Thus, they would be systematically fleeced by Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, contemplating the outcome if he shared this unfolding drama in the chat group. A wicked smile crept upon his lips. It would undoubtedly be a spectacle. He pressed the record button. Upon arriving at Aunt Lin's home, Chen Jinghao and his men began to shout, demanding she open the door. The Yulu community was a mid-range residential area, with every household equipped with security doors. However, it was well known that security doors were intended to deter thieves, not withstand forceful break-ins. Aunt Lin's home was not like Zhang Yi's. Although Aunt Lin desperately attempted to barricade the door, the security lock proved inadequate against the gang of envious rogues. With baseball bats and crowbars, they forcefully struck the door, quickly damaging the lock. It was evident that this was not their first encounter with such acts. Once the lock gave way, the makeshift barricade of tables and sofas inside offered no hindrance. Through the camera, Zhang Yi observed Aunt Lin's pale face, filled with terror. Chapter 27. The flying kick to Lin Xiaohu before long. Zhang Yi was startled by the heart-wrenching screams of Aunt Lin, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. As Chen Jinghao burst into the room, he delivered a forceful slap to Aunt Lin's face. "Old hag, this is for deceiving the neighbors out of their supplies. I am merely executing justice." Chen Jinghao laughed heartily. Aunt Lin, struck and dazed, collapsed to the ground, struggling to find her voice. Chen Jinghao commanded his subordinates, "Search this place. We shall take every morsel of food and drink. This is what the neighbors have painstakingly gathered. We shall not let her benefit from it." The subordinates chuckled maliciously, their eyes gleaming with mischief as they rummaged through the kitchen and bedroom, overturning every nook and cranny in Aunt Lin's home. Soon, they unearthed a considerable stash of instant noodles, bread, biscuits, and bottled water. Aunt Lin crawled over, tears streaming down her face, clutching Chen Jinghao's leg. "You can't take everything. We have our own supplies. If you take it all, how will my grandson and I survive?" Chen Jinghao coldly glared at her, sneering, "Not my concern. Get lost." With that, he delivered a brutal kick, connecting squarely with Aunt Lin's face. "Ah!" she screamed, echoing the sound of a slaughtered animal as she fell backward. At that moment, a shout erupted from the bedroom. "You bunch of bastards, get out of here." It was Lin Xiaohu, Aunt Lin's grandson, who, upon discovering his hidden chocolate biscuits had been uncovered, was consumed by rage. He grabbed a fruit knife from the drawer and plunged it into the backside of one of the assailants. In such frigid temperatures, any injury could prove fatal. The assailant yelped in pain, turning to confront his young attacker, his fury igniting. "Damn it! If this gets out, how will I ever show my face again?" Enraged, he unleashed a powerful kick into Lin Xiaohu's abdomen, a force that no 6-year-old could withstand. The boy let out a cry, soaring through the air before crashing violently against the wall, crumpling to the ground like refuse. There is a saying that likens hitting someone to painting a picture, and this scene vividly illustrated that phrase. The sight elicited hearty laughter from Chen Jinghao and his companions. "Ha ha, Lao Wu, when did you hone such impressive leg skills? You sent that little brat flying." "Impressive." Lao Wu, the assailant, removed the knife from his backside and boasted, "Aren't I impressive? You should have filmed that moment." Aunt Lin, injured and initially intent on feigning death, could not contain her despair upon witnessing her beloved grandson being so mercilessly kicked. "Xiaohu, my dear grandson," she cried, lunging toward him. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao pointed at Aunt Lin, declaring with righteous indignation, "This is the price you pay for deceiving the neighbors. I am merely delivering justice." With that, the group burst into laughter as they departed from Aunt Lin's home, their haul in tow. This brutal spectacle made Zhang Yi raise an eyebrow. Witnessing the despicable Aunt Lin and her family being beaten brought him a sense of satisfaction. He felt no empathy for them. However, this scene also signified the cracking of the previously civilized social order within the entire residential building. Increasingly savage events would soon unfold, for once the ice surface cracks, it swiftly spreads. Alas, this bore little relevance to him. As he observed them fighting desperately over scant resources, he could only lie idly at home, feeling a sense of boredom. Reclining on his imported sofa, Zhang Yi smiled and sighed. In the owner's group chat, those deceived by Aunt Lin continued to berate her mercilessly. They watched the video of Chen Jinghao and his gang smashing into Aunt Lin's home, witnessing her and her grandson being beaten and the pilfered supplies being taken away. The owners erupted in joy. "Ha ha ha, the big fraud. She got what she deserved. This is the price of deceit. Hee hee, trying to steal and losing everything. What a laugh." Though the owners who had their supplies stolen knew well that the goods taken by Chen Jinghao would not be returned, they still felt genuine delight at Aunt Lin's punishment. For a moment, some even hailed Chen Jinghao as a hero, singing his praises. Brother Hao is magnificent, truly a big brother of society, with a sense of justice. Without him, we would have no means to deal with such shameless scum. Be careful, Brother Hao. This old hag is cunning and ruthless. She might report you. Some even expressed concern for Chen Jinghao, offering him advice. Zhang Yi, watching the chat unfold, merely scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. The owners failed to realize a crucial point. If Chen Jinghao could invade Aunt Lin's home to rob her today, he could just as easily do the same to them tomorrow. As despair towards the outside world grew, such occurrences would inevitably escalate. Yet, seeing the owners chat freely in the group indicated another truth. They still possessed a reasonable amount of supplies. The majority of households were not as destitute as they claimed. Many residents of Yuelu community worked in storage facilities and had developed a habit of stockpiling supplies. Even those not employed in such areas often procured discounted goods from various channels to stock their homes. Thus, even if securing sufficient food and warmth was currently a challenge, most families were not in dire straits. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had managed to endure for a month before being overwhelmed by starving neighbors who broke down his door to share his provisions. The principle of not revealing one's wealth was well understood by everyone. The reason they feigned poverty was to deter others from seeking their supplies. Of course, they were merely scraping by. The quality of life was a concept far removed from their current existence. Zhang Yi ceased to monitor the chat messages. He retrieved the target from the alternate space and affixed it to the wall. Then he picked up his hand crossbow and compound bow, beginning to practice his shooting skills. Even though his safe haven was as sturdy as a steel fortress, complacency was a luxury one could not afford in the apocalypse. Only through relentless daily practice of survival skills could one hope to endure until the end. Moreover, practicing shooting provided Zhang Yi with a welcome diversion. As for marksmanship, he deemed it unnecessary to practice further. He possessed a shooting association membership and understood the mechanics of firearms. While he could not claim to be an expert marksman, the mere presence of a gun in hand served as a formidable deterrent. Chapter 28. A packet of instant noodles costs 2,000 yuan. Aunt Lin was robbed of her supplies by Chen Zhenghao, and both she and her grandson, Xiaohu, suffered a brutal beating. The old woman, despite her struggle to maintain her composure, was still able to move about. However, her 6-year-old grandson Xiao, who had been mercilessly kicked in the stomach by Chen Zhenghao's subordinate, a young thug named Karami. A child of such tender age could scarcely endure such a blow, resulting in severe internal injuries. In her desperation, she turned to the community chat group, pleading for help in saving her grandson. Unfortunately, due to her previous deceitful actions in acquiring supplies, the community members held deep resentment towards her, and no one was willing to extend a helping hand. I understand that my past actions were wrong, but my grandson is innocent. He is just a child. Please, save him. Aunt Lin's anguished cries echoed in the chat, filled with despair. Yet, no one among the homeowners showed her any sympathy. Instead, some mocked her. How can we trust you this time? They scoffed. Besides, we are not doctors. We lack the capacity to assist you. If you hadn't deceived us in the first place, would Brother Hao have harmed your grandson? Ultimately, it was her own folly that had led to this predicament. Amidst her breakdown, Aunt Lin wailed, I take full responsibility for my mistakes. I would bow down to you all if it means saving my grandson. At that moment, a woman named Zhou Cougar sent a message. Let me take a look at the child. However, I cannot guarantee a full recovery. Upon reading Zhou Cougar's message, Zhang Yi envisioned a tall, proud woman with a long ponytail. Zhou Cougar was a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Tianai City. In her previous life, she had utilized her medical knowledge to save many lives, making her one of the few good-hearted individuals among their neighbors. Typically aloof and reserved in the community chat, she only stepped forward upon realizing that Xiaohu's life was at stake. Aunt Lin suddenly remembered the presence of this doctor in their community and promptly expressed her immense gratitude as she sent her grandson for help. Half an hour later, Aunt Lin's anxious voice resonated in the chat once more. Is there anyone with hemostatic agents, shock medications, or antibiotics? My Xiaohu needs surgery. I beseech you all for assistance. I will bow down to you. Xiaohu's injuries were grave. The kick had ruptured his liver. Although Zhou Cougar was a doctor, she lacked a sufficient supply of medications at home. The homeowners, upon hearing Aunt Lin's desperate pleas, merely chuckled in silence. Come on, who keeps such medications at home? Chen Jinghao chimed in, offering snide remarks. How will you bow down in the chat? Laughter erupted in response. Aunt Lin's voice quivered with tears. If you can help, I will bow right now. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Strangely enough, he possessed all those medications in his spatial inventory. However, he had no intention of offering them to save Xiaohu. Firstly, in this apocalyptic world, medications were as vital as food, and he wished to keep his resources concealed. Secondly, he harbored a strong dislike for Aunt Lin and her spoiled grandson. Moreover, even if he managed to save Xiaohu, the harsh winter would likely claim him anyway. It was wiser to reserve the medications for his own use. Despite Aunt Lin's continued pleas in the group, no one came forward to assist her. After a considerable time, Dr. Zhou Cougar finally posted a message in the chat, stating that she had managed to stabilize Xiaohu's condition temporarily. But it was merely an emergency measure and would not last long. He would need to undergo surgery at a hospital to survive. She also mentioned that she could assist with other urgent medical needs if anyone required help. This prompted a flurry of compliments in response. Even Qin Zhenghao and the wealthy heir Su Hao offered praise for Zhou Kuer's compassionate heart. In the past, the community had been indifferent to this aloof doctor. But now, fearing for their lives, they eagerly sought to curry favor with her. Zhang Yi remained silent in the chat, quietly observing the unfolding situation. In recent days, Fang Yuqing had not contacted him again. Zhang Yi relished this respite, fully aware that the White Lotus would soon seek him out. Presently, she was merely attempting to maintain her fragile vanity, believing herself to be above approaching a man. Of course, exceptions were made for the wealthy. But what would happen later? The snow continued to fall, completely burying the first floor. At this point, leaving the community was out of the question. Even accessing the front gate was hindered by several meters of snow accumulation. The depletion of supplies was inevitable. Soon, with her character, the White Lotus would undoubtedly come to Zhang Yi for help. A week had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. 7 days may not seem long, but for those enduring the bitter cold, confined to their homes, it felt as though 7 years had dragged on. Initially, they had been filled with hope. But now nearly everyone had come to terms with the harsh reality. The likelihood of rescue was growing slimmer by the day. Through the internet, they had learned that the entire world was grappling with an unprecedented snowstorm that had struck with stunning ferocity. Entire regions were submerged in snow, with temperatures in some northern cities plummeting below -100 degrees, burying many urban areas entirely, while the authorities continued to encourage unity and resilience through limited channels. The sight of their frozen city had extinguished any remaining hope. The issues arising from the scarcity of supplies had become increasingly acute. Aunt Lin's food supplies had been completely plundered by Qin Zhenghao, and her grandson lay on the brink of death, driving her into a state of madness. She spent her days frantically shouting in the chat, claiming to be a leader of the neighborhood committee, demanding that everyone turn over their supplies to her. However, the residents had grown wise to her antics, and no one paid her any mind. Suddenly, a mother named Xieli Mei, residing on the 12th floor, posted a message in the chat. "Is there anyone with food? My child and I haven't eaten in 2 days. I can pay a high price." This message triggered a subtle shift within the community chat. Previously, people had believed the disaster would soon pass, and the city would reopen. Thus, while food exchanges occurred, prices had only been a few times higher than normal. However, as more households ran out of supplies, food had become synonymous with survival and hope. Not long after, someone announced, "I still have a few packets of instant noodles. I can sell them to you, but one packet will cost 1,000 yuan. A packet of instant noodles for 1,000 yuan. Such an outrageous price was unimaginable in the past. Little did they realize that this transaction would profoundly impact the entire residential building. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, gazing at his phone, remarking casually, "Strange events are about to unfold." At least for now, people still clung to a sliver of hope, believing that the snowstorm would eventually relent. Life would need to continue. And so would the pursuit of profit. Just then, Su Hao, the wealthy heir who had been silent in the chat for some time, suddenly spoke up. "I'll pay 2,000 yuan per packet. How many do you have? I'll take them all." Chapter 29. The 10th day, a remark from the wealthy heir Lin Hao set the entire chat group ablaze. "What? A pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan? Surely. I must have misheard. Please, do not engage in such blatant price manipulation. It fills me with trepidation." Some individuals trembled as they voiced their concerns. The snow disaster will surely pass, right? There is truly no need for such alarmism. Yet, the incident involving the mother, Xieli Mei, and the affluent Chun Hao purchasing food at exorbitant prices struck a chord with their already fragile psyche. Feigning calmness, someone remarked, "Are you joking? A pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan? Do you genuinely believe the apocalypse has arrived? It's merely a heavier snowfall. Winter has merely come earlier this year. It's not like we are besieged by zombies. What is the fuss about?" Zhang Yi, upon reading this message, chuckled softly and shook his head. "Zombies? Do not compare such trivial matters to this frigid apocalypse. While zombies may be fearsome, they remain a threat manageable by human effort. However, when faced with the wrath of nature, humanity appears as fragile as insects before the vastness of the cosmos. They remain unaware of the dreadful calamity that lies ahead." Su Hao boasted in the group chat, "Don't concern yourselves with the details. I have wealth. I can simply buy peace of mind. If you wish to sell, message me privately. If not, so be it." Su Hao feigned indifference, but Zhang Yi discerned the truth. His facade of nonchalance was a mere pretense, for he was already gripped by fear. Otherwise, he would not dare to propose such an outrageous price for instant noodles. This situation is not difficult to comprehend. Despite Su Hao's immense fortune, with assets amounting to billions, in this apocalyptic scenario, he could not afford to enjoy the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy, let alone order takeout. Wealth does not guarantee kindness, but it certainly does not imply foolishness. Recognizing the severity of the crisis, Su Hao began purchasing supplies from his neighbors at inflated prices. The distressed mother, Xieli Mei, exclaimed, "How can you do this? Our family has nothing to eat. Purchasing food is a matter of survival." Su Hao bluntly replied, "I am not robbing you. I am simply offering a higher price. It is their freedom to sell to whomever they choose. What right do you have to dictate that?" Seeing that Su Hao disregarded her, Xieli Mei took to the group chat, pleading for assistance. "Please, everyone, help us. My daughter is only 9 months old. Without food, I cannot provide her with milk. We are both on the brink of starvation." Silence enveloped the group as Xieli Mei's words echoed. At this moment, the selfish nature of humanity was laid bare. Su Hao was offering 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles, while Xieli Mei's offer barely reached half that amount. Keep in mind, the average salary in Tianhai City is merely 5,000 yuan. Who would willingly sell their hard-earned supplies at a loss? Many individuals began privately messaging Su Hao, initiating discussions about transactions. Xieli Mei, seemingly aware of the unfolding situation, continued to cry out in the group, imploring everyone for assistance. Yet, not a single soul responded. Not even a word of comfort was offered. After all, once you speak up, Xieli Mei might perceive your compassion as an opportunity to latch onto you. This helpless mother, overwhelmed with despair, wept uncontrollably. With an 8-month-old child in her care, she struggled to tend to herself, let alone a completely dependent infant. Zhang Yi's mind conjured memories of Xieli Mei from his past life. His impression of her was not profound. She had always presented herself as a delicate mother, leveraging this image to garner sympathy and acquire resources to survive. However, one peculiar detail remained in his recollections. She and her daughter had managed to live on well into the future. Reflecting on this, a glimmer of insight sparked in Zhang Yi's eyes. This woman was undoubtedly not as simple as she appeared. Beneath the facade of innocence lay a darker reality. After his demise, she likely seized her share of the spoils. Zhang Yi understood that in the apocalypse, a savior's heart could lead to one's downfall. Thus, he remained silent, choosing to observe Xieli Mei with a detached gaze. With so many perishing in this catastrophe, he merely sought to safeguard his own survival. The fate of others was inconsequential. Nevertheless, Xieli Mei's pleas ultimately bore some fruit. Uncle Yu, the security guard, softened and agreed to share some food with her. Xieli Mei expressed her profound gratitude, vowing never to forget his kindness. Through surveillance, Zhang Yi noted that Su Hao, leveraging his financial power, had managed to acquire supplies from several neighbors. Though the quantity was not substantial, it was sufficient for him and his girlfriend to survive for a few weeks. Zhang Yi scoffed. This is the last flicker of warmth that wealth can provide in the face of an apocalypse. It won't be long before people realize, as supplies dwindle, that money has become worthless. True power lies in resources. At that time, many will surely regret their decision to sell their supplies. It must be noted that Su Hao had set a troubling precedent within the community group. Given that many residents of the 25-unit complex were friends or colleagues, Su Hao's extravagant purchases affected everyone around him. Once he established a high price for supplies, all became acutely aware of the dire scarcity of resources. Each individual tightened their grip on what little they had. As the snow disaster commenced, some were still willing to share and trade with neighbors. Yet now, they had become more miserly than ever. Even when approached by close friends seeking food, they would conjure every excuse to refuse. On the 10th day of the ice apocalypse, at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning's home, supplies were nearly depleted. The two once picky eaters, accustomed to gourmet cuisine, were now bickering over a single pack of instant noodles. The food they had previously procured, including what the infatuated Zhou Ping had delivered, was dwindling. If the situation persisted, they would face starvation within a week. Wrapped in blankets on the sofa, their faces pale, the only item on the coffee table was an unopened pack of compressed biscuits. Lin Canning glanced at the biscuits and turned to Fang Yuqing, saying, "Yuqing, this is our last pack of compressed biscuits." Fang Yuqing's eyes reflected profound sorrow. In the past, she would have refused to allow such coarse food to touch her delicate throat. Yet now, she consumed every morsel, even scavenging crumbs off the floor, unwilling to waste a single bite. Chapter 30. The premium backup. Lin Canning continued. We still have 5 packs of crispy noodles and 3 bags of instant noodles. There is also half a bottle of Lao Gan Ma in the kitchen, but we've long run out of steamed buns and noodles. Fong Yuqing clutched her head in despair. Crispy noodles? They won't fill us up at all. Lin Canning fixed her gaze on her. Yuqing, the situation outside is exceedingly dire. Do you think this heavy snowfall will ever cease? Fong Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, then vacantly turned her gaze towards the window. Through the frosted glass, she could faintly see the snowflakes swirling down from the heavens. For 10 consecutive days, the snow had fallen without a moment's pause. The second floor was completely submerged, rendering any attempt to go outside futile. Meanwhile, the streets in the distance lay shrouded in silence, devoid of any snow-clearing vehicles from the authorities. Despair enveloped Fong Yuqing's heart as she pondered how long this calamity would persist, or if it would ever conclude. She covered her eyes and wept, Ning. What shall we do? If this continues, we will starve. Lin Canning gritted her teeth and inquired, is there any food left at Zhou Peng's place? Fong Yuqing shook her head. I've asked him several times, even pretended to want to befriend him. But he has truly drained, not a drop left. The last time he brought me 2 packs of instant noodles, that was his final ration. He is now as emaciated as a zombie, and surely has nothing left to offer. Lin Canning clenched her fists in frustration. Then, is there anyone else we could try? She continued, look at us. We are both quite attractive. Surely, with just a little effort, there must be men willing to be swayed by our charm. Fong Yuqing shot her a glance. Her expression tinged with irritation. Have you lost your mind? Everyone values their supplies as if their lives depend on them, even if they are drawn to us. It would be implausible for them to easily part with their resources. Moreover, given the frigid weather, even if we offered ourselves to them, they might be too weakened to respond. As she spoke, a flicker of pain crossed Fong Yuqing's eyes. Lin Canning was unaware that Fong Yuqing had already attempted such strategies, trying to barter her beauty for provisions. However, her standards had been unreasonably high. She had sought a partner over 185 meters tall, a civil servant, with a monthly income of 50,000 before she would even consider reciprocating affection. Consequently, even the elderly neighbor had remarked, you're too late. Had you come a fortnight earlier, I might have been able to oblige. Lin Canning bit her lip, anxiety gnawing at her. As a woman with a modicum of beauty, she had intended to leverage her allure as a last resort for survival. However, the biting cold was clearly an exceptional deterrent to such endeavors. Suddenly, a man's visage flickered in her mind. She turned to Fong Yuqing and said, Oh, Yuqing, have you forgotten about your devoted admirer? Fong Yuqing knew precisely whom Lin Canning referred to. She pursed her lips defiantly and retorted, Humph, that insufferable man. Unless he comes begging for my forgiveness, I shall not make the first move. Previously, she had reached out to Zhang Yi several times, hoping he would seize the opportunity to curry favor by providing supplies. Yet, his demeanor had been excessively aloof, even sending her provocative photos, which incensed her further. She vowed to make him grovel for her attention. If she were to reach out now, wouldn't that tarnish her aloof goddess persona? No, she could not allow that. Once her image was tarnished, how could she ever attract a wealthy heir in the future? Lin Canning interjected. Have you forgotten that Zhang Yi's family had hoarded quite a bit of food? Even after a month, they would have more than the average household. Once you approach him, he will undoubtedly agree to send food your way, she continued. Fong Yuqing felt a flicker of temptation at the mention of provisions. However, she hesitated, but he was so indifferent when I last contacted him. Lin Canning replied, You fool. He must feel unworthy of you, wishing to give up. After all, you were quite cold towards him recently. Fong Yuqing's excitement surged. Well, that is entirely his own doing. He is merely a middle-class fellow, pretending to be a wealthy heir, causing me to waste so much emotional energy. Lin Canning chuckled, but he is still a premium backup. Isn't he? The purpose of a backup is to be utilized in times of need. Just show him a hint of kindness, reignite the spark of hope within him, and then he will be at your beck and call. Chapter 31 Zhang Yi's family is too affluent. By Lianhua is envious to tears after listening to Lin Canning's advice. Fong Yuqing felt it made a great deal of sense. The most significant reason, however, was her overwhelming hunger. Just recalling the images Zhang Yi had sent her of steaks, Australian lobsters, and delectable fruits made her mouth water. All her restraint could be temporarily set aside for the sake of a good meal, a necessity to alleviate the long, tedious hours. Ding dong. Her phone chimed. Zhang Yi picked it up and saw it was Fong Yuqing. A smirk crept across his face. This woman's meager pride had finally crumbled. He opened the voice message and was immediately greeted by Fong Yuqing's quivering voice. Oomph, Zhang Yi, you insufferable brother. You haven't bothered to chat with me for so many days. You're truly despicable. I merely scolded you a few days ago, but I regretted it at the time. However, as a lady, it's not proper for me to initiate the conversation. You You wretched brother, have no compassion for me at all. As a master of charm and innocence, Fong Yuqing had a knack for playing cute. Otherwise, in her past life, she wouldn't have been able to fluster Zhang Yi so easily. Admittedly, hearing her coy voice made Zhang Yi's resolve weaken. He gritted his teeth. If he didn't know her malicious heart, he would almost want to indulge her. Feeling unwell lately, perhaps due to illness, he had grown indifferent to WeChat. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuqing immediately inquired, "Are you sick? Did you catch a cold? You must keep warm in this weather." "No, I have heat stroke." Zhang Yi's message left Fong Yuqing momentarily stunned. Heat stroke? Are you kidding me? Their home was already freezing at -5 or 6 degrees. They had to huddle under blankets with Lin Kaining just to stay warm, struggling to sleep through the bitter cold. You claim to have heat stroke? Zhang Yi. Don't jest. How could anyone get heat stroke in such frigid weather? Zhang Yi sent a curious emoji in response. Is it cold? Oh. I have a fireplace in my room, so I hardly notice. It gets unbearably hot when the fire's on. I probably fell ill after dozing off too close to the flames a few days ago. As he spoke, he snapped a photo of the roaring fireplace, inadvertently capturing his bare legs along with piles of snacks and leftover lamb chops and chicken legs on the coffee table. He then sent the image to Fong Yuqing. Upon seeing Zhang Yi's photo, if the previous images had merely made her feel a pang of envy, this one ignited a blaze of jealousy in her eyes. A fireplace. It was the ultimate tool for warmth. Even in the distant north, having one at home made the bitter cold outside utterly bearable. The heating capacity of a fireplace was even more effective than central heating, as it allowed for close proximity to the flames. Fong Yuqing had nearly lost all feeling in her body after 10 days of freezing. A few days ago, she and Lin Kaining had burned a chair just to keep warm, though it only provided a brief warmth lasting mere minutes. The sheer intensity of the flames had brought her to tears. Yet, they had so few burnable items left after they were gone. She could only reminisce about that fleeting comfort. Who would have thought that Zhang Yi possessed a fireplace at home? Tianhai City was a southern city, where winter rarely necessitated down jackets. Who would install a fireplace in their house? Fong Yuqing had no time to ponder this question, her eyes glued to the photo. Her mind consumed by one thought, she yearned to visit Zhang Yi's home. Seeing Zhang Yi lounging with his bare legs and surrounded by an abundance of food, he had become her greatest hope. Lin Kaining, curled up in her blanket beside her, noticed the change in Fong Yuqing's expression, peering over. She was soon left speechless, exclaiming, "My goodness, this photo can't possibly be real. How could anyone live such a luxurious life at a time like this? This is downright paradise." Suddenly, Fong Yuqing had an epiphany. Indeed, everyone else was at home starving and freezing. Why should Zhang Yi be so comfortable? Perhaps this photo, along with the previous ones, was all digitally altered. A brilliant idea struck her, and she initiated a video call to Zhang Yi. The truth would be evident with just one glance. Lin Kaining leaned in closer, her eyes fixated on the screen. Zhang Yi, upon receiving the call, wore a teasing smile. He was eager to witness the pitiful demeanor of this white lotus as she humbly sought his assistance. If he couldn't witness her despair, how could he reconcile with the tragic end of his past life? Thus, he accepted the call. As the connection was established, both parties beheld each other's circumstances. Zhang Yi, having just finished his workout, reclined lazily on the sofa, his upper body bare. The room was brightly lit, and behind him sat a collection of fitness equipment, while the kitchen was stocked with an abundance of ingredients. Occasionally, he would prepare meals for leisure, so the kitchen housed boxes of scallops, fish maw, and abalone, along with instant noodles and gourmet canned goods like caviar and truffles. For him, these were merely fast foods to savor on occasion. Yet for the two women on the other end of the camera, it represented a dream come true, in stark contrast to Zhang Yi's comfort. Fong Yuqing and Lin Kaining appeared quite disheveled. Wrapped in thick blankets, the extreme cold rendered many of their cosmetics unusable, making them look somewhat haggard, far from their usual polished appearances. Upon seeing Fong Yuqing, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Yi's eyes. The goddess he had once fervently pursued looked no better than average without makeup, at most a 6 out of 10, reflecting on his previous obsession with Asian enchantments. He inwardly cursed, "Shake it off, you old nag." The two women, oblivious to Zhang Yi's expression, were entirely captivated by the contents of his home. His bare torso indicated a remarkably cozy indoor temperature. The bright lights, in a time when they barely received an hour of electricity each day, were unthinkable to them. After all, regulations prohibited the use of high-power appliances, or they would face enforced power cuts. The mountainous pile of food in his kitchen was enough to make their eyes gleam with longing, having endured countless meals of compressed rations. Chapter 32. The White Lotus's soft and hard persuasions through a video call. Fong Yuqing and Lin Kaining glimpsed Zhang Yi's current living conditions. The pleasant warmth and abundance of food left them utterly astounded, as if they had stumbled upon paradise. They could hardly fathom that, even 10 days after the apocalypse, there were still individuals leading such a comfortable life. Zhang Yi casually inquired, "How have you been lately? I see you both have lost weight." "Congratulations." Fong Yuqing and Lin Kaining felt an urge to curse. Did they wish to be thin? It was all due to hunger. Now, they dared to consume only a pack of instant noodles each day. Otherwise, their supplies would have been exhausted long ago. Lin Kaining's gaze was fixated on the abundance of food in Zhang Yi's home. She swallowed hard and greedily asked, "Zhang Yi, how does your family have so much food? Did you hoard it during our last shopping trip?" Zhang Yi glanced at the kitchen and replied nonchalantly, "Those? Just some junk food. I eat a bit when I'm too lazy to cook. I hardly move around usually." His words were starkly honest. Within his alternate space, delectable delicacies were piled high, as he had ordered countless gourmet dishes from various restaurants. Moreover, among the vast supplies in the Walmart warehouse, there existed hundreds of thousands of food varieties. To Fong Yuqing and Lin Kaining, his casual remarks felt like a blatant display of wealth. After all, a single pack of instant noodles had skyrocketed to 2,000 yuan in their community group. Zhang Yi could vividly see their throats moving, evidently swallowing saliva. However, he said nothing, merely enjoying their expressions of yearning. "Zhang Yi, your home has so much food. How impressive. Many people outside can hardly find anything to eat." "Hee hee. You were so clever. No wonder you bought so much back then. You had it all planned out," Fong Yuqing exclaimed with a playful tone. Her address for Zhang Yi had unexpectedly transformed into Zhang Yi Gich. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. "Oh, it's just luck." Fong Yuqing continued, "Zhang Yi Gich, your home looks so warm. And it's not even time for the power supply. Why is your home so bright?" Her question unveiled her greatest curiosity. Nothing is more coveted than the warmth of a cozy home amidst extreme cold. Zhang Yi chuckled softly and turned the camera to show the fireplace. "We installed a fireplace. It's quite warm. The house gets uncomfortably hot." He playfully added, "By the way, you both seem quite cold. Is it really that chilly outside? I haven't stepped out in over 10 days, so I'm unaware of the conditions out there." This statement undoubtedly heightened the tension. How could he possibly be oblivious to the external conditions? Merely observing the conversations in the community group unveiled the dire circumstances and frigid temperatures others were enduring. Fong Yuqing and Lin Kaining felt a surge of resentment. They knew Zhang Yi was speaking with intention. Yet, how could they contend with someone living in paradise? It was a privilege he possessed. Fong Yuqing harbored a singular thought. She yearned to reside in Zhang Yi's home. His apparent abundance of food, coupled with the warm environment, was irresistibly enticing. She immediately adopted a feigned vulnerable demeanor, batting her eyelashes and sweetly asking, "Zhang Yi Gich, you are so amazing. I admire you so much. May I come over to your house? I haven't seen you in ages, and Yuqing misses you dearly." Fong Yuqing believed this tactic would surely work. After all, she had previously employed it to command the devotion of many admirers. Moreover, Zhang Yi had pursued her in the past. As long as she could gain entry into his home, she would devise more ways to stay there with justification. If necessary, she could offer him a little sweetness. R&T men all the same. However, she did not anticipate that Zhang Yi would feel a wave of nausea upon witnessing her coy behavior. He began to question his past self. How could he have pursued such a woman for 2 years? In the past, they worked in the warehouse area where female employees were scarce. Fong Yuqing's ability to act cute and her penchant for dressing well had led him to idolize her over time. Under the influence of infatuation, she became his unattainable dream. Yet, since his betrayal and demise in his previous life, the illusion had faded completely. Observing the barefaced Fong Yuqing through the camera, Zhang Yi felt not a single stir of emotion, only a sense of distaste. He smirked ironically. Leaning back on the sofa, he rested his chin on his hand, languidly remarking, "In such cold weather, it's best to stay home and rest. No need to wander about. Although, I'm not really sure how cold it is outside. But judging from your appearance, it must be quite low." Fong Yuqing and Lin Kaining were left dumbfounded by Zhang Yi's rejection. Both were momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with disbelief. Fong Yuqing's gaze reflected shock and grievance. In her eyes, Zhang Yi was merely a convenient backup. With a mere beckon, he would come to serve her. Now that she had proactively offered to visit him, he had rejected her without a second thought. This severely undermined her confidence. What hurt her further was Zhang Yi's condescending tone. No, she could not accept such an outcome. knowing that just a few floors away lay a warm haven filled with abundant food, while she had to endure hunger at home, was utterly intolerable. She was a goddess. After all, Fang Yuqing's expression stiffened momentarily before she forced a smile. Zhang Yi, you're not teasing Yuqing, are you? You used to treat me so well. Why wouldn't you let me come see you? I'm not asking for anything else. She pouted, displaying a pitiful expression that was truly heart-wrenching. Any ordinary man witnessing this would likely feel a surge of compassion, succumbing to the urge to indulge her request. Yet, Zhang Yi was an exception. Ever since Fang Yuqing's betrayal led to his demise, he harbored no feelings for her beyond resentment. Zhang Yi retorted, every time I invited you to my home, you concocted various excuses, claiming we were both single and that it would not look good if word got out. I believed you were right. We have no relationship and should maintain some distance to avoid gossip. In the past, when Zhang Yi pursued Fang Yuqing, he had to put in considerable effort just to invite her out for a meal or a movie, preparing gifts and surprises, and reserving high-end restaurants for a chance. When he sought to take their relationship further by inviting her to his home, she would always have an excuse. Now, he reflected her past words back to her with a mocking tone. Chapter 33. A frantic slap in the face. Fang Yuqing's expression shifted subtly. After all, she was somewhat aware of her past actions. However, how could the little fairy feel any embarrassment? Especially in front of the backup she believed she could manipulate at will. Even though Zhang Yi remained aloof towards her, Fang Yuqing was convinced that he was merely playing hard to get. She firmly believed that Zhang Yi harbored feelings for her, and with a little more effort, she could certainly win him over. Thus, she feigned a sulky demeanor, saying, I only did that for your own good. Zhang Yi, don't be so petty. Just consider it my fault, okay? I can come over and make amends. As she spoke, she gently bit her lip, and a blush unexpectedly crept onto her face. I could even massage your legs or shoulders. Zhang Yi couldn't help but internally exclaim in disbelief. On such a cold day, it was rare for her to display such exquisite acting, embodying the shy maiden. It would truly be a shame for her not to pursue an acting career. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi was not swayed by her charms. No way. We're not even a couple, and I can't accept such intimate actions, he replied sternly. His face set in a serious expression. I am a traditional person. Fang Yuqing felt as though she might explode from anger at Zhang Yi's words. She was practically offering herself on a silver platter, yet he continued to act coy? Did she really need to be so explicit? If only he would let her stay at his home, the benefits would be plentiful, and even progressing their relationship further was not out of the question. She realized perhaps her words had not been clear enough. Desperate to secure a paradise-like existence in Zhang Yi's household, she disregarded Lin Caning's presence and boldly declared, Zhang Yi, I have always held a special affection for you. Being a couple is not something we can't consider in the future. After all, love can grow over time. As she spoke, she pretended to be shy, covering her face with her hands, exclaiming, Oh, how embarrassing. How much more direct do you want me to be? Her coy demeanor, paired with her flirtatious glances, was indeed quite alluring. If it were the Zhang Yi of the past, he would have been overwhelmed with desire and let her into his home without hesitation. It must be said that not everyone can master the art of seduction like her. It requires years of practice. Zhang Yi, however, was deep in thought. Should he allow Fang Yuqing, this white lotus, to enter his home? Let there be no misunderstanding. He was not a saint. He merely felt that having pursued her for 2 years, if they were to become intimate, it would serve as a form of closure for the past. Yet, this fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. In these apocalyptic times, he could not afford to take any risks. Thus, he would not open the door to his fortified sanctuary. Surviving was paramount. Zhang Yi chuckled coldly, his gaze towards Fang Yuqing laced with mockery. Fang Yuqing, have you misunderstood something? He said, leaning closer to the camera with a teasing expression. You don't actually believe I have feelings for you, do you? For a self-assured green tea princess. His words were devastatingly impactful. As expected, Fang Yuqing's complexion soured immediately upon hearing this. Lin Caning, standing nearby, cast a surreptitious glance her way, her eyes glinting with a hint of delight. Indeed, friends can often be fair-weather companions. They feign concern for your well-being while secretly relishing your misfortune. Fang Yuqing demanded. Zhang Yi, what do you mean by that? Didn't T you once claim to adore me? Zhang Yi scoffed. Don't get it twisted. You are indeed attractive. A pretty girl. But I never intended to pursue a romantic relationship with you. It was merely a fleeting amusement. Where do you get the audacity to think I'm pining after you? Zhang Yi said, barely able to stifle his laughter. He spoke the truth. As a local of Tian'ai City with a lucrative job and an impressive residence, he was indeed a catch in the matchmaking scene. Otherwise, Fang Yuqing would not have set her sights on him after her failed attempts at securing a wealthy partner. Had Zhang Yi not been simple and kind-hearted in his previous life, he would have been surrounded by countless women by now. His words cut through Fang Yuqing like daggers, striking at her very core. For one who considered herself a goddess, nothing was more intolerable than having her allure unacknowledged. It was the essence of her existence. In the past, she had viewed Zhang Yi as a mere backup suitor, keeping him on a string while seeking wealthier prospects. Yet now, he had turned the tables, revealing that she was the one ensnared in a trap. This was a reality Fang Yuqing could not accept. Her voice trembled with fury. Zhang Yi, don't go too far. Zhang Yi laughed coldly, intensifying his critique. Enough with the innocent act. It's clear to me that you're merely a gold digger, obsessed with snaring a wealthy husband. Do you really think all rich men are fools? By the way, let me share a little secret. In the circles of rich second-generation heirs in Tianhai City, you're notorious. Today you flatter Zhang Xiao, tomorrow you chase after Li Xiao. They only play with you for a few days. Do you honestly believe you can become the mistress of a wealthy family? Do you know what they call you behind your back? The bus, the public outlet. Zhang Yi shamelessly ridiculed Fang Yuqing. At that moment, as she believed her charms could sway him into a comfortable life, her face turned pale with shock, her body trembling from rage. When had she ever been so openly humiliated? Especially by the very backup she had deemed beneath her. This was a crushing blow to her pride. Zhang Yi, shut your mouth, Fang Yuqing shouted in rage. Zhang Yi smirked. Am I not just speaking the truth? Why are you so agitated? Isn't this all a result of your own actions? With that, Zhang Yi cut off the call, denying Fang Yuqing the opportunity to retaliate. Chapter 34. The ugly stirring trouble. Zhang Yi vehemently berated Fang Yuqing, exposing her true nature as a manipulative gold digger. His words struck deep, piercing her facade. Despite her materialistic tendencies and emotional manipulation of men, she fancied herself a good girl. Zhang Yi's scorn shattered her self-confidence. If someone like him could look down on her, it indicated her lack of allure and dashed her hopes of seducing a wealthy heir to become a rich wife. After hanging up, Zhang Yi soon received a barrage of voice messages from Fang Yuqing, undoubtedly filled with vitriol aimed at him. However, did he care? Not in the slightest. In this apocalyptic world, this white lotus would wither away daily, suffering in extreme cold and hunger. Zhang Yi merely toyed with her, relishing in her misfortune. Why would he waste his anger on a mere specter? In fact, her furious demeanor brought him a sense of delight. Laughing heartily, he made his way to the kitchen to retrieve a bottle of Roman E. Conti, worth 200,000. Such a wine was rare. Preserved in a temperature-controlled cabinet, even at Walmart. He possessed only a few cases of it, so today he decided to celebrate his good mood. His home would never face a power outage, as the electrical system had been upgraded during renovations, linked to a backup power source and a silent generator. He lacked for nothing in terms of energy. In the living room, he meticulously arranged a sumptuous feast: French escargots, tomahawk steak, starry sky, and Jingling salted duck, complemented by the exquisite Roman E. Conti. In this world of chaos, societal norms rapidly disintegrated. Zhang Yi dined without concern for decorum, indulging in whatever he desired. Even caviar as a meal. This luxurious lifestyle was unparalleled in today's world, as the sudden apocalypse had left even the wealthiest and most powerful unprepared. Meanwhile, in the apartment shared by Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainin, Fang Yuqing was on the verge of a breakdown, angrily throwing things and cursing Zhang Yi. Under normal circumstances, she might not have reacted with such fury. Yet, witnessing Zhang Yi's blissful existence felt like a taunt. His warm, comfortable home and abundant gourmet food were treasures in this frozen apocalypse. Heaven was within her reach, yet she could not step into it, an unbearable reality. Zhang Yi, that contemptible scoundrel, how dare he insult me? If it weren't for this snow disaster, I wouldn't even spare him a glance. Fang Yuqing spat through gritted teeth. On the nearby sofa, Lin Kainin regarded her with a glimmer of disdain in her eyes. Isn't it your own doing? Had you not played around? We could have been enjoying those delicacies in the warm fireplace at Zhang Yi's. Fang Yuqing scoffed. What is he? Just someone with a house and some savings. I intend to marry into wealth and become a rich wife. Lin Kainin frowned, but Zhang Yi's abundant food and cozy fireplace were far superior to a mere wealthy heir. She gazed out the window at the unrelenting snow, pondering the dire news from the outside world, which reported that the entire globe was shrouded in ice. What if the snowstorm continues indefinitely? She expressed her concern. The remaining official channels on television urged people to remain hopeful. Experts, bundled in thick down jackets, shivered as they proclaimed that the calamity would soon pass. We, the people, are strong. Perseverance is victory. Yet, The grim reality before them showed no signs of relief. Lin Kaining hugged herself tightly, contemplating the possibility that if the snow persisted, they might starve in their own home, even if they did not freeze to death. Her words transformed Fang Yuqing's anger into fear. They had been confined for 10 days, an eternity. Without experiencing such torment, one could not fathom the extent of suffering. It could even lead to a breakdown of one's sanity. Despite their appearances as superficial socialites, both women harbored fragile hearts. Faced with the relentless snowfall and the uncertainty of when it might cease, thoughts of death crept into their minds. Fang Yuqing curled up on the sofa, her thoughts drifting back to Zhang Yi's warm, bountiful home. This is so unfair. Why does Zhang Yi get to live so comfortably while I, so beautiful, must suffer so dreadfully? Lin Kaining shot her a glance, remaining silent. She wrapped herself in a blanket and pulled out her phone, searching for Zhang Yi in her contacts. Soon, Zhang Yi received a message from Lin Kaining. While savoring his exquisite wine and lavish meal, he noticed her message with a glint of amusement. In this apocalyptic realm, witnessing the struggles of women like them was far more riveting than any film. Zhang Yi read Lin Kaining's message. Zhang Yi, I just saw you scolding Fang Yuqing, and I'm genuinely thrilled for you. I've always hoped you would see her true colors. Congratulations on your awakening. He chuckled, amused by how quickly she had thrown Fang Yuqing under the bus. Yet, it was hardly a surprise, like attracts like, and neither Lin Kaining nor Fang Yuqing were virtuous. Lin Kaining continued, watching you pursue Fang Yuqing made me feel quite sad. Zhang Yi, I've actually liked you all along, did you know? Now that you've dismissed her, let us be together. Zhang Yi nearly spat out his wine. Wow, this gold digger is quite direct. He shook his head in disbelief. It seemed her days had been dire indeed. Once, Lin Kaining had treated him with disdain, believing herself a goddess despite her mediocre circumstances. Now, witnessing Zhang Yi reject Fang Yuqing and observing his high quality of life, she sought to seize the opportunity. Chapter 35, Plastic Sisters. Zhang Yi sighed, wondering if this woman truly believed he was a mere collector of scraps. Although Fang Yuqing embodied the essence of a green tea princess, at least she knew how to flirt and dress elegantly. What did Lin Kaining possess apart from her self-obsession? Yet, driven by a sense of mischief. Zhang Yi smirked and said, "Oh, is that so? But I just had a fierce argument with Fang Yuqing. You two are such good friends. Wouldn't that affect your relationship if you were to be with me?" Lin Kaining's eyes sparkled with intrigue, sensing an opportunity. Without hesitation, she declared, "Friends? We merely share a rental space." To gain Zhang Yi's trust, she divulged all of Fang Yuqing's dark secrets. "You have no idea how much I disdain her. This woman is incredibly lazy. Just the other day, she claimed to be cold and refused to go to the restroom. She even resorts to using a water bottle for urination. How disgusting. Don't be fooled by her pure facade. She frequents nightclubs searching for men. If a wealthy heir crosses her path, she'll do whatever it takes to win him over. When she runs low on cash, she sells herself. After all, her meager salary of 5,000 yuan a month hardly covers her cosmetics and designer bags. Earning 500 yuan a night. How shameless. Humph. I have no respect for such a woman." He gritted his teeth, increasingly convinced of the absurdity of the world. Fortunately, he was not foolish. Although he pursued Fang Yuqing, he was not pitiably groveling like Zhou Peng. To further convince Zhang Yi, Lin Kaining continued to expose Fang Yuqing's secrets. Despite her innocent act, she had several abortions. During her university years, she was supported by multiple contractors for 4 years. Zhang Yi silently observed, recording her words. It was evident that Lin Kaining harbored deep resentment towards Fang Yuqing. After all, Fang Yuqing was not only more charming, but also more beautiful, relegating Lin Kaining to the role of a mere accessory. In this world, how many women willingly consent to being someone else's backdrop? Otherwise, why do those so-called goddesses often have friends who are unattractive and plump? After venting her frustrations regarding Fang Yuqing, Lin Kaining turned her affections towards Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you have no idea how much it pained me to watch you chase after Fang Yuqing all these years. Now that I finally have the chance to confess, will you let me be your girlfriend? I promise to love you dearly. And I know you must feel lonely at home. Having a woman by your side can be quite beneficial." Lin Kaining was clearly insinuating that if Zhang Yi invited her over, she would comply with whatever he desired. Regrettably for her, Zhang Yi found her entirely unappealing. He promptly forwarded their conversation to Fang Yuqing and said to Lin Kaining, "While I am touched, I think we should let this matter rest." Unwilling to accept defeat, Lin Kaining pressed, "Why not? Don't you need a woman right now?" Zhang Yi suppressed his nausea and replied, "I do like women, but you are simply too unattractive. With that, he muted his phone and cast it aside. Upon hearing his words, Lin Caning's face turned crimson with rage. How dare he call her ugly? This was a grievous insult. Every time she posted her carefully edited photos online, countless admirers praised her beauty. In her furious state, a furious scream pierced the air. Lin Caning, you shameless woman. Fang Yuqing, having discovered Lin Caning's disparaging comments about her, exploded in fury. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, pulling each other's hair and grappling until they could fight no more, glaring daggers at each other. If it weren't for the frigid weather and the necessity of cohabitation, they might have even entertained thoughts of murder. Lin Caning was acutely aware of the situation and harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Zhang Yi. However, like Fang Yuqing, her envy of him likely outweighed her hatred. If Zhang Yi were to allow them into his room for some food, both would abandon their dignity and crawl over like dogs. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to lead a simple, unadorned, yet affluent life. Each evening, he would turn on the television to watch news he had previously ignored. Although the reports were still rife with exaggerations, they provided some insights into the outside world. The Tianhai City authorities announced that to meet public demand for electricity, power would be supplied daily from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. High-power appliances were unusable. Only low-power devices such as kettles and phones could be operated. Currently, all power plants were non-operational, leading to a scarcity of electricity. And the public was urged to voluntarily reduce consumption to avoid prolonged blackouts. Upon reading this news, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. In fact, over the past few days, power had been intermittently restored for less than an hour at a time, and on occasion, for merely a few minutes. At such a time, the authorities were still willing to provide electricity to the public, even if only briefly. This likely represented their utmost effort. With the vast majority of power stations halted, energy was dwindling as the world teetered on the edge of an ice age. However, what captured Zhang Yi's attention was not the news itself, but rather the gravity of the female anchor's tone and the manner in which the news was presented. This broadcast signaled a departure from the usual attempts to placate the public, indicating that the authorities had relinquished their facade of control over the national disaster's severity. When they could no longer maintain the illusion, they opted to release information broadly, allowing the populace to confront reality and devise their own means of survival. As expected, when Zhang Yi opened his phone, he found the chat groups ablaze with activity. Some vehemently criticized the government's inaction, while others wept in despair. However, the majority were busy seeking to purchase supplies at exorbitant prices. The cost of instant noodles, which had been 2,000 yuan per pack just 2 days prior, had skyrocketed to 5,000 yuan. Zhang Yi felt a sense of disbelief. The inherent greed of humanity was glaringly evident, despite knowing the world was in ruins. Money would soon hold no value. Yet, they were still willing to trade food and drink for cash. Zhang Yi remained silent, observing everything as a detached spectator. Life must go on, even in the face of despair. People, after all, did not wish to die. They would strive to survive, even if just to cling to existence. Thus, while they expressed their grievances and raised their voices, the next day they would continue to fight for their survival. Chapter 36. A vicious woman with the municipal water pipes completely frozen, the community faced a significant water crisis. The only way to obtain potable water was to venture outside in the extreme cold, where temperatures plummeted to 70 degrees below zero, to collect snow. Inside, the temperature hovered between 50 and 60 degrees below zero, causing the ice to harden like concrete. Some residents, driven by extreme thirst, resorted to licking the ice, only to have their tongues adhere to the frozen surface, resulting in severe frostbite. Over the past few days, Zhang Yi observed through his surveillance cameras that Chen Zhenghao's men were consistently lurking around, monitoring his apartment. They were clearly anticipating that Zhang Yi would eventually emerge to fetch water, providing them with an opportunity to eliminate him. However, despite their vigil, Zhang Yi remained unseen. Little did they know the extent of Zhang Yi's abundant resources. If he so desired, he could survive indefinitely within the confines of his apartment, lacking nothing. Is Chen Zhenghao still alive? He's remarkably resilient, Zhang Yi mused to himself. Chen Zhenghao had sustained an arrow wound to his calf, and without proper medical attention, his leg was undoubtedly ruined. Furthermore, the infection posed a life-threatening risk. In such frigid conditions, even the slightest injury could trigger a high fever. His survival was nothing short of a miracle. Could it be that the extreme cold has inhibited the virus's ability to thrive, thus preventing his demise? Zhang Yi speculated. Lacking a comprehensive understanding of medicine, Zhang Yi couldn't ascertain the exact reason for Chen Zhenghao's continued existence. However, he remained largely indifferent, as the survival or demise of those outside had little bearing on his own situation. Chen Zhenghao's eventual death was simply a matter of time. The following morning, Zhang Yi awoke, his eyes still heavy with sleep, and reached for his phone. Each day, his greatest pleasure lay in perusing the messages from his chat groups, followed by browsing forums to glean insights about the outside world. In this apocalyptic landscape, he found a peculiar delight in witnessing others struggle in the biting cold, while he basked in a quasi-paradisiacal existence. This stark contrast provided Zhang Yi with immense satisfaction, at least alleviating the boredom and occasional solitude that plagued him. Compared to those who perished from frostbite or starvation, he felt remarkably fortunate. Upon unlocking his phone, he was surprised to find messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Fang Yuqing wrote, "Zhang Yi, I apologize. Yesterday, perhaps the cold had affected my mood, and I shouldn't have taken it out on you. You were right. In the past, I was naive and oblivious to those who truly cared for me. I now realize that the person who treats me best is you. Truth be told, I have deep feelings for you. Will you forgive me? Let us live together harmoniously from now on. I want to be your woman. Living alone must be lonely for you. I can come and keep you company during these trying times." Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of irony. The once aloof Fang Yuqing had shed her dignity and arrogance in the face of disaster. Even after his harsh ridicule, she had cast aside her pride to seek his favor. He shook his head, reflecting on his past foolishness. Had he known she was of such character, he would have seized the opportunity much earlier. Fang Yuqing, though she pretended to be a lofty goddess, was, in truth, utterly devoid of worth, masquerading her base nature as innocence. Closing Fang Yuqing's chat window, Zhang Yi opened Lin Caning's messages. This woman was even bolder than Fang Yuqing. Perhaps aware that her beauty paled in comparison, she opted to send a series of suggestive selfies. Compared to Fang Yuqing, she was far less restrained. And had this been a different time, such audacity would have led to social ruin. Yet, he understood that both women, having witnessed the comforts of his home, would go to great lengths to enter his sanctuary. But what of it? Zhang Yi had invested heavily to transform his abode into a fortress, prepared for any eventuality. They had already cast aside their dignity, pleading for his mercy. Particularly, Lin Caning had captured every angle and pose she could muster. Zhang Yi found himself almost amused by her photos, a shameful realization, though she lacked the time and energy for makeup, and her looks and figure were somewhat lacking. She was still a woman. Did she not care for her pride? The more they contemplated, the more frustration brewed within them. Their current existence was akin to hell. Enduring both hunger and the bitter cold, Zhang Yi's home represented their last glimmer of hope. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth, a fierce glint in her eyes. If all else failed, she would storm into his home. She was determined to live there. She could no longer bear the pangs of hunger. If necessary, she would not hesitate to eliminate Zhang Yi. As long as she could reside in his home, she would comply with any demands. Yet, being a woman, she knew that confronting Zhang Yi would lead to her defeat. Contemplating this, she cast a cold gaze towards the neighboring apartment. She and Lin Caning had severed their ties. Their once tight-knit friendship lay in ruins. Yet, Fang Yuqing needed assistance. Approaching Lin Caning, she said, "That despicable Zhang Yi stands idly by as we suffer from hunger and cold, refusing to let us into his home. We cannot allow this to continue. Such a splendid dwelling is unworthy of him. We must devise a plan to seize it." Lin Caning's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing Fang Yuqing's suggestion. If begging Zhang Yi yielded no results, they would resort to deception and theft. "I concur with your sentiments. That vile man does not deserve to inhabit such a fine house. He should be cast out into the cold and left to perish." They resolved that taking refuge in Zhang Yi's home was the most fitting course of action. Chapter 37. The assault. Driven by their animosity towards Zhang Yi and their yearning for his possessions, the two plastic sisters, Lin Caning and Fang Yuqing, temporarily united their forces. However, they engaged in a thorough discussion on how to seize Zhang Yi's residence. Confronting him directly seemed futile. After all, they were unlikely to overpower him alone. They would need to enlist external assistance. Even under normal circumstances, they would struggle against Zhang Yi, let alone now, when they were cold and hungry while he was full of energy and well-fed. Lin Caning clenched her teeth and suggested, "What if we call a few neighbors for help?" Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glance. "Are you foolish? Even if Zhang Yi's resources are plentiful, they won't suffice for so many people. It's best if fewer know about our plans." In a state of anxiety, Lin Caning asked, "Then what do you propose we do?" Fang Yuqing, with a gleam of pride, replied, "We can summon Zhoping. Zhou Ping was her devoted admirer, utterly compliant to her every whim. Although Zhang Yi had also once fawned over Fang Yuqing, he possessed a modicum of intelligence and was not easily manipulated. In stark contrast, Zhou Ping was completely devoid of discernment. He would go to great lengths for Fang Yuqing, even risking his life if necessary. Thus, Fang Yuqing intended to enlist Zhou Ping's assistance in their scheme to seize Zhang Yi's home. Lin Kaining clapped her hands in delight. What a splendid idea! That loyal dog is indeed useful. Fang Yuqing immediately dialed Zhou Ping. At that moment, Zhou Ping was famished and emaciated. As a warehouse employee, he once had plenty of food at home, but most of it had been given to Fang Yuqing, oblivious to the fact that she was merely toying with him. He felt a swell of self-importance, convinced that his sacrifices would earn his place in her heart. Upon seeing Fang Yuqing's call, he was so elated that he forgot his hunger and cold, hurriedly making his way to her house. Once he arrived, Fang Yuqing approached him with a pitiful expression, recounting how Zhang Yi had wronged her. Woe is me! Zhang Yi is simply a beast. I merely asked him for a bit of food, and he demanded I sleep with him. You know I'm not that kind of woman. Zhou Ping, witnessing Fang Yuqing's tearful demeanor and recalling her plight, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Look at that. Why does she come to me in her time of need? It signifies my importance in her life. This must be love. He believed this was his moment to demonstrate his masculinity. Perhaps, with a surge of confidence, he could win her over completely. He thumped his chest and declared, Zhang Yi is truly despicable. How dare he treat you this way? I shall deal with him. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining exchanged knowing glances, thinking this loyal dog is quite easy to deceive. They had prepared numerous persuasive arguments. But Zhou Ping took the initiative to handle the confrontation with Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing clutched Zhou Ping's arm, gazing at him with a seductive look. Zhang Yi has hoarded quite a bit of food, and his home is equipped with a cozy fireplace. How dare that wretch reside in such comfort? Zhou Ping, let us devise a plan to claim his house. Wouldn't it be wonderful for us to live together there? Zhou Ping had always harbored resentment towards Zhang Yi, envying his looks and wealth. Both had once vied for Fang Yuqing's affection, and naturally, she favored Zhang Yi. Now, with Fang Yuqing's arm around him, he felt a thrill of triumph as he sensed her warmth through layers of clothing. Indeed, I must be the victor, he thought. Absolutely. Rest assured, this matter is in my hands. Upon hearing Zhou Ping's agreement, Fang Yuqing cautioned, but you must be careful. Zhang Yi is selfish and shameless. If we attempt to take his home, he may retaliate. We should arm ourselves and strike first. Lin Kaining interjected, I say we should just kill him. Her hatred for Zhang Yi ran deep, especially after she had sent him private photos, only to be met with disdain. The thought of that humiliation spreading made her wish for his demise. Zhou Ping hesitated at this suggestion. Killing someone sounded simple, yet they had all lived in a civilized society for over 20 years. Embracing such a notion was not straightforward. Sensing his reluctance, Fang Yuqing's expression darkened. What? You don't agree? Zhang Yi has bullied me so. You still feel pity for him? It seems your previous declarations of love were mere fabrications. Faced with Fang Yuqing's anger, Zhou Ping's inherent submissiveness resurfaced. No. Please don't be upset, Yuqing. I will do as you say. For the chance to win Fang Yuqing's affection, he was willing to commit murder. After all, in this apocalyptic world, moral principles were gradually eroding. Very well, Fang Yuqing stated. Let us not delay any longer. We shall proceed at once. We need to devise a way to lure Zhang Yi to the door. Once he opens it, she mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. Lin Kaining produced the tools they had prepared, 2 kitchen knives and a steel pipe, repurposed from a clothes rack. Zhou Ping took a knife and concealed it within his thick winter coat. Once they were adequately prepared, they made their way to Zhang Yi's abode, exuding an air of menace. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining hid behind the wall, weapons in hand, careful to avoid detection through the peephole. They signaled Zhou Ping to knock on the door and lure Zhang Yi outside. Zhou Ping nodded, reassuring himself by feeling the knife hidden in his coat. He knocked on the door, calling out Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, are you home? It's Zhou Ping. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Yi wondered who could be at the door. Although they both worked at the warehouse, their relationship was far from cordial, particularly due to their rivalry for Fang Yuqing's affection. This guy is unlikely to bring good news, especially in these dire times, Zhang Yi thought, opting not to answer the door. Instead, he turned on the television to check the surveillance feed. As he observed the scene outside, a pair of women lurking by the door with knives and a steel pipe, an icy shiver ran down his spine. Despite being prepared, the malice radiating from them sent a chill through him. You wish to kill me? You think you are worthy? Zhang Yi chuckled coldly. a glint of murderous intent flickering in his dark eyes. Who will meet their end remains to be seen. Chapter 38, drenched in golden liquid Zhopeng. Witnessing the indifference of those inside, knocked forcefully on the door. Zhang Yi, it's Zhopeng. Please open the door. I have something of great importance to discuss. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh, retrieving a gun and disengaging the safety with a click. He approached the door, inquiring, "Who is there?" However, the thought of eliminating Zhang Yi and gaining access to his warm, comfortable home, replete with abundant food, steeled their resolve. Zhopeng implored Zhang Yi. "It's Zhopeng. Our supplies have been depleted. As colleagues, could you spare me some food?" His face bore an expression of desperation, yet his hand subtly descended, poised to draw a weapon at any moment. Leaning against the door, Zhang Yi replied coolly, "We have nothing to offer either. I cannot assist you with this." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining silently cursed him. How could he possibly be out of food? The kitchen is brimming with boxes of provisions, including scallops, dried fish, and abalone. Are those mere illusions? Nevertheless, they had anticipated this scenario. Gritting his teeth, Zhopeng produced a box of medication from his pocket. "Zhang Yi, I want tea take from you without giving something in return. I'll trade you a box of ibuprofen." In the biting cold, with many suffering from colds and fevers, medication could prove life-saving, holding equal value to food. To entice Zhang Yi to open the door, Zhopeng brandished his prized ibuprofen. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, positioned behind the door, contemplated how to handle the situation. Killing them? It would be simple, whether by gun or crossbow, but such a monotonous act held no thrill. In this apocalyptic world, death could be a release. Living was the true torment. He had no intention of granting these worthless individuals the satisfaction. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Yi devised a plan. Approaching the trash can, he retrieved a pulsating bottle. Having just consumed several cans of beer, he felt the urge to relieve himself and proceeded to urinate into the bottle. "Ibuprofen? Interesting. Let me consider your offer," he said lazily, engaging Zhopeng in conversation as he relieved himself. The others outside heard the faint sound of liquid but were oblivious to Zhang Yi's actions. However, upon sensing that he might be open to negotiation, excitement flickered across their faces. Zhopeng quickly urged, Yes. Open the door, and we can exchange. I only need 2 packets of instant noodles. Given the current prices in their complex, ibuprofen could easily fetch 5 packets of noodles." Zhopeng intentionally quoted a low price to coax Zhang Yi into compliance. 2 packets of noodles? I fear you might be shortchanged. That would be rather embarrassing. Zhang Yi responded. Once he finished urinating, a bottle of iced tea materialized in his hand, brimming and frothy. Zhopeng, believing Zhang Yi was on the verge of capitulation, leaned against the door, pleading, "It's all right. I'm starving. We're colleagues. It's better to help each other than others. Please hurry and open the door." Zhang Yi climbed onto a stool, positioning himself at the shooting hole in the door, and doused the 3 individuals outside with the warm iced tea. Startled by the sudden deluge, Zhopeng and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining screamed, "What is this?" "Ah, it's hot water. It's still steaming." Initially, they felt a fleeting sense of warmth, but within a second, the acrid stench became apparent. "Is this urine?" they exclaimed in horror. Zhopeng, enraged, pounded on the door, shouting, "Zhang Yi, you bastard. Get out here. I swear I'll kill you." Yet, the heavy alloy door remained impervious to his assaults, and the pain from striking it coursed through his hand. Zhang Yi's laughter resonated from within. "How does my urine taste? Is it refreshing? You fools thought you could deceive me. Do you really think you're worthy?" Realizing they had been discovered, Zhopeng and his companions felt a mix of shock and rage, cursing Zhang Yi from outside. Zhopeng spat, "Damn, I shouldn't have wasted my breath. Just wait. I'll come in and make you pay." He ceased pretending, drawing a kitchen knife and relentlessly hacking at the door. Ordinary doors are typically made of wood, easily breached by damaging the lock. However, Zhang Yi's door was a solid alloy, capable of withstanding RPG blasts. When Zhopeng struck, it was akin to hitting a steel plate. The door did not budge. Instead, the force of the blows sent the knife flying back, narrowly missing Zhopeng's head and leaving a gash in its wake. Blood streamed from his hand, a stark reminder of the vulnerability of human skin in winter, amplifying pain. In shock, Zhopeng realized that had the knife been just a fraction off, it could have struck his face. However, the intense pain snapped him back to reality. "Ah!" he screamed. The 2 women, overwhelmed by fear, abandoned Zhopeng and fled in haste, observing the chaos from inside. Zhang Yi contemplated whether to step out and deliver a bullet to each of them. While not intending to kill, he could at least inflict some harm, ensuring they would suffer in this icy wasteland. Yet, after a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. Why? Because outside lurked 3 rabid dogs. Although there was a significant chance he could injure them by stepping out, there remained a minuscule risk of being countered. He would not gamble with his life. Indeed, he was the king of survival. Why jeopardize his comfortable existence for a moment of recklessness? He resolved to let them suffer, watching how long they could endure in this desolate world. Having narrowly escaped death moments ago, he still felt the aftershocks of fear. Fang Yuqing, witnessing the urine dripping onto the sofa, screamed, "Ah, get off my sofa." Chapter 39. The stench bomb. Fang Yuqing felt a pang of sympathy for her sofa, while simultaneously reviling Zhou Peng, who was drenched in urine. After all, he had been the most affected at the door. She immediately yelled at him, instructing him not to sit on the sofa. Zhou Peng felt profoundly wronged. He had only sought trouble with Zhang Yi at Fang Yuqing's behest. Now, not only was he soaked in urine, shivering from the cold, but he also bore injuries. To his dismay, Fang Yuqing treated him this way. Nevertheless, as a devoted admirer, he quickly reassessed the situation. It was indeed reasonable for Fang Yuqing to chastise him. He had failed to assist her adequately in being unclean. He had no right to tarnish the sanctity of her sofa. The more he pondered, the more he felt that her reprimand was justified. He hurriedly stood up and apologized. "I'm sorry, Yuqing. It's all my fault. Please don't be angry." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning were anxious to change their clothes and waved him off. "You need to leave quickly. We need to change." Zhou Ping did not dare to protest and swiftly exited Fang Yuqing's home. However, after they changed, the foul odor still lingered. It was not only on their clothes but also in their hair and on their skin, even trickling down their necks. With the cold weather, taking a shower felt akin to courting death. They were too terrified to do so. Thus, they could only endure the nausea. Their failed endeavor, coupled with being doused in urine, intensified their animosity towards Zhang Yi. What to do? Zhang Yi was too cunning. He was not easy to deal with. How infuriating. No matter what, I must seize his house. Let us devise a plan. Surely, he must have a weakness. While the 2 women conspired on how to handle Zhang Yi, he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. "This time it's urine. Next time I might just douse you in feces." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning turned pale. The mere thought of being splattered with excrement made them wish for death. Zhang Yi shut off the chat, ignoring any further messages from Fang Yuqing. Although he had muted the notifications, the number of unread messages was rapidly increasing, and he knew they were not pleasant. He glanced at the homeowners group. Upon entering, he was greeted by a spectacle. Ever since her home had been seized by Chen Jinghao, Aunt Lin's mental state seemed to have deteriorated. Now, she incessantly sent voice messages in the group, demanding that everyone surrender their supplies. "I am the chairperson of our community committee. Who dares defy my orders? Once the snow melts, I will have you all arrested." Days had passed, and everyone had realized the dire state of affairs. The authorities were far too overwhelmed to attend to each individual, and Aunt Lin's so-called committee had become utterly insignificant. Her attempts at intimidation backfired, leading to ridicule. "Damn old woman, why don't you just die? You scammed a box of instant noodles from my family, and I haven't settled that score yet." Someone else brought up the initial snow disaster. "Had you not assured us that everything was fine and warned us against stockpiling supplies, we wouldn't be in this predicament." This remark ignited a wave of anger among the residents. When the snow first fell, despite the frigid conditions, some still wished to venture out shopping. Yet, Aunt Lin had persistently insisted in the group that the snowstorm would soon pass, threatening anyone who hoarded supplies. Consequently, they had refrained from going out. Days later, when the heavy snow had sealed all the roads, venturing outside became impossible. If it weren't for her, everyone could have stockpiled supplies for at least another 2 weeks. "Damn that old hag. Look at the mess you've created. It's all your fault." The neighbors hurled insults at Aunt Lin. Meanwhile, the wealthy heir Su Hao made an appearance in the group, offering to buy supplies at exorbitant prices, whether food or drink. "I'll give you 1,000 for a pack of instant noodles and 5,000 for a bottle of mineral water." The price of instant noodles had surged to 10,000. Su Hao was genuinely desperate, knowing that if he didn't use his money now, it would become worthless. Zhang Yi shook his head. Even in such dire times, people still thought they could buy their way out. Just as he finished his thought, someone piped up. "I have some food at home. I can sell it to you." Zhang Yi was left speechless. It seemed that no matter the circumstances, there would always be those who were greedy enough to gamble their lives for money, even with hope dwindling. There were still individuals betting on the notion that this snow disaster wouldn't last long. However, Only Zhang Yi understood that this calamity would endure for a considerably lengthy time. Even after the snow ceased, the world would require a protracted period to recuperate. Money in such times would be less useful than scrap paper. At least scrap paper could serve a practical purpose. As Zhang Yi contemplated this, a morbid thought crossed his mind. His warehouse was stocked with an abundance of toilet paper, yet he suspected his neighbors lacked sufficient supplies. If they ran out of toilet paper, how would they manage? He promptly shook his head. With their daily struggle for food, they likely wouldn't have much need for it. However, this also foreshadowed that the fragile peace they were maintaining would soon be shattered. Zhang Yi was acutely aware that once food became entirely scarce, people could transform into terrifying beasts. The following day, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning once again found themselves at Zhang Yi's doorstep, pleading earnestly for him to let them in. Lamenting that they were on the brink of freezing to death, Zhang Yi utterly disregarded their entreaties. Freeze to death? That was precisely the outcome he wished to witness. Peering through the surveillance camera, he noticed that both of them had arrived with umbrellas in hand. It seemed that the incident from the previous day had left them with a psychological scar. However, Zhang Yi was not foolish enough to open the door for them. If his instincts were correct, they were likely armed with knives, prepared to take their own lives at any moment, all in an attempt to seize his home and resources. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi opened his alternate space. Within the warehouse, there lay an assortment of items that were seldom utilized, which he had carelessly stored away. His alternate space was sufficiently vast, alleviating any concerns about occupying too much room. To his surprise, it was now proving to be quite useful. He retrieved 2 stink bombs from the toy section. These mischievous devices, once ignited, released an exceedingly repugnant odor that was notoriously difficult to wash away with water or detergent. Listening to the voices of Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning from outside, a sly grin crept across his face as he picked up the stink bombs and made his way toward the door. Chapter 40. The gunshot. Zhang Yi ignited a stink bomb and swiftly hurled it through the shooting hole above the door. Upon landing, the bomb immediately released a thick plume of black smoke. The acrid stench quickly permeated the corridor. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning, upon catching a whiff of the noxious odor, felt as though they had opened a can of feces sealed for a decade, and they promptly began to retch. Ugh, Zhang Yi, how shameless you are. The foul air continued to accumulate in the stairwell, prompting the 2 women to flee. Although the air was still circulating, the building was equipped with a specialized air filtration system designed to prevent any unpleasant or harmful odors from infiltrating. Watching the 2 women stagger and vomit through the surveillance feed, Zhang Yi could not suppress his laughter. However, he soon received a complaint from his neighbor. Zhang Yi, what on earth did you throw outside your door? It stinks terribly. Please consider the feelings of your neighbors. Zhang Yi's neighbors were a young couple who had moved in 2 years prior. Typically, he had little interaction with them, perhaps a nod in the elevator. In this dire moment, he couldn't care less about maintaining neighborly relations. In this apocalyptic world, every action he took was solely for his own safety, indifferent to the fates of others. Indeed, as long as he could live securely and comfortably, he would not hesitate to eliminate anyone else. In a world of chaos, any semblance of altruism must be swiftly extinguished. If you're not satisfied, come at me, Zhang Yi declared, promptly blocking his neighbor. He had no desire to engage in pointless arguments. Before long, he noticed his neighbors disparaging him in a group chat. Yet, to his amusement, others seemed disinterested in their petty grievances. Zhang Yi chuckled, relishing the absence of moral scruples. That afternoon, Zhang Yi was abruptly awakened from his slumber by a loud bang that resonated through the corridor, echoing throughout the entire building. His expression turned grave. The sound resembled that of a gunshot. Was it possible that someone in their community possessed a firearm? Uncertain whether it was a gun or firecrackers, he hastily made his way to the living room to check the surveillance feed. What he saw made his pupils constrict in shock. In front of the 3rd-floor apartment, Chen Jinghao, with a severed leg, brandished a black gun. The sinister gleam of the weapon sent shivers down one's spine. The door to that apartment stood ajar, and from the camera's angle, 2 legs could be faintly discerned. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao's small entourage emerged, grinning as they carried food and candles. Clearly, the occupants of the 3rd-floor apartment were either dead or, having suffered a gunshot wound and lost all their supplies, could not survive for long. Together, they could temporarily raise the temperature in the stairwell, preventing it from becoming too cold. No one could survive without water, making this grim activity a daily occurrence. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Jinghao began his murderous rampage, robbing supplies. Ding dong. His phone chimed. Zhang Yi glanced at the screen. It was a message from the group chat. With the blizzard sealing off the city, We can rely on no one but ourselves. I, Qin Jinghao, will take on the responsibility of overseeing Building 25. From now on, everything here will be dictated by me. If you obey, I can ensure your survival. Should anyone dare to stand against me? Moments later, Qin Jinghao sent 2 images, one of the gun in his hand, and the other depicting the third-floor resident lying in a pool of blood. The once vibrant group chat fell into a stunned silence, everyone shocked by the brutal scene. It was likely that most residents were filled with dread. In times of peace, they had never encountered such horror, let alone imagined it. Yet, now, the bloody reality lay before them. Within this building, sealed by the blizzard, others were akin to hell. No one dared to challenge Qin Jinghao. Fear of death gripped them all. Zhang Yi reclined on the sofa, unable to suppress his admiration for Qin Jinghao. What a clever man. No wonder he thrives in society. Qin Jinghao employed a mix of coercion and persuasion, not solely resorting to intimidation against the residents. After all, he possessed only 1 gun, and the number of bullets was uncertain. Zhang Yi surmised that it could not be many, considering the strict regulations surrounding firearms in the country. He had once paid a hefty sum to acquire merely 100 rounds. Moreover, Qin Jinghao's followers appeared to number only 5 or 6. With 50 households in the building and over 100 individuals, if pushed to the brink, they could easily overwhelm him. Thus, a combination of threats and promises was the most effective method for ensuring compliance among the residents. Human nature has always been rooted in the fear of death. Even if they understood that Qin Jinghao could kill the third-floor residents today, they clung to the hope that tomorrow it might be someone else's turn. For instance, those living on higher floors believed that Qin Jinghao would not reach them for at least another month. Therefore, they felt no urgency to fight back, confident that others would resist. Similarly, those on the 4th floor reasoned that Qin Jinghao might not follow a sequential pattern in his killings. They feared that if they resisted, they would be the first to perish. Thus, it was wiser to remain passive at home, hoping to outlive others. Zhang Yi shrugged. These matters were of no concern to him. While others feared Qin Jinghao, he felt no trepidation at all. As long as Qin Jinghao dared to approach his door, Zhang Yi held the power over his own fate. The survival of his neighbors was of no consequence to him. They chose to bury their heads in the sand. Unwilling to resist, Zhang Yi had no interest in playing the martyr, sacrificing himself to save others. At that moment, an urgent flurry of notifications erupted on his phone. Zhang Yi picked it up to find several hundred new messages. He discovered he had been added to a new group chat. Out of curiosity, he entered to find that the residents had created a new chat without Qin Jinghao's cohorts. It seemed that the death threats from Qin Jinghao had prompted some to consider banding together for safety. Zhang Yi remained silent. After all, his own safety was assured. He merely wished to observe what actions these individuals would take. Chapter 41. Neighbors who only shout slogans as the new group was formed. Homeowners and tenants alike began to converse in a state of panic. Qin Jinghao was nothing short of a devil. He had forcibly entered 3 households, breaking down their doors. On the 3rd floor, Unit 301 was occupied by 2 young men with fiery tempers who attempted to resist, only to be shot dead by him. The other 2 units, 302 and 401, trembled in fear and surrendered all their food and drink to him. Alas, how could one survive in such dire circumstances without sustenance? One person, filled with righteous indignation, proclaimed, "We must unite and collectively resist the bully Qin Jinghao." Another echoed, "Indeed, with so many households, how could we possibly fear just 5 or 6 of them? As long as we stand together, he will be no match for us." Yet, someone cautioned, "But he has a gun. What of it? How many bullets can one gun hold? If we all charge at once, he won't be able to withstand our assault. With a left kick and a right roundhouse, I guarantee he'll be left on the ground. Now that he is crippled, he is hardly a threat. Without that gun, I could easily handle him alone." The fervor to confront Qin Jinghao surged among the crowd, as they seemed eager to storm his residence and exact their vengeance. However, one voice interjected, "But when shall we act?" This question ushered in a moment of silence. It was easy to speak boldly, but when faced with the prospect of risking their lives, many hesitated. Everyone understood the logic. Yet no one wished to be the first to face the bullets. Their eloquent words were merely to incite others to take the brunt of the danger. "This is no trivial matter. We can certainly deal with him," they insisted. "After all, he is a desperate criminal with a few thugs at his side. We must strategize wisely." "Yes, reckless actions are for fools. We must prevail through cunning." Zhang Yi scoffed. Just moments ago, they had declared Qin Jinghao a non-threat. Yet now they spoke of wisdom and strategy? It was truly laughable. Qin Jinghao's reign of terror could not continue. If it did, they would all be doomed. Even if they did not fall to gunfire, being stripped of their food and drink would lead to the same fate. I can lead the charge. Let us together teach these scoundrels a lesson. Uncle Yu, a man of few words, was a veteran known for his straightforwardness and passionate spirit, earning him respect in the community. His heart burned with rage against such a shameless villain who disregarded human life. Bravo, Uncle Yu. Truly formidable. A testament to your military upbringing. I support you. Do you need weapons? We have a kitchen knife you can use. I have a Longquan sword I bought during my travels last year. It slices through iron like butter. Here, take it. Qin Zhenghao is merely a cripple, Uncle Yu. You should seize the opportunity to ambush him from behind. The crowd rallied around Uncle Yu, offering their suggestions with gusto. Yet, none were willing to join him in confronting Qin Zhenghao. Uncle Yu felt somewhat at a loss. With 5 or 6 men, all armed, it was clear he could not face them alone. We need at least a dozen strong men to accompany me for safety. I have some combat experience and can lead the way. A sudden silence fell upon the adult male residents. Meanwhile, the women, lacking adult males in their homes, were filled with fervor. Yes, we women are weak and powerless against such scoundrels. Men of Building 25, now is the time to showcase your masculinity. You are all remarkable gentlemen. You must succeed. It is time to demonstrate your chivalry and protect us delicate women. The adult men among the homeowners bristled at this. Many were unmarried and lived alone or shared a flat with friends. While they might be willing to risk their lives against villains, the expectation that they should do so merely because they were men did not sit well with them. Absolutely not. You always prioritize women, now that danger arises. You expect us to step up? Why should we? They wanted fair treatment, insisting that if action was to be taken, it should be a collective effort. You all boast about your prowess online. Now is your chance to confront Qin Zhenghao. I might be willing to risk my life, but I will only protect my wife and children. The women, witnessing the men's reluctance to confront Qin Zhenghao, began to scold them. Are you not men? Is this not the moment for you to step forward? To expect women to take the risks is utterly shameful. You are pathetic. I will never marry one of you. Originally, the new homeowners group was intended for discussing strategies to mitigate the risks posed by Qin Zhenghao. Yet, it inexplicably devolved into a quarrel over who should confront him, ultimately escalating into a gender conflict. Zhang Yi could only shake his head in disbelief. This scenario was a mirror of the past. It explained why, in a previous life, Qin Zhenghao had managed to eliminate half the residents in the building, maintaining control over everyone with just a gun. When faced with death, they merely closed their eyes, too frightened to even struggle. In response, Uncle Yu anxiously called for calm within the group. Let us not bicker. Confronting Qin Zhenghao is our foremost concern. Among the residents was a young woman named Lu Tiantian, a prominent voice in the gender dispute. At just 22, freshly graduated, she was quick to react whenever a male spoke, unleashing a barrage of criticism. Even when well-meaning Uncle Yu attempted to contribute, she typed furiously. Uncle Yu, stop pretending to be the good guy. If you're such a skilled fighter, you should be the first to charge into action. With so many men in our building, a one-for-one exchange would ensure everyone else's safety. In this society, women are clearly more valuable and men exist solely to serve us. I hope the inept men in this group remember this and don't force me to repeat it. Chapter 42. Reserve food. Lu Tiantian's speech was met with ridicule from a group of male homeowners. It's the end of the world. Who still indulges you delicate fairies? Do you really think you're something special? You expect us to risk our lives for your protection? Uncle Yu was left speechless. He could not fathom why his good intentions were met with such disdain. Being a man of few words, he chose to remain silent rather than engage in futile arguments. Zhang Yi observed the lively discussions in the group chat and found amusement in the unfolding drama, as entertainment options were scarce in these times. His conclusion was simple. The vast majority of homeowners in this group were deserving of their fates. The verbal conflicts in the chat escalated, perhaps due to the prolonged repression. Everyone finally found an outlet for their frustrations, unleashing a torrent of venomous and filthy language that was unbearable to hear. In the end, they forgot the initial purpose of forming the group. Zhang Yi set his phone aside and made his way to the kitchen. Although the otherworldly space offered an abundance of ready-made meals, he occasionally yearned to cook for himself and savor the pleasures of life. He retrieved fresh ingredients from the otherworldly space. The potatoes, scallions, ginger, and garlic were as fresh as if they had just been unearthed. The beef brisket was tender, and the vibrant red meat was undeniably appetizing. Walmart truly lived up to its reputation as the world's premier supermarket, offering unparalleled quality in its products. Zhang Yi prepared a pot of beef brisket stew with potatoes and, following the method for making clay pot chicken, He placed some flatbreads against the sides of the pot. Once finished, the breads absorbed the rich broth, transforming into a delectable treat. Picking up his phone, he noticed that Fong Yuqing and Lin Caning had sent him messages once more. This time, their messages were filled with desperate pleas. Fong Yuqing and Lin Caning were sobbing profusely, evidently shaken by Chen Jinghao's murderous actions. The two, embodying the archetypes of naive women, lacked the ability to resist the villains, making them likely targets for Chen Jinghao's next attack, especially after witnessing the formidable security of Zhang Yi's home. They were convinced it was a sanctuary and yearned to reside there. Zhang Yi, regardless of our past conflicts, you once loved me, didn't you? You can't just stand by and watch me die, can you? I know you appear tough on the outside, but your heart is gentle. Please, save me. Lin Caning, lacking any sense of shame, went even further. Zhang Yi, I don't want to die. Just let me stay in your home, and I'll do anything you ask. Please don't let me fall into their hands. Zhang Yi could sense the deep-seated fear within them. Truth be told, if his house had not been fortified, living in such a cold, food-deprived environment would have left him feeling equally despondent. However, would he pity these two women? Absolutely not. After all, this was precisely the scenario he had longed to witness. The more desperate they became, the more exhilarated Zhang Yi felt. In the video, a large pot of beef brisket stew with potatoes simmered before him, while the fireplace nearby crackled with a warm, inviting flame. The atmosphere inside was cozy and serene, a stark contrast to the raging snowstorm and howling northern winds outside. For the two women, this was undoubtedly a tremendous provocation. They were not just deprived of a hearty meal, their very survival was at stake. They continued to plead for Zhang Yi to allow them to join him in his home. Zhang Yi chose to ignore them, neither agreeing nor refusing. He intended to leave them with a glimmer of hope, knowing it was futile, yet they would still be compelled to come and beg for his mercy. The day passed in a monotonous haze. After Chen Jinghao and his gang had amassed a certain amount of supplies, they were not in a hurry to strike again. They understood that going too far would provoke a united rebellion from the homeowners. However, that night, Zhang Yi noticed unusual movements from Chen Jinghao through the surveillance cameras. The entire Tianhai city was without power that night, save for Zhang Yi's home, which remained illuminated, unnoticed by the other residents of the same building. Zhang Yi observed Chen Jinghao's subordinates carrying two corpses out of the building. Upon closer inspection, he realized the two individuals looked vaguely familiar. He remembered them clearly, as he was acquainted with nearly all the homeowners in the building. However, these two did not belong to their unit, indicating they were likely other henchmen summoned by Chen Jinghao after the snowfall. When Chen Jinghao had led an assault on Zhang Yi's home, Zhang Yi had doused them with a powerful water hose. In such frigid temperatures, the consequences could be fatal. It was likely that these two had succumbed to the bitter cold. The corpses had been stripped of all clothing and discarded at the staircase. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, initially puzzled by their intentions. If they merely wished to dispose of the bodies, they could have simply thrown them out of the window, allowing the snow to conceal everything. Why leave them at the entrance? Yet, as his thoughts shifted, a chilling realization struck him, causing his pupils to constrict involuntarily. Could it be that Chen Jinghao had left the bodies as a reserve food supply? The notion sent a shiver down Zhang Yi's spine, leaving him horrified. Yet, this explanation was the most plausible. In the freezing cold, the earth itself became a massive refrigerator, alleviating concerns about food spoilage. Modern interpretations of apocalyptic scenarios often stem from films depicting such themes, where cannibalism is not an uncommon occurrence. Historical records recount instances of dire famine leading to the unspeakable act of cannibalism. Perhaps the years of peace had caused some to forget the grim realities documented in black and white, until the arrival of the apocalypse. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi's rapidly beating heart soon steadied. Compared to the average person, he adapted to this harsh reality more swiftly. After all, he had experienced an apocalypse once before and was even consumed as food. He understood that when one reaches a point of desperation, hunger can drive humanity to commit unspeakable acts, consuming anything edible. Chen Jinghao was indeed a ruthless individual, while Zhang Yi held no fondness for that social overlord. He could not help but feel a sense of awe. Many understand the reasoning, but very few would ever resort to treating their own brother's corpse as a reserve food supply before the food ran out. Chapter 43. Desperation following Chen Jinghao's heinous act of murdering the resident of Unit 301. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the apartment building. The once vibrant chatter had ceased, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. It seemed Chen Jinghao had become aware of the clandestine formation of a new resident group, formed in secret behind his back. However, such actions were nearly impossible to suppress. His only recourse was to resort to threats and attempts at coercion within the group. Given the dire circumstances, survival became the paramount concern for everyone. No one wished to resort to violence. Had it not been for the provocation by the resident of 301 who assaulted his men first, he would not have been compelled to take such drastic action. After all, he was not a monster. He hoped for a harmonious coexistence, suggesting that if they could lend him some provisions in times of need, he would ensure their safety. Upon hearing his words, some individuals visibly relaxed their guard, even contemplating that perhaps Chen Jinghao was right. The demise of the 301 resident was a consequence of his own aggression. This phenomenon resembles Stockholm Syndrome, where victims, in their despair, become grateful for even the slightest kindness shown by their tormentors. Zhang Yi observed this unfolding drama with a detached demeanor, refraining from comment or participation. Yet, within him grew a wariness towards Chen Jinghao. Despite his home being fortified against intrusion, the threat posed by Chen Jinghao and his cohorts, armed with a mere gun, was not to be underestimated. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, it was prudent to exercise caution. If he truly provokes me, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate him, Zhang Yi mused casually. This fleeting tranquility shattered the following day. Although fear of Chen Jinghao kept residents indoors, the necessity of venturing out to procure water forced some to act. Stealthily, they opened their doors, hoping to gather snow unnoticed, only to be caught red-handed by Chen Jinghao's sentinels. The supplies pilfered on the first day had been devoured by the famished thugs, who now regarded every resident of the building as potential prey. Any captured individual would face no mercy. Everything would be stripped away. In the newly formed group chat, urgent cries for help echoed. Zhang Yi opened the chat and couldn't he help but chuckle. The one in distress was none other than Lu Tiantian, a resident of the 7th floor, directly above Chen Jinghao's 6th floor apartment. That morning, she had attempted to sneak down for snow under the cover of darkness, only to be apprehended. Living alone, she could quickly gather her belongings, making her an easy target for Chen Jinghao and his gang, who had been pent up for nearly half a month and were eager to unleash their frustrations. With limited options, they no longer bothered to be selective. A group of them, armed with wrenches and iron rods, approached her with malicious glee. Lu Tiantian hurriedly shut her door, and in her desperation, she turned to her neighbors for help. Please, someone save me. They're breaking down my door. I'll be killed, she pleaded, tagging Uncle Yu, a former soldier. You can't just stand by. They want to stand a chance against you. Despite Uncle Yu's benevolence, he would not sacrifice himself in vain. Chen Jinghao had 5 or 6 men and a firearm. Even a soldier could not take them on single-handedly. If only they had united to form a defense the previous day, perhaps they could have deterred the attackers. Lu Tiantian's heart sank as she read Uncle Yu's response. You can't do this. Am I not deserving of protection as a vulnerable woman? What kind of men are you? If I perish, I will haunt you as a ghost. Initially, some felt sympathy for her plight, but her shameless emotional manipulation ignited their ire. Coupled with her previous tirade against the male residents, old grievances resurfaced. Oh yes, we're all useless. Surely, a little fairy like you doesn't need our help. They mocked. You were so loud yesterday, thinking you were invincible. Now you're begging us to save you? You might as well perish. Your death will bring joy to many. Laughter filled the chat, devoid of any empathy for Lu Tiantian's predicament. In her moment of despair, she sought refuge among the female residents. Sisters, we are in this together. I am spiritually supporting you. Hold on. If they break through, they might do unspeakable things. Some offered perfunctory reassurances while others took pleasure in frightening her further. The prolonged isolation and the looming specter of death had warped many minds. As more individuals joined the chat, the tone shifted ominously. Sister, if you must die, at least take someone down with you. It would be a service to the community. Lu Tiantian trembled with rage, ready to retort when suddenly, her door was kicked open with a resounding crash. In his home, Zhang Yi watched through his surveillance feed as Lu Tiantian screamed, only to be dragged out by several thugs. In such frigid weather, they still find the energy to engage in such brutality. Their fervor is quite astonishing, he mused, although it made sense in the current climate of uncertainty, where no one knew when their time would come. As life wanes, the instinct to propagate one's essence becomes paramount. Zhang Yi took a bite of a chocolate bar and remarked to the monitor, at this temperature, any exposed skin is at grave risk. Chapter 44. Why should I be generous? What ultimately becomes of Lu Tiantian remains largely a matter of speculation. Though the grim fate that awaits a young girl ensnared by a pack of wolves is not difficult to imagine. Even if Chen Jinghao and his cohorts were to spare her life, deprived of all her means of survival, she would be left with nothing but the inevitability of death. Yet, the collective sentiment among the onlookers is not one of overwhelming grief. Rather, it is a sigh of relief. At least Lu Tian can sustain Chen Zhenghao and his group for a spell. However, this stark reality serves as a harbinger for the other residents. If this trend continues, their own survival may soon be in jeopardy. That afternoon, Zhang Yi found himself unexpectedly drawn into yet another group chat. He chuckled softly. Amidst such an unstable environment, the atmosphere of suspicion had intensified, leading to the formation of numerous cliques. It seemed as though, by banding together, they believed they could attain strength. Upon glancing at the participants in the chat, he identified only 6 or 7 individuals, including Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, and Lin Kaining, along with a few other neighbors. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, uncertain of their intentions. Before long, someone reached out to him directly. Fang Yuqing remarked, "Zhang Yi, the outside world is perilous. Sooner or later, Chen Zhenghao and his gang will come after us. We must unite." Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, "I'm quite comfortable on my own." Lin Kaining interjected, "That is not quite the point. You're alone, while Chen Zhenghao has 5 or 6 others, not to mention firearms. Your safety is far from guaranteed." Zhang Yi smirked. Why not ask Chen Zhenghao who broke his leg? Even now, he had not dared to seek vengeance, as he recognized Zhang Yi's resilience. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Yi inquired. Fang Yuqing quickly responded, "Living separately is far too dangerous. We have decided to move in together, this way. We can present a united front against Chen Zhenghao." Zhang Yi laughed. "So you believe that gathering together will shield you from his weapons? Absurd. If numbers truly afforded protection, the 50 or so households in this building could easily crush him with a single kick. They were all cowards, seeking solace in numbers." Another voice chimed in, belonging to Sun Jichao, a finance professional. "With more of us, at least there will be some deterrence. We can band together to fortify the entrance, making it difficult for them to breach." Fang Yuqing eagerly added, "Zhang Yi, your home has a balcony and sturdy security doors, making it an ideal refuge against Chen Zhenghao. We hope you will join our coalition to confront him." At this point, Zhang Yi understood their motives. It was clear that Fang Yuqing had informed them of the merits of his home, likely revealing the exceptional insulation and abundant supplies he possessed. Zhang Yi scoffed inwardly. Their intentions were transparent, even from several floors above. "I appreciate the offer, but I must decline. I am quite content on my own. If you wish to cohabitate, seek out another location." The notion of cramming 7 or 8 people into his home was ludicrous. In this uncertain climate, distinguishing friend from foe was nearly impossible. Such an arrangement would only invite danger. Moreover, Zhang Yi owed them nothing. Upon his refusal, the group's displeasure was palpable. Sun Jichao pressed, "Zhang Yi, we all face mortal peril. You cannot afford to be so short-sighted. Only by uniting can we ensure our survival." Another member, Wang Min, added, "We chose your place because of the balcony's convenience for collecting snowmelt. You think we're taking advantage of you, but we can protect you as well." Zhang Yi's incredulity was evident as he typed, "Protect me?" The barrage of question marks conveyed his sarcasm. Did they truly understand the life he was leading? The audacity! From her cocoon of blankets, Fang Yuqing pursed her lips, preparing to unleash her arguments. Aware that Zhang Yi despised her and would not allow her entry, she sought to leverage the group to morally coerce him. She believed that human lives were at stake. And despite their past grievances, Zhang Yi should exhibit some magnanimity. Lin Kaining interjected, "Zhang Yi, I concede that we are at your mercy. But consider this. By allowing U.S. refuge, you could save 7 or 8 lives. Could you bear witness to our slaughter at the hands of Chen Zhenghao? We have been neighbors and friends for years." Among the 7 or 8 individuals, Zhang Yi recognized several, including a few with whom he had maintained a cordial relationship, and even a colleague. They implored him to take their past camaraderie into account and grant them entry. Alas, the Zhang Yi who had once been soft-hearted was long gone, having perished in a previous life of persecution. Many of those who had once shared in his misfortunes were present in this very chat. In the face of apocalyptic despair, what value does humanity hold? The only principle that mattered was survival. Thus, he replied, "In these dire times, survival is a matter of individual merit. You hold no value to me. Why should I be expected to shield you?" With that, Zhang Yi exited the group chat. The notion that they could exploit him was nothing short of a fantasy. After the conversation, Zhang Yi retrieved a box of potato chips from the otherworldly space. He settled into a plush imported recliner by the window, indulging in his snacks while gazing at the outside world, setting aside the bitter cold. The snow-laden landscape was truly enchanting. The earth was cloaked in silvery white, devoid of any unsightly blemishes, a feast for the eyes. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a dark figure swaying from the 18th floor, followed by a desperate scream. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a person plummeting through the air. In an instant, they vanished into a snowbank, plunging 6 or 7 meters deep. With temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees, entrapment in the thick snow would surely spell doom. It appeared that the conditions in other buildings were similarly dire. With resources dwindling, a fierce competition for survival had erupted, often resorting to violence and murder for sustenance. In every corner where humanity lingered, a descent into hell was underway. As Zhang Yi munched on his chips, he contemplated the future. It seemed he would need to remain vigilant not only against his neighbors but also against the external survivors. In this apocalyptic reality, anything could happen. Chapter 45. A decisive assault within the confines of the 25th building. Chen Jinghao and his companions had ruthlessly pillaged several households, resulting in the direct or indirect demise of 5 individuals. Such occurrences compelled numerous residents within the apartment complex to unite. Their proposed solution was to refrain from dispersing and to reside together, fortifying their doors with heavy objects to deter any intrusion by Chen Jinghao and his group. As for acquiring water, they devised a method through the windows. Some residents on the upper floors possessed balconies that had similarly accumulated snow. On Fang Yuqing's side, they had collectively moved into the residence of Wang Min on the 18th floor. Wang Min, a cousin of Zhou Peng, was an independent businesswoman engaged in the cosmetics trade in Tianai City, thus possessing a degree of wealth. Her dwelling comprised 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, mirroring Zhang Yi's layout. The others present were her colleagues and close friends. In this apocalyptic era, even when forming a collective, they only dared to ally with those they could trust. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan were permitted entry solely on Zhou Peng's assurance. At that moment, a group of individuals sat in the living room, bundled in thick down jackets and scarves, attempting to shield themselves from the cold. Zhang Yi's refusal to share his dwelling had dampened everyone's spirits. Wang Min turned to Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan, stating blandly, "The only reason I allowed you to stay was out of respect for my cousin. You promised to persuade Zhang Yi to let us move into his home. Now that he flatly refuses, what do you suggest we do?" Zhou Peng was indeed a sycophant, but Wang Min was astute and quickly discerned that these 2 young women were not easily manipulated. Thus, if they were not leveraging Zhang Yi's influence, Wang Min would never have permitted their presence. Fang Yuqing hastily interjected, "Sister Wang, please hear me out. Zhang Yi's supplies are exceptionally abundant, and he even has a fireplace. If we could reside in his home, our future would be greatly improved." After being repeatedly rebuffed by Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing and her companions had relinquished any illusions regarding him. They disclosed all pertinent information about Zhang Yi's household, including photos and videos he had sent them. Lin Kainan added, "Indeed, you have all seen the videos. You must understand how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is right now. If we all strive to move in, not only can we fend off Chen Jinghao, but we can also enjoy a more pleasant existence." Upon hearing this, Wang Min and the others could not resist retrieving their phones to view the videos Fang Yuqing had shared. The footage showcased Zhang Yi's home, strikingly appealing and captivating their attention. Wang Min frowned, saying, however, his stance is clear, he is unwilling to let us in. At that moment, Sun Jichao, wearing glasses, adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles and spoke in a low voice, such a selfish individual, utterly unconcerned for the plight of others. His remark drew the attention of the group, who grasped his implication, to force their way into Zhang Yi's residence and compel him to relinquish his home. His friend Lu Tao loudly concurred. "I believe that is an excellent approach. This self-centered person only thinks of himself. Why should he occupy such a fine house?" Wang Min's brow furrowed slightly, acknowledging Zhou Peng's warning that Zhang Yi's security door was quite sturdy. "We are not like Chen Jinghao's crew. We are not adept at such matters." Zhou Peng chimed in. "Exactly. Moreover, Zhang Yi is particularly despicable. When we last knocked on his door, he even poured urine on us from above." The mere recollection of that incident made Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan feel nauseated, as they still bore the lingering stench of Zhang Yi. As for breaking down the door, Lu Tao cleared his throat and declared, "I previously worked at a locksmith company. I am quite familiar with such tasks. I can unlock any common lock available in the market." Upon hearing Lu Tao's assertion, Fang Yuqing and the others were filled with excitement, nearly leaping with joy. "Fantastic. If we can gain access to his security door, we can all storm in together. I wonder how Zhang Yi will resist then." Fang Yuqing seethed with anger, recalling how she had pleaded with Zhang Yi, only to be met with rejection and humiliation. Once inside, She vowed to submerge his head in the toilet and make him suffer. Zhou Ping, the sycophant, eagerly offered, "I'll take care of that." Fang Yuqing found his eagerness distasteful. Yet recognizing her reliance on him, she forced a smile. "All right, make sure to consume plenty of soy products and onions." The group appeared to be in high spirits, clearly believing their numbers would overwhelm Zhang Yi's defenses. Thus, they gathered umbrellas, wrapped themselves tightly against the cold, and armed themselves with makeshift tools for breaking in as they made their way to Zhang Yi's home. Zhang Yi had installed an alarm system. Any disturbance on his floor would trigger an alert. Consequently, as the group ascended the stairs, Zhang Yi was immediately made aware of their approach. Observing through the surveillance cameras, he initially mistook the bundled figures for Chen Zhenghao's men. He sneered, yet he had no intention of allowing Chen Zhenghao to meet his demise just yet. If Chen Zhenghao were to perish, who would deal with the troublesome neighbors in the building? That would certainly spoil the fun. The group, thoroughly bundled, approached Zhang Yi's residence, and upon reaching a suitable distance, they promptly unfurled several umbrellas. At this juncture, Zhang Yi would find it exceedingly difficult to drive them away with water or noxious gas. This entire scheme was orchestrated based on the intelligence provided by Fang Yuqing. Chapter 46. High voltage. A group of individuals had arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep, sheltering themselves with umbrellas. The Dragon Security Company had installed a multitude of pinhole cameras on this floor, capturing the newcomers' actions from various angles. As the group gathered at the entrance, Zhang Yi observed one of them withdrawing several gleaming metallic tools from a pocket, which were then thrust into the keyhole of his security door. Attempting to pick the lock, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow but remained unconcerned. If their security door could be so easily breached, the professionals from Dragon Security would have little credibility. This door was not only of world-class security standards, comparable to that of a bank vault, but it also featured 5 additional layers of defense. Only a locksmith of unparalleled skill might stand a chance of unlocking it. Not to mention the physical lever installed within. The more intricate the mechanism, the simpler its unlocking method tends to be. Conversely, simpler locks often present insurmountable challenges. For instance, Zhang Yi had secured his door with a solid steel rod measuring 10 centimeters in diameter, rendering it nearly impenetrable without the force of a vehicle. Zhang Yi, having anticipated the possibility of an attempted break-in, had also installed a unique form of protection. As he observed the surveillance footage on his television, he retrieved his phone and activated the control software for his safe house, pressing a button with a gentle touch. Instantly, a tremendous current surged through the security door. Lu Tao, engrossed in his lock-picking endeavor, let out a blood-curdling scream as the powerful electric shock coursed through his body. The others nearby turned pale, hastily retreating. "Help me!" Lu Tao cried in a grotesque expression of agony, ensnared by the relentless current. Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng, and the others stood frozen in shock, unprepared for such an eventuality and lacking suitable insulating tools. Soon, smoke began to rise from Lu Tao's body, accompanied by a charred odor. With a thunderous crash, he collapsed to the ground, his clothes in tatters, while his arms and face were already carbonized. He was evidently beyond saving. "Ah!" Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaiyin screamed. The harrowing sight of witnessing someone's death before their eyes proving overwhelmingly traumatic. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi wore a slight smirk, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction washing over him. But who could they blame? It was their folly to target him, Zhang Yi, and thus they deserved their fate. A chill ran down Sun Jichao's spine as the plan to break in unraveled. He and Lu Tao had been longtime friends, and witnessing his brother's tragic demise ignited a furious flame in his eyes. "Zhang Yi, you bastard, get out here," he shouted, brandishing a shovel and pounding it against Zhang Yi's door with a resounding clang that echoed through several floors. Yet, the massive iron door showed no signs of denting or damage. The paint chipped away to reveal a robust alloy beneath. Zhang Yi approached the door, hands in pockets. His expression one of mockery. "You think you can just smash my door? You're courting death." He shook his head, lamenting, "Isn't it better to be alive?" Upon hearing Zhang Yi's taunting voice, the group outside was filled with both shock and anger. Wang Min shouted, "Zhang Yi, we initially intended to discuss cohabitation amicably. Yet you resort to murder? You are more despicable than Chen Zhenghao. You are a demon of death." Realizing the voices outside were not those of Chen Zhenghao, Zhang Yi felt no remorse for killing Lu Tao. Such individuals were simply deserving of their fate. He quickly recognized that the group outside included Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaiyin, for they alone knew how comfortable his abode was. With a scowl, Zhang Yi scolded, "Are you pretending to be innocent? You came to my home to vandalize and seize my property. You deserve to die. How dare you bark here?" It's utterly laughable. Feigning calm, Sun Jichao countered, Zhang Yi. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to speak with you. But you did not inform us before killing our dear brother Lu Tao. This is too much. Do you not intend to provide us with an explanation? Zhang Yi erupted in laughter. Just here to chat? Invading my home uninvited and attempting to pick my lock is your idea of conversation? After breaching my door. Your next step would likely be to murder me or force me out to fend for myself, allowing you to enjoy the safe haven I painstakingly prepared. Is that right? The group exchanged glances, realizing that indeed, this had been their initial plan. Sun Jichao's brow furrowed deeper. The tragic death of his brother fueled his hatred for Zhang Yi. Yet, the critical task was now to breach the door. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Zhang Yi, we offer you one final chance. Open the door and let us in. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to endure. Fang Yuqing shouted from outside, Zhang Yi, we mean you no harm. We simply wish to cohabitate and face the disaster together. Do not be ungrateful for our goodwill. Lin Kaining chimed in, indeed. We can let you stay in the master bedroom and ensure you have access to supplies. Their excitement surged as they stood mere feet from paradise. A sanctuary they had long awaited. Zhang Yi scoffed at their propositions. Have you lost your minds? This home is rightfully mine. Yet you act as if you are the owners here, making arrangements for me. If you possess the capability, then come show me. I wish to see if you can break in. As he spoke, Zhang Yi was not idle. He had already chambered a round in his handgun and held a crossbow in hand. The moment of reckoning was at hand. Through the surveillance, he observed everything outside, even catching snippets of their hushed conversations. Sun Jichao and his companions huddled together, deliberating their next move. Among them, the timid Gu Jiaoyang anxiously inquired, what should we do? With Lu Tao dead, no one can pick the lock. Should we retreat? We don't want to attract Chun Jinghao's attention. Sun Jichao scolded, what is there to fear? We are on the 24th floor. Chen Jinghao and his crew would be utterly exhausted by the time they climb up here. If they intend to commit murder or theft, they would first target those on the lower floors. Wang Min's demeanor turned serious. Zhang Yi is indeed a formidable opponent. His preparedness suggests he anticipated the apocalypse long before it arrived. Chapter 47. The Arrow of Tetanus. Indeed, some individuals gradually began to recognize Zhang Yi's peculiarity. In this frigid, apocalyptic world, everyone was suffering from hunger and cold. Even those who typically had supplies at home were enduring tremendous hardship. Yet, he alone was well-fed and warmly clothed, even opting to install a fireplace in the southern city of Tianhai. Coupled with a robust security door, it was evident he had prepared for such circumstances. Zhou Peng scoffed disdainfully, expressing his outrage. If that's the case, Zhang Yi is even more despicable, knowing that a snow disaster is imminent. He only cares for himself and doesn't bother to inform the neighbors. Bah! He spat vehemently. Due to his personal vendetta against Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng seized every opportunity to malign him. Wang Min and the others remained furrowed in thought, disregarding Zhou Peng. After all, if they were in his position, their primary concern would undoubtedly be for their own lives and families, indifferent to the plight of others. The pressing question was, what should they do next? Breaking in through the door was no longer feasible. Could they perhaps force their way through? Wang Min turned her gaze toward Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang, the few men in their group. If they were to breach the door, these three would be the key players. The group murmured and conferred for a time. Zhang Yi, observing through the surveillance cameras, noted their departure from the staircase. With a firearm in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, he leisurely watched them leave. Zhang Yi could have intervened, eliminating two of them, but he was in no rush. Life had become too monotonous, and he craved a thrill. Thus, he decided to see how these individuals planned to break in, also preparing for future encounters with more formidable adversaries. This time, they brought a large, thick wooden beam, seemingly dismantled from a bed. A few women sheltered under umbrellas nearby, shielding themselves from the cold water Zhang Yi might pour on them. The three men hefted the beam and charged at the door with a resounding crash. The noise was thunderous. Zhang Yi felt the walls tremble. Yet, he remained unperturbed. A 20-centimeter thick steel plate would not be breached unless the opposing team included a Hulk. Zhou Ping, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang threw themselves against the door with all their might. Zhang Yi simply lounged on the sofa, his eyes fixed on their futile assault. Monitoring the situation via a mobile app designed by a security company for real-time surveillance of the property, he remained vigilant, his weapon firmly in hand, ready to act should the need arise. However, after several fruitless attempts, the entire building became aware of their efforts, and the door stood resolutely intact. Aside from a few scuff marks, there was not even a dent. 5 minutes passed, and the group was utterly astounded. How thick could this door possibly be? Surely, even a bank vault door could not be this robust. What kind of household possesses such a door? Sun Jichao and his companions were on the brink of despair, unleashing their fury in anguished roars, a cacophony of frustration and hopelessness. Zhang Yi, witnessing this through the monitor, couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling reassured about the quality of his safe haven. "All right, it's time to teach you a lesson," Zhang Yi proclaimed as he rose from his seat. Stowing his handgun in his pocket and opening a metal box containing 20 crossbow bolts, all oddly rusted. Typically, such alloy bolts are resistant to rust. Yet these showed signs of neglect, as if stored in a damp environment for years. In truth, Zhang Yi had deliberately manufactured this rust. A mere scratch could expose one to the risk of tetanus. In this environment devoid of medical aid, it would not be immediately fatal, but would lead to infections and eventual decay of the wound. Those struck would face a choice between amputation for survival or enduring excruciating pain until death. This knowledge had been gleaned from his experiences with Chen Zhenghao. Although Chun had lost the use of his leg, he had managed to survive through various means. A devilish grin crept across Zhang Yi's face as he climbed to the firing aperture. Fang Yuqing and her companions, huddled under umbrellas, could scarcely discern the situation below. Zhang Yi paid them no mind and aimed beneath the umbrellas. "Should you perish, consider yourselves fortunate. If you survive, all the better." Whoosh! The tetanus arrow pierced through an umbrella, followed by a piercing scream. Without waiting for them to react, Zhang Yi swiftly knocked a second arrow, not even needing to aim. As they were clustered together, another arrow flew, eliciting another cry of anguish. Zhang Yi quickly reloaded, drawing back the bowstring. Only then did the group realize the danger. Scattering in panic, Zhang Yi remained calm and collected, targeting them with precision, deliberately avoiding vital areas, aiming for arms and thighs. Among the remaining 6, 3 were struck with one hit twice. However, due to the slow reloading speed of the crossbow, they managed to escape Zhang Yi's line of sight before he could unleash another bolt. Zhang Yi shrugged, unfazed. Ultimately, those few were already doomed, destined to suffer excruciatingly until their demise. As for the others, Zhang Yi had ample time to toy with them. Time was undeniably on his side. Even in such dire circumstances, he refrained from rushing out to deliver the final blow. One could argue he was prudent. Even a minuscule chance of injury was a risk he would not take. The consumption of crossbow bolts posed a significant concern. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating the long-term implications. Initially, he had purchased 300 crossbow bolts and an additional 300 arrows. While a considerable number remained, the wisdom of preparing for the future loomed large. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck. He opened his spatial pocket and rummaged through its contents, quickly locating what he sought. The warehouse contained numerous marbles meant for bearings, which could also be fired from a crossbow. Additionally, there were toy glass marbles, while lacking the lethality of steel. They could still deliver a formidable impact when launched from a professional-grade crossbow. Even if crossbow bolts became scarce, he could dismantle various metallic items within to create more. Zhang Yi felt a surge of relief. With these resources, he could sustain himself for a lifetime. He was content, yet others were in dire straits. Fang Yuqing and her 6 companions had initially hoped to leverage their numbers to seize Zhang Yi's home, not daring even to collect Lu Tao's body. Chapter 48. Awaiting death without medicine. Upon returning to the house and shutting the door, a group of individuals was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. The injured, in particular, gritted their teeth in agony, collapsing onto the sofa. Zhang Yi's arrows had struck Sun Jichao, Zhou Ping, and Gu Jiaoliang, as they had been the primary assailants, closest to the entrance of Zhang Yi's abode. Consequently, out of the 7 who had ventured forth, 4 men were either dead or afflicted by tetanus from the arrows. Initially, the biting cold masked the severity of their pain, but upon inspecting their wounds, their expressions turned ashen. Under normal circumstances, one might simply extract the arrow, disinfect the wound with alcohol, and take some anti-inflammatory medication. However, these arrows were rusted. Lacking antibiotics, any infection in such harsh conditions would lead to a most excruciating demise. No, this cannot be happening. Sun Jichao's pupils contracted. He comprehended the dire implications of their plight, as the specter of death enveloped him in an instant. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Wang Min, filled with rage, slapped Fang Yuqing. The injured were her dear friends and relatives. And all this turmoil stemmed from Fang Yuqing's instigation to seize Zhang Yi's home. How could she not be furious? "You wretched lot, this is all you're doing. Did you not claim that his door was sturdy? Why then did arrows fly? Did you know all along? which is why you fled so far. Why are you unscathed? Wang Min, of a more robust stature than both Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, terrified Fang Yuqing with her slap. Covering her face, Fang Yuqing shed tears of indignation. Zhou Peng, with an arrow lodged in his arm, struggled to approach, positioning himself protectively in front of Fang Yuqing. Cousin, please do not act this way. I can attest. Yuqing truly had no knowledge of this. Wang Min, exasperated by her cousin's foolishness, pointed accusingly at Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Then why are they unharmed? Humph. I saw them keeping their distance. Lin Kaining, unable to contain her discontent, muttered, but you weren't injured either. How can you criticize us? Fuming, Wang Min retorted. I was merely fortunate not to have been shot. We have all suffered because of you. You both should leave. However, Sun Jichao intervened, gesturing for Wang Min to calm down. We are all injured. Someone must tend to us, he whispered. He was not ready to meet his end. They had to extract the arrows and pray against infection to survive. Wang Min's chest heaved with rage as she glared at Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Get over here and help. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, heads bowed, exchanged glances filled with resentment, but nonetheless approached to assist the wounded. Upon removing clothing to reveal the arrows, their faces paled in horror. Zhang Yi's crossbow bolts were of professional grade, designed for hunting wild boars and coyotes. Once embedded in flesh, they penetrated deeply. Without professional medical personnel or equipment, they were utterly ill-equipped to handle the situation. A misstep could lead to fatal blood loss. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Min declared, we must call Dr. Zhou for assistance. The Dr. Zhou she referred to as Zhou Kuder, who had previously saved Lin Xiaohu's life after his liver was ruptured. Wang Min stepped aside to call Zhou Kuder. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Zhou arrived. Wang Min rushed to her side, gripping her hands with fervor. Dr. Zhou, our lives depend on you. Clad in a black knee-length down coat that accentuated her tall, slender figure, Zhou Kuder carried a metal medical kit on her shoulder. Upon entering the room and assessing the injuries, her brow furrowed. Another arrow wound? Wang Min blinked in curiosity. Another? Who else has been struck? A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Zhou Kuder's face. No one, just a previous patient from the hospital. Wang Min felt a twinge of confusion but had no time to dwell on it. Dr. Zhou, please tend to them quickly. Zhou Kuder wasted no time, examining the wounds. Their pallor was alarmingly pale, and due to the arrows being embedded, they could not staunch the bleeding. In temperatures plummeting to -6 or 7 degrees, this was life-threatening. Zhou Kuder observed the injuries and frowned. Their wounds are too deep. Unless I have specialized equipment, I cannot guarantee a successful surgery. Wang Min urgently insisted, Dr. Zhou, given the circumstances, you must proceed. We trust you. Zhou Kuder shook her head. The arrows are rusted, which poses an infection risk. I can extract the arrows. But without antibiotics, infection is inevitable. At that point, she did not finish her sentence, yet the grim understanding dawned on all present. In such conditions, infection meant certain death. Tears streamed down Wang Min's face. Sun Jichao and the others were her closest friends, and Zhou Peng was her cousin. In this apocalyptic world, where safety was already a fleeting illusion, losing so many loved ones in a single day would be utterly devastating. How cruel Zhang Yi was. Surely, he had acted with malice. How could he be so heartless? Even if we took his home, it should not cost him lives. Wang Min lamented in anguish. Zhang Yi. Zhou Kuder recalled the name, remembering her brief interactions with him, a handsome young man with a sunny disposition. However, due to her reserved nature, their encounters were few. Ultimately, without medicine, merely extracting the arrows would still pose a great risk to life. I hope you understand, Zhou Kuder stated calmly. At this point, she no longer shied away from the harsh reality. In this world, one must be prepared for death at any moment. Suddenly, Fang Yuqing seemed to have an epiphany. Medicine? I recall that Zhang Yi has some. Chapter 49, embarrassingly asking Zhang Yi for medicine upon hearing that Zhang Yi possessed medicine. Wang Min and Sun Jichao were instantly filled with excitement. In the face of impending death, one clings desperately to any lifeline. Sun Jichao, in a struggle, exclaimed, Is this true? Does he really have medicine? Wang Min fixed her gaze on Fang Yuqing. You must not be lying. Because of you, several of us have sustained serious injuries. The mere mention of Zhang Yi's name sent shivers down her spine. Fang Yuqing replied, about a month ago. Zhang Yi seemed to have undergone a transformation. He began hoarding supplies at home frantically. I could see delivery trucks bringing him goods almost every day. They even carried 2 large boxes to his house. Surely, they contained medicine. Zhou Kuder chimed in. Antibiotics are not particularly rare. If he truly foresaw the impending disaster and stockpiled supplies, he must have a considerable stash of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. As a doctor, Zhou Kuo was confident in her assertion. Sun Jichao's eyes gleamed with a frenzied hope. We must find Zhang Yi. He must bring the medicine to save my life. My injuries are a result of his actions. He has to save me. Wang Min gritted her teeth, her expression torn. But after what just happened, he must harbor resentment towards us. Why would he give us medicine? Gu Jiaoyang, in unbearable pain, lay on the sofa, groaning in agony. Oh, I feel as if I'm nearing death. You all need to think of a solution. Plead with Zhang Yi, he must save us. Fang Yuqing added, we haven't harmed him. And we even intended to leave some supplies for him after breaking in. It is he who fails to recognize our goodwill and has turned against us. We are the righteous ones. What do we have to fear? Zhou Kuo, having grasped the situation from their discourse, rolled her eyes in exasperation. However, she refrained from commenting further and instead opened her medical kit, extracting bandages to staunch the bleeding of several individuals. The kit was nearly depleted. The supplies she had kept at home were merely for emergencies and were limited. Moreover, in recent days, she had assisted several neighbors, further depleting her stock. If Wang Min and the others could not procure medicine, she would only be able to assist in removing the arrows and providing makeshift bandaging, at least to alleviate their suffering. The group spoke eloquently, still believing they had done nothing wrong. They were merely striving for survival. How could that be wrong? They could only blame Zhang Yi for his selfishness. Why should he monopolize such favorable conditions for survival? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Min suddenly pointed at Fang Yuqing. You will handle this matter. I know Zhang Yi pursued you before, so you are the most suitable person to approach him. Sun Jichao and Gu Jiaoyang weakly voiced their agreement. After all, this entire situation stemmed from Fang Yuqing's actions. Had she not disclosed Zhang Yi's situation and insisted that his defenses were weak and easily breached, they would not have been so foolish as to take the risk. Though Zhou Ping was reluctant to let Fang Yuqing approach Zhang Yi, the excruciating pain in his arm and the threat of death compelled him to side with Wang Min. Yuqing, we are a collective, right? It is only fair that we ask this of you. We must all survive to protect you. Fang Yuqing looked deeply conflicted, her reluctance palpable. After all, she had already endured Zhang Yi's previous humiliation. Yet now, she found herself with no choice. It was only through her connection with Zhou Ping that she had been able to join this group. Otherwise, a fragile woman like her would have been of little use against bullies like Chen Jianghao. Other teams would not accept her, and even if she were accepted, she might become little more than a plaything. Women, especially those who possess no skills beyond beauty and charm, are undervalued in a post-apocalyptic world. Zhou Kuo picked up a scalpel, facing the limitations of her resources. Sterilization was out of the question. Even with an alcohol lamp, it would congeal in such temperatures. Moreover, without any medicine, current attempts at sterilization would be futile. She instructed Sun Jichao to bite down on a towel and began extracting the arrows. The scene was horrific, with Sun Jichao's screams echoing as if he were being slaughtered like a pig, his towel nearly bitten to shreds. The room was filled with dread as everyone urged Fang Yuqing to seek medicine from Zhang Yi. With a heavy heart, Fang Yuqing steeled herself and dialed Zhang Yi's WeChat voice call. As Zhang Yi prepared to eat at home, he found it remarkable that, despite having taken a life for the first time, he felt an uncharacteristic calmness. Instead of fear, he experienced a thrill of vengeance fulfilled. This pleased him. Such a mindset was essential for survival in the apocalypse. Deep down, he had feared he might succumb to nausea or insomnia, for he had faced more dire situations than anyone else present. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon seeing Fang Yuqing's name, his eyes widened, and a smile of surprise danced on his lips. Oh, after being so thoroughly beaten, is she calling to berate me now? Without hesitation, he answered the call, relishing in the misfortune of the other party. Hello, what is it? Zhang Yi's voice was remarkably gentle, as if he had not just killed Lu Tao and shot at Sun Jichao and others. Yet, the more amiable his tone, the more unsettling it felt to Fang Yuqing and the others. With everyone watching, Fang Yuqing spoke through the speakerphone, her voice trembling. Zhang Yi, Lu Tao is dead, and Zhou Ping and the others have been hit by your arrows and are dying too. She cried pitifully, seemingly attempting to elicit his sympathy. However, Zhang Yi merely responded nonchalantly, oh, dead is dead. They were bound to die eventually, whether sooner or later. Holding a knife, he leaned closer to the microphone and ominously said, you don't think you can survive this snowstorm, do you? His voice sent chills down Wang Min and the others' spines. As he articulated their deepest fears, the heavy snowfall had turned their city into an isolated island. Even if they survived for now, resources would soon run out. Even if Chun Jinghao didn't kill them, they would perish from the cold or starvation. Fang Yuqing trembled as she wept. Zhang Yi, I realize my mistakes. It's all my fault for not accepting your pursuit. But now, I wish to make amends. Can you forgive me? Chapter 50. Teasing the White Lotus, Zhang Yi responded with a faint question. What do you think? Beside Fang Yuqing, Wang Min and others urged her to get to the point. Fang Yuqing sniffled, her voice quivering as she implored, Zhang Yi. Zhou Peng and the others have been gravely injured by your arrows. There are no medicines at home, and they might succumb to infection. Didn't you buy a lot of medicine before? Please, lend us some. I promise I won't disturb you again. Zhang Yi paused in his cooking, momentarily at a loss due to Fang Yuqing's illogical reasoning. Fang Yuqing, can you fathom why I shot them with rusty arrows? My intention is for them to suffer painfully until their demise. You actually come to borrow medicine from me? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Yi laughed mockingly. Fang Yuqing and the others were well aware of his intentions. Yet, faced with the grim reality of watching their companions perish, they had no choice but to approach Zhang Yi. Zhou Ping and the other 3 men represented their hope for survival. In such harsh times, mutual assistance should be our priority. Must you be so cold-hearted? Wouldn't you feel any joy in their deaths? Before Fang Yuqing could finish, Zhang Yi retorted firmly, Yes. I am quite pleased at the moment. Fang Yuqing was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Wang Min rushed over, addressing Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, I am Wang Min. Do you remember when I treated you to a meal? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. In the past, Wang Min had sought his help to acquire goods at a low price from the warehouse. He had accepted her invitation to dinner, but then helped her earn significantly. Do you really think that's relevant? Zhang Yi replied with a cold smile. Wang Min swallowed hard, her ears filled with Zhou Ping's agonized cries from the living room. Zhang Yi relished the sound, wishing he could witness their suffering. Wang Min continued, Zhang Yi, we are all in peril, especially with the tyrant Qin Jinghao endangering lives. If you could just lend us the medicine this time, Wang Min, will remember your kindness and repay you in the future. Zhang Yi scoffed, Kindness? Do you take me for a fool? Those fools were injured by me, and one of your own has already died, with the body right at my doorstep. Regardless of my actions, this grudge will remain unresolved. If I help you, are you planning to seek revenge later? That is laughable. Wang Min attempted to explain. We are not those kinds of people. Enough. It's utterly pointless, Zhang Yi interjected. Whether or not you are those kinds of people is irrelevant to me. What matters is that I do not believe you are trustworthy, so I will not assist you. To save those who intend to harm me? That would be pure self-destructive behavior. No matter how grandiose your words may be, my resolve remains unshaken. Seeing that Zhang Yi was impervious to their pleas, the group grew increasingly anxious. Wang Min, with her brows furrowed, warned, Zhang Yi, do not push us to the brink. If you wish for our demise, we may resort to desperate measures. In response to Wang Min's threat, Zhang Yi laughed disdainfully. Haven't you already exhausted all your options? If you had the capability, you would have stormed into my home, killed me, and seized everything I possess. I am not easily intimidated. Fang Yuqing seized the phone, tearfully saying, Zhang Yi, must we truly reach this point? We used to get along so well. Why can't we set aside our grievances and start anew? I have always held feelings for you. At that moment, Zhou Peng, next door, was biting on a towel during surgery. Upon hearing this, his eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief as he groaned with increasing intensity. Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire Fang Yuqing's audacity. Her shamelessness was thicker than the walls of a fortress. But it was no surprise, in this environment, Zhang Yi was akin to a wealthy magnate. A gold digger's relentless pursuit of a wealthy man was indeed an art form. Suddenly, an insidious idea sparked in Zhang Yi's mind. He knew the others were not far away and that Zhou Peng could hear their conversation. Thus, he deliberately stated, Yuqing, I still harbor feelings for you. However, the wounds you inflicted upon me were too deep for me to forgive. This remark ignited a glimmer of hope in Fang Yuqing. Ignoring the furious glares from those around her, she trembled with excitement, exclaiming, Zhang Yi, I knew you still loved me. You silly boy, you are my favorite. Those past incidents were merely tests of your feelings. Oh, how can you not understand my heart? The others around her cringed at the display, while Zhou Ping nearly fainted in anger. Yet, they recognized that if Fang Yuqing could win Zhang Yi's affection, they might gain access to his possessions and resources. So they remained silent. Zhang Yi, let me stay at your home. From now on, I will be yours. Whatever you desire, I will comply. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Very well. Fang Yuqing leaped with excitement, more elated than if she had just consumed a bowl of sweet soy milk. Lin Caning eagerly interjected, Take me with you. Take me with you. Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glance, secretly amused. Zhang Yi's voice, cool and composed, emanated from the phone once more. However, Yuqing, my heart belongs solely to you. Therefore, I can only accept you. As for those who do not belong, you must keep your distance from them. In these trying times, we cannot allow a crowd to hinder our progress. Would you not agree? Upon hearing this, the faces of those present turned pale. They had initially hoped that Fang Yuqing's connection with Zhang Yi would benefit them all, but now it seemed that he intended to sever ties with them. Fang Yuqing, utterly thrilled, paid no heed to the others. She nodded vigorously, declaring, yes, yes, everything shall be as you say, brother. I will follow your lead. Then come to me now, without concerning yourself with anyone else. Yes, yes, I'm coming right away. Please wait for me. Fang Yuqing's face flushed with excitement as she envisioned escaping her current hellish existence, her mind blank with anticipation. She dashed towards the door. Wang Min and the others were seething with anger. Upon witnessing Fang Yuqing abandon them for Zhang Yi, Lin Canning grasped her arm. Just as she spoke, Wang Min's heavy hand struck Fang Yuqing's face with a resounding slap. You shameless wretch. You brought us such misery, and now you want to walk away? Not a chance. Chapter 51. No medicine. Await the infection. Wang Min and her companions are utterly incensed. It was Fang Yuqing who initially lured us into attacking the Zhang family. Now, with some of us dead and others wounded, she wishes to abandon us and seek her own comfort? Absolutely not. Zhou Ping, who is in the midst of performing surgery, feels his blood boil upon hearing Fang Yuqing's intent to find Zhang Yi. Yuqing, how could you treat me this way? Did you not profess your disdain for Zhang Yi? Do you remember when you vowed to be mine? After receiving a slap from Wang Min, Fang Yuqing, covering her face, defiantly retorted, is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness? Being with you all is merely temporary. Once our supplies are exhausted, we'll be waiting for death. Zhang Yi's home is comfortable, with ample food and drink, free from the cold. What is wrong with me wanting to go to him? She looked at Zhou Ping, who was visibly pained, imploring him to understand her perspective. Zhou Ping, you have always been kind to me. However, to love someone means wishing for their happiness. Does it not? While you have aided me in the past, you should not hinder my pursuit of a better life. Can you offer me more than Zhang Yi can? Zhou Ping's face turned pale, struggling to find words to counter her. Zhou Ke frowned and warned him, stay still. Move, and you might sever an artery. Wang Min, anxious, rushed to hold Zhou Ping back. Cousin, do not let this wretched woman provoke you. Preserving your life is paramount. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her gaze on Fang Yuqing. Fang Yuqing, if you wish to leave, we will not stop you, but only if Zhang Yi brings medicine in exchange. Lin Canning stood in the doorway, neck held high, declaring, if you leave, we shall leave together. Fang Yuqing glared at them with resentment. Turning to Zhang Yi with a plea, Brother Zhang Yi, you heard them. They refused to let me go. Perhaps you could offer them some medicine? Zhang Yi, observing the unfolding drama from the kitchen, smiled slightly. Medicine is exceedingly precious. How can I trust they are not deceiving me? They might even hold you hostage to extort me. Qinger, we must not be fooled. The conversation, amplified by the speaker, was audible to all present. Zhou Peng shouted passionately. Yuqing, do not believe him. He is merely toying with you. Indeed, outsiders often misjudge, but amid such turmoil, Fang Yuqing's mental state had already begun to unravel. Zhang Yi had given her a glimmer of hope, and she clung to it as a drowning person grasps a straw. Even if her rational mind knew it could not save her, she clutched it tightly, unwilling to let go. Yes, yes, Brother Zhang Yi, you are correct, she nodded fervently. Suddenly, she lunged at Lin Canning, yelling, get out of my way, you vile woman. Do not obstruct me. The two women immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. In her desperation to reach Zhang Yi's home, Fang Yuqing was completely deranged, her eyes wild with rage. She clawed at Lin Canning's hair and bit her arm. Lin Canning, in pain, retaliated as they tumbled to the ground, resembling two frenzied lunatics. Wang Min, unable to watch any longer, realized there were patients undergoing surgery nearby, and their brawl could jeopardize the procedures. Thus, she joined the fray, teaming up with Lin Canning to finally subdue the deranged Fang Yuqing. Let me go? Let me go? Fang Yuqing screamed, her voice hoarse, as if possessed. Wang Min furrowed her brow, swinging her hand and delivering several sharp slaps to Fang Yuqing's face. Stunned, Fang Yuqing finally quieted down. You wish to leave? Dream on. Wang Min scooped up Fang Yuqing's phone and stepped aside to call Zhang Yi. Hello, Zhang Yi. We have Fang Yuqing in our grasp. If you truly wish to save her, bring medicine for an exchange. Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly. There are too many of you. I fear for my safety. What if you take the opportunity to kill me? So, dear Yuqing, while I would love to share a life with you, they will not allow it. Do not blame your brother. Zhang Yi spoke loudly, ensuring Fang Yuqing heard every word. She howled in anguish. Her eyes filled with venom as she glared at Wang Min and the others. Zhang Yi, timing his actions perfectly, hung up with a wicked grin. The most cruel act in this world is to offer a glimmer of hope to the despairing, only to ensure it remains forever out of reach. He had no intention of allowing that scheming woman to enter his abode. He merely sought to vex his adversaries. If it came down to it, they could eliminate Fang Yuqing. As for Fang Yuqing and her companions, after wailing for some time, she eventually succumbed to tears of injustice. Yet, her ire was not directed at Zhang Yi, but rather at Zhou Peng and Wang Min. She believed that had they not obstructed her, she would now be relishing exquisite meals in the warmth of a fireplace in Zhang Yi's home. Wang Min scoffed at Fang Yuqing. She glanced at Lin Canning, whose recent actions had pleased her. At least she was not in league with Fang Yuqing. Truly, a good friend, willing to betray in times of peril. You see, this woman only thinks of herself, showing no regard for others. If you wish to remain in our group, keep a close watch on her. Do not let her escape. Wang Min warned Lin Canning coldly. Lin Canning nodded vigorously. Sister Wang, I shall obey your command. I will ensure she does not flee. Her eyes filled with hatred as she looked at the sobbing Fang Yuqing, declaring, We shall all suffer together. Why should you alone enjoy comfort? In the living room, Zhou Kuo performed rudimentary surgeries on the three individuals. Unfortunately, they lacked even disinfectant cotton balls, as the weather was too frigid for medical alcohol to remain liquid. The only silver lining was that the extreme cold prevented them from losing consciousness due to pain. However, the drawbacks were glaring. In such extreme low temperatures, the body was prone to necrosis. After finishing her procedures, Zhou Kuo wiped the blood from her hands. Closing her toolbox, she addressed Wang Min and the others. This is merely a temporary fix. Without medicine, there is a high likelihood of infection, so prepare yourselves mentally. Wang Min and the others gazed at her with resignation. With Zhang Yi refusing to acknowledge them, how could they possibly acquire any medicine? Chapter 52. Wealth exposed. Zhou Kuo extended her hand towards Wang Min, knowing well that her assistance would not come without a price. Wang Min, understanding the unspoken rules, produced a packet of biscuits and handed it over to her. Though meager, if rationed carefully, it would suffice for 2 days. Zhou Kuo appeared satisfied and subsequently departed. Once Zhou Kuo left, the atmosphere in the room grew unbearably oppressive. The pain from their wounds continued to torment the three men sprawled on the sofa, tightly wrapped in their blankets and reluctant to move. Zhou Peng gazed mournfully at Fang Yuqing, his eyes brimming with sorrow. The others regarded her with hostile glances. Sun Jichao inhaled deeply, declaring, We cannot simply wait for our demise. We must procure medication from Zhang Yi. If our wounds become infected, we shall meet a most tragic end. He turned to Wang Min and Lin Canning, speaking gravely. You must understand that surviving in this apocalyptic world is exceedingly difficult without the protection of men. Wang Min and Lin Canning's expressions darkened. They realized the truth in Sun Jichao's words. Otherwise, Wang Min would not have chosen to team up with them from the outset. Yet, they found themselves powerless against Zhang Yi. Wang Min sighed deeply, her face etched with resignation. They had failed in their attempts to forcefully confront him, suffering losses in the process. What other viable plan could they devise? Driven by the excruciating pain coursing through him, Sun Jichao grit his teeth and exclaimed, I have a potential solution we could explore. The others' eyes lit up, turning their attention to him. What is it? As long as there is hope, we must give it a try. Someone urged. Indeed, prolonging this state is merely waiting for death. We must take a risk. Sun Jichao continued. Zhang Yi's home possesses a fireplace, indicating he has stockpiled a considerable amount of fuel. Moreover, from his videos, it is evident that he has an abundance of food. Currently, this information is known only to us. However, it is clear that we cannot breach Zhang Yi's stronghold alone. Instead, we should leak this information, allowing the entire building to become aware. His gaze was as venomous as a cobra. If we are unable to subdue him, can hundreds not do so? Not to mention the wild card, Chen Jinghao, who wields a firearm. Those individuals are ruthless, unafraid to kill, and will certainly set their sights on Zhang Yi. At that point, acquiring some medicine and food should not pose a significant challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiaoyang exclaimed with enthusiasm, This idea is excellent. I wholeheartedly support it. The others quickly nodded in agreement, recognizing they had no better options at present. However, Fang Yuqing suddenly erupted in a tirade. You are all utterly shameless. How can you contemplate such actions? I intend to live with Zhang Yi. If you destroy him, what will become of me? Wang Min. Her face cold, swiftly slapped Fang Yuqing, leaving her face swollen and disfigured. Grasping her hair, Wang Min dragged her towards the bedroom amidst Fang Yuqing's cries for mercy. Wang Min, come here and handle her, she yelled to Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng's arm was injured, though not severely. After all, Zhang Yi had not aimed for vital points, intending instead for them to succumb to infection and die in agony. Consequently, Zhou Peng, having removed the arrow, was still capable of movement. Hesitating, Zhou Peng replied, Cousin, is this really appropriate? I genuinely care for her. How can I harm her? Fang Yuqing trembled on the bed, pleading, You cannot do this to me. Zhou Peng, didn't you profess to love me the most? Wang Min spat in contempt. You little vixen, you have brought us to this dire situation. Merely having you sleep with my cousin is already a favor. She turned to Zhou Peng and said, Dear brother, do not be foolish. This woman is disgraceful, having likely slept with countless men. Let's be honest, you merely wish to sleep with her, don't you? Here is your chance to fulfill that desire. We shall see how she deceives you thereafter. Wang Min understood how to handle Fang Yuqing, knowing that a night spent together would diminish Zhou Peng's infatuation. Zhou Peng bellowed in anger, charging into the bedroom only to shove Wang Min aside. You shall not speak of her that way. What I share with Yuqing is true love. I would never force her, he asserted defiantly. Wang Min glared at him, pointing an accusatory finger, her fury rendering her momentarily speechless. You useless sycophant, she finally managed to utter, still underestimating the loyalty of such devoted admirers. Zhou Peng retorted, No. I am not a sycophant. Yuqing is a genuinely good woman to me. I believe that with time, she will come to love me. He added reassuringly, Fear not, for I will protect you. He recalled his arrival in this city, young and unfamiliar with his surroundings. With only a middle school education, many regarded him with disdain. Yet, Fang Yuqing had offered him a warm smile, kindly asking him to help her move belongings. In his moments of loneliness, she had given him the opportunity to take her out to dinner. That feeling of being trusted lingered warmly in Zhou Peng's heart. He would rather suffer than harm Fang Yuqing, believing that her previous words were merely a result of Zhang Yi's deceit. Indeed, as long as he remained patient, Fang Yuqing would eventually realize that he was the man who truly cared for her. Fang Yuqing, observing Zhou Peng's foolish grin, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Though allowing him to sleep with her was not a considerable issue, she had always held disdain for him and found the thought repugnant. The others in the room were left speechless by Zhou Peng's devoted behavior. However, their minds were focused on uniting the entire building against Zhang Yi. Thus, they dismissed Zhou Peng's antics. Wang Min and the others resolved to disclose the information regarding Zhang Yi's well-stocked home to everyone. By harnessing the collective strength of the residents, they aimed to breach Zhang Yi's abode. Only then could they seize the necessary medicine to save Sun Jichao and the others. Consequently, Wang Min shared Zhang Yi's previous videos and photos in the neighborhood group chat, ensuring that Qin Jinghao would also see them. Dear neighbors, she began, I have just realized that some people live such blissful lives while we suffer. This selfish behavior is utterly shameless. The videos showcased Zhang Yi's home, prompting the residents to reflect on their own dire circumstances in comparison. How is this fair? They lamented. The group had been largely silent, with only Qin Jinghao occasionally intimidating neighbors. However, Wang Min's barrage of videos and images immediately captured everyone's attention. Neighbors eagerly clicked on the videos, only to be met with the shocking contrast of Zhang Yi's life. Are they truly in pajamas indoors? Our homes are freezing at over 70 degrees below. How do they keep warm? They gasped. Their lights are on at night. Where do they get electricity? Is this truly recent footage? Some expressed skepticism, struggling to fathom how others could still enjoy hot meals and reside in warmth while they endured starvation and frigid conditions. Chapter 53. The neighbors' frenzied pleas for Zhang Yi. Wang Min immediately declared, I can assure everyone that these videos were filmed recently. Zhang Yi's home has long been stocked with various supplies, both food and fuel. He is currently living a life akin to paradise. Lin Kaining also chimed in, Indeed. I can attest to that. I assisted him during his shopping excursions at the supermarket. His family later acquired a multitude of items. Have you all forgotten? Lin Kaining's words stirred the memories of many. Yes, back then, Zhang Yi's home was filled with vehicles coming and going. I had no idea what he was planning. Could it be that he foresaw the impending snow disaster? How shameless. He didn't even bother to inform us. The crowd's outrage grew, as they blamed Zhang Yi for all their current hardships. Yet, they failed to consider that, even if Zhang Yi had warned them of an impending apocalypse, would they have believed him? They did not ponder this. Instead, they felt Zhang Yi owed them something. Soon, someone exclaimed, Zhang Yi must take responsibility for this. Another added, why should we suffer while he enjoys a good life? His home is overflowing with food, medicine, and energy he must share with us. The neighbor's eyes glinted with fury, unable to tolerate their plight. If everyone were equally miserable, it would be one thing. But why should they endure such hardships while he basked in comfort? No. If we are to perish, we shall do so together. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao and others had also viewed the videos circulating within the group. Chen Jinghao's eyes reddened with anger. Zhang Yi, you wretched scoundrel, how can you live so comfortably? Chen Jinghao had already suffered a grievous injury, thanks to Zhang Yi, and thus, he harbored an intense hatred for him. He had refrained from further confrontation for 2 reasons. Zhang Yi's home was fortified, and he had learned from previous encounters that attacking him was ill-advised. Additionally, he was unaware of the vast resources Zhang Yi possessed. Otherwise, he would have relentlessly pursued Zhang Yi, regardless of the consequences. The group chat exploded with messages surpassing 100 in mere moments. Many began to tag Zhang Yi, demanding an explanation. Zhang Yi, everyone is suffering immensely. We are on the brink of freezing and starving. You have so much food and fuel for your fireplace. Please share a little with us. Remember the good times. We hope you do not forget your kindness. Zhang Yi, we've been neighbors for many years. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Zhang Ge, I am your neighbor from the 20th floor, Wang. I even lent you some green onions. Given our good relationship, you must provide us with some supplies. Zhang Ge, I am your brother Lu Wenqiang. We are like family. Let me stay with you. The situation is perilous, and I will protect you. A plethora of individuals, each with their own tactics, flooded the chat, all with a singular goal, to compel Zhang Yi to distribute his resources. The incessant notifications caught Zhang Yi's attention. Observing the frenzied demands for his supplies, he merely watched with an air of detached amusement, eager to see the true nature of these desperate souls. Linda Ma, Zhang Yi, I am the director of our community committee. She humorously promoted herself. Moreover, I am an elder in this building. I have the authority to decide. I will distribute these supplies to everyone. Mother Xiaolime, Zhang Yi, my baby and I are close to starvation. Did you not once praise my child for being adorable? Please save us. I can even have my child call you godfather. Rich second-generation Su Hao, Zhang Yi, if you allow me to stay at your home, I would give you all my assets. No, my father has passed. Our family fortune of over $1 billion is yours. After enjoying the spectacle for a while, Zhang Yi finally composed a single, languid response. Oh, this solitary word intensified the fervor among the crowd. The moral appeals continued unabated, and the pleas for assistance grew more desperate. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Yi calmly inquired, are we so intimately acquainted? On what grounds should I share my possessions with you? At this moment, desperation enveloped the group. Engaging in rational discourse held no merit. When survival was at stake, they were willing to forsake all moral principles. Zhang Yi, fully aware of this, had no intention of reasoning with them. He simply wished to toy with these pitiful, contemptible creatures. His gaze turned malevolent as the frenzied neighbors reminded him of a past life. Once, out of kindness, he had opened his door, only to have these very neighbors storm in and strike him down, eager to feast upon him before he had even drawn his last breath. He sought revenge. Thus, he relished in playing with these wretched insects. In the chat, someone finally snapped, Zhang Yi, are you speaking human words? After all these years as neighbors, shouldn't we help one another? What meaning does your survival hold if you live solely for your own comfort? Young man, do not merely seek your own ease. You must understand the importance of sacrifice. If you had not hoarded supplies in secret, we would not be in this predicament. Yes, our current suffering is entirely your fault. You must atone. Zhang Yi simply replied, oh, and then? The chat erupted with a chorus of pleas, threats, and curses. They resembled shipwrecked passengers in a frigid ocean, surrounded by lurking sharks. Yet, amidst their despair, they spotted a small fishing boat, where the captain leisurely enjoyed a hot pot and sang songs. Gliding past them in blissful ignorance, desperation drove them to swim towards the boat, imploring the captain to rescue them. In moments of hopelessness, human nature falters, and their true faces grew increasingly grotesque. Zhang Yi, observing their twisted visages, smiled as he retrieved a bottle of exquisite Australian wine from his temperature-controlled cellar, paired with a serving of the finest French foie gras. The combination of the wine's tannins and the foie gras' richness created a sublime harmony, allowing even those unaccustomed to the taste of wine to appreciate its delight. As Zhang Yi savored the foie gras and wine, he continued to watch his neighbor's theatrical performance. Messages flooded his private inbox, along with voice calls. Zhang Yi opened each one with keen interest. Mother Xiaolime, Zhang Yi, please, I beg you. Save my baby and me. If you let us stay with you, you can do whatever you wish with me. University student Zhang Xiu, Zhang Yi brother. I am still young. I do not wish to perish. Please take me. I only require a morsel of food. Numerous women, many of whom were married, sent private messages. They understood the current market dynamics and recognized that mere money would not sway Zhang Yi. Consequently, they collectively offered their bodies in exchange for his protection, hoping to secure at least a morsel of sustenance. Chapter 54. Zhou. What is Zhang Yi's attitude towards the messages from those female homeowners? Of course, there are a few who are quite daring, sending Zhang Yi private selfies. He glanced at them casually, but his interest was notably tepid. Primarily, these women were overly self-assured. While a few were somewhat decent-looking, the majority were rather plain. They lacked the finesse of the female streamers on certain platforms, who have professionally honed their skills in captivating movement. There was simply nothing remarkable to behold. Is this what they used to test a man's resolve? A few men might succumb to such temptations. As for the selfish motives of some male residents, they were even more transparent. Some would address him as brother or big brother while pleading with Zhang Yi for assistance. Then there were the older gentlemen, employing moral coercion, demanding Zhang Yi to show them compassion. The most distasteful was a certain gentleman with alternative inclinations. As for his requests, Zhang Yi had no desire to engage in that conversation. After surveying the situation, Zhang Yi found it rather dull. He procured a phone stand, positioning his device before him, hoping for a spark of inspiration to arise. He then reclined on the sofa, sipping red wine and indulging in foie gras, while admiring the enchanting snowfall outside. 2 weeks had elapsed, yet the snow continued to cascade without relent. The entire city lay blanketed beneath a thick layer of snow, from Zhang Yi's recollections. This snowfall would persist for a month, submerging everything below the 4th floor. How much longer it would continue, he could not ascertain. However, he certainly felt no pressing need to venture outside. The purpose of leaving would be to seek the hope of survival, yet no one, save for Zhang Yi, knew where one might find life. Resting his chin on his hand, Zhang Yi mused lazily. Staying at home every day is quite tedious. Perhaps I should find a time to venture out? Once the inhabitants of this building had largely perished, he could take a stroll. He pondered further and suddenly recalled that he had several snowmobiles stored away in his warehouse, originally destined for a nearby city to supply a man-made ice and snow park. Thus, even with the snow reaching heights of 10 meters outside, he would still have a means to escape, while it was impossible to leave his current abode. This method would allow him, under safe conditions, to enjoy a breath of fresh air in the future. Zhang Yi felt a stir of excitement. Staying indoors can become rather monotonous. A little excursion would be refreshing. He possessed professional-grade cold weather gear, and with the snowmobiles at his disposal, he would not fear temperatures plummeting to 60 or 70 degrees below zero. He continued to peruse the messages from his neighbors when one in particular caught his attention. Zhou had sent a message, not lamenting her plight or sending intimate photographs, but rather calmly requesting an exchange with Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, our food and medicine are nearly depleted. I hope you can provide some assistance, and in return, I can offer you medical support. Zhou. Zhang Yi's mind quickly conjured her image. A doctor at the First People's Hospital in Tianhai City, 26 years of age, tall and slender, standing at least 175 centimeters. What left the deepest impression on Zhang Yi was not her cool, abstinent beauty, but rather her striking 30-60 figure, especially in winter, when she donned a black sweater. Her silhouette was so pronounced that every encounter in the elevator compelled Zhang Yi to steal a few extra glances. Indeed, as a medical professional, she exhibited remarkable rationality. Rather than pleading for charity, she sought a mutually beneficial exchange. Zhang Yi held a degree of admiration for Zhou. In a post-apocalyptic world, only those of value deserved to survive, and Zhou had demonstrated her worth through her exceptional medical skills. After all, one could not attain a position at the First People's Hospital without considerable capability. In these dire times, medical expertise represented an invaluable skill. However, Zhang Yi was not so arrogant as to believe he could handle all ailments alone. Having a doctor nearby would undoubtedly provide significant security for his future survival. Most critically, Zhang Yi had assessed Zhou's character. In his previous life, her demise stemmed from her act of giving food to Xiaolime, whether from utter despair or genuine kindness. Zhang Yi had witnessed the brilliance of humanity within her. With his left hand resting at his thigh, he shifted his posture, supporting his chin with one hand. He murmured to himself, Perhaps I should keep her around to care for me and my good brother? Though he currently lived comfortably, his companions were faring poorly, a troubling matter indeed. Zhang Yi, a vigorous young man, saw no need to shy away from such issues. Moreover, in a world where morality and law had crumbled, humanity need not live in suppression. It was perfectly acceptable to confront one's desires honestly. Suddenly, Zhang Yi erupted into laughter, slapping the armrest. I must admit, the idea is rather tempting, but alas. He gazed at the ceiling, reflecting, I am quite fearful of death. While Zhou Ke is a consideration, without absolute control over her, I cannot allow her entrance. He sighed, let us see how it unfolds. Surely, other survivors would emerge. With such favorable circumstances, how could he struggle to find capable doctors and companions? If she sought an exchange, she must at least offer something of current value to him. Regardless of her being a beautiful genius doctor, there would be no free rides at his expense. Zhang Yi had never engaged in a losing bargain. Consider it an advance payment for medical services, shall we? I am simply unable to endure any longer. Zhou Ke's tone conveyed hesitation and a hint of shame. It was evident that if not for her dire circumstances, she would not so readily beseech a relatively unfamiliar man. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi replied, I can provide you with food and medicine, but you must also assist me with a small task. What task? Zhou Ke inquired. Zhang Yi stated, it seems these neighbors are likely plotting against me. If you become aware of their intentions, please inform me. Zhang Yi understood that these frenzied neighbors would inevitably attempt to assault his residence. However, he felt no trepidation. During the construction of this steel fortress, he had invested considerable resources and personally selected numerous features. The purpose was to prepare for this very day. At this moment, his home resembled a fortified outpost, albeit one with slightly diminished firepower. Even a group of armed soldiers would find it impossible to breach his defenses without heavy weaponry, let alone this band of starving, frostbitten neighbors, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. He proposed such terms merely to provide Zhou Ke with an excuse. Moreover, having an insider would undoubtedly enhance his security, allowing him to prepare in advance. Chapter 55. The neighbors conspire against Zhang Yi. After much hesitation, Zhou Ke ultimately acquiesced. Her moral compass and conscience forbade her from becoming a despicable individual. However, the neighbor's decision to rob Zhang Yi out of jealousy struck her as far more contemptible. Hence, she chose to aid Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi remarked, very well, I must first see your valuable information before providing what you seek. From now on, your performance will determine the outcome. Zhou Ke responded, understood. She was a kind-hearted woman, yet certainly not foolish enough to demand Zhang Yi's unconditional assistance. Their conversation ceased at this juncture. Zhang Yi cast a glance at the group chat, where messages continued to flood in, with 99 notifications demanding his attention, laden with moral coercion and intimidation. Zhang Yi, where have you vanished to? Provide us with an answer. Will you relinquish the supplies in your possession? Some had begun to express their impatience. A cold smile crept across Zhang Yi's lips. It appeared they had resolved to launch a forceful assault on his home. Go ahead and wallow in your failure. Instantly, the chat erupted in a cacophony of insults, unleashing a torrent of vulgarities. Zhang Yi paid them no mind, challenging, if you possess the audacity, then come forth. Having already tasted the thrill of taking a life, he felt no remorse and welcomed the prospect of more. Very well. Zhang Yi, you have brought this upon yourself. Do not claim that we did not offer you an opportunity, you selfish and vile wretch. From this moment onward, you alone shall bear the consequences of your actions. The clamor of insults gradually diminished. It was evident they had, much like their previous scheme against Qin Jinghao, evaded Zhang Yi to form a separate group, plotting their assault on his residence. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, a flicker of tension and exhilaration igniting in his gaze, causing his body to tremble with anticipation, even though he knew his home was a fortress of steel. The prospect of facing an onslaught of over 100 individuals was undeniably nerve-wracking. Yet, the thrill coursed through his veins, kindling an insatiable desire for revenge against those who had once conspired against him. With a flash in his eyes, his weapons materialized in the living room: 5 steel crossbows, 3 advanced composite bows, nearly 300 crossbow bolts, and an equal number of arrows. Additionally, there were 2 large steel containers filled with an array of weapons: mountain knives, a 1.2-meter pry bar, baseball bats, and hunting knives, all meticulously arranged on the table, ready for battle. Beyond these physical arms, he possessed pepper spray, electric batons, gasoline, an abundance of chemical agents, and dozens of Molotov cocktails crafted from bottles, rags, and fuel. Zhang Yi's gaze gleamed with icy determination. Let them come. As Zhang Yi had anticipated, the neighbors, realizing he would not surrender his supplies, were incensed. Sun Jichao created a new group chat, inviting all surviving residents except Zhang Yi. Remarkably, they even included Chen Zhenghao. Upon seeing Chen Zhenghao, a shiver ran down their spines, yet he boldly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, our primary objective is to deal with Zhang Yi. The supplies in his possession likely surpass our collective resources. If we can bring him down, we stand to gain a wealth of provisions. Rest assured, I will not turn against any of you during this endeavor. However, I demand half of the spoils." Having suffered at Zhang Yi's hands, Chen Zhenghao was acutely aware of the formidable defenses of his home, including the crossbows. Thus, he refrained from launching a direct assault, opting instead to rally the other residents for a collective attack. With over 100 individuals, he believed they could surely breach Zhang Yi's defenses. How many weapons does Zhang Yi truly possess? How many can he kill? Despite their small number, only 6 against over 100, the group deemed Chen Zhenghao's demand for half the resources fair. They regarded him as a benefactor, willing to share despite possessing firearms. As these two leaders rallied the crowd, the others followed suit. Upon witnessing the state of Zhang Yi's household, envy ignited in their eyes, fueling a desire to eliminate him and seize his current lifestyle. With weapons in hand, follow me. Let us kill Zhang Yi and seize his provisions. Slay that shameless, selfish fiend. They roared in unison. Only a few remained silent, including Uncle Yu and Zhou Kuo. The rest, even those who had previously enjoyed amicable relations with Zhang Yi and benefited from his kindness, discarded such memories. Nothing was more vital than survival. In their desperate quest for life, they were willing to forsake all ethical considerations. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi meticulously cleaned his firearms. He was well acquainted with these weapons, having frequently used them at the shooting range. Moreover, in the month preceding the apocalypse, he had intensified his training. Hitting a target at close range posed no challenge. At that moment, Zhou Kuo sent a message. They planned to come to your house. She tightened the layers of her blankets, tucking her pale feet beneath them. They must have visited every household. They have seen your video and have gone mad. Aren't you going to devise a plan? Zhou Kuo believed that the most rational course of action would be to surrender a portion of his supplies to quell the neighbors' fury. After all, one person, no matter how formidable, could hardly withstand such overwhelming odds. Over 100 people could easily dismantle a single house. Zhang Yi smiled, opting not to elaborate. Remember, do not come over this time. I will only warn you once. Now, prepare to enjoy the spectacle. Zhou Kuo furrowed her brow, her curiosity piqued. She could not fathom the source of Zhang Yi's confidence in standing against an entire building filled with over 100 individuals. This was no trivial matter. If his door were breached, the frenzied mob would surely take his life. Could it be that he is insane? Zhou Kuo murmured to herself. Yet, this was Zhang Yi's choice, and she had no power to alter it. Nonetheless, she adhered to his advice, refraining from joining the others in their assault on Zhang Yi's home. She held a moral code and would not partake in the bloodshed of others, be it Zhang Yi's or her neighbors. Chapter 56. The assault. Zhang Yi sat quietly at home, awaiting the arrival of his frenzied neighbors. His expression was grave, and before him lay an array of weapons. At that moment, he received a message from Uncle Yu, the doorman. Xiaozhang, you should run. They're coming for you. Armed. A warmth spread through Zhang Yi's heart. In these times, it was rare to encounter a good person. He replied with a smile, Uncle Yu, do not worry. I can handle this. After a brief silence, Uncle Yu seemed to understand that there was nowhere to flee now. Resistance was his only recourse. He felt a pang of guilt, for he owed Zhang Yi a debt of gratitude. It was Zhang Yi who had urged him to stock up on supplies, leading him to gather instant noodles and sausages, ensuring he was well prepared for the current hardships. However, as he watched Zhang Yi besieged by so many, he felt helpless. You have already demonstrated your kindness by not joining them, Zhang Yi remarked calmly. There is no need for you to concern yourself with my affairs. Uncle Yu's choice was undoubtedly the wisest. Had he rushed over to assist Zhang Yi, he would likely have been met with a brutal fate at the hands of the 100-odd homeowners. One must always be cautious. Trust cannot be freely given, regardless of who stands before you. Before long, Zhang Yi felt a tremor beneath his feet, accompanied by a distant rumble. They are here, he stated matter-of-factly, aware that hundreds were surging up the stairs. However, Zhang Yi resided on the 24th floor. With the elevator out of service, those ascending the stairwell would surely be exhausted. Yet, it was not only those from below who approached. Through the large screen monitoring the entire building, he could see his neighbor from 2402 wielding a kitchen knife and a wrench. The couple next door, the woman cowering behind her husband, glared with envy at Zhang Yi's door, their eyes glinting with malice. Having learned of Zhang Yi's comparatively idyllic existence over the past month, their jealousy had undoubtedly festered. The crowd soon filled the corridor outside Zhang Yi's door, blocking it entirely. A few individuals held umbrellas overhead to shield themselves from potential cold water Zhang Yi might pour on them. Moments later, someone could no longer contain their anger and began to pound on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yi, come out. This is your last chance if you wish to live. Don't wait for us to break in. It'll be too late then. Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi noted the absence of Sun Jichao and Chen Zhenghao, confirming that they had not informed the others of the true situation in his home. Their intention was clear, to use the other neighbors as fodder, to suffer the brunt of Zhang Yi's crossbow and high-voltage attacks. Zhang Yi, however, did not intend to be courteous. With abundant energy at his disposal, he activated the high-voltage switch without hesitation. The young man who had been pounding on the door was suddenly seized by a violent jolt of electricity, his face contorting in agony. The most terrifying aspect was that, with over 100 people crammed into the corridor, the entire area became a conduit for the electric shock. It's high voltage. Get away. Those behind him, as if bitten by a tiger, scrambled to escape. Had they not been bundled in layers of clothing, they would have had no chance of breaking free. Every individual received a jolt, their muscles twitching in pain. The unfortunate soul who had been knocking, along with several others nearby, suffered the worst fate. They were unable to escape and fell victim to the electric shock, their bodies charred. Panic rippled through the crowd as they beheld the scene, eyes wide with horror. They had not anticipated such carnage before them. The expressions of the electrocuted were grotesque, their eyes bulging in terror. A few women could no longer hold back and screamed, doubling over to vomit, though their stomachs were empty, leaving only bile. Fear gripped some of the onlookers, prompting attempts to flee, but as they reached the stairwell, they found it blocked by Chen Zhenghao and his henchmen. With a gun in hand, Chen Zhenghao sinisterly proclaimed, "It is better that they died. This allows me to rightfully seize their resources." Sun Jichao and his companions, despite their ailments, stood by, their expressions cold as they surveyed the 9 lifeless bodies. Their intentions aligned with Chen Zhenghao's. They sought to exploit the situation for their gain. Seeing the fear in the crowd, Sun Jichao shouted, "That vile Zhang Yi is nothing short of a beast. He has murdered his own neighbors. Brothers and sisters, we must avenge them." He urged them, "Do not be afraid. Use wood to batter down the door. Just avoid the door itself. Once we breach it, we'll have a cozy hearth and an abundance of food waiting for us." His rallying cry ignited a spark of fervor among the desperate crowd, who had endured hunger and cold for over half a month. For a morsel of food and a moment of warmth, they were willing to risk everything. Soon, someone retrieved a piece of wood, likely taken from a wardrobe or bed. "Brothers, charge. Break down the door and eliminate that wretched Zhang Yi." With a frenzy, they hurled themselves against Zhang Yi's door. Bang, bang, bang. The violent impacts caused the cups on Zhang Yi's coffee table to tremble. However, Zhang Yi felt it was not enough. From another dimension, he produced a large Sennheiser speaker, connected it to his phone, and played his favorite track, Making Love While Making. Outside, as the mob raged against the door, the classic upbeat music blared within, intensifying their fury. "Zhang Yi, you arrogant fool, your end is nigh," they shouted, fueled by vengeance for their fallen comrade. They lifted the wooden beams and struck with increasing vigor. Yet, after dozens of attempts, they sorrowfully realized the door had not budged. Even with the combined strength of a dozen grown men, they left only faint white marks and nearly imperceptible indentations on the formidable black iron door. Disheartened, the neighbors exchanged glances of despair. What kind of door is this? How can it be so indestructible? They panted heavily. Laboring under the frigid temperatures that plummeted to -70 degrees, their bodies weakened by insufficient food. After this effort, many found their legs trembling, necessitating a rotation of laborers. At the current pace, it seemed they would exhaust themselves without a chance of success. Then, one individual approached and scrutinized the door for a moment before exclaiming, "This is a bank vault door." Having worked in a bank, he immediately recognized the telltale signs. The surrounding crowd's hearts sank further. "So it cannot be breached?" The bank employee shook his head somberly. "Not even with wood. This is a top-grade security door. Even explosives would not suffice to open it. Without a key, the possibility of unlocking hinges solely upon the expertise of the world's foremost locksmiths." At this moment, Zhang Yi, wielding a crossbow, had already approached the shooting aperture. Chapter 57. Heavy casualties. Observing the crowd outside chattering incessantly about strategies, Zhang Yi realized that, Since they sought his life, there was no need for civility. Zhang Yi was no saint. He raised the crossbow and began to shoot. Soon, several individuals fell, struck by his arrows. It was only then that the outside crowd recognized the potency of his weapon. He possesses arms. Caution. Panic ensued, and the people frantically attempted to disperse. However, the corridor was too narrow, and with so many bodies crammed together, movement was virtually impossible. In their fear, the crowd stumbled and toppled over one another in a chaotic heap. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi remained focused, diligently working on his task. The whistling of the arrows echoed ominously, instilling further terror among the others, who desperately pressed toward the stairwell. Some fell to the ground, unable to rise before being trampled. Cries of anguish filled the air. Chen Jinghao stood at the foot of the stairs, gun in hand, aiming at those attempting to flee. What are you afraid of? It's just one of him. Charge. His icy gaze and the dark muzzle of his weapon deterred the crowd from escaping. Meanwhile, Sun Jichao and others, intent on survival, wisely kept their distance and avoided the arrows. Zhang Yi unleashed dozens of bolts, and in such a densely packed area, hardly any missed their mark. This inflicted great suffering upon the neighbors. Yet, their resilience in dire straits proved formidable. Someone quickly identified the source of the shots and exclaimed, "There's a hole above the door. He is shooting from there. We just need to block it." Instantly, several individuals raised mops and brooms to seal the shooting aperture, while others attempted to throw objects into Zhang Yi's room. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi swiftly closed and locked the iron door behind the shooting hole. This mechanism could only be opened from the inside, making it impregnable from the outside. In one fell swoop, Zhang Yi had incapacitated dozens. The ground was strewn with the wounded, some critically hit, succumbing instantly. However, as the neighbors beheld the rusted, tetanus-laden arrows, despair washed over them. They understood the grim reality. Survival was unlikely for those struck. Some mourned their lost kin, wailing and cursing Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you despicable villain. Come out. If you dare, face me one-on-one. You monster, I will fight you to the end. Zhang Yi, I will kill you." Outside, the cacophony of curses clashed with the revelry within, a stark contrast to Zhang Yi's provocation toward all. Indeed, he had unleashed a torrent of bolts, and feeling a slight strain in his arm, he retreated to the kitchen for a refreshing bottle of cola, which he gulped down. Ah, refreshing. Zhang Yi turned his attention back to the screen, monitoring the movements of the crowd outside. Meanwhile, the neighbors, seeing Zhang Yi's front door fortified and unassailable, felt a mix of anxiety and despair. What could they possibly do? At that moment, Sun Jichao shouted, "Everyone, do not panic. I have a plan." The crowd turned toward him as he limped forward, clutching his injured leg. He pointed at the wall of Zhang Yi's home, grinning. "His door is made of alloy. We can't break it. But the wall is just brick and cement, right? I refuse to believe we can't smash it." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Yes, why hadn't they thought of that? If the door was impenetrable, they could breach the wall. With their numbers, it wouldn't take long to break through. Inside, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow as he noticed the sudden surge of excitement among the neighbors. The music blared too loudly. He could not discern their words. However, he remained unperturbed, opting to observe the unfolding situation. After dedicating a month of labor to construct this impregnable fortress, should it fall to their whims, it would indeed be his downfall. Armed with tools, the crowd soon lined up before the outer wall of Zhang Yi's residence, wielding hammers and axes with fervor. Bang! A burly man swung his hammer with all his might, striking the wall with a resounding thud. Instantly, cracks appeared, and white dust cascaded down. The crowd's excitement surged as they believed they had found a weak point. They hammered even harder. Yet, as the man prepared for a second strike, a clanging sound echoed. Ding! He let out a cry, dropping his hammer as he staggered back, his hands bloodied and torn, crimson flowing and quickly congealing in the cold, creating a gruesome sight. Perplexed, the crowd wondered what kind of wall could withstand such force. Someone approached, brushing away the dust, and gasped in astonishment at what lay beneath. The wall was composed of steel. The crowd recoiled in shock, gathering around to inspect. Indeed, once the outer layer of plaster was cleared, a thick black metal surface was revealed, identical in material to the door. One person could not contain their disbelief, shouting, "Why is this happening? Whose house is built with steel walls? I refuse to believe this entire house is made of iron." Overwhelmed by despair, some resumed hammering at other sections, while several joined forces, desperate to find a flaw. Yet, regardless of their efforts, they discovered only the same unyielding steel barrier. In the living room, Zhang Yi scoffed disdainfully. You think of questions I had not already considered? I apologize, but my walls are forged from 20 centimeters steel. Not even artillery could breach them. Why would I fear your flimsy hammers and axes? Zhang Yi's greatest asset was his fear of death, which compelled him to address every conceivable threat. During the inspection, he meticulously checked each inch, hammering them to ensure their integrity. After all, the trauma of being invaded in a past life left an indelible mark. He had no desire to relive that horror. The relentless banging continued outside, and finding it intolerably noisy, Zhang Yi activated the room's noise cancellation feature to prevent the crowd from exploiting the clamor for an assault. After 20 minutes, the sounds finally ceased. The apartment owners stared blankly at the imposing metallic wall, their hearts colder than the ice outside. It resembled a merciless fortress, severing their hopes of acquiring resources. How could this be? Why would someone construct such a home? Some covered their faces, crying out in despair. Zhang Yi's neighbors, a young couple, lamented. When I heard they were renovating, I never imagined it would turn out like this. Surely, no normal family would build such a house. Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang's eyes were bloodshot. If the entire apartment could not breach Zhang Yi's defenses today, they would be left to await their doom. Sun Jichao bit his lips so hard that he drew blood, yet remained oblivious to his pain. Zhang Yi, he had known all along that a snow disaster was imminent. Everything he did was to protect us. Sun Jichao shouted furiously, pointing at Zhang Yi's house. The neighbors glanced at him. Their faces contorted in anguish as they wept and cursed Zhang Yi. Despicable wretch Zhang Yi, only concerned with his own survival, disregarding the plight of us all. If we perish, what meaning is there in your solitary existence? Would you not feel utterly alone if you were the last person on earth? One day, you shall find yourself engulfed in endless regret and self-reproach for failing to warn us, for not aiding us. Can you sleep at night? Do you not feel a pang of guilt? Some, seeing their efforts against Zhang Yi fruitless, began to console themselves with the spirit of AQ. Humph, one day, the heavens will surely make you pay, Zhang Yi. If we die because of you, your conscience will never find peace, and you shall live in torment. Little did they know, Zhang Yi was reveling in his own home. Qin Zhenghao stood at the back, gun in hand, supervising the chaos. As he observed the fully metallic walls, he felt the gravity of the situation. At that moment, he was disinterested in anyone else, fixated solely on seizing Zhang Yi's abode. What are you all so anxious about? This is merely the beginning. Even if their walls are forged of iron, what about the ceiling? The floor? I refuse to believe he constructed an iron box. Qin Zhenghao coldly addressed everyone. Zhang Yi, listening through the surveillance, nodded in approval. This fellow's intellect was quite commendable. He then sighed and shook his head, saying, "Unfortunately, I am not a fool." Upon hearing Qin Zhenghao's words, the neighbors rushed upstairs and downstairs in Zhang Yi's house, wielding hammers, axes, chisels, and wooden sticks. They were a mere 20 centimeters away from their hope of survival, and their sole objective was to shatter that distance. However, they soon descended into a deeper despair. They discovered that Zhang Yi's home truly was an iron box. Every angle, above, below, and around, was sealed off by thick iron plates. In this power outage, devoid of electric saws or drills, they realized that unless they toiled without sustenance for an entire year, they had little hope of breaching those walls. Chapter 58. Despair. Qin Zhenghao and others surrounded Zhang Yi's residence, tirelessly working to demolish the walls for an entire morning. However, upon peeling back the wall and floor, they discovered a thick layer of steel, a daunting barrier measuring 20 centimeters in thickness. For them, it was akin to a nightmare. The prospect of breaking through using mere human strength seemed utterly hopeless. After all, working in such extreme cold without sufficient energy to replenish their dwindling stamina would only hasten their demise. Many were left exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. The sound of groaning echoed around them as they clutched their hollow stomachs, hunger threatening to conquer them entirely. Yet, there was hardly any food left. Some individuals caught sight of their neighbors, glimpsing their pale flesh through the seams of their clothing. A horrifying thought suddenly surged into their minds. Was that not meat? As this dreadful notion emerged, fear gripped them, sending chills down their spines as they desperately attempted to banish the thought from their minds. However, once such an idea took root, it inadvertently presented an option in their dire predicament. They likely understood that if it truly came to that day, cannibalism and self-destruction would inevitably occur. Was there truly no way out? Sun Jichao's face contorted in anguish. He felt as though his arm was beginning to fester and decay. With no antibiotics or even basic anti-inflammatory medications available, He was incapable of effectively cleansing his wounds. Rust still clung to his injury, and in such a situation, death seemed almost unavoidable. Damn Zhang Yi, why must you be so cruel? How can your survival outweigh that of so many others? What harm is there in sacrificing yourself? What is the harm? Sun Jichao howled to the heavens, despair warping his very soul. At that moment, Zhang Yi's neighbor suddenly emerged. Perhaps you might consider attempting to access the balcony. When they remodeled their home, they converted the balcony into a large glass window. There might be an opportunity to break in. Other residents were unable to see the back of Zhang Yi's home, but his neighbor could. Building 25 had several floors with balconies, and Zhang Yi's 24th floor happened to possess a small platform, which he usually used for planting flowers and airing out bedding. Upon hearing the neighbor's suggestion, the nearly despondent group suddenly raised their heads. A window? Huh. Yes. Since his home had windows, there must be an exit. Surely not everything could be sealed off. As long as there was a window, they could charge in. Without further ado, they invaded Zhang Yi's neighboring residence. There was approximately a 15-centimeter gap between the two balconies, separated by a railing. However, such obstacles were of no concern to the frantic crowd. Yet, the outside was not akin to the hallway. The hallways were sealed off by each household, creating an airtight space that retained some warmth. Outside, however, the north wind howled, and snowflakes danced in the air, capable of freezing a person solid within hours. Chen Jinghao and his companions paid no heed to these conditions. All they desired was to breach Zhang Yi's home and seize everything. With wild cries, they leaped onto Zhang Yi's balcony like lunatics. Zhang Yi, naturally, was aware of the commotion. Their eyes met for less than a second before the neighbors swung their tools and began frantically smashing against the enormous glass door. Zhang Yi, however, leisurely dragged his white lounge chair to the window, reclining at a relaxed pace, pouring himself a steaming cup of coffee. The small balcony quickly filled with more than a dozen people. Their faces were pale, resembling living corpses, and their expressions were twisted with madness. Devoid of any semblance of life, Zhang Yi mused that if zombies truly existed, they would likely resemble this crowd. Bang, 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 clatter. The muffled sounds echoed against the glass as the frenzied group relentlessly pounded on the window. Despite occasionally striking their own hands, they felt no pain, allowing their blood to flow freely before congealing. When they had been smashing the walls, their desire had not been as palpable. Yet now, with only a layer of glass separating them, they could clearly perceive the extravagance of Zhang Yi's life. Inside, a fireplace blazed brightly, and Zhang Yi, dressed simply, reclined in his white chair like a wealthy lord. Beside him sat a steaming cup of coffee, likely a cappuccino given the amount of froth. The coffee table was cluttered with an array of weapons, but that was not the focal point. The real highlight was the heap of half-eaten snacks littered beneath the table: potato chips, hamburgers, cola, pizza, roast chicken, Peking duck, and even oil-splashed noodles. These items drove the neighbors on the balcony into a complete frenzy. Having been separated from such delights for merely half a month, they reacted as though they had encountered a long-lost father. Roar! Oh! In their excitement, they even forgot to speak, expressing their fervor through desperate screams. They then redoubled their efforts, using every ounce of strength to smash the window. Zhang Yi, cradling his coffee, watched the spectacle unfold with amusement. He casually remarked, "Who says glass is necessarily more fragile than metal? The cost of this wall was extraordinarily high. For the sake of quality of life, I declined the proposal from the Dragon Security Company and chose not to use metal here. Instead, I invested a substantial sum to have a wall of bulletproof glass custom-made as a floor-to-ceiling window." He recalled the words of Wu Huiren, the manager of the Dragon Security Company, who had once said that such a thick wall was designed not merely to stop bullets, but to withstand artillery shells. The bulletproof glass used in the specialized vehicles of Western heads of state was made from this very material, yet its thickness was less than half of Zhang Yi's wall. As expected, the group soon realized something was amiss. They had initially presumed it to be acrylic, thinking they could shatter it with a few strong strikes. However, after hammering away for some time, not even a crack had appeared. What kind of glass was this? Was it truly bulletproof? What? Bulletproof glass? The term escaped the throat of a bespectacled man in a hoarse whisper, filled with despair, as if it originated from the depths of hell. If it could withstand artillery, how could it not withstand their feeble efforts? No, I refuse to believe it. A young man shouted defiantly, "My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. I refuse to accept that I cannot break it. If I can shatter it, then the fireplace and all the food and drink inside will be mine." I must break through. Perhaps it was the extreme cold that clouded their judgment, oscillating between hope and despair, causing their minds to falter. They chose to abandon reason, recklessly fighting for a future. Zhang Yi applauded their fervor, feeling quite moved. However, he sensed a twinge of hunger. Thus, he retrieved some delicacies from his supplies, such as braised pork, caramelized bananas, and a bit of confectionery, indulging in pure cocoa butter chocolate. Chapter 59. Strike hard. Have you not eaten? Just a thin layer of glass separated them. Outside, individuals braved the biting wind and snow. Their expressions contorted in desperation as they pounded against the window. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi reclined leisurely in his chair, savoring delectable morsels. This stark contrast ignited a fervent jealousy among the neighbors outside, driving them nearly to madness. They spat curses, their voices hoarse, eyes ablaze with rage. Zhang Yi, just wait. I will make you pay. Once I break this glass, you are finished, you selfish scoundrel. Your time is running out. Today is your last day. All this delicious food and hot coffee are mine, all mine. Upon hearing their shouts, Zhang Yi nonchalantly raised his coffee cup in a mocking gesture. Go ahead. Keep at it. Soon, the fervor of the crowd outside began to wane. After all, they were on the 24th floor. With fierce winds and heavy snowfall rapidly sapping their body heat, they had to rotate shifts every 10 minutes. Yet, a half hour passed, and the glass merely bore a few faint scratches. Desperation seeped into their hearts. However, the sight of Zhang Yi enjoying his comforts through the transparent barrier only fueled their jealousy, compelling them to persist. After another half hour, they continued their futile efforts. Among the crowd, Zhang Yi spotted several lackeys of Qin Jinghao. Clearly, Qin Jinghao could not remain idle during such a tumultuous moment. Zhang Yi sensed it was time to act. Rising from his chair, he approached the coffee table and picked up a bottle. The glass was frosted over, and initially, the neighbors could not discern what Zhang Yi held, mistaking it for a beverage. Yet, in the next moment, they witnessed him ignite something with a lighter. Suddenly, a fiery projectile shot forth from above, tracing a yellow arc through the air before crashing to the ground. With a resounding crack, flames erupted. This was Zhang Yi's homemade Molotov cocktail. Even in frigid temperatures, gasoline burned fiercely, releasing heat. The flammable liquid splattered everywhere, igniting a roaring blaze. The balcony, already cramped, became a hellish scene as the down jackets and thermal pants of the crowd caught fire, engulfing them in flames. A smug smile crept onto Zhang Yi's lips as he lit another incendiary bottle and hurled it outside. Fire! Fire! The group, huddled together on the balcony, found escape to the adjacent one nearly impossible. They were trapped, their bodies consumed by the flames. Zhang Yi watched as they transformed into writhing, burning orbs. Some attempted to roll on the ground, hoping the snow would extinguish the flames, but to no avail. Gasoline defied even water. Others tried to scramble to safety, but in their haste, lost their footing and plummeted from the 24th floor. With a prolonged scream, there was a thunderous crash. At that height, the snow below offered little solace against the impact. According to the laws of physics, even if they survived, they would be left with broken bones and ruptured organs, akin to being dead already. Zhang Yi chuckled. At least dying from a fall is better than being burned. Suddenly, a grotesque face slammed against the glass, twisted in agony. Glaring fiercely at Zhang Yi. Help me! Help me! In excruciating pain, he cried out for assistance. Zhang Yi merely raised his coffee cup in a mocking salute. Why would I save you, you worthless fool? Go die? The man's voice faded into despair as flames consumed him. On the neighboring balcony, a crowd of 60 or 70 awaited their turn. Witnessing such a hellish spectacle, they were paralyzed with fear. Help! Please, I don't want to die. I'm begging you. A burning individual clutched the railing, desperate to crawl over. At that moment, a man from their side kicked mercilessly at his hands. Get lost. You're beyond saving. Don't drag us down with you. With relentless force, he kicked again and again, even severing fingers. After a struggle, the man gazed hopelessly at them before collapsing before the railing. A familiar burnt odor filled the air, reminiscent of sizzling flesh one might catch while strolling through a summer marketplace. Within moments, all of them perished. Some, initially only slightly burned, attempted to flee but were thwarted by their neighbors, who feared the flames would reach them. Others, overwhelmed by pain, chose to leap from the 24th floor. The raging inferno offered a warmth they had long forgotten, and gradually, the onlookers extended their hands toward the flames, sporting furtive smiles of relief. After burning for over 20 minutes, the fire finally subsided. The neighbors stared at the charred remains below, a chill of terror settling in their hearts. In their attempts to vanquish Zhang Yi, they had lost 30 or 40 lives. With no avenue left to breach his defenses, desperation hung thick in the air. Yet, another sentiment began to brew within the starving neighbors, a frenzied thought they were reluctant to acknowledge, causing their throats to tighten with unspoken hunger. Suddenly, a woman burst into tears. "I can't take it anymore." They had labored all day, believing they would easily overpower Zhang Yi, but the grim reality left them despondent. With so many dead, Zhang Yi's walls and floor-to-ceiling windows remained unscathed. She dashed forward, climbing onto Zhang Yi's balcony. Zhang Yi expected the next wave of attackers, but was taken aback when she suddenly knelt before the glass. "Zhang Yi, I'm starving. Please, I beg you to save me. Even a piece of bread would suffice." She was not alone. One after another, individuals approached, bowing and weeping, pleading for sustenance. Their pitiful state was enough to stir sorrow in any observer. Most of those beseeching were women, desperately attempting to evoke Zhang Yi's sympathy. Chapter 60. The bounty on Xinjiang. How the mournful cries outside persisted incessantly, with the supplicants striking their foreheads until they bled, a scene of utter desolation. Zhang Yi let out a sigh and approached the window, saying, "Please, do not be this way. It pains my heart to witness such sorrow." As he spoke, he lifted a steaming bowl of noodles in his hand. In moments of distress, one often craves sustenance. With a loud slurp, Zhang Yi began devouring the noodles, causing the neighbors to swallow with envy. Their appetites stirred. Upon hearing his words, their cries intensified, and their prostrations became more fervent. "Zhang Yi, we have erred. All we seek is to survive. Grant us a morsel of food, so we may live like dogs. Whatever you command thereafter, we shall obey." Zhang Yi lowered his gaze and continued to eat. In times of hunger, the ability to consume a generous bowl of noodles is a profound blessing. After finishing half the bowl, he casually placed the remainder before the floor-to-ceiling window, just on the other side of the glass. The neighbors could see the food, but could not partake. Each person pressed their faces against the glass, as if this act would somehow grant them access to the meal. "Do not accuse me of withholding opportunities. Whoever among you can bring me Chen Zhenghao's head, I will ensure this very noodle dish sustains him for an entire week." Zhang Yi had no intention of pitying these people. Their incessant attempts to breach his walls and windows had become quite bothersome. Thus, it would be far more entertaining to let them turn upon one another in a savage frenzy. As he relayed this message to the vast group, it reverberated throughout the entire building. The neighbors at the window displayed expressions of hesitation upon hearing his proclamation. Chen Zhenghao was armed, and seeking his demise could very well lead to their own peril. Yet, if they struggled against Chen Zhenghao, could they truly contend with Zhang Yi? The corpses of 30 to 40 individuals lay strewn about his vicinity. It had become clear that Zhang Yi was a far more formidable adversary than Chen Zhenghao. Meanwhile, Chen Zhenghao observed the unfolding scene from his balcony next door. He had not heard Zhang Yi's words, but was furrowing his brow, contemplating his next move. 2 of his men had perished this time, and if he wished to maintain control over the entire building, he needed to bolster his ranks. As he pondered, an acute prickling sensation suddenly coursed through his back, causing his hair to stand on end. "What are you plotting?" As the crowd caught sight of the firearm, they recoiled in trepidation. "Clear the way," Chen Zhenghao bellowed. The eyes of the onlookers held a peculiar, almost eerie expression, as if they were gazing not at a man, but at a piece of meat. A chill ran down Chen Zhenghao's spine, prompting him to hastily retreat with a few of his subordinates. "What about Zhang Yi's residence?" Sun Jichao inquired. After uttering this question, he muttered curses and departed. The 2 groups outside, one pleading for mercy, the other intent on breaking the window, could no longer endure the biting cold and gradually dispersed. Zhang Yi reclined comfortably in his warm home, eager to witness the unfolding drama. After all, this encounter had resulted in the loss of approximately 40 individuals from the unit. Nearly everyone had participated in the assault on his home, leading to considerable exhaustion. Such depletion rendered resources even scarcer, intensifying the ensuing conflicts among the populace. Before long, Zhang Yi began receiving numerous private messages. Following this skirmish, the neighbors had finally resigned. Their meager strength had been nearly exhausted, and they could no longer mount a large-scale offensive against Zhang Yi's abode. Faced with his impenetrable defenses, they had lost all hope. Consequently, many began to plead for Zhang Yi's mercy or proposed exchanges of favors. For instance, the wealthy heir Su Hao offered his girlfriend in return for food. "Zhang Yi, I could present you with my woman. All I ask is for some sustenance. She is renowned as a model in Tianhai City. Her beauty is exquisite. I assure you, you will find her pleasing. Please, help me." Zhang Yi recognized the model. Su Hao had purchased a residence here solely to keep her. In her daily life, she had always dressed provocatively, exuding an air of temptation. Previously, she had scarcely glanced at other men, often adopting a haughty demeanor towards Zhang Yi. Yet now, Su Hao was willing to part with her for a few meals. The woman's appearance had deteriorated considerably, and she seemed eager to be bartered. Well aware that Zhang Yi's home was stocked with provisions. Truly, a worthless exchange. Zhang Yi chuckled derisively. It must be said. The model possessed an enviable physique and striking looks. However, such shameless women were not welcome in his home. Who could predict that she might not one day plunge a knife into him while he slept, seizing his residence? A woman willing to sell her body for food had no moral integrity. Zhang Yi scoffed as he viewed her video multiple times before dismissively closing the chat window. Other messages followed, though fewer men reached out to him, for they lacked assets to barter for food. Only Uncle Yu expressed his delight at Zhang Yi's victory over the adversaries. Conversely, women contacted him more frequently. For example, Fang Yuqing excitedly exclaimed, "Zhang Yi, you are incredible. I knew you would emerge unscathed. I am currently unable to leave, as they have locked me in. Fear not, I shall come to find you." Zhang Yi merely scoffed, choosing to ignore her. Night soon descended, as it did daily around 5 o'clock, with the days growing shorter and the nights lengthening. As darkness enveloped the evening, temperatures would dip another 10 degrees. Under the government's diligent efforts, the snow disaster in our country was gradually improving. Citizens were urged to remain patient, as solutions would soon be forthcoming. The bitter cold necessitated that individuals refrain from venturing outdoors to avoid frostbite, and assistance should be extended to those in need. Together, we shall unite our efforts to overcome the challenges we face, ensuring a brighter tomorrow. Zhang Yi found the news far more entertaining than any comedy skit. However, he was intrigued to learn where these television stations had relocated and how they continued to operate. While listening to amusing news reports, he perused the chat messages, relishing the anguished and pleading responses from his neighbors. Those who cursed him were primarily those who had lost family members. In a good mood, Zhang Yi would even extend his congratulations to them. "Congratulations to you, bereaved souls. You may now roast meat for a funeral, mixing the ashes with rice." Zhang Yi's mocking remarks only incited further ire among those he ridiculed. Suddenly, he noticed movement on the balcony. Curiosity piqued, he approached the window. The heavy snowfall provided ample illumination, and he soon spotted individuals attempting to stealthily transport the corpses, specifically those that had been charred. These individuals were bundled up tightly, and upon realizing Zhang Yi was watching, they recoiled in surprise. "Zhang Yi, we mean you no harm. Do not misunderstand. We are merely here to collect the bodies." They stammered, their voices trembling, unable to meet his gaze. Zhang Yi smirked slightly. "Oh, collecting bodies? Are you their kin? Moreover, for burial, simply dispose of them below. Are you truly planning to construct a grave within your home? Since these corpses are of no use to you, you need not concern yourselves with us." They gritted their teeth and swiftly dragged the bodies away. Zhang Yi waved his hand towards the glass. "You are indeed quite ruthless. Have you finally reached this point?" Chapter 61. Zhou Kuter could no longer endure the following day. Zhang Yi heard the unmistakable sound of gunfire echoing through the corridor. Bang! Bang! The two shots rang out like the thunderous crack of large firecrackers. It was undoubtedly Qin Jinghao taking action. Clearly, Zhang Yi's words from the previous day had begun to bear fruit. In the face of impending doom, the fear of death gradually waned. The promise of a week of hearty noodles was an irresistible lure for them. Zhang Yi activated the surveillance, witnessing the eruption of chaos. Two men lay sprawled on the ground, wielding wrenches and kitchen knives, their blood staining the corridor crimson. However, Qin Jinghao was not in a much better state. He leaned against the wall, gun in hand, an expression of lingering dread etched on his face. They would intercept those seeking water here, and naturally, others could seize the opportunity to retaliate against them. The handgun was firmly clenched in his grip, serving as his last bastion of hope. Qin Jinghao's eyes glinted with malice as he sat on the cold sofa, his discomfort igniting a furious rage within him. He perceived himself as the hunter, with Zhang Yi merely the prey. How dare the quarry strike back at the hunter? Yet, he underestimated the madness that desperation could incite. Early that morning, two disheartened youths had come seeking his life. This prompted a flicker of unease in Qin Jinghao, but simultaneously, it fueled his frenzy. "Die! I'll kill you all. If you wish for my demise, you must perish first," he bellowed. As he relaxed, a sudden pain shot through his back. One of his underlings glanced at him and shouted, "Brother Hao, you've been stabbed in the back." A 30-centimeter gash marred Qin Jinghao's down jacket, the blood barely discernible against the dark fabric, only visible upon closer inspection. The frigid air outside, coupled with the surge of adrenaline, had masked the pain until now. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, he let out a pained cry. Those wretches dared to ambush me. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he hastily grabbed his phone and called Zhou Kuer. Dr. Zhou, I've sustained an injury. Please hurry over and dress it. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Kuo arrived at Qin Jinghao's residence, medical kit in tow. Looking at this ruthless villain, her eyes brimmed with disdain. Yet, for the sake of survival, she had no choice but to tend to his wounds. In truth, the reason Qin Jinghao's previous arrow wound had not worsened was due to her prior treatment. Though reluctant, she found herself confronted with the gunman's threat. I will not assist you for free, Zhou Kuer said coldly. Qin Jinghao chuckled, gesturing toward the kitchen. I'll share a portion of the food with you later. Zhou Kuer inhaled sharply, her senses assaulted by the acrid scent of blood. Her expression shifted. Having worked in a hospital for years, she recognized the source of the odor. Suppressing the urge to vomit, she replied icily, No, thank you. Qin Jinghao laughed. What an opportune moment. And yet, Dr. Zhou maintains her lofty ideals. One day, you will eat, whether you wish to or not. If not, you shall perish. I'd rather die, Zhou Kuer retorted, frowning. I would be loath to see that happen. In this world, having a doctor by one's side is invaluable, Qin Jinghao lamented. Had it not been for Zhou Kuo treating his leg injury, he would have lost not just a limb but his very life. Rest assured. If the day comes when I must consume you, I shall keep you for last, he declared, his gaze fixed on Zhou Kuer, a fervent glint in his eyes. He had long harbored desires for this stunning beauty. Were it not for her current utility, he would have acted long ago. Zhou Kuer, frowning, ceased her words and proceeded to dress his wound. It wasn't long before the injury was simply bandaged. Zhou Kuer picked up her medical kit, intending to leave. However, Qin Jinghao signaled to his underling, who promptly blocked the door. Zhou Kuo felt a surge of alarm. What do you intend to do? Qin Jinghao replied, Nothing. You cannot leave until my wound is healed. At that moment, he too felt fear. Countless individuals sought his life, and with a lack of medicine, he found solace in having a doctor nearby. Ignoring Zhou Kuer's protests, he insisted on keeping her there. Before long, one of the subordinates brought in a pot of cooked food. The mere thought of what it could contain nearly made Zhou Kuer retch. Fortunately, her experience in the hospital, often dealing with death, had steeled her nerves. Qin Jinghao insisted she partake, but she resolutely refused. He coldly chuckled, dismissing her denial. He believed Zhou Kuer was merely feigning propriety. Eventually, when hunger became unbearable, she would relent. This cannot continue. These vermin now dare to resist us, which is detrimental to our cause. We must eliminate Zhang Yi and seize his residence to secure our safety, Qin Jinghao asserted to his underlings. The group exchanged glances. Realizing that Zhang Yi's home resembled a fortress impenetrable to them, Qin Jinghao countered, I refuse to believe they lack vulnerabilities, nor that he remains confined within. Here is the plan. We will move next door to his residence, taking turns to monitor him. As soon as an opportunity arises, we will take him down. Moreover, residing on the upper floors is inherently safer. The group, feeling lost and directionless, nodded in agreement to Qin Jinghao's every word. Zhou Kuer listened intently to their conversation. Under the pretense of needing the restroom, she slipped away to message Zhang Yi, informing him of the situation. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Yi chuckled dismissively. The thought of him stepping outside was utterly preposterous. Understood. Continue observing the situation from your position, he instructed. As a doctor, Zhou Kuer was not in immediate danger. Qin Jinghao would not kill her, ensuring her safety for the time being. Zhang Yi remained unhurried, having set a bounty, knowing that someone would eventually risk their life to eliminate Qin Jinghao. After gathering their supplies, Qin Jinghao and his crew escorted Zhou Kuer to the 24th floor. The young couple residing next door to Zhang Yi were filled with terror upon learning of Qin Jinghao's arrival. Chapter 62. Live streaming a feast for the neighbors. Open the door, open the door. I am Qin Jinghao, and I demand to exchange residences with you. Hurry up and unlock the door, or I shall resort to violence. Inside the room, a young couple clung to each other in terror. What should we do? They have come to seize her home. I fear we may lose even the last morsels of food we possess. The wife gazed at her husband. Despair etched on her face. He was a bespectacled clerk, and he comforted her. Do not be afraid. Everything will be fine. If they want the house, let them have it. Quickly, hide the remaining food on your person. The couple concealed what little food they had left within their clothing and tremblingly opened the door. Upon seeing the fierce and intimidating Chen Zhenghao and his companions, the man swallowed hard and bowed, saying, "Brother Hao, this house is yours from now on. We will leave at once." However, before they could take more than a few steps, one of Chen Zhenghao's subordinates sneered coldly and raised a steel pipe. With a dull thud, the man collapsed, his vision fading to darkness, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could not comprehend why, despite complying and relinquishing the house, violence was still inflicted upon him. The woman, horrified, watched her husband fall silent on the ground. "Ah!" she gasped, covering her mouth as a second blow struck her head. Two henchmen approached, silencing the couple permanently. Zhou Kuo pressed her hands over her mouth, utterly paralyzed by fear. Chen Zhenghao merely cast her a glance, sneering, "It's too cold. They were bound to die eventually. Dr. Zhou, you must grow accustomed to such occurrences." Having taken many lives, he had entirely lost his reverence for existence. Yet, there was a truth he was reluctant to acknowledge. After being targeted by Zhang Yi, fear had begun to gnaw at his insides. Thus, he felt compelled to ruthlessly suppress the owners at every level, forcing them into submission. Zhou Kuo stifled her nausea and remained silent. Chen Zhenghao brazenly strode into the house, instructing his lackeys to dispose of the couple. In the ensuing days, Zhang Yi could often hear the clattering sounds from next door. He understood that Chen Zhenghao and his men were scrutinizing his residence for weaknesses, taking turns to surveil the front door and back windows. Chen Zhenghao presumed that Zhang Yi would eventually emerge, perhaps to take out the trash or collect melted snow. He believed that capturing a fleeting opportunity to eliminate Zhang Yi would allow him to seize everything that belonged to him. However, he underestimated Zhang Yi's possession of a vast alternate space, rendering the issue of water inconsequential. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi found it inconvenient to open the windows to discard trash, as Chen Zhenghao wielded a firearm, and he had no intention of taking such risks. For a reclusive individual, a bit of extra garbage at home was hardly a concern. In his boredom, he played video games or watched previously downloaded shows. In the owner group chat, pleas for help echoed incessantly, accompanied by frenzied and furious insults. "Zhang Yi, you heartless bastard. You are destined to live a life of solitude. Do you have no conscience? By refusing to aid us, you will spend your later years engulfed in guilt and remorse." Faced with the neighbor's wrath, Zhang Yi's response was straightforward. He decided to live stream his meals, documenting his life for all to see. "Hello, dear family. Today, I shall prepare a dish of braised pork." With that, he tossed a hefty slab of pork belly onto the cutting board. The neighbor's eyes widened with envy. "What kind of braised pork requires that much meat? If you can't finish it, don't waste it. Give it to me." "Zhang Yi, you are inhumane. You do not deserve to eat that pork belly. I haven't had any greasy food in a week. Please, let me have a piece of pork skin. Just a sip of oil, which you surely do not want, would be fine." Those on the brink of starvation had no resistance against such high-fat offerings. Zhang Yi deftly prepared the dish, and through the screen, the neighbors could almost smell the tantalizing aroma of the braised pork. However, after a moment, he furrowed his brow. He tasted a piece of pork belly and promptly spat it into the trash. Too much soy sauce. Ugh, this pot of meat is ruined, though he often cooked. He occasionally made large dishes, and in this instance, he had inadvertently overseasoned it, leaving the meat overwhelmed by the taste of soy sauce. The caramelization had also gone awry, rendering it bitter. How can one eat this? What a waste, such a tremendous waste. Zhang Yi shook his head in resignation. He had intended to showcase his culinary skills but ended up failing miserably. Regrettably, he had no dog at home to consume the leftovers. Thus, he had no choice but to discard the entire pot of pork into the trash. The group chat erupted with chaos as the neighbors went wild. "Don't throw it away. My mouth is a trash can. The trash can is right here. Why are you discarding it? Why? Hurry and toss your garbage. I will rush to retrieve it." "Master, I arrived too late. May I ask if you still require a dog to assist you with waste disposal?" Some neighbors were so incensed by Zhang Yi's actions that they nearly fainted. Their hearts ached. In the bitter cold with the gas shut off at home, cooking was utterly impossible. The desire for a warm meal had become an extravagant luxury, let alone braised pork, an indulgence they could scarcely dream of. "I suppose I shall just have to settle for something ready-made." Zhang Yi shifted the camera, revealing a clean and tidy table adorned with an array of sumptuous dishes. The warm yellow light illuminated the table, making the food appear even more appetizing. "Look, everyone. Tonight's dinner features oil-braised shrimp, scallion sea cucumber, exquisite tofu, sweet and sour yellow river carp, 9-turn intestines, sweet and sour fish fillets, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, black fish roast soup, and candied yam. All right, folks. The dishes are ready. Let's dig in. Zhang Yi propped up his phone, resembling a food streamer, and eagerly began to feast. The neighbors in the group chat bombarded him with messages. Zhang Yi, share a bite with me. I will bow down to you. Zhang Yi, please let my child have a piece of fish, even if it's just the tail. Zhang Yi, you are my father. I am your child. Just let me sip some soup. The chorus of desperate pleas was incessant, with some neighbors frantically calling Zhang Yi. He paid them no mind, relishing his meal. Observing their frustrated expressions only made his dinner taste even more delightful. Chapter 63. Infection. Zhang Yi's ostentatious display of wealth caused the hearts of all the residents in the apartment building to bleed. The food scraps discarded from his home were regarded as exquisite delicacies by them. Yet, even that, Zhang Yi withheld from them. In the home of Sun Jichao and his companions, the aftermath of their failed assault on Zhang Yi's residence became painfully apparent just 2 days later. The 3 injured men felt an unbearable itch at their wounds. Surrounding the bandages, the blood began to exhibit an alarming yellow hue. Unable to restrain himself, Sun Jichao tore off the gauze to inspect the damage. To his horror, he discovered that the wounds had begun to fester. A nauseating stench, reminiscent of rotting animal carcasses, assaulted his senses. No, 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 not like this. I don't want to die yet. Sun Jichao cried out in terror, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing his distress, Zhou Peng and Gu Jiaoyang were equally horrified. They too peeled back their bandages, praying fervently to avoid infection. Alas, reality proved cruel. If only they had sustained mere abrasions, perhaps there might have been a chance for self-healing. However, their injuries were deep puncture wounds, caused by rust-laden crossbow bolts embedded in their flesh. With the compounded factors of their injuries, bacterial infection, and lack of adequate nutrition and medication, the deterioration of their wounds became inevitable. The men emitted agonized screams. Driven to madness. In the room, Fang Yuqing trembled uncontrollably. Clutching her phone, she messaged Zhang Yi, Brother Zhang Yi, they've gone mad. I'm so scared. Please come and save me. I promise to be obedient. I will do whatever you ask. Dear Yuqing, seeing you like this pains me deeply. But I cannot leave. Chen Jinghao is right next door. Perhaps you could come to me instead. But do be careful on your way. They might target you. Just yesterday, my neighbors were killed by them, and you were so delicate, they could easily set their sights on you. Zhang Yi's face bore a mocking expression. In light of Fang Yuqing's innocence, he harbored only a singular thought: to torment her with every means possible until she succumbed to her own agony and despair. Indeed, upon hearing that Chen Jinghao was adjacent to Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing appeared conflicted. Chen Jinghao had already taken countless lives, instilling fear within her. Brother Zhang Yi, I'm frightened. Will you come and pick me up? Don't you have weapons? Zhang Yi cursed inwardly. You wretched girl. How dare you demand I come for you? I would like to, but I was frightened the other day and am feeling unwell. Let us leave it at that. I'm a bit tired. Goodbye. As Fang Yuqing listened to the screams outside, her complexion turned pale. Yet, when she attempted to message Zhang Yi again, he ignored her. In the following days, Zhang Yi continued to live a life of abundance and leisure. With no need to work, he slept and awoke at his whim, unburdened by the struggles of existence or the scrutiny of others. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao plotted daily on how to eliminate him and seize his property. Yet, despite the passing days, Zhang Yi remained elusive. As long as Zhang Yi stayed hidden, Chen Jinghao had no opportunity to confront him. Ironically, Chen Jinghao himself lived in constant fear. Due to the bounty placed on his head by Zhang Yi, he no longer trusted even his own subordinates, clutching a gun tightly while he slept. Before long, his nerves began to fray. After much contemplation, Chen Jinghao devised a plan. Zhang Yi had been monitoring the entire building through surveillance, ensuring he could see anyone who entered the corridors. Recently, he noticed an influx of individuals entering Chen Jinghao's abode. These newcomers were young and vigorous, mostly single men. Some came willingly, while others were coerced by Chen Jinghao at gunpoint. Gradually, Chen Jinghao's rank swelled to 10, more than before. Zhang Yi concluded that Chen Jinghao, in his fear, sought to gather a group to safeguard himself against being killed and to claim the bounty on Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi considered such a strategy to be merely a futile attempt to stave off disaster. Within the building, Zhang Yi had already claimed the lives of over 40 residents, leaving approximately 70 souls remaining. According to past experiences, the majority of households were on the brink of depletion. The next source of sustenance would inevitably be their fellow humans. With his newfound band of followers, Chen Jinghao was poised to commence a massacre against the remaining residents. However, This also implied that he would need to provide sustenance for 10 additional mouths. Thus, even with internal strife, survival would not be sustainable for long. Moreover, everyone harbored their own ulterior motives. Chen Jinghao, a cripple, clung to his power through a firearm, but it was likely he possessed only a few bullets left. Zhang Yi messaged Zhou Ku'er to inquire about the situation with Chen Jinghao. They've gone mad. Zhang Yi. They've run out of food and have resorted to cannibalism. I haven't eaten in 2 days and feel like I'm starving to death. Zhang Yi was not surprised. If he were ever in a dire situation, faced with starvation, he might also refuse to resort to cannibalism. Of course, with his current abundance of food, it was easy to harbor such thoughts. In the event of a food crisis, he could not predict what he might do. Zhou Ku'er continued. They've been searching for people daily. As soon as they find an occupied apartment, they break in and kill whoever is inside. It's laughable. Really, the dozens you killed have allowed many to survive a little longer. Yet, they've faced resistance. Those who remain have banded together and suffered losses as well. After a long pause, Zhou Ku'er sent another message. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? Reading those words, Zhang Yi sensed the vulnerability of this usually aloof doctor. She appeared to have little hope left. In such precarious times, who had the capacity to care for another's survival? After much contemplation, Zhang Yi made a decision. Zhou Ku'er was a valuable asset. He could not allow her to perish so easily. A chief surgeon from a top-tier hospital was hard to come by, especially one with whom he had a rapport. Help me with a task, and upon its completion, I will ensure your survival. Chapter 64. The joy of the sixth. Zhang Yi is willing to accept Zhou Ku'er, but she must first present a declaration of loyalty. Zhang Yi's requirements are straightforward. She must be useful, pose no threat, and, crucially, she cannot be overly compassionate. He is confident about the first two aspects. However, he wishes to ascertain whether Zhou Ku'er can be resolute in critical moments. Consequently, he assigns her a task. Zhang Yi is not in a rush. After all, time is on his side. Should Zhou Ku'er fail to meet this challenge, he will decisively abandon her. After all, Zhang Yi is in good health, with a minimal chance of falling ill. He is also unlikely to venture out carelessly, as the risk of injury is exceedingly low. Yet, the question remains, how long can Zhou Ku'er sustain herself? That is uncertain. The following day, Zhang Yi rose from his slumber at 10 o'clock in the morning. He threw off the velvet blanket and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. After changing into his sportswear, he commenced his workout on the treadmill. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, possessing a robust physique is of paramount importance. Only with a strong body can one better confront impending dangers and evade illness. He perspired profusely on the treadmill, running for an hour before finally halting. Following that, he indulged in a hot shower. While bathing, Zhang Yi felt a surge of pride. For such a luxury had become inconceivably extravagant for many in these times. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs erupted from outside. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened, and he quickly wrapped himself in a towel and stepped outside. He soon discerned a cacophony of curses emanating from Zhou Peng. Upon accessing the surveillance monitor, he witnessed Zhou Peng outside his door, wielding 2 kitchen knives, mercilessly hacking at the entrance. Zhang Yi, get out here. You spend all day hiding in your house. You're nothing but a cowardly turtle, a useless waste. Zhang Yi smirked slightly. Yes, you're absolutely right. And then what? It's laughable that a wretch who can't even survive dares to provoke me. He noted that Zhou Peng was utilizing only his left hand for the assault, while his right arm seemed to struggle to lift. It was evident to Zhang Yi that Zhou Peng's arm was infected. Upon closer inspection, he could see it was notably swollen. Approaching the door, hands in pockets, Zhang Yi remarked nonchalantly, Zhou Peng, I presume you are not enjoying the sensation of infection? During biology class, our teacher once explained the horrors of wound infections. When the tetanus bacteria from rust enters your wound, it multiplies like maggots on a corpse. Your arm must have a wound at least several centimeters deep. The outside air is frigid, yet your flesh is warm, a veritable breeding ground for bacteria, voraciously consuming your flesh. Soon, the wound will fester, oozing black pus, and the bacteria will only proliferate, enlarging the wound until it spreads through your bloodstream. As Zhang Yi vividly painted this grim picture, Zhou Peng felt a surge of pain coursing through his arm. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he imagined bacteria ravaging his entire being. Even though he understood Zhang Yi's intention to terrify him, he could not suppress his inner dread. Zhang Yi, I will kill you. Zhou Peng, now deranged, realized that his arm was indeed rotting, and he faced certain death. In a desperate bid, he attempted one last time, yet this endeavor was doomed to futility. In the adjacent room, Qin Zhenghao's subordinates overheard Zhou Ping's frenzied shouts and inquired, "Shall we dispose of him?" Qin Zhenghao pondered for a moment before responding. "Isn't it said he's on the brink of death from infection? Would you dare consume meat from a sickly pig?" They exchanged glances, ultimately deciding against taking that risk. After a while of futile banging and cursing, Zhou Peng grew weary and collapsed at Zhang Yi's doorstep, sobbing and begging for mercy. Zhang Yi coolly stated, "You are doomed. Your wound is festering, it's terminal, and there is no saving you. Rather than waiting for death, why not accomplish what you dared not do while alive?" Zhou Peng's eyes brimmed with tears, and upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, he sank deeper into despair. Was he truly destined to die? Fear enveloped him like an abyss, but it was swiftly accompanied by a raging fury. "I am dying. What more is there to fear?" He struggled to rise and kicked the iron door with all his might, intending to hurl a curse, but the hardness of the door sent pain coursing through him, nearly causing him to faint. Upon returning to his dwelling, his gaze was vacant. In a daze, he noticed Sun Jichao roasting a knife over a candle, preparing to sear his own wounds. The sound of sizzling grease mingled with wisps of smoke as Sun Jichao's eyes bulged in pain, despite biting down on a cloth. He emitted a wretched wail. He seemed to believe this would eradicate the bacteria, ignorant and pitiable. His cousin, Wang Min, watched Zhou Peng with a heavy heart, unsure of how to console him. She was acutely aware that Zhou Peng had little time left, as the stench of decay pervaded their home daily. Though he had not yet perished, his body was already decomposing. The depth of such suffering is unfathomable to the average person. Zhou Peng disregarded Wang Min and charged toward the room where Fang Yuqing was held captive. Upon seeing Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing screamed in terror, "Zhou Peng? What are you doing?" He approached her, his bloodshot eyes fixated upon her. "Yuqing, would you marry me?" This pitiful sycophant, even as death loomed, held the singular wish of marrying Fang Yuqing. In this apocalyptic reality, how absurd yet humble such a request appeared. Fang Yuqing frowned, her eyes reflecting disdain. She instinctively pinched her nose and declared, "No, I do not wish to." Zhou Peng's heart shattered. He had sacrificed so much for her, even his own life. Yet, Fang Yuqing had never harbored a flicker of affection for him. "No, you love me, you do. I will have you as my woman before I die." Zhou Peng lost his grasp on reason, unwilling to accept that all his sacrifices had yielded nothing. If he could not have her, he would destroy her. Outside, the others heard the commotion within but paid it no mind. To them, Fang Yuqing was the root of their ruin, deserving of death. "No, get away. You smell terrible." "It's disgusting," Fang Yuqing shouted. "How dare you call me foul?" Zhou Peng, in a fit of rage, suddenly tore off the bandage from his arm. His wound was grotesquely swollen, darkening and festering horrifically. In a ghastly display, he clawed at the rotting flesh and shoved the putrid remnants into Fang Yuqing's mouth. Take that. Take that." Fang Yuqing gagged violently, yet Zhou Peng forced the decaying flesh down her throat. A sinister grin spread across his face as he reveled in the sight of his goddess being humiliated. Chapter 65, Zhoukuer's Resolution. Zhou Peng ripped off Fang Yuqing's clothing, disregarding the frigid temperature of over -60 degrees in the room. Fang Yuqing lay there, her eyes vacant and devoid of resistance. However, when Zhou Peng attempted to remove his trousers, he was confronted with a cruel reality: he was utterly incapable of rising. The extreme cold, coupled with his deteriorated physical condition, rendered him powerless. Even if given the chance, he would prove ineffective. "Get up. I command you to rise." Zhou Peng frantically employed various methods, yet none bore fruit. It seemed as though his senses had dulled. Observing this, Fang Yuqing let out a cold laugh, mocking him. "You truly are useless." After a night of profound contemplation, Zhoukuer ultimately provided Zhang Yi with an affirmative response. She recognized this as a test laid before her by Zhang Yi. Although perilous, she understood that if she did not act, it would not be long before she met her demise at the hands of Qin Zhenghao and his ilk. She had to take the plunge. That evening, Qin Zhenghao and his companions lounged in the living room, instructing a subordinate to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Zhoukuer, lurking in the shadows, suddenly stood up and declared, "I shall assist him." Qin Zhenghao's cold gaze fixated on her, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Ha, I knew you couldn't resist." Zhoukuer froze, her blood running cold. Qin Zhenghao continued, 2 days without food is unbearable for anyone. Dr. Zhou, there is no shame in doing what it takes to survive." A slight relief washed over Zhoukuer as she bit her lip and replied, "You are right. I do not wish to die. I want to live." Qin Zhenghao assumed she had come to terms with her situation and nodded. "That would be for the best. You still hold some value for me." I certainly do not wish to see you perish so soon. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Kuter silently turned to assist in the kitchen. The kitchen was a gruesome sight, stained with blood. Even with her congested sinuses, Zhou Kuo could detect the overwhelming stench. She suppressed her discomfort and approached the subordinate, who, with a vacant expression, merely gestured toward an axe and the remnants of shattered furniture, instructing her to chop wood for the fire. Obediently, she complied. In this desperate time of resource scarcity, they were forced to ignite furniture for cooking. A makeshift stove had been assembled in the kitchen, upon which sat an iron pot. As the fire blazed, the snow began to melt, transforming into murky water, tainted with impurities. Yet, in such dire circumstances, no one dared to be picky about their sustenance. Zhou Kuter kept a watchful eye on the subordinate, simultaneously observing the happenings outside the kitchen. Her palms grew clammy with perspiration, for if her subsequent actions were discovered, her fate would be sealed. After a while, the subordinate tossed the ingredients into the pot, carelessly adding some seasoning. Keep an eye on it, he coldly instructed before departing the kitchen. Once she was certain of her safety, Zhou Kuter swiftly retrieved a small vial from her pocket. Her heart racing like a single-cylinder engine, her legs trembling from anxiety. With a hurried motion, she twisted open the cap and poured a generous amount of white powder into the broth. She felt a surge of adrenaline as she stirred the concoction with a ladle. The process, though fraught with peril, yielded no unforeseen complications. This was no film, and the surrounding environment had rendered everyone numb to the gravity of the situation. They could hardly fathom that Zhou Kuo would dare to poison their meal. During lunch, Zhou Kuo presented a large pot of food at the table, prompting them to rush forward with ravenous eyes, eager to eat. No one paid her any mind. Their sole desire was to savor something warm. Hot food equated to life. Every bite offered a glimmer of hope for survival. She began to wait in silence. The powder she had added was a potent sedative, nearly half a bottle's worth. This drug acted swiftly. A single dose could induce sleep within 30 minutes, particularly after a meal, when blood naturally pooled in the stomach. It was all too easy to succumb to drowsiness. Such a considerable dosage would incapacitate even an elephant. As a physician, Zhou Kuo was acutely aware of the effects of such a dosage. Unless subjected to extreme stimuli, they would remain in a deep slumber for an extended period. Not long after, she could hear the rhythmic sounds of their snoring emanating from the living room. Cautiously, she ventured into the living room, finding everyone sprawled across sofas and chairs, sound asleep. Holding her breath, she sent a message to Zhang Yi. I have administered a substantial amount of sedative. They have all fallen into a deep sleep. What are your next instructions? A wall separated them from Zhang Yi's quarters. He had been awaiting Zhou Kuo's message to ascertain her success in completing the task. Only by proving her worth would she become a pawn in Zhang Yi's game. Upon receiving her message, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and instructed her. Drag them out to the balcony. He would not venture forth himself, wary of potential traps set by the enemy. Zhou Kuo bit her lip, but ultimately agreed. Understood. Most would be paralyzed with fear at the prospect of Qin Zhanghao and his men awakening unexpectedly, certain that it would lead to their demise. Yet, as a trained medical professional, Zhou Kuo possessed unwavering confidence in the efficacy of the drug. Following Zhang Yi's directive, she methodically dragged each of Qin Zhanghao's men outside, depositing them onto the balcony. Though the biting cold wind howled, they would remain unconscious for a time, as those in deep slumber often succumb to hypothermia, instinctively lowering their body temperature to prolong their lives. Zhou Kuo's every action was meticulously monitored by Zhang Yi, who stood by the window, observing with keen interest. He was acutely aware of the number of men under Qin Zhanghao's command, and, through surveillance, nothing escaped his notice. Only when he saw Zhou Kuo, panting and exhausted, successfully drag the last of them outside did he nod in satisfaction. What should I do next? Zhou Kuo inquired, her voice trembling. That will suffice. Wait for me a moment. After a brief contemplation, he retrieved a thick winter coat from his storage space and donned it. He also secured 10 ropes, each the thickness of a child's arm, around his waist. In his left hand, he gripped a crossbow, and a machete was slung across his back. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, feeling the need for additional safety. After ensuring his preparations, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window. For the first time since the apocalypse, he reached for the lock of the window. The process was intricate, as the lock featured 3 layers: fingerprint, electronic, and mechanical. Once unlocked, Zhang Yi stepped onto the balcony. The biting cold wind swept past him, yet through the protective clothing, it did not feel overwhelmingly harsh. Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of professional-grade winter gear. Zhou Kuder stood by the window, hugging herself, trembling at the sight of him. Are you going to kill them? Zhang Yi smirked, raising his weapon to aim at the unconscious villains below, subtly directing it toward Zhou Kuder as well. He tossed the ropes down at her feet. Not me, it's you. Chapter 66. The token of loyalty. Qin Zhenghao and his underlings were sprawled on the balcony next door, appearing as if they had succumbed to unconsciousness. However, Zhang Yi could not ascertain whether they were genuinely incapacitated. What if this was a ruse devised in collusion with Zhou Kuder, intended to lure him into a trap? It was entirely possible that the moment he approached, they would spring to life and eliminate him. Additionally, there was a considerable gap of over 10 centimeters between the balconies, with a stainless steel railing that was particularly slippery in the heavy snow. If he attempted to climb over, a mere shove from Zhou Kuder could send him plummeting from the 24th floor. Thus, Zhang Yi aimed his gun at the ground where Qin Zhenghao and his associates lay. Use these ropes to bind their hands behind their backs, he commanded. And I recall Qin Zhenghao has a gun. Make sure you hand it over to me. Zhou Kuder wore an expression of exasperation. Having gone 2 days without food and only sipping a bit of water, she had little strength left after dragging 10 individuals to the balcony. Seeing Zhang Yi's extreme caution, unwilling to assist, she bit her cracked lips and retorted, "You are being excessively cautious. Caution is the mother of safety. I refuse to take even the slightest risk." Zhang Yi replied calmly, "In this situation, I will not allow any risk to be taken." Left with no choice under the threat of his gun, Zhou Kuder complied with his instructions. She took the ropes and securely bound the hands of the individuals behind them. As she retrieved the handgun from Qin Zhenghao's pocket, Zhang Yi's gun was also pointed at her head. "Remove the magazine and toss it over here." Zhou Kuder gazed at Zhang Yi, biting her lip in uncertainty. "How can I trust you? What if I do all this and you turn against me?" Zhang Yi responded, "You have no alternative but to trust me. Only by doing so can you hope to survive in this dire situation." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Kuder understood that her only option was to place her faith in Zhang Yi. Unable to compromise her moral integrity by resorting to cannibalism, she faced the grim reality of starvation. Following Zhang Yi's directive, she detached the magazine from the handgun and threw it at his feet. Anxiety coursed through her, but as Zhang Yi had pointed out, she had no other choice. He picked up the gun from the ground, glancing at the magazine to find 3 bullets remaining. He then directed the weapon toward the group of individuals on the balcony. With a sudden rush, water gushed from the pipe, splashing onto Qin Zhenghao and the others from a distance of 3 to 4 meters. The temperature plummeted from a comfortable 20 degrees Celsius indoors to a chilling -70 degrees outside, creating a drastic temperature shock. The initially warm water, steaming as it surged forth, instantly froze upon contact with their bodies. Zhou Kuder, witnessing this scene from within the room, instinctively hugged her arms around herself. The thought of dying from such freezing was indeed a cruel fate. The icy water gradually brought the group back to consciousness, saturating them to the core and encasing their bodies in ice. A young man, his lips turning purple from the cold, let out a terrified scream. He attempted to rise, only to realize his hands were bound tightly behind him, and the icy ground rendered him unable to gain any footing. Qin Zhenghao, jolted awake by the icy deluge, wore a look of disbelief before it dawned on him that he had been drugged. Yet, he had no time to ponder who was responsible for the poisoning. The relentless cold water washed over him, plunging him into an icy abyss, each droplet feeling like 1,000 needles piercing his skin. All of them screamed in terror, struggling futilely to rise. Cramped together on the balcony, they hindered one another's efforts. "Zhang Yi!" Qin Zhenghao roared, spotting him on the adjacent balcony, the water pipe spraying them mercilessly. Zhang Yi finally emerged from the room, the once impenetrable window now slightly ajar. Unfortunately, his hands were bound, and his life hung in the balance. "You've caused enough chaos. Now it is time to meet your end," Zhang Yi stated coldly. Qin Zhenghao and his cohorts had slaughtered nearly half the residents of the building, drawing perilously close to Zhang Yi's own tally. Allowing them to live would only invite further conflict. Though Zhang Yi was unafraid, it was prudent to eliminate them. He would not gamble with his life. What could be more secure than the absence of the living? Qin Zhenghao and his men exerted their last reserves of strength in a futile struggle, their voices filled with rage. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, they could not rise. The frigid water cascaded over their faces, filling their mouths and seeping into their collars. Their clothes, drenched, solidified into hard blocks of ice. After 2 minutes, they lay silent on the ground, their bodies turning blue and purple, twitching in agony. 3 minutes later, they became utterly motionless, transformed into 10 frozen statues. 5 minutes later, they coalesced into a single massive block of ice. Zhang Yi then changed out of his heavy winter attire and called Zhou Ku'er. You have passed the trial. You may come over now. In the adjacent room, Zhou Ku'er heard Zhang Yi's voice, and her anxious heart finally found solace. Trembling, she replied, All right. I will come over immediately. Grabbing her medical kit, she hastily opened the door and fled the hellish confines of her room. Zhang Yi unlocked the heavy security door and stepped back, raising his gun toward the entrance. He glanced at the surveillance monitor, ensuring Zhou Kuo was safe. Before using a mobile app to unlock the final electronic door, you may enter. Outside the door, Zhou Kuo heard the invitation, raising her cold, pale hand to push against it. The door was heavy, and she exerted considerable effort. However, as a sliver of space opened, a wave of warmth enveloped her. A spark of excitement ignited in Zhou Kuo's eyes. It had been far too long since she had felt such warmth. With renewed determination, she pushed harder, forcing the door wide open and stepping inside. In that moment, it felt as though she had entered paradise. The biting cold that had enveloped her was rapidly dissipating, replaced by an intoxicating warmth akin to a soothing bath. Gradually, the heat became overwhelming, as she was clad in 6 layers of clothing, including 2 down jackets. In the room at Zhang Yi's, with a temperature of 27 degrees, she found it unbearable. Ignoring the gun he aimed at her, she hurriedly began to shed her layers. Chapter 67. Proving your harmlessness. The room was suffocatingly warm. Zhou Kuo felt as if she were being roasted in an oven while clad in her down jacket. An unbearable discomfort. Ignoring the fact that Zhang Yi was pointing a gun at her, she swiftly shed the thick garment to seek a modicum of relief. She gasped for breath, her eyes glistening with tears that betrayed her inner turmoil. The warmth was overwhelming. Such a comfortable indoor temperature was the very essence of a livable environment for humanity, a bliss she had been deprived of for far too long. Have you forgotten something? This is my home, and you have yet to pass my test completely, Zhang Yi stated coldly. It was only then that Zhou Kuo remembered the man standing before her. The gun still aimed unwaveringly at her. Struggling to muster a smile, she replied, You are quite cautious. I have followed your instructions and dealt with your enemies. Is that not enough to earn your trust? Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. Those individuals were indeed a significant nuisance for you. Your actions stemmed not solely from my request, but from your own survival instinct. Eliminating them merely demonstrates your utility, fulfilling the basic requirement to be my assistant. However, you must now prove your harmlessness. At this critical juncture, Zhang Yi highlighted the essence of the matter. After enduring the long hardships of a post-apocalyptic world, he was unwilling to place his trust in anyone lightly. For in such dire times, even those who were once virtuous could lose their humanity. He could only trust himself. It was the sole means to survive in this unforgiving world. Zhou Kuo felt a pang of helplessness. She had complied with Zhang Yi's demands, yet remained uncertain about how to gain his trust. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her desire to remain within the warmth of this sanctuary. What must I do for you to believe that I pose no threat? She implored, her gaze pleading and almost humbly submissive. Zhang Yi scrutinized her and cautiously inquired, You aren't concealing any weapons, are you? Zhou Kuo raised her hands in exasperation. Look at me. In this state, how could I possibly hide any dangerous weapons? Zhang Yi's expression remained impassive as he shook the gun in his hand. Raise your hands, he ordered, indicating his intent to search her for concealed weapons. Zhou Kuo felt a twinge of embarrassment, but understood that she had no leverage to negotiate. Zhang Yi's home was far too inviting. Compared to her previous living conditions, it was akin to paradise. She understood that to obtain something, one must pay an equivalent price. All right, I understand. Zhou Kuo mustered her courage and complied with Zhang Yi's request. She was an astute woman, aware of the sacrifices necessary to gain what she sought. Zhang Yi's eyes remained fixed on her, vigilant against any sudden movements. Slowly, she raised her hands and placed them behind her head, pressing her body against the door as depicted in television dramas. Zhang Yi cautiously approached and conducted a thorough search. Is this satisfactory now? Zhou Kuo asked after he finished. Zhang Yi confirmed that she was unarmed and then glanced at the medical kit on the floor, suggesting, I recommend you take a shower first. Zhou Kuo's face flushed with embarrassment. It had indeed been a long time since her last bath, and she feared she might have an unpleasant odor. But there was little she could do about it. Feeling shy, she hastily retreated into the bathroom. Zhang Yi rummaged through his otherworldly space to find some women's clothing and tossed them outside the bathroom door. Here are some clothes for you to change into. I selected a set based on your size. Try them on and let me know if they fit. If not, I can find you something else. Having spent considerable time managing the warehouse, Zhang Yi had developed a keen eye for sizing. Zhou Kuo responded with a soft hum from within the bathroom, followed by the sound of running water. Zhang Yi approached the medical kit and cautiously opened it, inspecting its contents. He discovered it was nearly empty, containing only a few rolls of gauze and 2 unopened syringes. After a moment's thought, he took the syringes and placed them in his otherworldly space before closing the kit. He leisurely settled onto the sofa, waiting for Zhou Kuo to finish her shower so they could continue their conversation. Inside the bathroom, as Zhou Kuo turned on the shower, the hot water cascading over her head brought tears of joy to her eyes. Only in the absence of something do we truly grasp the essence of happiness. In her previous mundane existence, she had taken so much for granted. Yet, in the wake of the apocalypse, she recognized the value of those simple pleasures. Human civilization, having flourished for millennia, had bestowed upon them conveniences that had rendered them increasingly delicate. After a fortnight without a bath, Zhou Kuo took her time, ensuring she was thoroughly clean. However, upon realizing she was in Zhang Yi's home, she hastened her washing, for water resources were now exceedingly precious. Zhang Yi, however, did not voice any objections or rush her, for he had ample reserves of water. Even in dire circumstances, the abundant ice and snow outside could be utilized. With human activity having come to a standstill, the natural snowmelt was pristine and even drinkable. With a soft click, the bathroom door swung open. Zhang Yi turned to see a steaming arm emerging from within, retrieving the clothes he had placed outside. Moments later, Zhou Kuo emerged clad in a sleepwear set, her damp hair cascading down her back, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Though Zhang Yi held a gun in his hand, he could not afford to be distracted by her beauty. His gaze still laden with caution. Until he was certain of her reliability, he would not let his guard down. In this harsh world, even the seemingly fragile woman or child could pose a lethal threat. Thank you, Zhang Yi. I haven't bathed in ages, and I hope you won't hold it against me for using your water, Zhou Kuo said, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Arriving at a stranger's home, she felt a profound sense of restraint, especially since she had yet to discern the true nature of Zhang Yi. In such moments, exercising caution and respect was prudent. She had no desire to provoke him and be cast out. Chapter 68. Settled for today, Zhou Kuo observed Zhang Yi's lingering wariness towards her and could not help but reflect. No wonder he managed to navigate this apocalyptic world with such ease. Please, take a seat. Zhang Yi gestured towards the adjacent sofa, the firearm in his hand having been drawn at some point unbeknownst to her. Zhou Kuo obediently settled herself 2 meters away on the sofa, her hands clasped neatly on her lap, resembling a well-behaved child. Listen closely. The reason I have allowed you to reside here is that you hold some value for me. However, you must always remember that this is my home. Your presence here is a favor I have bestowed upon you. Thus, you are obliged to comply with all my commands. Otherwise, I will have no qualms about expelling you. Should you harbor any treacherous intentions towards me, rest assured, I shall eliminate you without hesitation. As Zhou Kuo absorbed Zhang Yi's cold, indifferent words, she couldn't help but silently critique him, truly heartless. Although she understood his rationale, she wished he could express himself with a touch more warmth. It would have moved her somewhat. Little did she know, Zhang Yi had once been gentle, but all his kindness had ultimately been squandered. Zhang Yi pointed towards a room. Their residence consisted of 3 bedrooms and a living room. Aside from the master bedroom where Zhang Yi dwelled, there were 2 additional guest rooms. You will occupy that room. However, let me make it clear, there are surveillance cameras in every corner of this house. You will be under my watch at all times, with no semblance of privacy. The door is reinforced. Its material is slightly thinner than the front door, but it cannot be opened by mere human strength. If you have any objections, he indicated the front door, you may leave at once. Zhou Kuo had no intention of departing, no matter how stringent Zhang Yi's terms were. This house was a veritable paradise compared to the harsh external environment. She nodded. All right, I will heed your instructions. Her compliant demeanor greatly pleased Zhang Yi. Indeed, she was a clever woman, making communication much more convenient. If it had been someone like Fang Yuqing or Lin Caning, they would likely have caused a scene. They deserve their fates in this apocalypse. Zhang Yi holstered his weapon and adjusted the position of another gun. He regarded Zhou Kuo, his tone softening slightly. You are quite astute. This will facilitate our future interactions. You must comprehend the hellish reality outside. Apart from depending on me, you have no other means of survival. Therefore, I shall reveal a secret to you. Pay close attention. Zhou Kuo widened her eyes in astonishment. A secret? You are willing to share it with me? She felt that for someone as cautious as Zhang Yi, the secret he was about to divulge would undoubtedly be significant. Zhang Yi replied, "The reason for the recent snow disaster, as you may have read online, is due to the explosion of a supernova, which triggered a gamma-ray burst. This radiation can affect the human body and potentially lead to mutations. As a result, I have acquired a unique ability, the capacity to access an independent alternate space." Ignoring Zhou Kuo's astonished expression, he continued, "The reason I have thrived thus far is that my space contains a substantial stockpile of resources. Without it, as you can see, this house cannot sustain much in the way of supplies. Hence, my survival ensures that you can partake in those resources, that there is food to eat, and hot water to bathe. Should I perish, this house would soon become indistinguishable from any other, and you would starve." Zhang Yi did not fully trust Zhou Kuo. Despite recognizing her inherent kindness, he believed solely in self-interest, not in human nature, as it could easily be distorted without much effort. By informing Zhou Kuo that her survival relied on his, he aimed to solidify their bond of mutual benefit, to instill a sense of trust. Zhang Yi retrieved a long sandwich from his alternate space and tossed it to Zhou Kuo. Witnessing him produce a loaf of bread seemingly from thin air, a flicker of trust appeared in her astonished gaze. Superpowers? Do they truly exist? Gazing at the sandwich in her hands, she swallowed nervously, hesitating to take a bite until Zhang Yi commanded her to do so. Such a sizable portion could feed a family for days. Not to mention, she had gone 2 days without food. "Go ahead, eat. That is yours," Zhang Yi said nonchalantly. Zhou Kuo could no longer contain herself and took a hearty bite. Observing her devour the food hastily, Zhang Yi feared she might choke, so he poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. As she munched on the bread, this fast food she once despised now brought her to tears of gratitude. Heavens, how can a simple loaf of bread taste so exquisite? While she savored her meal, Zhang Yi quietly outlined the rules of residing in his home. "I do not trust you implicitly. Therefore, you must be sensible. Clean the house and prepare meals without needing my prompting. The plumbing has frozen, so when you need to relieve yourself, utilize special plastic bags and dispose of them through the discreet door by the window. This responsibility falls to you from now on. In essence, you shall serve as my maid, trading labor for a comfortable living environment and nourishment. Do you understand?" Zhang Yi would not accommodate idlers in his home. Zhou Kuo finished her meal with fervor, nodding repeatedly, "I understand, master." She shyly addressed him. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her cleverness. No wonder she had become a chief physician at such a young age. Seeing her sated, a smile crept onto his lips as he rested his chin on his hand, his gaze lingering on her fair neck. "Do you know why, among all the individuals in this building, I chose you, despite us not being the closest?" Zhou Kuo bit her lip. "Because I am a doctor. You lack for nothing, yet you cannot guarantee you won't fall ill or get injured." Zhang Yi nodded slightly. "That is one reason. Although I am in good health, one must always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances." He retrieved half a bottle of leftover red wine from beneath the coffee table and, in a magical display, produced 2 elegant wine glasses. He poured 2 glasses, sliding one towards Zhou Kuo. "And what do you think is the second reason?" Zhou Kuo accepted the glass, hesitating for a moment before taking a sip, her expression revealing a glimmer of realization. "Because there is no free bread in this world. Precisely, because I am a woman, and a rather beautiful one at that." This woman possessed a keen self-awareness. Zhou Kuo set down her glass, rising to her feet. In front of Zhang Yi, she unfastened her bathrobe. Zhang Yi made no pretense of moral rectitude. After a month and a half of repression, he accumulated a great deal of pent-up energy that needed to be released. Thus, today was settled. Chapter 69. A good night's sleep this night was destined to be exceedingly long. Zhou Kuo finally obtained the warm room she had longed for. At last, she could enjoy a comfortable sleep for the first time since the apocalypse began. Zhang Yi locked the door securely from the outside, keeping the sole key hidden away. Business was business, yet certain principles must be maintained. Even though Zhang Yi recognized Zhou Kuo as a kind-hearted individual, allowing her entry and survival was already an act of great mercy. In the foreseeable future, he could not afford to let his guard down around her. After sleeping for half a day, Zhang Yi awoke feeling refreshed, his eyes shining brighter than usual. The presence of a woman brought a touch of joy to his life. Solitary existence wore heavily on him, and he worried about the potential for mental collapse. Humans are, after all, social creatures. However, this arrangement hinged on Zhou Kuo being obedient and utterly harmless. Upon checking the surveillance, he noted that Zhou Kuo was still soundly asleep. She had not rested well for an extended period, hence her deep slumber persisted. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, dressed, and proceeded to wash up. After completing his morning routine, he entered the living room, ready for breakfast. He retrieved some food from his alternate dimension and placed it on the coffee table. Approaching Zhou Kuo's door, he unlocked it and knocked gently. "Come out and eat something." It was somewhat amusing. Despite being fully aware of everything within the room, he still chose to knock out of courtesy. After all, if they were to coexist in the long term, basic respect was essential. Zhou Kuo's soft voice came from within, tinged with fatigue. "Okay, I'll be right there." Zhang Yi made his way to the dining table, picked up a beef and cheeseburger, and walked to the window while eating. After a night, the massive ice block next door had grown larger, blanketed in fresh snow, revealing the twisted forms of 10 corpses within. Zhou Kuo emerged from her room and blushed slightly upon seeing Zhang Yi. As a proud graduate of a prestigious medical school, she had always maintained a haughty demeanor towards men, preserving her chastity until now. Yet, unexpectedly, she had not reserved herself for her husband or even a lover. Instead, she had traded this for survival with a man she barely knew. Nevertheless, the sight of Zhang Yi's tall figure and his cold, rationally handsome face brought her a sense of comfort. Zhang Yi found himself quite fond of Zhou Kuo. Her beauty was undeniable. And what man wouldn't be enamored by a woman with such an exquisite figure and face? However, romance was far from their current reality. Perhaps, once he fully trusted her, he would gradually invest his emotions. After all, living alone in apocalyptic times was exhausting. One required some emotional connection as a refuge. Zhang Yi gestured to the table, indicating the food. Zhou Kuo looked and discovered steaming burgers, fried chicken, and fries, food he had ordered in abundance from fast food chains like KFC and McDonald's before the apocalypse. Thanks to the preservation capabilities of his alternate dimension, the food remained warm. Zhou Kuo swallowed hard, unable to resist as she approached, and devoured a burger with gusto. The fast food she once scorned now brought her to tears with its deliciousness. In less than 10 minutes, the pile of food was gone. Zhou Kuo reclined in her chair, comfortably burping. When she noticed Zhang Yi's half-smiling expression, she shyly covered her mouth, feeling embarrassed. Zhang Yi, however, was unconcerned. "Are you finished?" he inquired. Zhou Kuo tilted her head and replied earnestly, "Not quite full yet. But one shouldn't eat too much at once. It could lead to gastrointestinal issues." "Then you're done? Come over and get to work," Zhang Yi instructed, nodding towards the outside. Zhou Kuo obediently walked over. Zhang Yi retrieved 2 sets of cold weather gear from his alternate dimension, and Zhou Kuo's eyes widened in wonder. Although it wasn't her first time seeing such things, it still felt remarkably magical. Her resolve to follow Zhang Yi solidified further. In this world of despair, only by aligning with powerful individuals could one increase their chances of survival. Zhang Yi tossed a set of cold weather gear to Zhou Kuo and donned his own. "What are we doing?" she asked curiously. Zhang Yi pointed to the massive ice block on the neighboring balcony. "Smash that ice block." Zhou Kuo shivered at the thought. The bodies had become one with the ice. If shattered, their remains would be scattered. They were undoubtedly dead. Why was this necessary? Zhang Yi shrugged. "Perhaps it's simply because I have a strong aversion to them." Seeing the astonishment in her eyes, he added with a smile. "Almost everyone in this building wants me dead and seeks to steal my room and supplies. I must do something to make it clear that I am not to be trifled with." He smirked, recalling how they had perceived him as a timid recluse. Of course, he didn't mind their opinions of him, but over time, it became somewhat bothersome. A reminder of his strength was warranted. There was another reason Zhang Yi withheld from Zhou Kuo. He was someone who repaid grievances. Chen Jinghao had attempted to take his life multiple times, igniting a fierce anger within him. Merely allowing them to freeze to death felt too lenient. Zhou Kuo seemed to grasp his intent, pointing to herself. "You're not going to make me do it, are you?" She was utterly speechless. It had seemed she had done all the heavy lifting in dealing with Chen Jinghao and his cohorts. Now that they were gone, why was Zhang Yi still so cowardly? Zhang Yi replied earnestly, "This is called being prudent. What if I went out there, and you closed the window on me?" While his supplies were safely stored in his dimension, he wasn't concerned about starving. Yet, having grown accustomed to a comfortable life, who would willingly seek out suffering? Zhou Kuo rolled her eyes, exasperated and bemused. Internally, she scoffed at the notion of such a cautious individual. She wasn't a fool. Why would she engage in actions that harmed herself without benefit? Zhang Yi ignored her protests, gestured for her to follow, and handed her a baseball bat. Zhou Kuo noticed that Zhang Yi adopted a defensive posture as he handed her the bat. Infuriated, she found his excessive caution ridiculous. However, despite her verbal reluctance, her body instinctively accepted the bat. and she climbed over the railing to the neighboring balcony. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi retrieved his phone and began recording. Chapter 70. Deterrence. Zhou Ku'er raised the baseball bat in her hand, gazing at the enormous ice block before her. Gritting her teeth, she decisively swung down with force. After all, as a woman trained in medicine, her aversion to corpses was not particularly intense. With a crack, the ice block shattered. Zhou Ku'er's hand jolted painfully, and she exclaimed, dropping the bat. Furrowing her brow, she rubbed her palm. How solid. This tool is indeed effective, she declared with unwavering determination. Zhang Yi remained silent for a moment, feeling he had underestimated the woman before him. Zhou Ku'er lifted the hammer and struck down fiercely. Since the water spread was minimal, the ice layer was not excessively thick, and Zhou Ku'er possessed considerable strength, successfully breaking off a substantial piece. Zhang Yi recorded the entire scene on his phone. After her first strike, Zhou Ku'er grew bolder, shedding her initial fear. With a series of cracking noises, the ice transformed into fragments. At that moment, the contents within were obscured, revealing a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet, Zhang Yi knew exactly what they were. What purpose does this recording serve? Zhou Ku'er inquired curiously as she changed her clothes. Zhang Yi smirked, sending the video to the homeowner group. Zhou Ku'er suddenly realized. You intend to establish your authority in the homeowner group, so they won't dare to disturb you in the future? Zhang Yi replied with a faint smile. Not just that, I aim to replace Chen Jinghao in their hearts. The neighbors fear Chen Jinghao far more than they do me. He possesses a gun and would storm into their homes, seizing their supplies. Even if I were to kill many, the impression I leave remains that of a sneaky murderer lurking at home. Zhang Yi sought to seize the initiative, preparing for the day he might venture outside. Zhou Ku'er nodded, expressing her support for Zhang Yi's actions. He settled onto the sofa to rest while glancing at the group chat's activity. Zhou Ku'er nestled beside him, her legs together, resembling a charming kitten. Her head rested against his as they observed the reactions within the homeowner group. To an onlooker, they appeared as a pair of lovers deeply enamored. Zhou Ku'er's feelings for Zhang Yi stemmed from reliance, a manifestation of a woman's innate attraction to strength. However, for Zhang Yi, she remained more akin to a servant. As for matters of the heart, that could wait. If feelings did develop, he would not mind. Yet, he did not anticipate them to flourish extensively. It appeared that due to the heavy snowfall, the surrounding communication stations were also affected. Nevertheless, as a nation renowned for its infrastructural prowess, Huawei maintained a top-tier standard in telecommunications. The neighbors, upon viewing the video, were filled with curiosity. When they witnessed the gruesome demise of Chen Jinghao and his cohorts, countless individuals erupted into manic laughter, tears mingling with their mirth. Chen Jinghao, that devil, is finally dead. Xiao Chui, you can rest in peace now. He is truly gone. We can venture outside. That scoundrel, good riddance. Ha ha. The neighbors harbored an intense hatred for Chen Jinghao. Had he not instigated the bloody chaos, many within the building would have survived. Their loved ones, friends, and partners fell victim to Chen Jinghao's cruelty. Such enmity was beyond verbal expression. Zhang Yi posted a message in the group. Chen Jinghao is dead. You are not allowed to be with other women. You belong to me, and everything about you is mine. Zhang Yi did not expect Fang Yuqing to still be alive. He let out a cold laugh and retorted, You're still alive? Fang Yuqing's eyes sparkled with realization. So, Zhang Yi believed she was dead, which is why he allowed that wretched Zhou Ku'er to move into their home. Indeed, that must be it. Now that he knows she is alive, he will surely cast her aside. Her lips trembled with excitement as she said to Zhang Yi, I am indeed still well. You used to cherish me. Your heart hasn't changed, has it? Don't let Zhou Ku'er stay in your house. Allow me to return. I am the one who truly loves you. Drive her out. At that moment, the disheveled Wang Min and Lin Caning noticed Fang Yuqing's unusual demeanor. Upon seeing the gleam in Fang Yuqing's eyes, they immediately understood she was conversing with Zhang Yi. They rushed over, their faces twisted with rage, and exclaimed, Fang Yuqing, don't think you can abandon us to live a good life on your own. The three of them fought over a single phone, desperately sending messages to Zhang Yi. Lin Caning declared, Zhang Yi, I am no less than Fang Yuqing. I can do everything she can. I am far more considerate and will never treat you as a backup. Wang Min added, Zhang Yi, I may be a bit older, but with age comes the wisdom to cherish others. The young girls simply do not understand what it means to be gentle and caring. Grant me a chance. Zhang Yi regarded the scene as entertainment, listening to the barrage of messages and the cacophony of quarrelsome voices, unable to suppress a smile. Meanwhile, Zhou Kuo felt an intensified sense of crisis, tightly clutching Zhang Yi's arm, fearful that he might slip away. The proactive overtures of Zhou Kuo instilled a sense of contentment and warmth within Zhang Yi. While he was not easily swayed by women, he still yearned for tenderness and affection. Zhou Kuo was undeniably alluring, and her appeal to him was quite understandable. He relished the intimacy of her approach. A mischievous thought crossed Zhang Yi's mind. What would Fang Yuqing's reaction be upon witnessing his closeness with Zhou Kuo? Prompted by this, he retrieved his phone and captured a selfie of them together. Zhou Kuo nestled at his side, her arm entwined with his. He then dispatched the image to Fang Yuqing. Yuqing, you are a kind soul, but alas, your arrival was too late. I have since encountered someone superior. I trust you will extend your blessings upon us. Fang Yuqing was still desperately vying for the phone when a notification chimed. Their attention was immediately drawn to it, as each message from Zhang Yi represented a glimmer of hope for their survival. However, their hopes were dashed as they beheld the intimate image of Zhou Kuo and Zhang Yi, clearly a couple. Zhou Kuo's academic achievements, talents, and beauty far surpassed their own, leaving them feeling inadequate. Fang Yuqing, with her modest education and clerical position in warehousing, was utterly eclipsed by Zhou Kuo's superior qualities as a wealthy and accomplished woman. A surge of intense jealousy ignited within them. Zhang Yi, no, you cannot do this to me. I love you the most. She must be deceiving you. She does not truly love you. Grant me a chance, and I will prove that I am the one who truly cherishes you. Zhang Yi retorted with a cold smile. Enough, Kuo and I share genuine affection. She surpasses you in every way. Why would I forsake her for you? Do you believe you are worthy? Henceforth, it is best we cease contact to avoid any misunderstandings. Zhang Yi knew his words would enrage Fang Yuqing, as he was her last vestige of hope in this apocalyptic world. The act of extinguishing a person's final hope was exquisitely satisfying, especially in this manner. Fang Yuqing had always perceived herself as a goddess, deserving of men's adoration. Yet today, she had been deprived of her man, as she believed, by another woman. Moreover, that woman was undeniably more accomplished and beautiful than herself. The pain and despair were twofold. She regretted her past blindness, lamenting her failure to marry Zhang Yi. Such a worthy man. As Zhang Yi had anticipated, Fang Yuqing was on the verge of hysteria, emitting a piercing scream. I refuse to believe it. Zhang Yi, you were my adoring admirer. You fawned over me for 2 years, so why, now that I am so receptive, do you no longer fawn? That vile woman. Why did you steal what was mine? You deserve to die. Lin Caning and Wang Min, upon seeing Zhang Yi's message, pointed at Fang Yuqing and erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. You pathetic fool. You were merely deluding yourself. This is your comeuppance. You deserve this fate entirely. Lin Caning, her former confidant, spat out the words. Her eyes filled with contempt. With tear-filled eyes, Fang Yuqing attempted to send another message to Zhang Yi, only to discover that she had been blocked. This signified that Zhang Yi had severed all ties with her. Soon, she would perish in this apocalyptic world, and Zhang Yi found gratification in her torment and humiliation. Zhang Yi put down his phone, a blissful smile gracing his lips. The more anguish the vile woman endured, the more joy he derived. Zhou Kuo nestled closer to him, gazing up at him with curiosity. Zhang Yi turned to face her, their eyes meeting. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he firmly grasped her delicate hand. Do you find me cruel? Zhou Kuo's breathing quickened, her face flushed with nervous excitement. You must have your reasons for acting as you do. Zhang Yi's gaze deepened. He recalled how Fang Yuqing had treated him in his previous life, how he had given her everything, only to be betrayed by her. She had deceived him, opening his door and leading to his dismemberment and consumption by his neighbors. The excruciating pain was beyond human comprehension. After all, you had to watch them cut off your limbs with not very sharp knives. It is enough that you understand. Zhang Yi did not wish to elaborate, nor could he adequately explain. After all, those events were unrelated to Zhou Kuo. With the elimination of Chen Jinghao, Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuo found their surroundings more peaceful. At least, the incessant banging and surveillance from the neighboring apartment had ceased. Chen Jinghao was unaware that Zhang Yi had killed him primarily because he had become a nuisance. The atmosphere in Building 25 had eased somewhat, lacking the previous oppressive tension. Zhang Yi knew this was merely superficial. As the apocalypse progressed, human nature would become increasingly twisted. Even without Chen Jinghao, those who had tasted blood might still resort to murder. But once again, what did it matter to him? One morning, Zhang Yi arose and opened the door for Zhou Kuo. Her face flushed. Zhou Kuo went to the restroom and then prepared breakfast for Zhang Yi. Her culinary skills were mediocre, but superior to Zhang Yi's. Occasionally, Zhang Yi would crave freshly prepared food, so he would have her make something. Of course, before partaking, Zhang Yi would have Zhou Kuder sample the food first. While eating, Zhang Yi would browse WeChat and some news outlets that were still functioning. At present, the few remaining operational apps were maintained by the authorities. Amidst the extreme cold, most people were unable to survive. However, the upper echelons had contingency plans to ensure the survival of certain important individuals. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar face in a WeChat group, the notorious Madame Lin. Madame Lin, the snowstorm is almost over. My brother, the secretary of Jiangnan province, informed me. You must all obey me now, or I will have you all executed. Did you hear me? Bring me food immediately. However, no one in the group paid her any attention. She has gone mad. It is a miracle she has survived this long. I recall that Qin Jinghao was the first to plunder her, Zhang Yi remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuder, seated across from him, subtly revealed a hint of sadness. When I treated Lin Xiaohu, I pitied them and gave them some supplies. Chapter 72. Uncle Yu borrowing medicine. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yi glanced at her. Zhou Kuder, fearing that Zhang Yi might think poorly of her for being overly virtuous, hastily explained, at that time, the snow disaster had just begun, and I thought it would soon pass. Zhang Yi chuckled dismissively, setting his phone on the table and interlocking his fingers. That's not the issue. The supplies you received should have been consumed long ago. What has sustained you until now? With a piece of rib still in her mouth, Zhou Kuder silently placed it back into her bowl upon hearing Zhang Yi's inquiry. Lin Xiaohu had succumbed to his fate due to a lack of medicine nearly 10 days prior. Zhang Yi nodded, acknowledging the sense in her predicament. Suddenly, he laughed. In the past, Lin Chuanxia always claimed that Lin Xiaohu was her precious darling, as if she wished to hold him in her mouth. She certainly lived up to her words. Zhou Kuder couldn't help but cover her mouth, casting a reproachful glance at Zhang Yi. I'm eating, she exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Zhang Yi, delighted by his playful banter's success, chuckled heartily. He realized that sharing life with a woman made it significantly more interesting. At least there was someone to converse with, alleviating the monotony. In the midst of their conversation, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The two turned to gaze out the window. Approximately 40 meters away, on the balcony of Building 18, a naked man stood, arms raised in the wind as he shouted. Moments later, under their watchful eyes, he dove down like a diver. Zhou Kuder frowned slightly, sighing. When will this snow disaster come to an end? In the face of the apocalypse, many had chosen to end their lives, unable to see a glimmer of hope for the future. Zhang Yi shook his head, pondering, who knows? The changes in nature are beyond human comprehension with our current technology. As long as we can survive, that's what matters. While they were conversing, Zhang Yi's phone rang. He picked it up and was surprised to see it was a call from Uncle Yu, the doorman. Drawing from his past experiences, Zhang Yi had only two individuals he trusted in this life, Uncle Yu and Zhou Kuder. Both had sacrificed for others, adhering to the moral code of humanity until their last breath. Thus, he allowed Zhou Kuder to enter his home and serve him. Uncle Yu was the second most resourceful person in their building, only behind Zhang Yi himself. Even now, his supplies remained relatively ample. Hello, Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi answered as he connected the call. Zhang Yi, haha, are you doing well? Uncle Yu stuttered, his voice tinged with an awkward chuckle. Zhang Yi had known him for many years and recognized that during such times, it usually meant Uncle Yu was in need of assistance and feeling bashful about it. After weighing his options, Zhang Yi decided that if Uncle Yu was seeking supplies, he could afford to offer a little help. After all, this doorman had served 5 years in the military and was quite capable. In the future, should they face any troubles, Zhang Yi could rely on him for support. I'm doing well, Uncle Yu, though I have an extra mouth to feed at home, so supplies are depleting faster. He glanced at Zhou Kuder, who blushed and continued to eat her rice. Oh, that indeed is a problem. More people means more food consumption. Yes. Uncle Yu's voice trailed off, as he seemed hesitant to continue. After a moment of indecision, he finally spoke. Zhang Yi, I want to ask you something. Uncle Yu, don't be so polite, just speak. If it is within my means to help, I will do my utmost, Zhang Yi encouraged. She's in such distress, and both her mother and I are nearly frantic. Do you have any medicine? Uncle Yu's voice trembled with desperation. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that Xie Limei had sought out Uncle Yu as a fallback. He marveled at her discernment in choosing such a solid partner among the many single men in the building. However, recalling Xie Limei's circumstances from his previous life, Zhang Yi quickly came to terms with it. She appeared pitiful but had ultimately outlived him, clearly not as innocent as she seemed. At just under 30, Xieli Mei had a decent appearance but was full-figured due to motherhood. Uncle Yu, having been single for so long, could hardly resist the allure of such a mature woman. Zhang Yi had no intention of meddling in their personal affairs. If Xieli Mei could secure a provider for her child, that was her own accomplishment. I see, Uncle Yu. Congratulations then, Zhang Yi said, feigning excitement. Uncle Yu responded with a hint of embarrassment. What is there to congratulate? It's just a matter of sharing a life together. You know my situation. Without the snow disaster, I wouldn't have found a wife at all. I still have a few boxes of medicine. Come by later to collect them. Zhang Yi replied casually. However, the mention of a few boxes subtly conveyed that his own supply of fever medicine was dwindling. Yet, even in these frigid conditions with scarce resources, he was still willing to assist Uncle Yu. Consider the depth of Zhang Yi's character. His loyalty and generosity shone through, making it difficult for anyone not to feel compelled to support him in return. Indeed, Uncle Yu was overwhelmed, rendered speechless. Zhang Yi, how can I ever repay you? You have done me a great service twice. I, Yu Jiguang, vow this. Should you ever need my assistance, if I refuse, I am no longer human. Uncle Yu declared passionately. Zhang Yi chuckled. Uncle Yu, there's no need for such formality. We are old friends. To me, you are like family. Do not speak of gratitude. Just come to collect the medicine. Across the table, Zhou Kuer pouted playfully at Zhang Yi, making a face. It dawned on her that beneath Zhang Yi's cold and cautious exterior lay a cunning side. After hanging up the call, Zhou Kuer curiously asked, Are you and Uncle Yu really that close? Zhang Yi picked up his bowl and replied nonchalantly, Relationships between individuals are fundamentally based on mutual benefit. This is particularly evident in apocalyptic times. Uncle Yu is a kind-hearted man with formidable strength. Having him owe me a favor may prove useful in the future. He paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, I genuinely wish for the light of humanity within him to endure amidst this desolation. That is an exceptionally precious quality. Chapter 73. The Scheming Mother. After a while, Zhang Yi heard a knock at the door, followed by Uncle Yu's voice. Zhang Yi, it's Yu Jiguang. Are you home? Habitually, he glanced at the monitor outside. However, his brow quickly furrowed, for standing at the door was not only Uncle Yu, but also a woman cradling a child. Though she was bundled in a thick down jacket, Zhang Yi recognized her as the mother, Xieli Mei. What could she possibly want? Zhang Yi held a favorable impression of Uncle Yu, but he had no acquaintance with Xieli Mei. His past experiences led him to suspect that this woman was not to be underestimated. Rising from his chair, he approached the door. Zhou Kuer merely glanced over, but did nothing. After all, Zhang Yi was the master of the house. He reached the door without opening it, feigning ignorance. Is it you? Uncle Yu? Yes, it's me, replied Uncle Yu. At that moment, Xieli Mei interjected, her voice laced with desperation. Zhang Yi. Our Tangyao has a high fever and one tea go down. Please help her. Her tone was tinged with a whimper. Zhang Yi retrieved a box of acetaminophen suspension and a box of little sunflower cold medicine he had prepared earlier, tossing them through the opening. Quickly, take the medicine to the child. Illness is no trivial matter. Uncle Yu hurried to pick up the medicine, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. Thank you so much, Zhang Yi. Xieli Mei received the medication, yet Uncle Yu was taken aback by her sudden request. She had not mentioned this to him on the way here. Feeling awkward, he realized he had not consulted Zhang Yi beforehand, leaving him caught in an uncomfortable situation. However, upon seeing Xieli Mei's pleading eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. Inside the room, Zhang Yi heard her plea and smirked slightly. Are you asking for more than what is reasonable? Is that you, Sister Xia? I regret to inform you that, given the current circumstances, I cannot allow anyone to enter. Moreover, our coal supply is nearly exhausted. And to be frank, the warmth inside is scarcely better than outside. Zhang Yi was resolute. Xieli Mei's sweet words, ostensibly for the sake of the child, did not sway him. He and Zhou Kuer had no experience in caring for a child, and even if they did, he was unwilling to shoulder such burdens. Allowing the child inside would grant Xieli Mei the opportunity to take advantage of the situation under the guise of caregiving. It was easy to invite trouble. Should she harbor ill intentions, Zhang Yi would find himself on constant alert. Wiping her tears, Xieli Mei lamented, What do you, as a man, understand? The baby is so small and fragile. She turned to Zhang Yi again. I know this request is somewhat inappropriate, but I am utterly at a loss. I am aware of your kind heart, which is why I dared to make this appeal. Having brought Uncle Yu into her plea, she capitalized on the situation. Typically, If one is not exceptionally hard-hearted, they would relent when faced with such a poignant request. When one proposes a significant favor, it is prudent to begin with a smaller request. Thus, once the minor request is granted, it becomes difficult for the other party to refuse the subsequent larger one. This revealed that the woman was indeed cunning. Xia Lime had intentionally withheld this discussion from Uncle Yu until after Zhang Yi had provided the medicine, underestimating Zhang Yi's resolve. Leaning against the door with crossed arms, he replied, "Sister Xia, had this been before the apocalypse, I would have certainly agreed. However, as you are aware, everyone in this building covets my home and my life. I am genuinely fearful and cannot permit strangers to enter. I trust you can understand my position, right? Uncle Yu, you must comprehend this as well." Uncle Yu nodded repeatedly, feeling quite awkward in the middle. Yet, his gratitude towards Zhang Yi prevented him from pressing the matter further. Indeed, Zhang Yi has been sufficiently kind to us. Who else would provide us with medicine? You know how difficult it is to obtain medication nowadays. Xia Lime bit her lip, refraining from countering Uncle Yu's statement, her eyes brimming with tears, looking pitiful. "But you allowed Zhou Kuer to stay with you." Zhang Yi scoffed dismissively. "Zhou Kuer is my girlfriend. Is there an issue with that?" Although Zhou Kuer understood that Zhang Yi was merely placating Xia Lime, a smile tugged at her lips. Women, more often than not, value sweet nothings from men over the harsh truths of reality, and even when aware of the deception, they often indulge in self-delusion. Xia Lime frowned slightly, appearing to ponder her next words. However, Uncle Yu lacked her audacity. Thus, he grasped Xia Lime's arm and said with a serious expression, "Let's go. We shouldn't trouble him further. Zhang Yi has already done enough for us. Let's not overstep." Seeing Uncle Yu genuinely upset, Xia Lime quickly adopted a look of innocence. "I understand. I did not wish for it to come to this either. It is all for the child." Uncle Yu turned to Zhang Yi and said apologetically, "I am sorry, Zhang Yi. Please don't hold this against her. We truly appreciate your help this time." Zhang Yi replied, "No worries. We all understand each other's sentiments. Let's support one another." Through the monitor, Zhang Yi observed Uncle Yu escorting Xia Lime and the child downstairs. Zhou Kuer remarked nonchalantly, "There are plenty of people like her, aren't there?" Zhang Yi shrugged, "True enough, but I have a good rapport with Uncle Yu. I fear she may interfere with our relationship." Uncle Yu was the ideal candidate for Zhang Yi's plans, and he did not wish for any woman to whisper discord into his ear. Zhang Yi felt a sense of wariness towards Xia Lime, for at the very least, she harbored covetous thoughts towards his home and supplies. Chapter 74. Night raid on Zhang Yi's home. After closing the door, he expressed his displeasure. "What were you saying earlier? How could you ask someone else to take care of our child? It's so chaotic outside now. Who knows who's friend or foe?" The fact that he provided medicine for the child indicates he's a trustworthy person. "Why must you push your luck?" Xia Lime cradled the baby in her arms as she sat on the bed, administering the medicine while exposing her bosom to let the infant wash it down with milk. Instead of arguing with Uncle Yu, she feigned weakness. "Wasn't I doing it all for the child? You know the baby is my only reason for living now. If anything were to happen, what would be the point of my existence?" Tears welled up in her eyes. Uncle Yu, noticing her alabaster breasts, felt a pang of tenderness mixed with a sense of resolve. He softened his tone. "I understand what you mean, but one must know how to reciprocate kindness." Recalling the two significant favors Zhang Yi had done for him, Uncle Yu slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "If it weren't for Zhang Yi, I wouldn't have thought of stockpiling supplies in advance, and I wouldn't have survived until now. I, Yu Jiguang, must find an opportunity to repay this great kindness." At that moment, Xia Lime's voice drifted to his ears like a wisp of smoke. "Actually, I don't think you need to be so grateful to Zhang Yi. At the very least, he's wary of you, isn't he?" Uncle Yu was taken aback and retorted vehemently, "What are you implying?" Xia Lime maintained her fragile demeanor. "Think about it. If he truly trusted you, he would have opened the door and invited us in when we arrived. But the medicine was thrown out the window, without even showing his face. Isn't that a sign of distrust?" Uncle Yu bristled. "Don't speak nonsense. He's being kind, and you're twisting his intentions?" Xia Lime calmly continued, "I'm not speaking carelessly. He may have helped you, but it didn't cost him much. Perhaps he's deliberately giving you small favors, hoping you'll become his henchman in the future. I'll only believe he's a genuinely good person if he's willing to let us live in his home. Besides, his house is spacious. 3 more people wouldn't make a difference. What's the harm?" Before Xia Lime could continue, a thunderous roar erupted in her ears. "Enough." Uncle Yu's face flushed crimson as he glared at her, startling Xia Lime. The baby in her arms began to wail. Xia Lime quickly embraced the child, feigning weakness. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was only saying those things for your own good. In times like these, it's always wise to be cautious. Uncle Yu said coldly, don't ever say such things again. I, Yu Jiguang, can still discern right from wrong. If I start suspecting my benefactors, would I still be human? Uncle Yu was honest and forthright, but he was not foolish. Even if Zhang Yi's assistants had ulterior motives, so what? In this world, there is no such thing as gratuitous kindness. He had lived for over 40 years, worked as a security guard for over a decade, and witnessed all sorts of human behavior. How could he not understand this principle? Realizing that Uncle Yu was enraged and that she had pushed too far, Xiaolime wisely chose to remain silent. However, this did not mean she had given up on manipulating Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi's warm and comfortable home was her heart's desire. Xiaolime glanced down at her 8-month-old baby and made a silent vow. Baby, to ensure our survival, I'm willing to pay any price. That night, the pallid moonlight bathed the silvery landscape, casting an air of desolation and solitude. Snow had been falling continuously for nearly a month, sometimes heavier, sometimes lighter, but never ceasing. In the Yuelu neighborhood, the snow had piled up to the 4th floor, creating a vast expanse of white. Out of habit, most people were already asleep. However, the entrance to Building 25, on the 1st floor, was completely blocked by tens of thousands of tons of snow, creating an impenetrable barrier. Suddenly, the snow layer near the entrance seemed to loosen, and a few ice fragments fell to the ground. Soon after, a large chunk of snow bulged outward and was forcefully pushed away. A shovel emerged from the opening. Subsequently, the hole was widened, and a dozen people, heavily clothed and armed with shovels, steel bars, and axes, crawled out. The leader was a short, gaunt man with sunken cheeks. However, he possessed a pair of piercing, chilling eyes. After entering the building, he lowered his voice and commanded, "Let's go up." The group cautiously made their way upstairs, carrying their weapons. Their formation was impeccable, with some members carrying wooden boards and frying pans as shields. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they encountered a resident who was secretly going downstairs to collect snow. Without hesitation, a burly man brought his shovel down on the resident's head. Thud! Blood splattered against the wall, and the resident collapsed without uttering a sound. The burly man looked at the corpse on the ground and said to the diminutive leader, "Second uncle, what do we do?" The group listened attentively and continued their ascent. Their target for the night was room 2401 in Building 25. At that moment, Zhang Yi was fast asleep, while Zhou Kuo was locked in the adjacent bedroom. The intruders silently reached the 24th floor. Despite the strenuous climb, their stamina remained remarkably high. Clearly, they were not ordinary people, but rather individuals with specialized skills. The group arrived at Zhang Yi's door. However, no one rushed forward to break it down. The leader, known as Second Uncle, signaled for everyone to stop and whispered to someone behind him, "Old donkey, come here." A middle-aged man wearing a gray woolen hat approached from the back of the group. He carried a gray backpack. "Open the door," Second Uncle instructed, pointing at Zhang Yi's door. Old donkey nodded. "Leave it to me." He approached Zhang Yi's door, set down his backpack, and quickly retrieved various tools. The most conspicuous items were detonators and several rectangular objects wrapped in yellow tape. After tinkering for a while, everyone quickly retreated into the hallway. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the building. Everyone was jolted awake from their slumber, including Zhang Yi. With the explosion occurring right outside his door, his ears were ringing incessantly, and his eardrums throbbed with pain. With remarkable alacrity, Zhang Yi leapt from his bed, clad only in his nightwear, and retrieved a handgun from his interdimensional storage, disengaging the safety. He activated his mobile phone to scrutinize the external surveillance footage. The living room remained unscathed. In Zhou Kuo's chamber, she was visibly shaken, huddled beneath her duvet, seeking refuge in the corner of the room. Assured of their safety indoors, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He then directed his attention to the external monitors. His gaze fell upon a dozen or so furtive figures, brandishing an assortment of implements, primarily shovels, along with steel bars, wooden planks, and an axe. Zhang Yi recognized the planks as the crimson plywood commonly employed on construction sites. He distinctly recalled that no construction workers resided within their building. However, in the adjacent building, a collective of approximately 20 laborers from nearby construction sites were quartered in a company-leased communal dwelling. As the billowing smoke dissipated, the individuals hastily converged upon the entrance to assess the efficacy of their explosive endeavor. Their actions betrayed a premeditated assault, with Zhang Yi as their unequivocal target. A chilling glint flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes as he surmised that the knowledge of his opulent resources had disseminated into the outside world. Outside the portal, the uncle and his cohort were aghast at the impregnable metallic barrier that confronted them. Lowell, what manner of ineptitude is this? This pathetic contrivance cannot even breach a door. An irate worker berated Lowell. Lowell, taken aback by the outcome, retorted, "This is anomalous. The composition of my explosive is infallible. Perhaps it has succumbed to dampness." Lowell was a seasoned demolition expert within the engineering brigade, albeit one who relied on rudimentary techniques. Consequently, while his explosives generated considerable noise, they paled in comparison to the potency of professionally formulated detonators. Had this not been the case, the blast would have pulverized the walls surrounding Zhang Yi's abode, even if it failed to breach the door itself. In essence, the effect was more startling than destructive. Zhang Yi, confirming the structural integrity of his residence via a mobile application, experienced a wave of relief. However, this was swiftly supplanted by a seething fury. These individuals sought his demise. Very well, he would expedite their passage to the netherworld. As the assemblage outside continued their lamentations, some ventured to assault the portal with their shovels. They remained oblivious to the aperture that had materialized in the iron barrier above them. Zhang Yi ignited a Molotov cocktail and hurled it outward. The resultant conflagration erupted instantaneously. Yet, Zhang Yi's thirst for retribution remained unquenched. He procured several diminutive alabaster vials from his spatial repository, each containing an almost translucent white liquid. These were vials of white phosphorus dissolved in sulfur dioxide, constituting a rudimentary form of white phosphorus incendiary. White phosphorus munitions, notorious as hellfire, ignite at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, capable of eradicating all living organisms within their radius. Their detonation engenders intense illumination and scatters burning fragments, which, upon contact with skin, prove exceedingly difficult to remove promptly, inflicting grievous and agonizing wounds. Beyond their horrific lethality, they exert a profound psychological impact. Their utilization is prescribed under international conventions. The Molotov cocktail impacted the ground, igniting a substantial blaze, yet its destructive potential remained limited. The assailants, having traversed through snow, possessed garments that were damp and resistant to ignition. However, the flames emanating from the Molotov cocktail caused the sulfur dioxide to swiftly evaporate, thereby igniting the dissolved white phosphorus. In an instant, the atmosphere was suffused with temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees. Flames cascaded upon their attire, defying all attempts at extinguishment. Their down-filled parkas and cotton-padded jackets proved to be exceptionally flammable materials. "Aark! Succor! Succor me!" The harrowing cries echoed like laments from the abyss. To be immolated alive is arguably the most excruciating form of demise imaginable. Even the briefest contact with a match flame can inflict excruciating agony upon a fingertip. Imagine, then, the torment of having every square inch of one's epidermis consumed by flames. Zhang Yi's assault caught the aggressors entirely off guard, leaving them paralyzed and unable to react within the scant seconds afforded. Many were afflicted by the clinging flames of the white phosphorus. Zhang Yi, still unsated, brandished his handgun and unleashed a torrent of gunfire upon the throng outside. Bang! 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 Corpses plummeted with alarming rapidity. Of the dozen or so assailants, 8 lay lifeless, while a mere 5 or 6 managed to escape by the skin of their teeth. Zhang Yi refrained from opening the portal to pursue them, prioritizing the inviolability of his domain. Only upon confirming their demise did he seal the aperture and activate the air filtration system to forestall the ingress of noxious fumes. Zhang Yi glanced at his weapon, noting that it was devoid of ammunition. He shook his head in exasperation. These implements were woefully inadequate. It was fortunate that he had not acquired a machine gun. Otherwise, a protracted burst would have depleted hundreds of rounds. It appeared that he would need to devise a means of procuring heavier ordnance in the future. Prior to this incident, his sense of impending peril had been less acute. In this apocalyptic epoch, those who had managed to endure were individuals of considerable resilience. The adversaries he would confront in the future would be formidable indeed. Should a demolition expert, laden with explosives, arrive one day, he might well succeed in demolishing the entire edifice. Of course, this was an exaggeration. Such a quantity of explosives would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary individual to acquire. Nevertheless, this prospect underscored the imperative for Zhang Yi to take preemptive measures. Those curs! I shall exterminate them all. Zhang Yi snarled through clenched teeth. He approached Zhou Kuer's chamber and opened the portal. Zhou Kuer was ensconced in a corner, her face buried between her alabaster thighs. "It is over," Zhang Yi assured her. Hearing Zhang Yi's voice, Zhou Kuter experienced an immediate sense of reassurance. Although this man was excessively cautious and often projected an air of aloofness, he was now the greatest source of solace in her life. She raised her gaze to meet Zhang Yi's, offering a feeble rejoinder. "I was not afraid. I merely believed it was an earthquake and sought refuge in the corner for safety." Zhang Yi chuckled wryly. "On the 24th floor, in the event of an earthquake, there is no refuge that could prevent one from being crushed." Zhang Yi seated himself upon her bed. Prior to Zhou Kuter's arrival, the room had been stark and uninviting, devoid even of bedding. However, with her presence, the chamber had acquired an aura of warmth. A roseate velvet comforter and saffron-hued sheets adorned the bed. Her freshly laundered black lace lingerie and stockings hung from the windowsill. It was evident that she was a woman of refined sensibilities. Indeed, not only her own chamber but the entire dwelling, including Zhang Yi's bedchamber, was meticulously maintained by her on a daily basis. Zhang Yi mused. It is indeed advantageous to have a sensible woman by one's side. Were it not for this apocalypse, such a woman would be unattainable without a dowry of 18,880,000. Chapter 76. The Alliance of Dong. Zhang Yi recounted the recent events to Zhou Kuter. It was the workers from Unit 26. A newly developed neighborhood nearby has led many workers to rent accommodations in the vicinity. Zhou Kuter expressed her curiosity, pondering whether they would truly spend so much on such a place given that our community is already considered mid to high-end. Zhang Yi replied, "If 10 people are crammed into a single room, how expensive could it possibly be?" Zhou Kuter nodded in understanding, but soon her expression turned grave. "If that's the case, they are even more perilous than Chen Zhenghao." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Chen Zhenghao was merely a petty thug during the peaceful times of the past. Ordinary people feared him due to his intimidating presence. However, in these turbulent times, if he were not armed, he would have long since been eliminated. The situation with these workers was different. They engaged in physical labor daily, possessing strength far superior to that of average individuals, making them formidable adversaries. Moreover, they were familiar with one another and outnumbered their foes, allowing them to act with ease. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, lamenting, "Fortunately, we dealt with that bombastic fat man yesterday. Otherwise, I would have slept uneasily at night." Zhou Kuter inquired, "What should we do next? Should we seek revenge?" Zhang Yi's brows furrowed defiantly. "Of course, we must avenge ourselves. However, it would be unwise to confront them on their turf. Just look at how many I managed to take down." Zhou Kuter rolled her eyes. "But you have a gun." "Having a gun is not enough," Zhang Yi insisted. "Even if I were to annihilate them, if I were to take a shovel to the head, I would feel I had suffered a grave loss." Zhou Kuter exhaled in exasperation. "You are far too cautious. But if you do not confront them, how will we exact our vengeance? They do not seem like individuals who fear death. They appear to be desperate. After all, who in their right mind would engage in demolition within an apartment building? A single misstep could lead to their own demise." Zhang Yi stroked his chin, his mind already formulating a plan. It seemed that to secure a stable future, he would need to find some individuals to act as cannon fodder. Contemplating this, he retrieved his phone and opened the owner's group for Unit 25. The recent explosion had startled the neighbors awake, and the group chat was abuzz with activity. Could it be a meteorite falling from the sky? One speculated. It's quite possible. If it weren't a meteorite, how could there be such an unusual temperature? Another chimed in. Perhaps humanity will face extinction like the dinosaurs. The chat was rife with chaotic chatter. Zhang Yi interjected. "The workers from Unit 26 invaded our building, intending to commit murder and seize resources. I discovered them in time and managed to drive them away. Zhang Meng from the 16th floor has already been killed. The noise you heard was due to their use of explosives." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's account, the neighbors instantly grew apprehensive. "What? We just dealt with Chen Zhenghao, and now those thugs from next door have come back. They are ruthless. I've heard that fights frequently break out at that construction site. How did the Unit 26 workers get here?" Zhang Yi explained. "They dug a tunnel from below, ascending through the first floor. Panic ensued as someone urgently suggested, 'Quickly, collapse that tunnel and lock the doors.' Zhang Yi replied, 'It's futile. Those doors can be easily breached. Even if you block them, they could still enter through the windows on the 4th floor." The neighbors were filled with dread. That night, had Zhang Yi not driven those intruders away, they might have barged into their homes and killed them. "What should we do? How can we contend with such laborers? Half of our residents are already dead, and those remaining are mostly the elderly, weak, and women. Indeed, A significant number of those who could have fought had perished near Zhang Yi's residence. At that moment, someone remarked, "Thank goodness we have Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you are truly formidable. You single-handedly drove away so many of them. With you here, our safety is assured. You are our hero." Following the encouragement from a few, the others realized the gravity of their situation. Zhang Yi had become their strongest line of defense, armed and ready. It was indeed the best choice to have him confront the workers from the neighboring building. Zhang Yi found this scene rather amusing. Previously, they had berated him in the group for being selfish and shameless. Most had lost loved ones to his hands and harbored deep-seated animosity towards him. Yet now, they sought his protection and hailed him as a hero. Did they truly consider him a fool? Zhang Yi smirked, saying, "I have already expended considerable resources dealing with them. It is difficult enough to ensure my own safety. You all should fend for yourselves. What a joke. Why should I protect you? Your survival or demise has little bearing on me." After uttering this, Zhang Yi fell silent. The group erupted with pleas for him to protect them. "Zhang Yi, you cannot simply watch us perish. If we all die, it will just be the two of you left. Won't you feel lonely? If we are wiped out, you will soon become the target of many eyes." Upon seeing these messages, Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy. They were right. Countless eyes were now fixed upon him. After all, the videos he shared in the group had undoubtedly been circulated among the neighbors. To outsiders, it might evoke envy. But those in the surrounding buildings could easily come to Unit 25 and seize everything he possessed. Yet, he chose to remain silent. Instead, Uncle Yu sent him a private message, inquiring with concern whether Zhang Yi needed assistance. "I know those ruffians from Unit 26. I even drank with them before. They dare to come after you. I will not let them get away with it. If you have any plans, let me know, and I will help you deal with them." Zhang Yi chuckled. "Uncle Yu, there are quite a few of them, aren't there?" Uncle Yu replied, "Yes." They initially had over 30 members. However, about a dozen have died recently, so there are roughly 20 left. I know their leader, Huang Tianfang. We were chatting not long ago, but those scoundrels have caused a lot of trouble in Unit 26. He spat. "I certainly won't associate with such lowlifes." Uncle Yu and those workers had come from rural backgrounds. However, while the workers were entrenched in the underbelly of society, Uncle Yu had spent many years in the military, their ideologies residing on entirely different planes. Chapter 77, Zhang Yi, "If you do not come out, I shall kill your neighbors." According to Uncle Yu's introduction, Zhang Yi gained a slight understanding of those individuals. The group of workers operated under a company named Tianhe Group, but they were not formal employees. Rather, they were contracted laborers who followed a foreman. However, they boasted of being employees of Tianhe Group to elevate their status. Thus, they referred to themselves as the Tianhe Gang, with the thin, short man Huang Tianfang as their leader. "Zhang Yi, do you have any plans for them? If you require assistance, just let me know," Uncle Yu remarked. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. It was impossible for him to assault this so-called Tianhe Gang. His greatest asset was this iron fortress. Once he left the room to confront those 20-odd individuals, even wielding a firearm would be perilous. "Uncle Yu, for safety's sake, I currently have no plans for revenge. It's primarily just me. Even with your help, we cannot be certain of victory. Unless..." A gleam of insight flickered in his eyes. "We can rally the neighbors in the building." Uncle Yu grasped Zhang Yi's intention. "You mean we should unite with the neighbors against Huang Tianfang's gang?" "Precisely," Zhang Yi affirmed. Uncle Yu responded, "All right, I shall propose this notion in the group chat and see how many are willing to join." Zhang Yi chuckled. "Uncle Yu, there's no need for that. If you push them to join our ranks, they might suspect your intentions and even become insolent." "What should we do then?" Uncle Yu inquired. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "We are not in a hurry. Our supplies at home are ample. We can afford to wait. In due time, the neighbors will naturally come to seek our assistance." Uncle Yu couldn't help but express his admiration. "Zhang Yi, you are truly remarkable." The two reached a consensus, deciding to temporarily overlook the Tianhe Gang. In the owners group chat, the neighbors expressed their desire for Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu to take the lead against the Tianhe Gang. They were adept at moral coercion, simultaneously praising Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu as good people. Though Zhang Yi thought this was an insult, "You are the good ones. Your entire family is good." Meanwhile, they concocted various excuses, claiming a lack of food and energy to fight. Some even refused to participate, citing their age or gender. Zhang Yi, well aware of these shameless neighbors, chose to ignore them. After all, once the blade struck them, they would understand the pain. In the subsequent 2 days, Zhang Yi began gathering intelligence from the outside world. He certainly would not inquire himself. as too many were eyeing his supplies. And the information he received could easily be false. He enlisted the help of Zhou Ku, and Uncle Yu. One was a doctor, the other a doorkeeper, both possessing extensive networks. Zhang Yi sought to ascertain which individuals posed a threat to him within the 30 buildings of the Yuelu community. This information was not difficult to obtain. It could be learned who had killed the most and who currently wielded the greatest power. Zhou Ku actively took notes, compiling a statistical report for Zhang Yi. After reviewing it, he felt considerably reassured. The Yuelu community was, after all, a middle to high-end neighborhood, and it did not harbor many ruthless criminals. According to the intelligence gathered by Zhou Ku and Uncle Yu, the primary threats were two factions. One was the Tianhe gang from the adjacent Building 26, which was organized around a small engineering team under Tianhe Group, known for their formidable fighting capability. Their main weapons were shovels and steel bars, and they did not possess firearms. The bomb used against Zhang Yi previously had been homemade by a worker knowledgeable in explosives, but its power was limited. That worker had been burned to death by Zhang Yi, thus halting further production of homemade bombs. However, it remained uncertain whether they had any stockpiles left. We must remain vigilant. Find an opportunity to send some expendable pawns their way to deplete their reserves, Zhang Yi mused. In addition to the Tianhe gang, another faction caught his attention. In Building 21, there existed a group of young people who called themselves the Wolf Pack. The names sounded juvenile, yet their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. According to information obtained by Zhou Ku, this group included students and some idle street thugs, with an average age of around 20, comprising a dozen or so individuals. The two leaders were named Wang Cheng and Xiao Lu, both of whom Zhang Yi recognized. They were well-known loafers within the Yuelu community. After graduating from a third-rate university, they had returned home to rely on their families, neither belonging to the affluent class but still considered part of the middle class. Their refusal to seek employment led them to associate with unsavory elements in society. In the past, they would have been nothing compared to Qin Zhenghao, yet without someone as ruthless as Zhang Yi in their building, they had grown bolder. For Zhang Yi, only these two factions posed a credible threat. The other buildings housed residents, with some having as few as a dozen households remaining. Many, unable to withstand the terror of the apocalypse, chose to take their own lives, while others descended into infighting due to severe shortages of resources, leading to their demise. Zhang Yi felt a sense of confidence. He instructed Zhou Ku, continue gathering intelligence. We must clarify everything to minimize danger, particularly regarding their access to firearms. This is critical. Zhou Ku nodded obediently and resumed her inquiries. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu reached a mutual understanding, remaining indoors and refusing to venture out. The members of the Tianhe gang, having suffered losses previously, harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Yi. They had lost over 8 brothers, and the remaining members bore injuries from the fire. Such a loss was unprecedented for the Tianhe gang. They vowed to exact revenge on Building 25, determined to kill Zhang Yi and avenge their fallen comrades. However, a twist awaited them. The individuals they loathed most were also those they feared the most. So, what was to be done? They resolved to target Zhang Yi's neighbors instead. Huang Tianfang reasoned, Zhang Yi, if I cannot kill you, can I not kill your neighbors? When you witness their gruesome demise, will you not feel guilt? How will you face their accusations? My killing your neighbors will be the greatest act of revenge against you. Huang Tianfang exhibited a rather naive mentality, understanding that one must pick the softest fruit to squeeze. After the bloodshed, he planned to write messages in the hallway using the blood of the slain. Zhang Yi, if you do not come out, I shall slaughter all your neighbors. Chapter 78. Neighbors seek protection. Huang Tianfang, believing himself to be cunning, murdered 25 individuals in an attempt to force Zhang Yi out into the open. Had this been a cinematic tale featuring a benevolent protagonist, the character would undoubtedly have stepped forward to negotiate with Huang Tianfang. Regrettably, Zhang Yi felt no remorse. Instead, he was elated. His intention was precisely to incite Huang Tianfang to slay more neighbors, instilling a sense of panic that would compel them to seek his intervention. Indeed, just 2 days later, the neighbors could no longer endure the situation. They had witnessed the bloodied messages left by Huang Tianfang upon his departure and unanimously concluded that only Zhang Yi could confront him to resolve the pressing issue. Consequently, the group chat erupted with furious messages directed at Zhang Yi, accompanied by a barrage of private messages and voice calls. Zhang Yi glanced at the neighbors' reactions in the group chat. Zhang Yi, the trouble you've caused, you must resolve it. The Tianhe gang was summoned by you. And you are also responsible for their deaths. What does this have to do with us? Yes, indeed, one must face their own consequences. You cannot expect us to bear the burden for you. They VE stated that they will not cease their killings until you emerge. Zhang Yi, if you possess any conscience, resolve this matter yourself. Can you truly bear to watch others perish because of you? Upon reading these messages, Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He felt no anger, for he was well aware of his neighbor's true nature. He promptly replied with a few messages in the group chat. It's not my doing that they came. How is it my fault that they came to kill me, only to be countered by my retaliation, and now I am the one in the wrong? Your inability to resist them is of no concern to me. You've acknowledged that they are perilous. Given that, I certainly want to venture out. My home is far safer. Hee. After sending this, Zhang Yi added a smiling emoji. This infuriated the neighbors within the building. Zhang Yi, you may be safe, but what are we to do? Aren't you putting us all in danger? The individuals you summoned, why should we face them for you? Do you have no conscience? In response to their accusations, Zhang Yi burst into laughter. He was acutely aware of their shamelessness. With a cold sneer, he retorted, what do I care about your fate? Does your life or death concern me in the slightest? Spare me your talks of conscience. When the Tianhe gang attacked my home, who among you was uninvolved? It's merely my magnanimity that spared you. Had I chosen otherwise, I could have easily ended all your lives. And now you dare speak of conscience? His tone turned sinister as he continued. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? It dawned on them that Zhang Yi was not to be trifled with. How did Chen Jinghao meet his end? He was frozen solid and then shattered. That was the work of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi ceased his words, instead sending a message to Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, it's time for you to take action. Uncle Yu replied, rest assured, I will handle it. In the Owner S group, those who had been chastised by Zhang Yi stood in bewilderment. The moral coercion had failed, negotiations had collapsed, and it meant they would continue to face the looming threat of the Tianhe gang, with the casualties among the men of 25 greatly diminished. Only Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu remained as viable forces. What were they to do? They had initially believed that with Chun Jinghao's death, their survival was assured. Yet the members of the Tianhe gang proved far more brutal. Chun Jinghao killed for power and sustenance, whereas Huang Tianfeng and his ilk slaughter indiscriminately, driven by revenge without consideration. Were they truly resigned to waiting for death? Cursed be it. How had the world descended to such a state? Was barbarism to be the norm henceforth? The snowstorm showed no signs of abating, and they feared they would perish within its grasp. Many were plunged into deep despair, believing their days were numbered. At that moment, the usually reticent Uncle Yu suddenly spoke up. Everyone, do not panic. The Tianhe gang consists of roughly 20 individuals. If we unite, we can stand against them. Uncle Yu's presence ignited a spark of hope in many. After all, this retired soldier exuded a sense of reliability. Thank goodness for your presence, Uncle Yu. We thought you had perished, but how wonderful that you are here. Your presence ensures our safety. Uncle Yu, please tell us what we should do. We shall support you wholeheartedly. Uncle Yu, upon reading their messages, felt a twitch of his eyelids. Support me? Does that mean they expect me to take the lead while they watch from the sidelines? He was utterly speechless. Alas, relying solely on me is futile. Our supplies have run dry. We have not eaten for days and are too weak to fight. I suspect many of you share a similar plight. Some neighbors fell silent. A portion had been faring relatively well, indulging in grilled meats. Once one's spirit becomes numb, even the simplest fare can be quite palatable. Uncle Yu, what are we to do? Many of us are short on food and cannot assist you. Just moments ago, they had promised unwavering support. And now they hesitated to part with even a morsel. What suggestions do you have? We are all eager to hear your thoughts. The flattery resumed. Uncle Yu then stated, as it stands, our building must rely on Zhang Yi to combat the others. He possesses an abundance of weapons, and he is well-fed and strong. It is most fitting for him to lead us. The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed. They had just driven Zhang Yi away, and now they wanted him to lead them? Would that even work? Yet, they acknowledged that Zhang Yi, while detestable, was undeniably formidable. The majority of their building had fallen at his hands. What of the vicious Chen Jinghao? He too had met his end at Zhang Yi's hand. Uncle Yu declared, let me speak with Zhang Yi. Perhaps I can persuade him to take action. The crowd eagerly responded, Uncle Yu, we are counting on you.